The dialect has traversed time and space, arriving in a realm where every individual can awaken their divine domain and ascend to the status of a deity. Within the divine domain, various extraordinary particles abound, ultimately determining the path one shall tread henceforth. Elemental divine domains construct a world of magical enchantments. The demon source divine domain forges an era of myriad creatures, while the shadow energy divine domain shapes the underworld. The spiritual energy divine domain cultivates a civilization of cultivation. What? The dialect's awakened divine domain possesses no extraordinary particles, rendering it a desolate wasteland, merely existing as a resource star, devoid of significance. Impossible. Witness my blue flame Gatling gun, spinning at 3,600 revolutions per breath. Not sufficient. Allow me to unleash another volley of the Great Ivan, a definitive act of nuclear justice. The opponent exhibits considerable strength. A singular strike from the orbital annihilation cannon sends them back to square one. All fear originates from insufficient firepower. This is dire. The technological civilization has gone mad. Chapter 1. A distinctive Gaokao. I am filled with anticipation. The Gaokao is imminent, and I wonder if I shall awaken my divine domain. It is said that every year, less than 1 in 10 candidates can awaken their divine domain, meaning that among 10 individuals, at most one will successfully awaken. However, even though it is 1 in 10, at least half of these divine domains harbor no extraordinary particles, preventing the formation of unique extraordinary civilizations. They are but dead domains. A dead domain is still quite satisfactory. At least it can become a resource star, allowing for a prosperous life in the future. Yet, once you awaken a divine domain imbued with extraordinary particles, regardless of how humble your origins may be, you will instantly rise above the common folk, becoming an unattainable existence for ordinary individuals. Heaven and hell are but reflections of this. In Tangi City, a vast square is filled with people. A group of youths, around 17 or 18 years old, whisper amongst themselves, sharing their experiences. Their youthful faces display a myriad of emotions. Fear, anxiety, trepidation, and anticipation. A full spectrum of expressions is evident. They are a cohort of soon-to-be graduates, poised to confront a pivotal moment in their lives. The Gaokao. This examination differs significantly from what we perceive as the Gaokao. They are not tested on wordplay or foreign languages. Rather, they seek to awaken their divine domains. Yet one aspect remains unchanged. Whether they can leap through the dragon gate and soar to greatness still hinges on this final Gaokao. Amidst the crowd, the dialect appears remarkably composed, silently standing among the throng, absorbing all that unfolds. He is not of this world. Having traversed here for over 3 months, the time is not insignificant, yet he still feels somewhat out of place. After all, the worldview cultivated over 20 years in his past life has been profoundly challenged within this brief span. Numerous astonishing supernatural events frequently manifest around him. The startling scenes are overwhelming. Yet, gradually, he has begun to comprehend this world. It is a realm where anyone can awaken their divine domain, granting each person a singular opportunity during the Gaokao. For the common folk, it is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, the sole opportunity to transcend their social class. Should one miss this chance, they will fade into obscurity, leading a life of mediocrity. As for the cost of awakening a divine domain, it amounts to no less than 5 million, a sum far beyond the means of an ordinary family. It is crucial to recognize that in this realm, the average salary for a common worker hovers around 3,000. To amass 5 million, one must labor without sustenance for a staggering 139 years. For most, there exists no second or even third opportunity to awaken their divine domain. Thus, one must seize the present and strive for immediate success. Upon successful awakening, a comprehensive set of rules must be established, alongside an examination of the corresponding extraordinary particles. Once the extraordinary particles are discerned, one can tailor their approach according to their studies, thereby better developing their divine domain and enhancing their own strength. Naturally, this endeavor also involves the knowledge acquired from textbooks. Without a solid foundation, even the planning of a divine domain will be subpar. A slight deficiency here, a minor shortcoming there, ultimately leading to the strong remaining strong and the weak growing weaker. A towering edifice rises from the ground up. Every brick and tile serves as a foundation. Without a solid base, how can one expect to achieve a lofty pinnacle? Historical examples abound. It is essential to understand that an awakened divine domain, in theory, constitutes an uncharted territory. A territory devoid of any regulations and untouched by human exploration. In summary, after 10 years of arduous study, today the sword is drawn to test its edge. Will one remain in obscurity, laboring for a lifetime, or awaken their divine domain and ascend the ranks? Hood. At this moment, atop the central dais of the square, an elderly man with flowing white hair taps the microphone and proclaims loudly, "Silence." Instantly, the murmurs below dissipate. Everyone holds their breath, gazing up at the elder on the platform. They understand that the performance is about to commence. The elder does not rush to speak. He slowly surveys the radiant students below, then breaks into a smile. Today marks the moment for nearly 280,000 third-year students from 26 high schools in Tongyi City to acquire their essence and awaken their divine domains. On this very day, across the entirety of Huaxia, over 31 million students, like you, will awaken their divine domains. I believe you are no less capable than anyone else. 10 years of study unnoticed, and with one leap, you shall gain fame across the world. Young ones, go forth and prove yourselves. Now, following the order of the draw, each school shall sequentially enter the Essence Tower to undergo the awakening of their divine domains. As the elder's words conclude, the countdown to awakening officially begins. The order of the draw had been determined a month prior. In the dialect of the institution where he resides, number 15 high school, he ranks 19th, marking it as the 19th Awaken High School, a position that is somewhat less favorable. This ranking does not bode well for the realm of awakening, as a higher placement can provide even the slightest advantage, albeit marginal, in the awakening process. This conclusion has been meticulously validated over several decades, compiled through gradual statistical analysis. A group of young individuals invariably begins with an abundance of confidence, believing that their fate is determined solely by their own efforts. A positive mindset undoubtedly plays a significant role. However, as each student experiences failure, the overwhelming number of setbacks inflicts a considerable psychological blow on those who follow. Doubt arises, speculation ensues, and self-denial takes root. Approaching the awakening with trepidation yields evident consequences. Of course, all of this ultimately hinges on innate talent. Like gold that will eternally shine, even amidst the desert, gold remains gold, while sand remains sand. This is an immutable truth. As the first to prepare for entry, the instructors of number 2 high school meticulously organized their students' entry into the Source Tower. Along the way, they incessantly conveyed important reminders, ensuring that these crucial points were firmly etched in the students' minds. Indeed, a collective sigh of resignation escaped the hearts of all the students. Each year, the first to enter the college entrance examination is either from number 1 high school or number 2 high school. To claim that no underhanded dealings exist would be hard to believe. After all, these two institutions are renowned as the noble high schools of Tongyi City. Within their walls reside either the offspring of the elite or descendants of the divine realm, with even the least among them hailing from affluent families. Such power naturally cultivates a complex web of relationships, rendering ordinary high schools incomparable. Moreover, these two high schools boast the highest probabilities of awakening, reaching an astonishing 1/3. For every 3 individuals, 1 successfully awakens. This terrifying probability is more than 4 times that of ordinary high schools, placing them in a realm unattainable by others. Not only is the probability high, but the quality of students as well is unmatched by other ordinary high schools. Each year, nearly all who gain admission to prestigious military universities originate from these 2 high schools. Occasionally, a prodigy may emerge from an ordinary high school, but such instances are mere anomalies, incomparable to the norm. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Divine Realm. What could possibly account for such a phenomenon? Naturally, it is the result of genetics and lineage. Statistics reveal that couples who awaken their divine realms simultaneously have a significantly high probability of their offspring also awakening. Indeed, it surpasses 50%. This has been established through relentless selection over the course of years, decades, and even centuries, gradually forming an insurmountable chasm between the ordinary populace and those who transcend into the divine realm. Returning to the matter at hand, before the Origin Tower, as time elapsed, nearly 2,000 students from the second school all entered the majestic edifice. The Origin Tower, soaring over 10,000 meters high, never failed to leave Fang Yan in a state of awe each time he caught sight of it. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the tallest building barely exceeded 800 meters, rendering this 10,000-meter structure incomparable in scale. Majestic, astonishing, unimaginable. Someone has awakened. Finally, after a prolonged period of anticipation, an individual has been the first to awaken their divine realm. What kind of divine realm has been awakened, and what extraordinary particles does it contain? The awakening of a divine realm is hardly surprising, given the sheer number of candidates and the probabilities involved. Among the 280,000 participants, Approximately 28,000 are likely to awaken. What truly demands attention is, of course, the extraordinary particles, for they are crucial in determining one's potential to transcend into the extraordinary realm. According to feedback from the Origin Tower, the divine realm encompasses true energy extraordinary particles. These true energy extraordinary particles can at the very least evolve into a martial arts civilization, marking it as a medium-tier existence. If one can subsequently break through with martial prowess, achieving the legendary status of a martial god, their overall combat strength would rival that of the top-tier divine realms. Envy abounds. Some express admiration, others exhibit curiosity, while still others scoff at the notion. Isn't it merely a martial arts civilization? What is so extraordinary about that? Once I awaken my divine realm, I shall undoubtedly astonish you all, and I'll gain direct admission to the top martial universities without examination. The student, speaking as if utterly convinced, nearly drooled at the prospect. Many regarded him with disdain. Merely managing to awaken is already a cause for gratitude, let alone aspiring for a top-tier divine realm. One cannot help but wonder how many formidable divine realms will emerge from this cohort. While I cannot speak for this year's results, last year's cohort did yield an individual who awakened a spirit force, which has the potential to develop into a cultivation civilization. It is said that upon awakening, they were granted direct admission to the prestigious Kyoto Martial University without examination. Once inside, they had access to far more resources than ordinary institutions could provide. Numerous students displayed expressions of yearning. Whether it be the divine realm of Spirit Force or Kyoto Martial University, either would be an unattainable dream for them. Moreover, several top martial universities simultaneously pursued this senior, offering enticing conditions, tuition and fees waived, and even presenting an origin crystal as a reward, rumored to contain 10,000 points of origin energy. 10,000 points of origin. Many exhibited looks of shock. It is well known that 1 point of origin energy can be exchanged for 1,000 credit points on the market, a resource in high demand. Thus, 10,000 points equates to a staggering 10 million credit points, a sum that ordinary individuals could scarcely hope to encounter in a lifetime. Truly, geniuses are afforded treatment that far exceeds that of the average person. Just as the crowd continued to discuss the previous year's graduates, the Origin Tower erupted with astonishing news. Unbelievably, someone has awakened the Titan divine power. A cacophony erupted in the square, akin to a seismic tremor, swiftly spreading through the crowd. The Titan divine power. This is one of the most legendary and formidable divine realms. Though it may fall slightly short compared to the pinnacle of cultivation civilizations, its potential is immense. The Titan race, upon reaching maturity, possesses demigod-level strength. Such demigods could obliterate an entire divine realm with ease. In comparison to the previous martial arts civilization, the Titan race, once matured, could effortlessly extinguish it. Even the immature Titans pose a challenge that the martial arts divine realms find insurmountable. Should the martial arts divine realm further evolve to achieve martial god status, it can only hope to match the strength of a newly matured Titan. While one can progress and evolve, so too can the Titan divine realm. No factor can bridge the disparities between these two realms. Even if cultivation divine realms develop similarly, Titans would still hold their ground in a contest of strength. The sole drawback lies in their remarkably low reproductive rate, making population growth a troubling issue. However, is this truly a disadvantage? One individual can annihilate an entire divine realm. What use is a larger population then? Unexpectedly, this was merely the beginning, as such an astonishing dark horse emerged. Truly, this individual is destined to soar to great heights, provided they do not meet an untimely demise along the way. They are sure to secure a position among the elite in the future. At this moment, not only were numerous students stirred, but even mentors, principals, and educational officials were equally affected. Several figures appeared mid-air, their overwhelming presence rendering the crowd breathless. Fortunately, this pressure dissipated as swiftly as it arrived, leaving no trace within a mere second. Who were they? The crowd simultaneously gazed upward, their expressions a mix of astonishment. These individuals were the heads of admissions from some of China's top martial universities, and their attention had been captured unexpectedly. Were they surprised? Perhaps, but more so, there was an air of relief. The awakening of such a divine realm would naturally provoke a fierce competition among the premier martial universities. It would be far stranger if there were no rivalry at all. From the leaders' seats, the principal of the second school displayed a beaming expression, animatedly engaging in conversation. The current cohort of the second school has begun with a Titan divine realm awakening, setting a remarkable precedent and serving as an exemplary model for the students below. Indeed, This year, the overall quality of awakenings at the second school has shown a significant improvement compared to the last. Not only in quality, but the number of awakenings is likely to surpass previous records. Merely half an hour has passed, and already 400 to 500 students have awakened their divine realms. Soon, this number is expected to double. Congratulations, Principal Zhang. This year promises to be even more outstanding. In response to the accolades from the crowd, Principal Zhang humbly acknowledged them. Though internally, he was already elated. As time passed, the second school, a prestigious institution, saw its awakening probability soar beyond 1/3, edging ever closer to 50%. Out of nearly 2,000 students, over 900 have awakened their divine realms. Among these awakenings, the vast majority possess extraordinary particles. One cannot help but acknowledge the pivotal role of bloodlines and genetics. As for other ordinary universities with their thousands of students, they may not achieve as many awakenings as the second school with its 2,000 students. Several remarkable divine realms have also manifested among the students of the second school, including the elemental divine realm, capable of constructing a magical world, the monster source divine realm, which can usher in an era of myriad beasts, and the Yin Qi Divine Realm, which can forge the Underworld. Relative to other students, these are already quite impressive. However, when compared to the Titan Divine Realm, they are on an entirely different level, lacking any semblance of comparability. This cohort of students is fated to exist in the shadow of their Titan counterpart, overshadowed to the point of breathlessness. Talent. It determines everything. This is a chasm that many will never cross in their lifetimes. Chapter 3. A direct connection to a planet. The awakening continues. The subsequent spectacle did not dazzle. It was entirely eclipsed by the initial grandeur of the Titan domain. During this period, several individuals did awaken commendable domains, effortlessly gaining admission to the prestigious Martial University. Alas, none were remembered, for the populace only recalls the inaugural pinnacle. As for the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, who would pay them heed? Students from the 15th secondary school were instructed to form a line and enter the origin tower in succession for their domain awakening. At last, it was our turn. As students of the 15th secondary, we were all eager and excited, yearning to showcase our abilities and, through this awakening, make an indelible impression. The numerous preceding failures bore no relevance to us. After all, it was not our own awakenings that had faltered. Why would anyone willingly admit to failure? Fang Yan closely followed the throng, stepping into the magnificent origin tower. Upon entry, the primal force enveloped him, akin to the gentle breeze of early spring, invigorating and tantalizing. Inhaling deeply, he felt a euphoric sensation wash over him. How delightful! Many extended their arms, yearning to embrace this overwhelming essence. Yet before they could fully savor the moment, they were jolted back to reality by the pressure of those behind them, prompting them to survey the interior of the tower. Before them lay an expansive chamber. The magnitude could not be appreciated from the outside. It was only upon entry that one could truly experience it. The area was likely comparable to half the size of their entire school. Within this vast expanse, clearly delineated boxes adorned the floor, each marked with different numbers, presumably corresponding to the designated positions of each examinee. At that moment, the announcement echoed. Candidates, please locate your positions according to your examination numbers. In 15 minutes, the awakening of your domains will commence. Those who fail to find their positions will be deemed to have forfeited. Silence is required. Any disruption or disturbance will result in expulsion from the origin tower and disqualification. Glancing at his examination card, Fang Yan swiftly identified his spot. After surveying his surroundings, he settled down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the increasingly potent primal energy, gradually entering a focused state. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The primal force continued to coalesce and be absorbed. With each breath and every passing minute, it felt as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis, his body transforming in monumental ways, until he reached a certain threshold. Boom! In his mind, it was as if Pangu had cleaved the heavens and the earth, forcefully parting the realms. The domain began to take shape, a hazy expanse emerging. Here, there was neither time nor space, nor any semblance of rules. Instinctively, it was in a constant state of flux. Simultaneously, a landmass formed at a visibly rapid pace, expanding continuously. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, showing no sign of abating. In that moment, Fang Yan resembled a glutton, voraciously consuming all nearby primal energy for his own gain. Moreover, the rate of this absorption was escalating. Fortunately, the tower continuously supplied primal energy. What was devoured in one moment was replenished in the next. While he thrived, others accelerated even more, leaving no concern for the consumption of primal energy. Conversely, within the domain, the land's area was experiencing geometric growth. 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The larger the expansion, the greater the demand for primal energy. At some indeterminate point, a vortex of primal energy converged around Fang Yan, forming a small whirlwind. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the supervising instructor, who shielded the whirlwind with divine power, nearby students could have faced dire consequences. Several staff members monitoring the primal energy concentration within the tower noted something amiss. What was happening? The rate of primal energy depletion was accelerating alarmingly. In just a few minutes, the concentration had diminished by a percentage point. Could someone be awakening an extraordinary domain? The staff exchanged puzzled glances, fully aware that this cohort consisted merely of ordinary high school students, and that successfully awakening a domain was already a significant achievement. To awaken a formidable one was akin to waiting a millennium. As the primal energy concentration dropped once more, one staff member exclaimed, "Quickly, increase the primal energy input. We cannot disrupt the student's awakening." Who could possibly absorb such vast amounts of primal energy in such a short span, drawing the attention of so many? Through the feedback from the tower, they quickly pinpointed the source. Ultimately, all eyes fixed upon Fang Yan. At that moment, his domain unfurled before the spectators. This. Even the most seasoned staff members were rendered speechless in astonishment. How could this be? The renowned admissions officers from various martial universities displayed expressions of disbelief. How could a newly awakened domain be so vast? This defied all logic. No, it was still expanding, showing no sign of halting. It had already reached 9,000 kilometers. No, now it surpassed 10,000 kilometers. Faced with this unprecedented anomaly, all present were struck with incredulity. Who could awaken a domain of such immense area? Even the student who had awakened the Titan domain had only managed to reach a mere 50 kilometers. The highest recorded achievement among humanity had barely crossed 200 kilometers, a record that had remained unbroken for over 50 years. And now, someone had surpassed 10,000 kilometers. The momentum showed no signs of abating. Unprecedented. Which high school did this student hail from? What was his name? The 15th secondary school, perhaps a name that sounded like Fang Yan. Fang Yan, lost in the throes of his domain awakening, remained oblivious to the external upheaval. He continued to absorb primal energy, striving to convert it into his own essence. Meanwhile, his domain space continued to multiply exponentially. 10,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers. Eventually, it stabilized at 40,000 kilometers, ceasing its expansion. At that moment, within the entire domain space, the land masses serendipitously coalesced into a spherical form, resembling a planet. No, upon closer observation, it truly resembled a planet, a barren sphere, untouched by development. Its overall area was comparable to that of Blue Star, merely slightly smaller, almost negligible, while others awakened domains characterized by flat, circular spaces. Fang Yan had awakened an entire planet. How could anyone comprehend this? Yet, this planet was devoid of life, not a single cell in sight, steeped in desolation. In stark contrast to the water-blue Blue Star, it bore no resemblance whatsoever. Absent of life and resources, it felt as if the world had just begun, a blank canvas awaiting others to chart its course. For this was merely the beginning. Chapter 4. Technological Civilization. The news emanating from the Origin Tower left everyone in a state of shock. Astonishing. Inconceivable. Is this truly the domain a person can awaken? To awaken an entire planet. With a diameter of 40,000 kilometers, the domain had transformed into a celestial body. Anyone would be left awestruck. However, within such an expansive divine realm, what extraordinary particles might it possess? The sheer scale of this domain astonishes all, shattering humanity's highest records by an astonishing 200 times. Yet despite this grandeur, the populace remains solely fixated on the extraordinary particles contained within. Without these particles, no matter how vast the divine realm, it is rendered utterly useless. All present hold their breath, awaiting the feedback from the Origin Tower. One of the staff members, seemingly detecting an anomaly, tentatively remarked, "Based on my years of experience, this divine realm appears devoid of any extraordinary particles." How can that be? A divine realm of such magnitude cannot possibly lack extraordinary particles. Let us scrutinize further. An individual with authority immediately commanded the tower, "Scan this person's divine realm." Understood. Moments later, the Origin Tower presented its findings for all to see. Name: Fang Yan. Examination registration number. Redacted. The diameter of the awakened divine realm reaches 40,000 kilometers, and upon initial scanning, no extraordinary particles were detected. What? Not a single extraordinary particle. The incredulity was palpable. How could such a vast divine realm be utterly barren? Those who heard this news wore expressions of disbelief. Even at its worst, one would expect at least a common extraordinary particle, yet this was deemed a wasteland. It was truly laughable. Humanity's most expansive awakened divine realm turned out to be a desolate void. Uttering this would surely elicit mockery. Unbeknownst to the world outside, Fang Yan remained blissfully unaware, wholly immersed in his divine realm. Even if it contained extraordinary particles, he would not tread that path, for in his heart, a celestial avenue had already been forged. Technological civilization. In this world, technological civilization might rank among the most rudimentary. Only those devoid of extraordinary particles would dare to dabble in it. It could be said to harbor no potential whatsoever. The most formidable means of attack were limited to rudimentary gunpowder artillery and matchlock firearms. Before any extraordinary divine realm, these weapons seemed as feeble as chicks, either slaughtered or on the path to slaughter, lacking any semblance of lethality. Their sole utility lay in agricultural development, providing inexpensive agricultural byproducts for both the mundane world and extraordinary divine realms. As for communication devices in the mundane world, they were mere adaptations of ancient cultivation civilizations' messaging talismans, termed spiritual devices, possessing functionalities akin to modern smartphones. Automobiles were referred to as spiritual vehicles, aptly named for their reliance on spiritual energy. Yet, in terms of technology, this world exhibited scant manifestations. They were oblivious to the fact that by grasping underlying principles, technological means could achieve all of this and even excel beyond it. Once the principles were understood, mass production would be a simple feat, a capability absent in many divine civilizations. As for offensive capabilities, they were countless, on par with the most advanced divine civilizations. Firearms, artillery, missiles, nuclear weapons, two-dimensional foils, star destroyers, black holes. Endless advancements would render the hunting of elite divine civilizations a trivial pursuit. What set technological civilization apart was its capacity for mass production, a truly formidable ability. Once technology ascended to such heights, it could yield weapons of unparalleled potency. In contrast, other extraordinary civilizations could only hope to cultivate a singular pinnacle powerhouse through relentless training, a process singular and nearly impossible to replicate. After all, identical cultivation methods yield disparate heights in different individuals, and without the requisite talent, one could never attain the so-called pinnacle, thereby excluding the vast majority of ordinary people. As for the minuscule fraction who might ascend to greatness, the risks of falling short were ever present, laden with uncertainty. Conversely, technological civilization operated on an entirely different premise. Once supreme weapons were produced, given sufficient resources, it would not be long before 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 such weapons would emerge, allowing all extraordinary divine realms to experience the terror wrought by overwhelming firepower. The fundamental reason technological civilization had yet to evolve into a top-tier civilization lay in the incomplete understanding of core rules, specifically the four fundamental forces of the universe. All of this resided within Fang Yan's consciousness. Not only was he a transmigrator, but he also embodied the essence of the fabled pinnacle of technological civilization. This was the rationale behind his choice of technological civilization. Its might resided in the depths of his mind. Perhaps certain extraordinary civilizations appeared formidable at the onset, and continued to be so, yet in comparison to the boundless possibilities of technological civilization, they would ultimately fall short. Now that the divine realm space had taken shape, it was time to start planning his divine realm. Fang Yan murmured to himself, then began to proceed with the next steps according to the memories within his mind, constructing the four fundamental forces. These forces are as follows: gravitational force, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and electromagnetic force. Gravitational force, as its name implies, is the attractive force that exists between any two material points. If you possess mass, you exert gravitational force from celestial bodies to subatomic particles. This force is omnipresent. The strong nuclear force governs the interactions within atomic nuclei. Nuclear fission and fusion, as well as the sun, are merely trivial manifestations of this power. Such trivialities can effortlessly obliterate an entire divine realm. In the face of a nuclear attack, ordinary divine realms have no means of defense. The weak nuclear force is tied to the transformation of particles into hadronic states, capable of fracturing space-time and distorting dimensions with ease. As for electromagnetic force, it permeates everyday life and has extensive applications. When developed to its zenith, it could propel any object to the speed of light, and even a mere throw could unleash unimaginable destruction. When combined with other technological weapons, even many top-tier civilizations would struggle to withstand its might. These are the powers of technology, merely the beginning of its development, yet to reveal its true potential. As the four fundamental forces became increasingly refined, Fang Yan's divine realm exhibited marked differences. It appeared desolate, yet imbued with a profound sense of solidity. The once lifeless space seemed to come alive, not in the sense of biological life, but in the realm of rules. The ever-improving rules laid a solid foundation for future development. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A towering edifice rests upon a robust foundation. The growth of a divine realm cannot be rushed. It must progress step by step. Otherwise, one would expend tenfold or even 100-fold more effort to rectify past mistakes, risking stagnation. At that point, it would be utterly unworthy. In the initial stages, one must advance steadily. Chapter 5. The Transformation of Origin. What a pity. Many continue to observe Fang Yan, their faces betraying expressions of regret. What significance does the size of the divine realm hold? What merit do the flawless rules possess? Without any extraordinary particles, the outcome was already sealed. This was a wasteland. The only future lay in agricultural development, relegating it to a feeble resource star. In this manner, a life free from worries can be achieved, far more prosperous than that of an ordinary individual. Indeed, one may either pursue the so-called technological civilization, becoming mere cannon fodder, wielding sticks to battle against other races. The aspiration to soar to great heights is not an easy endeavor. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will inevitably burrow. After years of evolution, the hierarchy has been firmly established. Those capable of awakening to the pinnacle of divine realms are invariably scions of noble families, while commoners are lucky to awaken to even a modest divine realm. With a wistful shake of the head, I no longer fixated my gaze on Fang Yan. With a deep exhale, Fang Yan opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. The majority of students continued to anxiously await their awakening, many drenched in sweat, yet still rendered unresponsive. Talent truly forms an insurmountable barrier. Shaking his head once more to enter a state of clarity, he directed his consciousness into the divine realm. The four fundamental forces were now perfected. The divine realm approaching perfection. Yet, one must not grow complacent and squander the remaining time. Within the tower lay a plethora of primal energies. The very essence of material transformation and technological civilizations are the most resource-intensive. Thus, more is always better. As for other extraordinary civilizations, their resource demands are substantial as well. Yet when compared to technological civilizations, they appear trivial. Moreover, the two fundamentally differ in their pursuits. All extraordinary civilizations emphasize extraordinary particles, enhancing individual strength through cultivation, which does not require ordinary minerals. In stark contrast, technological civilizations necessitate all types of resources, whether common or rare, or even those imbued with mystical properties. Even sand and gravel can be manipulated in unique ways, especially when certain resources combine to effortlessly forge world-destroying weapons. This is the allure that technological civilizations present. The extraordinary is personal, while technology is collective. Fang Yan cast a glance at his divine realm. An expanse of desolation and ruin lay before him. With a flicker of thought, the primal energy swiftly transformed. The absorbed primal energy rapidly morphed, revealing vast deposits of iron ore upon the planet's surface. Both externally and internally, above ground and concealed beneath, every type was present. In addition to iron, there were copper, aluminum, cobalt, zinc, chromium, manganese, and molybdenum. In essence, everything found on the periodic table was represented, along with rare elements and minerals absent from it, all manifested within the divine realm. The greater the variety of resources, the lesser the resistance to future development. The relationship between the two is directly proportional. Boom! The earth trembled. With the continuous and spontaneous transformation of resources, minerals weighing thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of millions of tons appeared simultaneously on this planet. Such immense weight caused the recently stabilized land to once again become agitated, as tectonic plates swiftly shifted under the pressure. Volcanoes erupted with reckless abandon, their ash forming a dense haze that obscured the sun. the planet's surface underwent a cataclysmic transformation. This resource conversion was akin to a nuclear baptism for the planet, utterly overturning its previous appearance. And this was merely the beginning. As the primordial energy resources of coal, carbon, and petroleum were indispensable, they were directly converted through primal transformation. Left to form naturally would require millions, even billions of years of arduous waiting. Who could afford such time? It was far more prudent to utilize primal energy for conversion. After all, it was all free. At this moment, the potency of primal energy was once again evident, being the very essence of all existence. With sufficient primal energy, a mere flicker of thought could transmute into the desired form. Gradually, the entire planet became adorned with various resources, energy sources, metallic minerals, and trace elements within atomic neutrons. Everything one could envision or could not. All were presented upon this planet, and within Fang Yan's divine realm. Upon completing this endeavor, Fang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The early development of technological civilization hinges upon resources and foundational elements. Surveying his divine realm, various resources were indeed abundant, yet it remained inhospitable for human life. Not only was there the obscuring volcanic ash, but also an environment unsuitable for sustaining life. Thus, there was but one solution: accelerate time. Primal energy could not only transmute any resource, but also alter the temporal flow within the divine realm. This is basic knowledge. Anyone who has attended school would know. Under normal circumstances, a modicum of primal energy could accelerate time by a year for every hour in the real world, but here in the primal tower, certain parameters were not applicable. Boom! Instantly, the seemingly unchanged divine realm spatially experienced a rapid passage of time. The once active volcanoes began to cease their eruptions, falling into silence, as if lifeless. The obscuring volcanic ash settled at a visibly accelerated rate. The skies gradually cleared, and ample water gathered in low-lying areas, forming various lakes of differing sizes, flowing along rivers towards lower elevations, initially conceptualizing oceans. As the timing became ripe, under Fang Yan's guidance, various plants emerged upon this planet. With the appearance of the first plant, the curtain of life was drawn back. No longer was this a lifeless planet. Soil, hills, and plains teemed with vibrant life, filling the entirety of the globe, from 1 centimeter to 10, 1 meter to 100, ultimately growing into towering trees. Such transformations occurred in the blink of an eye. Behind it all lay the rapid consumption of primal energy. After numerous cycles, the planet's environment was radically transformed. Lush and vibrant, life flourished. Next, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Fang Yan's eyes, and soon a multitude of animals appeared as if springing forth after rain. They ran, laughed, and reveled in nature's bounty, quickly occupying every nook and cranny of the planet. As time progressed, the animals began to diversify: herbivores, carnivores, omnivores. It seemed they had entered a virtuous cycle, stabilizing the populations of all flora and fauna, unlike the initial chaotic surge that competed for resources. After several generations of succession, a balance was achieved. As the awakening time drew to a close, Fang Yan could no longer contain himself. Utilizing his blood as a medium and primal energy as the catalyst, at long last, humanity was born. It was neither a grand spectacle nor akin to the mythic tales of creation. It was merely the fusion of blood and primal energy, the most elemental force, giving rise to ordinary humans within the divine realm. Tens of thousands of humans emerged in the preordained area, a mix of men and women, completely unclothed, standing upright upon a vast expanse of grassland. Appearing to be in their 20s, they represented the zenith of human intellect and physical prowess. Their sudden appearance left them bewildered, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 6: The Underestimated Technological Civilization. At this moment, a voice abruptly resonated within the minds of the assembly of humans. I am technology. You're all my subjects. Strive to learn and develop, and in the future, fight for me. As the words echoed, their previously bewildered gazes transformed into clarity, as if they had been abruptly awakened. Concurrently, Fang Yan harnessed the power of the source to conjure a plethora of books. Among them were foundational texts for the literate, as well as more profound works for advanced comprehension. The primary focus was on fundamental studies, basic mathematics, basic physics, and basic chemistry, while subjects like humanities, history, sociology, and philosophy were relegated to a secondary position. After all, the advancement of technology fundamentally relies on basic mathematics, with physics and chemistry outlining its framework. Upon completing this task, Fang Yan finally displayed a relaxed demeanor. The next phase hinged on the performance of his subjects. Would they surge ahead or languish in mediocrity? Just as Fang Yan fell into contemplation, another voice abruptly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Attention all students, the awakening period has commenced. Please line up and exit the source tower in an orderly fashion, whether awakened or not. All stood and proceeded towards the exit. The notion of lingering was utterly impractical. The experiences of predecessors had amply demonstrated the consequences. A light punishment might entail years of confinement, while a severe one could result in instant death. The source tower was the lifeblood of humanity, a place where insolence had no place. Those wishing to act out could do so elsewhere, beyond its confines. With a smile, Fang Yan rose and followed the throng towards the exit. Although discussions and noise were prohibited within the source tower, the expressions on everyone's faces made it unmistakably clear who had awakened the divine domain and who had not. Joy, excitement, frustration, and regret were all vividly displayed. This examination was akin to the ancient imperial examinations, with the potential to transform many into denizens of two worlds overnight. The distinction between ascending to higher social strata or remaining in the lower echelons was stark. Fang Yan, the Education Bureau's officials request your presence. Just as he exited the tower, a staff member swiftly approached, halting Fang Yan amidst the flow of people. He hesitated briefly, but quickly regained his composure, not overly surprised. It was only natural that he, the record holder for the largest awakened divine domain, would attract attention, especially considering his achievement far surpassed previous records. Is this Fang Yan? The one who awakened the extraordinary divine domain? As his name was called, many turned with curious expressions, mingled with disdain and mockery. Without extraordinary particles in his divine domain, what significance did its size hold? It would merely be deemed a barren domain, relegating him to a lower status. In time, he would be unworthy even of the privilege of serving others. What a pity, if he possessed any extraordinary particles with such a vast divine domain. His initial development could have been far more promising. Others may mock my madness, yet I find amusement in their inability to see beyond their own limitations. In the face of scorn, Fang Yan merely smiled. You wish to compare yourselves to a technological civilization? Even the most advanced civilizations would stand aside. Soon, Fang Yan was ushered into a grand chamber. From here, one could clearly observe everything within the source tower, including the awakening processes of some students, which could also be understood with proper authorization. The room appeared spacious. It was already filled with individuals, including the heads of various universities and mentors from the Marshall University's admissions office. The remaining attendees were the influential figures of Tangi City, some of whom frequently graced the news. It seemed that every year, the college entrance examination garnered significant attention from various quarters, with an extraordinarily high level of scrutiny. They were not merely there to witness the students' awakening of the divine domain. They were also there to invest. As Fang Yan entered the room, many turned their gaze towards him. A man in his 40s stepped forward and spoke first. Welcome, Fang Yan. You have shattered the record for the largest awakened divine domain in human history, with a diameter of an astounding 40,000 kilometers. Without waiting for others to respond, he continued, according to the regulations of the Education Bureau, any significant breakthroughs in the awakening of the divine domain are rewarded, especially when a record is broken. Despite these words, the atmosphere among the attendees was markedly cold, with expressions that suggested indifference. They all knew that Fang Yan's awakened divine domain harbored no extraordinary particles, rendering it devoid of cultivation value. Who would invest in such a venture? Naturally, they had no vested interest. Fang Yan, in accordance with relevant regulations, the Education Bureau is pleased to reward you with a source crystal containing 100 units. The man paused for emphasis before adding, of course, if you have other considerations, we can convert this source crystal into credit points. Though unstated, the implication was clear. Fang Yan's divine domain held little potential for development and was better exchanged for credit points. In the real world, credit points equated to currency. 100 units of source at the prevailing market rate could be exchanged for 100,000 credit points, equivalent to an entire year's income for an average family. There was no hesitation in this choice. Their skepticism towards Fang Yan stemmed from their ignorance of the might of technological civilization. Thank you for the reminder. I will opt for the source crystal. The Education Bureau official fell silent for a moment, refraining from further persuasion. They had all experienced this age. Without a dose of disappointment, how could one truly grasp the essence of despair? Very well, this source crystal contains 100 units of source. I hope you consider it wisely. He extended a translucent source crystal towards Fang Yan. Alas, to break the record and receive such a modest reward was disheartening. Had his divine domain contained extraordinary particles, the Education Bureau, the city, and even universities would have offered substantial rewards. Perhaps he would have been invited for interviews, held up as a paragon, and granted additional resources. As for the admissions mentors from the Marshall University, they scarcely cast a glance in his direction. Apart from the exceptional area of his divine domain, none of his other attributes caught their attention, and the area of the divine domain was the least valuable. With ample source, one could amass a considerable area. This aspect was ultimately of little utility, merely saving some source in the long run without enhancing strength. What the Marshall University admissions sought was potential. Without it, even a grandmother would not bother to acknowledge him. Work hard. After a few encouraging words from the Education Bureau leader, Fang Yan was escorted out of the room. The influential figures of Tongyi City, too, held little regard for him. A divine domain devoid of value was unworthy of their investment. In contrast, Fang Yan chuckled softly. Playing with the source crystal he had just received, he believed that before long, technological civilization would astonish this crowd. Well, the barren domain. What of an extraordinary divine domain? Even a top-tier divine domain was not insurmountable. Technological civilization would soon unveil its splendor before all. It was not weak. It was merely those who had failed to develop who were lacking, who could claim that technology was inferior. Chapter 7. The Acceleration of Time. Although Fang Yan was not favored by the Marshall Universities, the colleges held an exceptionally high regard for him. With such an expansive divine domain, limited initial investment in resources could yield substantial returns in the future. Moreover, for these youths yet to step into society, who have not endured its harsh realities, how could they possibly fathom the insidious nature of the world? A mere hint of temptation would ensnare them without fail. Once a contract is signed, they could simply await the arrival of wealth. It is a guaranteed profit with no risk, a prospect filled with benefits and devoid of any detriment. Who would not covet such students? Before Fang Yan could venture far, he was intercepted. Greetings, student. I am the principal of the Extraordinary Academy in the Magic City. Would you be interested in enrolling in our esteemed institution? By signing a contract, you will gain access to our academy's abundant resources. In due time, those prestigious Marshall universities will be of little concern to you, and those who once looked down upon you will inevitably come to regret their judgments. In just 3 years, you can leave them all behind. The speaker gesticulated animatedly, his words flowing like a torrent. Coupled with his infectious enthusiasm, it was enough to ignite the fervor of any young heart. Who does not desire strength? Who does not long for fame? However, Fang Yan exchanged a glance with his companion and scoffed. An academy, in his previous life, represented merely a vocational school, synonymous with mediocre colleges. This world, when compared to even the least of Marshall universities, was akin to heaven and earth, entirely disparate, with no basis for comparison. Even the so-called investment in resources was nothing but empty rhetoric, failing to materialize into reality. The contracts spoken of were mere verbal trickery, ensnaring countless students who faltered in their exams, binding them to a lifetime of servitude. Hence, a saying circulated among high school students: better to forego education than to sign a contract with an academy, for you never know when you might be sold, only to assist them in counting their riches. Consider this, student. With your remarkable potential, attending our academy would not place you at a disadvantage compared to the Marshall universities. As the individual continued to prattle on, painting grandiose visions, Fang Yan's patience visibly waned. I apologize, but I intend to apply to the Marshall University and have no interest in your academy, he asserted, rising to depart. Wait. You are well aware of the realities of your divine domain. The first requirement for applying to the Marshall University is a practical assessment. And failing that would mean the end of all hopes. Why not join our academy? There are no assessments and enrollment is free. Fang Yan merely shook his head, choosing to disregard the speaker. Yet, there was an element of truth in the other's words. During the examination period, apart from those who awakened superior divine domains and were granted exceptional admission, all other students faced a month-long gap designated for practical assessments. Ultimately, their eligibility for the Marshall University would depend on their rankings. Moreover, it should be noted that merely awakening extraordinary particles does not guarantee admission to the Marshall University. Should one fail the practical assessment, even those with lower potential divine domains would find themselves excluded from the Marshall University. This was precisely why the speaker held little hope for Fang Yan's success. Even those with extraordinary particles could not be assured of passing. How could a domain devoid of any extraordinary elements possibly succeed in practical evaluations? The college entrance examination was ongoing. One could either remain and observe the awakening of fellow students or return home to their families. Fang Yan cared not for the awakenings of others. He preferred to cultivate his own divine domain and took the bus back to the only house his parents had left him. Once he had calmed his emotions, he prepared to absorb the primordial energy contained within the crystal. 100 units of primordial energy may not seem excessive, yet it was crucial for initial development. 3 days following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, practical assessments would commence. If he could navigate the assessments successfully within the first 3 days, substantial rewards awaited him. Each day he advanced would multiply the rewards exponentially. If he were to pass on his first attempt, not only would he receive a bounty of rewards, but he would also have the luxury of selecting from prestigious martial universities. With these thoughts set aside, Fang Yan's mind began to settle as he entered his divine domain. As the primordial energy surged into his domain, it sprang back to life. The 10,000 inhabitants within had commenced hunting and constructing straw huts. Under Fang Yan's careful guidance, many began to learn to read and write, delving into fundamental education. Yet, all of this was progressing too slowly. With a clear objective in mind, the only way for a race to rapidly grow stronger was through the acceleration of time. As long as he possessed primordial energy, everything within the divine domain could be altered, including time itself. An hour in the outside world equated to a year within the divine domain, consuming a fraction of primordial energy in the process. With 100 points of primordial energy, Fang Yan could facilitate a century of development within his divine domain. 100 years would be ample time to instigate profound changes in his technological civilization. As time accelerated, humanity advanced at a staggering pace. In the blink of an eye, straw huts sprouted like mushrooms after rain. The diminutive humans transitioned directly from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. Not long after the onset of the Bronze Age, they swiftly entered the Iron Age. Every interval brought forth astonishing surprises. Boom! A thunderous crack heralded the birth of the first gunpowder-made earthen bomb. Concurrently, as foundational knowledge was gradually assimilated, flintlock guns and bronze cannons emerged within society, slowly finding their applications in warfare. Thus, humanity firmly established itself as the dominant force within the divine domain. The carnivorous beasts, upon sighting humans, fled as far as possible. They could not afford to confront them, nor could they escape. As humanity's strength grew and the population surged, they grew restless in their current dwelling and began to expand outward. Wildlife and trees could no longer impede their advance. Even mountains, under the relentless bombardment of gunpowder, yielded their stubbornness and cleared a path. As the first generation of humans aged, their capacity for learning and adaptation dulled. The development of the divine domain seemed to enter a bottleneck phase. With the second generation reaching adulthood, bolstered by favorable living conditions and quality education, they began to absorb knowledge at an unprecedented rate. Upon entering the realm of research, they achieved one remarkable breakthrough after another, gradually rising to prominence. Ultimately, in the 52nd year of the human era, the first steam engine was born. Its inception propelled the entire human mechanical industry and societal progress, resolving the most critical issues in large-scale production and catalyzing unprecedented advancements in transportation and mineral extraction. Tasks that once required several individuals, even dozens, could now be effortlessly accomplished by one or two people alongside a machine. This not only accelerated processes, but also significantly liberated human labor. With the liberation of labor, more individuals turned their focus to scientific research, epitomizing the adage, technology is the primary productive force. Chapter 8. The practical assessment as labor was freed, coupled with the absence of external threats, a population explosion commenced. In the absence of family planning, within just a few years, the population surpassed 100,000. Furthermore, this number continued to grow exponentially each year. In the 75th year of the human era, a date worthy of historical record, the population reached the pivotal milestone of 500,000. The first generation had aged. The second generation had not squandered their youth. Now, the world belonged to the third generation. Through relentless development, humanity transcended the tribal civilization-based social structure, stepping directly into an imperial system. Only an imperial system aligns with the evolution of the divine realm. In the ensuing conflicts, only imperial rule can swiftly unify and effectively harness the potential of warfare. With a single command, all military forces unconditionally enter a state of war, in stark contrast to the federal system, which is bogged down by votes and protests. By the time the adversary concludes their voting, the battle is nearly over. At such a pace, one could hardly catch up. The imperial system is the sole path forward. As societal institutions are refined, the uniformity of scientific research fosters a resurgence in technological advancements, gradually ushering in a near-modern era, comparable to the level of World War II. From the minutiae of screws and nuts to the colossal iron behemoths, everything is meticulously crafted. The potential for warfare reaches an unprecedented zenith. In less than a century, such progress can be achieved. They are not exceptionally wise. Rather, they stand on the shoulders of giants. With the guidance of the master of technology, the speed of development is simply unparalleled. As the primordial energy wanes, time within the divine realm ultimately crystallizes at a century into the human epoch, with the population soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Without the augmentation of primordial power, time synchronizes completely with reality. Throughout these 3 days and nights, the master of technology vigilantly observes the evolution of the divine realm, fearful that his people might stray from the righteous path. It is crucial to note that 1 hour in the real world equates to an entire year in the divine realm. During the early stages of development, even the slightest negligence could lead to irretrievable consequences. Xian, assemble the human race, train the army, and prepare for battle. As the first great emperor of the human race, Xian instantly stands at attention, receiving this decree with the utmost reverence. This marks the first time their master of technology has issued such an order. A mixture of tension, excitement, and a hint of trepidation fills the air. After all, has all their development not been for this very day? From nothingness to the present torrent of steel, their struggles and efforts are poised to be unveiled before all. Order. The Central Army enters a state of emergency readiness, prepared to engage in combat at any moment. Order. The Eastern and Southern armies hasten to the imperial capital, joining the Central Army in combat readiness. Order. The Western Army secures the southern and western borders of the empire, allowing no enemy to breach even a step. Order. The Northern Army defends the eastern and northern borders of the empire, annihilating all invading foes. Order. The Imperial Armaments Factory shall commence uninterrupted weapon production for 24 hours, with machines operating tirelessly. Order. All citizens of the empire enter a state of wartime readiness. With each command issued, the entire empire springs into action, much like a colossal machine operating at full throttle, revealing its martial potential for the first time. After nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, the moment to employ them has finally arrived. At this juncture, the entire divine realm is enveloped in an atmosphere of foreboding. Everything is being prepared for war. With a heavy exhale, the master of technology opens his eyes. Calculating the time, today marks the commencement of the practical assessment, an essential hurdle for those vying for admission to the Martial University. Before the onslaught of steel, everything else pales in comparison, easily shattered. This is the confidence he possesses. As for the rewards from the preceding 3 days' assessments, they are his for the taking. After a brief refreshment, he boarded the bus to the square outside the Primal Tower, the designated venue for the practical assessment. Many have already arrived, gathering in small clusters to discuss the nature of this year's practical examination. Could it be true that this year's assessment at Martial University is against a level 1 insectoid civilization? This is catastrophic. My combat energy civilization stands no chance. What? A level 1 insectoid? We've only awakened our divine realm for 3 days. Even with the acceleration from primordial power, our progress is merely about a century. How can we possibly defeat one of the strongest races in the universe, especially a level 1 insectoid? At that moment, the square resounds with lamentation, and many reveal expressions of despair. The initial confidence they had is now drenched in cold reality. The master of technology is somewhat taken aback. Such a challenging practical assessment was entirely unexpected. The insectoids, as one of humanity's adversarial forces, are born warriors with formidable combat prowess. Their coordinated tactics allow each insect to maneuver with precision, causing distress among all races. It is no wonder that many are displaying their despondency. The initial phase is simply beyond their capability to manage. As for the rewards from the previous 3 days, they are now entirely out of reach. Look, Li Kun, the awakener of the Titan Divine Realm, has arrived. Wasn't he specially recruited by the Martial University of the capital? What's he doing here? Of course, he is here for the rewards. Any graduating student who passes the assessment within 3 days will receive corresponding rewards. But will he manage to pass on the first day? Dream on. The Titan Divine Realm is notorious for its prolonged development time. Even if he utilizes primordial power to accelerate his realm for 3 days and nights, it would only amount to about 100 years. At that stage, the Titan race is still in its infancy, hardly able to demonstrate any significant strength. Upon hearing this explanation, many nod in agreement, recognizing the truth of the assertion. The Titan Divine Realm is indeed powerful, ranking among the top-tier divine realms. Yet, an underdeveloped Titan divine realm is hardly formidable. Look, Li Kun has actually applied for a challenge. Now, this will be entertaining. Witnessing a genius stumble on the first day is quite the spectacle. Many deem themselves unworthy of successfully challenging him and doubt that anyone possesses such capability. As the assessment mentor, one observes Li Kun with admiration and inquires, "Are you ready? Mentor, we can begin. Release your divine realm and allow the light brain to replicate your capabilities one-to-one." Li Kun, having prepared in advance, promptly opens his mind, linking his divine realm to the light brain. Although it is a practical assessment, it essentially simulates their divine realms through the light brain, embarking on a journey of battle. If they were to engage in genuine combat, before they could develop, the denizens of their divine realm would suffer catastrophic losses. Each assessment or competition resulting in casualties would hinder humanity's growth. Simultaneously, a colossal projection materializes in the air for all to witness. The scene reveals a desolate landscape, with sporadic animals darting across, only to vanish without a trace. Chapter 9. The Icarus Effect. Boom! A towering gateway suddenly materializes within this barren land, sending animals scattering in terror, unable to discern direction. Concurrently, a figure emerges from this great portal. As its massive foot appears, it elicits gasps from the onlookers. It is astonishingly immense. Just 1 foot exceeds the size of an ordinary human. If the entirety of the being were to be revealed, its height would be staggering. As the giant fully manifests before the audience, standing in its presence compels all to gaze upward, estimating its height to be at least 7 to 8 meters. 7 to 8 meters. This is merely the juvenile stage of the Titan race. Upon maturity, they could reach dozens or even hundreds of meters. With such sheer size alone, they could stand undefeated among many divine realms. Size is impressive, but whether it possesses any unique abilities remains to be seen. With the appearance of the first Titan, the second and third follow suit, each exhibiting the same colossal stature. When the fifth emerged, it seemed to lack the vigor of its predecessors, rendering the grand gate silent. 5 juvenile Titans appeared to be exceedingly rare. However, in truth, they were not as scarce as they seemed. Though few in number, their combat prowess was unparalleled. Even a solitary juvenile Titan could rival the entire strength of those within their divine domain, while 5 could obliterate the majority of extraordinary divine realms effortlessly. Yet, despite their formidable capabilities, these 5 juvenile Titans were woefully insufficient to contend with the insectoid horde. Everyone gazed solemnly at the projection suspended in midair, eager to uncover the hidden trump card that emboldened Li Kun to initiate this audacious challenge. As the Titans stepped into this realm, the insectoids had already sensed their presence, and several swift insects darted toward them with alarming speed. They charged recklessly, devoid of any semblance of strategy. As the distance diminished, the Titans too recognized the approach of these creatures. One Titan swiftly advanced. With a resounding thud, each step crushed the swift insects beneath their feet, rendering them as mere pulp, deeply embedded in the earth. In their first encounter, the insectoids faced utter defeat, not even given a fleeting chance to retaliate. Their spirits crushed in the northwest. It was not that the insectoids were weak. Rather, the Titans were overwhelmingly powerful. As the swift insects perished, the Insect Queen promptly received feedback regarding the enemy's strength, realizing that the few swift insects she had dispatched were of little consequence. Without delay, she commanded a massive swarm to assemble. As time progressed, the anticipated battle did not erupt. The battlefield remained eerily tranquil, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sky darkened. They were coming. All present felt a tightening in their chests, parched lips betraying their excitement. Countless insectoids surged forth like an unstoppable tide, forming an endless horizon. The sheer number was staggering, overwhelming, and all-consuming. Faced with such an onslaught, who could withstand it? The students stood in stunned silence, their fleeting sense of hope obliterated. Resist? With what? Their heads? It was akin to a hellish scenario, offering no escape. No more illusions. A single insect could drown their divine domain in saliva, a challenge far beyond their current capabilities. The first-tier insectoids, terrifyingly formidable. As the insectoids drew nearer, their ferocious visages became clear to the spectators. Even the Titans found themselves compelled to retreat, the disparity in numbers proving insurmountable. Continuous retreat was not an option. They would inevitably be driven into a corner. Li Kun, observing his kin, steeled his resolve. Attack! The Titans, disregarding the imminent danger, swung their fists forward, igniting the flames of war. Upon first contact, An unimaginable melee ensued between the two races. In an instant, the insectoids suffered devastating losses. The Titans, with their towering stature, could dispatch one or even several insectoids with a single strike. Yet the sheer number of insectoids was relentless. As one fell, another took its place, leaving no room for reprieve. Within mere seconds, the first Titan was swallowed by the sea of insects, never to rise again. This was merely the beginning. As the first fell, the second, third, and fourth soon followed, succumbing to the overwhelming tide. Ultimately, all 5 Titans perished, leaving the battlefield resounding only with the sounds of insects devouring flesh. Despair washed over the countless students. Over 10,000 insectoids launched suicidal assaults. Who could withstand such ferocity? Even the Titans were annihilated in the span of mere half a minute. What could their divine domains, still in their infancy, possibly offer against such overwhelming forces? The once self-assured Yin Qi now bore an expression of disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. He had known the insectoids to be formidable, but he had not anticipated their overwhelming strength. Even without revealing his trump cards, the battle had already turned into a catastrophic defeat. At this moment, he resembled a foolish jester. Initially brimming with confidence, he now found himself in utter disarray. His once clenched fists unfurled slowly, realizing that invoking his hidden cards would be futile. Incapable of altering the tide of battle, he had underestimated the might of the insectoids, as well as the resolve of this year's graduating class. It is worth noting that during practical assessments, only a few hundred individuals successfully navigated the challenges within the first 3 days, predominantly on the final day. Those who managed to succeed on the first day were exceptionally rare, each a prodigious talent. As Yin Qi retreated in disgrace, the students in the square fell into a profound silence. If Yin Qi, who wielded the might of the Titan divine domain, could not prevail, what hope did they possess? Rather than courting disaster, it would be wiser to return and cultivate their divine domains. After a span of 10 days, or half a month, as their domains matured over centuries, even the first-tier insectoids would no longer seem so terrifying. Yet, despite such rationalizations, they lacked the necessary resources. Under normal circumstances, 1 hour required a modicum of origin energy, sufficient to accelerate the growth of their divine domain by a year. A month's worth could demand as much as 720 points, equivalent to the value of a modest family home. For those from affluent families, it was a trifling matter, but for ordinary households, it was a considerable sacrifice. The hearts of parents everywhere bore the weight of such burdens. They would endure any hardship for their children. The house in Fang Yan's possession was a testament to his parents' sacrifices for his college entrance examination. As the crowd began to disperse, the supervising instructors called out, "Is there anyone else willing to continue the challenge?" In the face of the first-tier insectoids, who still possessed the courage to confront them, Yin Qi had served as a cautionary tale, his aspirations to showcase his awakened divine domain having backfired spectacularly, leading to his ignoble retreat. Seeing no one step forward, the instructor exhibited little emotion and resumed his seat, preparing to rest his eyes. Just as he began to doze off, a voice rang out from the distance. "I shall." Chapter 10. Driven to Madness. As no one else volunteered, Fang Yan stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "I am here to challenge." Was it not merely the first-tier insectoids, the very swift insects found in textbooks, possessing an overwhelming numerical advantage? Fang Yan felt no fear. In terms of numbers, no technological civilization had ever bowed to anyone. What? Someone dares to challenge? Who was this bold individual, so fierce in demeanor yet unnamed? Many in the audience believed they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. The gruesome spectacle from earlier lingered in their memories. How could anyone desire such punishment so soon? "It's him." As Fang Yan ascended the platform, several recognized his identity. It was none other than Fang Yan, the most notorious underachiever of the year, rumored to have shattered the highest record among the human race. How audacious to take the stage. Surely, you're not seeking to attract attention? Indeed, even Yin Qi retreated in disgrace. Do you truly believe yourself superior to him, capable of achieving victory? While Yin Qi and his compatriots had not dared utter a word, they unleashed their scorn upon Fang Yan, who possessed no extraordinary particles. Many students jeered and taunted from the sidelines, some even inciting the crowd further. People are often inclined to idolize the powerful and bully the weak, perceiving dialects as a symbol of weakness deserving of scorn. Observing the derisive mockery from the students, Fang Yan's brow furrowed in discontent. He had no desire to engage with such fools. In the future, they would remain outsiders in this realm. "Mentor, let us commence," Fang Yan declared, opening his mind to allow the cognitive interface to scan his divine domain, simultaneously restoring his true prowess in a 1-to-1 ratio. With a resounding boom, a colossal gate erupted into existence upon the grassland, expanding in size and width. The scene here was distinctly different from Li Kun's, yet not entirely disparate. Concurrently, a projection soared into the sky, broadcasting the examination in real time. As the gate connected with Fang Yan's divine domain, he hesitated not for a moment and issued the divine decree. Prepare for battle. The human emperor, Xian, donned in full military regalia, unsheathed his long sword upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the gate and the received divine command. Soldiers, march forth with me to annihilate all enemies. Kill, kill, kill. At that instant, the war machine was irrevocably set into motion. Countless armored vehicles, akin to coffins, roared to life, crossing through the gate and arriving on the battlefield. They stood ready, munitions primed, prepared for sacrifice at a moment's notice. As the modern mechanized units entered the collective gaze, many spectators exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Were these contraptions? I've never seen anything like them before. Observing the projection of the war machines, many were left utterly flabbergasted. Previously, we had never encountered such an opening act. Hey, those moving vehicles bear a resemblance to the spirit cars we typically ride. One remarked. Indeed, there are numerous similarities. Another noted, and what are those coffin-like structures doing upright with long steel pipes? Look, something is flying in the sky. As fighter jets zipped by, awe illuminated every face. They were aware that Fang Yan had awakened in a realm deemed inferior, having undergone rigorous validation by the Tower of Authority, devoid of any extraordinary particles. Yet, how could these machines soar? It was unfathomable, truly astonishing. Every onlooker harbored intense curiosity about how Fang Yan achieved this, and what energy propelled these metal monstrosities. As the mechanized forces seized advantageous terrain, a multitude of soldiers streamed through the teleportation gate. Following the preordained strategy, they began to adjust and establish defensive formations. Meanwhile, the aircraft dispersed in all directions to scout for the movements of the insectoid menace. 01 calling headquarters. 01 calling headquarters. We have detected a significant congregation of insects 50 kilometers to the northeast. Repeat, a significant congregation of insects 50 kilometers to the northeast. Should we proceed with bombing? Headquarters acknowledges. 01 hold your position for now. Aircraft are en route to provide support and will execute bombing in sequence. Understood. In a mere few minutes, the human forces had dispatched 50 aircraft towards the insect horde. Observing the swarm below, the humans initiated their assault. Munitions rained from the sky as if they were free, accompanied by a cacophony of roaring sounds. Then came the explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling blasts swiftly engulfed the gathering insects, delivering a cataclysmic blow. Perhaps the insects perished without ever comprehending that those aerial entities were lethal scythes. In mere seconds, the ordnance from the 50 aircraft was entirely expended. In the aftermath of the fiery display, rivers of blood flowed, leaving behind only corpses and massive craters. The normally fearless insectoids now exhibited signs of terror, having been obliterated without even knowing who their assailants were. This display of power left all the students in a state of shock, their jaws nearly dislocating in disbelief. What kind of celestial assault is this? Even the insect race, which had previously posed a challenge to Li Kun, now crumbled before Fang Yan as if made of paper. In a brief moment of relentless bombardment, lasting only seconds, thousands of insects were eradicated. What a terrifying force. This was no mere warfare. It was unabashed slaughter, blatant and ruthless extermination. Yet, rather than evoking pity, it sparked an unusual excitement. So strong, truly formidable. Previously, they had been blind to the reality before them, failing to recognize the true nature of what they considered a waste realm. This was anything but a mere inferior domain. It likely surpassed even the most elite divine domains. To develop such a robust offensive capability in merely 3 days, if this was a waste realm, then they themselves were not even worthy of that title, but rather should be classified as waste. They had underestimated the situation, failing to anticipate the consequences of their actions. With Fang Yan's prowess gradually revealing itself, the opinions of all shifted dramatically. Indeed, the strong must earn respect, even if it arrives belatedly. As the first wave of assault concluded, the aircraft began preparations for their return. However, was the insect race truly so easily vanquished? Did they possess no means of counteraction? A surge of plasma unexpectedly shot forth, targeting the aircraft in the sky. Boom! The struck fighter jet erupted in an instant, transforming into a fireball that plummeted to the ground. Following this, a second, third, and fourth surge of plasma erupted from the forests and rocks, swiftly enveloping the sky in a zone reminiscent of a no-fly area. Calling headquarters. We are under enemy attack. Requesting support. Requesting support. Climb. Quickly. Increase altitude to escape the enemy's attack range. Alas, it was too late. Their reactions proved insufficient. All 50 fighter jets succumbed to destruction. Chapter 11. This is the War of Races. Simultaneously, the human headquarters received news of the downed aircraft, along with some footage. The insect race, in addition to their melee capabilities, also possessed long-range attacks. Their biological plasma could sweep across vast areas, making evasion nearly impossible. In their first encounter with the insect race, it was only natural for them to underestimate the enemy's tactics, just as the insects were unfamiliar with the methods of technological civilization. Yet, as Emperor Xian, his countenance darkened profoundly. He had not anticipated such substantial losses at the outset, with more than half of his aircraft gone, the advantage of air superiority evaporating in an instant. You have long-range attacks, do you? We are not without our own. He commanded 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Artillery Brigades. Aim for a point 50 kilometers away and execute carpet bombing to annihilate that swarm. Understood. All artillery brigades readied themselves, adjusting their coordinates. As orders were issued, the soldiers sprang into action, calibrating their targeting systems and loading munitions with seamless efficiency. The heavy shells, weighing dozens of kilograms, were loaded into the cannons with mechanical assistance. Positions fire. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 artillery positions erupted in smoke. As the cannons fired, the deafening recoil resounded, leaving nearby soldiers ringing in the ears. Shells, propelled by gunpowder, pierced the clouds, hurtling towards their targets with fierce velocity. Do not speak of 50 kilometers. These artillery pieces, even at a distance of 100 kilometers, remain well within their striking range. Boom, boom, boom. As the shells detonate upon impact, magnificent bursts of color erupt into the air. From a front to the back, from the left to the right, a vast expanse of several kilometers is engulfed in a fiery inferno. The plasma worms, concealed in the shadows, are caught completely off guard by this carpet bombing. By the time the queen of the worms comprehends the situation, it is already too late. The 2nd and 3rd waves of shells have already landed on their hiding places. Any attempt to retaliate is utterly futile. The human forces bombard for a full 30 minutes before finally ceasing fire. As the smoke dissipates, the entire battlefield has been reduced by several meters. In terms of long-range assaults, technological civilization has truly feared no one. As for the insectoid race, they have been utterly shattered. There is scarcely a complete body to be found. Following 2 rounds of conflict, the insectoid race has clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position. The overall casualties, relative to their numbers, are insignificant and have yet to reach a critical point. They still possess the capacity to fight. Having witnessed the methods of technological civilization, the queen of the insects has become more cunning. She orders all her kind to remain hidden underground, forbidding any appearance, while secretly gathering strength to deliver a devastating blow to the encroaching enemy. Thus, in the ensuing time, no skirmishes occur. Even encounters between the 2 races are entirely absent. Everything unfolds in silence. The human forces, while reinforcing their defenses, dispatch numerous reconnaissance drones to investigate the insectoid stronghold. Meanwhile, the insectoids remain elusive, as if preparing for some grand event. The prolonged absence of combat has rendered the students stationed in the square increasingly impatient. Were it not for their desire to further comprehend the strength of the first-tier insectoids in preparation for the forthcoming month of practical assessments, many would have chosen to leave. They are indeed curious and profoundly astonished by the display of power exhibited by the dialect. Yet ultimately, their own gradual development and continuous enhancement of strength remain paramount. They are acutely aware of the distinction between what is trivial and what is significant. However, in a war between races, it is a matter of either life or death. Without fully leveraging their advantages, they would not recklessly gamble everything at once. All are in search of opportunity. In this process of waiting, the students are, in fact, engaged in a form of learning. Those with higher aptitude discover numerous techniques that may assist them in future battles. Time passes, though the duration is uncertain. At last, the insectoids reemerge. This reappearance, however, differs dramatically from all expectations. They do not emerge from the surface nor descend from the skies, but rather, they burrow up from beneath the earth. As massive drilling worms breach the ground, enormous, bottomless pits appear. Following them, a multitude of swift insects surge forth, charging directly towards the human defenders. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly, everyone into battle mode. The unconventional emergence of the insectoids catches everyone off guard, including the entire military command. After all, in their first encounter with the insectoids, who could have anticipated such an approach? With the appearance of the insectoids, war is on the verge of eruption. Thousands of swift insects rush through the openings, roaring as they seek to annihilate their foes. It is over, utterly over. Faced with this sudden onslaught, can the human stronghold withstand the assault? Who would have thought the insectoids possessed such a tactic? Truly a revelation of their capabilities. Yet, against the approaching enemy, the entire defensive position remains calm and collected, executing their defense with precision. Countless bullets roar forth, obstructing the charge of the swift insects. The insectoid assault is too abrupt. Occurring at a mere kilometer's distance, at full speed, the swift insect can reach their target in just 10 to 20 seconds. In such a brief span, suppressing the insectoid offensive seems an insurmountable challenge. Consequently, mere seconds later, the swift insects breach a 100-meter range, and the distance continues to diminish. But does humanity rely solely on rifles? An array of Gatling guns suddenly unleash their full firepower, pouring forth bullets at a staggering rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, instantly suppressing the leading swift insects. Under such ferocious fire, the insectoids fall in droves, like wheat cut down in a field, orderly and eerily serene. As the human forces withstand the initial wave of pressure, reinforcements arrive in swift succession. Mortars, artillery, multi-barrel rocket launchers, tanks, and even aircraft begin to take to the skies. An increasing array of technological weapons activates, unveiling the full potential of warfare for the first time, revealing to all that battle can be waged in such a manner. Within mere seconds, the scales of victory begin to tilt in favor of humanity. Initially, the insectoids charged with vigor, but now they clearly lack momentum. Their heads bowed beneath the relentless barrage of ammunition and artillery. Bad news, it's the plasma worms. All firepower, concentrate on saturating the area, eliminate those plasma worms. In the early stages, the technological civilization displayed a plethora of offensive strategies, each formidable in its own right. Yet, there lies a fatal flaw. Their physical forms are excessively fragile. Should they be engaged at close range or struck by long-range attacks, substantial casualties ensue. Thus, at the first sight of the plasma worms, immediate extermination is imperative. Otherwise, the consequences are dire. Fortunately, the response is swift. The moment they appear, they are swiftly eradicated. Chapter 12. In the face of nuclear weapons, all beings stand equal. The battle has escalated to a fever pitch. Yet, despite suffering severe losses, the insectoids continue their charge. They seem impervious to pain and fear, relentlessly pressing forward. Even in death, their bodies are determined to fall upon the path of advancement. Terrifying. Such relentless bravery is truly awe-inspiring. How many races can embody such a spirit? Humanity certainly cannot. As the saying goes, when the front is tight, the rear must eat tight. This vividly encapsulates the current plight of humanity. Even in the face of life and death, they remain embroiled in internal strife. Watch your step. Just as humanity begins to expand their victories, the soil within the defensive fortifications suddenly begins to shift, as if something is about to break through. Bad news. There are worms beneath us. They are burrowing in. Quick, quick, everyone spread out. Before the officer can finish speaking, a massive drilling worm erupts from the ground. Its head revolving like a drill bit, piercing through the officer. In a sweeping motion, nearby human soldiers, caught unaware, are cleaved in two. Simultaneously, countless swift insects emerge from the burrows, brandishing blade-like arms as they swiftly reap lives. This unfolds with astonishing rapidity, and within mere seconds, a sense of impending doom begins to loom. No wonder the insectoids outside have been launching relentless assaults, even at the cost of heavy casualties. They were providing cover for this very onslaught. Now, their objective has been achieved. As the insectoids engage in melee combat with humanity, the tide turns decidedly against the humans. Their vulnerabilities laid bare before their adversaries. We're the tanks. Get them in here to block that hole. Do not concern yourself with the approaching swarm. Trample them underfoot. In the face of the bloodthirsty Zerg, humanity has descended into a frenzied madness, sacrificing lives to impede the advance of the insectoid horde. As tanks roll into the cavernous depths, they barely manage to stem the tide of the Zerg assault. Yet, this is but a temporary measure. The Zerg will inevitably emerge from a second, or even a third, tunnel, making it increasingly difficult to contain them. The Emperor of Humanity, upon learning of the attack on the stronghold, scrutinizes the images before him and inquires, "Have we located the Zerg's nest?" According to the reconnaissance, drones transmitted images. 3 potential Zerg nests have been identified. One lies 30 kilometers to our northwest, an area once bustling with human activity, yet now seemingly abandoned. Suspected to have been a former Zerg lair. The second is 80 kilometers to the southwest, where a mountain riddled with artificial caverns offers an ideal refuge for the Zerg. The final location is 110 kilometers to our northeast, believed to be the Zerg's mother nest. As the command center analyzes the data, they settle on these 3 suspicious sites. Clearly, the Emperor is dissatisfied with this response. Unfortunately, the time afforded them was insufficient. Achieving such analysis of the suspected mother nest with the available information is commendable in itself. He raps lightly on the table. The Zerg have already discerned their vulnerabilities. Delay is no longer an option, for the enemy will devise a strategy against them. One must never underestimate the intelligence of the Zerg, lest they suffer dire consequences. Resolute. The Emperor issues the command. Initiate the annihilation protocol, codename 0 Hour. Yes, sir. With the commencement of the 0 Hour plan, 10 cylindrical constructs slowly rise within the confines of the defensive fortifications. Each stands approximately 5 meters tall, neither excessively lofty nor too diminutive. The unlocking sequence is initiated, and a final status check is performed. Aim at the target. Prepare for ignition. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Launch. Boom. The rear of each cylindrical apparatus ignites with crimson flames, generating a thrust that propels them skyward. Within mere seconds, they breach the sound barrier, reaching supersonic speeds, their velocity continually accelerating. The fiery plume of smoke trails behind them, reminiscent of a comet streaking across the heavens. These 10 constructs precisely target 3 distinct objectives. In the span of mere moments, the first reaches its destination. In an instant, boom, a fireball materializes in the sky, its blinding radiance rendering it impossible to gaze upon. The fireball continues to expand, growing to 10 meters, then 100, then 1,000. As it swells, it generates an intense heat that incinerates everything in its vicinity. Whether metal, soil, rock, or wood, in this fleeting moment, all is rendered to nothingness. Before such temperatures, everything appears pale in comparison. Even the air itself takes on a reddish hue. A mere breath of air here would vaporize an ordinary human. And not just humans. Even the Zerg cannot evade the fate of vaporization. Facing temperatures exceeding millions, there is no feasible defense unless one belongs to an advanced civilization. This is the pinnacle of early technological weaponry, the nuclear bomb. In the presence of a nuclear bomb, all beings are equal. This statement is not mere rhetoric, but an undeniable reality. Whether one is an average human or an extraordinary being, whether wealthy or destitute, before a nuclear bomb, the only option is vaporization. As a mushroom cloud ascends into the heavens, the entire battle reaches a crescendo. What is that? A gigantic fireball, exceeding a kilometer in diameter. How is this even possible? The livestream reveals the searing heat and shockwaves affecting dozens of kilometers. Is this some forbidden technique? It is astonishing. Unbelievable. Such a formidable assault should not originate from a mere newly awakened student. Moreover, this immense power is not limited to one instance. One after another, the second, third, and up to the 10th fireball emerge, illuminating the entire expanse as if the very fabric of reality has been unleashed. The scorching air affects even those 100 kilometers away. The 3 suspected Zerg mother nests are utterly obliterated, leaving behind massive craters several meters deep. Once tranquility returns, the Zerg's offensive suddenly falters, transforming from their initial fearlessness into a chaotic retreat. Some resemble headless flies, aimlessly flitting about, lacking the unifying command of their queen. The remaining Zerg are unable to coalesce, instead battling independently. Clearly, the plan has succeeded. The Zerg Queen has perished beneath the nuclear onslaught. Even if it had not succeeded, there remain several nuclear bombs in reserve, ensuring they still possess the means to fight back. Congratulations to the student Fang Yan for successfully completing the practical assessment on the first day. The 0 Hour plan has concluded triumphantly. Chapter 13. Let me in already. With a notification confirming his successful assessment, Fang Yan experiences a dizzying sensation as he returns to reality, a slight smile gracing his lips. He has triumphed, passing the practical assessment on his very first day. Each year, the number of graduates who pass on their first day is exceedingly rare, seldom exceeding a handful, with each being a prodigy among prodigies. And now, he stands alone among them. What are the top-tier divine realms? What are the prodigious talents? When faced with the relentless bombardment of technological civilization, they too must surrender. How could they not? As the mentor responsible for the assessments, He transitioned from initial disdain to mild approval, and now to sheer disbelief. Having overseen the practical assessments for many years, he had never encountered a student who could pass on the first day. Even those who managed to do so within the first 3 days were few and far between. Today, a record has been shattered. Moreover, this record was broken by someone regarded as a failure in the eyes of many. It radically alters perceptions and delivers a resounding slap to the collective face of skepticism, the sound echoing in their ears. Despite his extensive experience, having witnessed countless trials, even he was unprepared for this. Quickly regaining his composure, he strides forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, student Fang Yan. Who would have thought that our humble Tongyi city would produce a true dragon? Passing the practical assessment on the first day means that you may choose from any university in China. In response to the mentor's praise, Fang Yan humbly acknowledges it. However, the other students are far less gracious. One respects me a foot, I reciprocate with a yard. One destroys a grain of my harvest, I reclaim 3 measures. Previously, their mockery and disdain were met with his magnanimity. Such generosity does not imply weakness. Numerous students attempt to approach him, seeking to ingratiate themselves and forge connections, only to be met with his deliberate indifference. Through this practical experience, he has identified many issues. Although victorious, the shortcomings are glaringly evident. Future development must prioritize biotechnology and personal mechs to bolster individual combat capabilities. Otherwise, in close-quarters combat, many technological weapons will prove ineffective. As soon as Fang Yan passes the assessment, the responsible mentor promptly reports the situation in detail to the higher-ups. On the very first day, achieving success through practical assessments, such a prodigy cannot remain concealed. In almost an instant, several figures appeared in the sky, each exuding an aura indicative of their high status. As time progressed, their numbers continued to swell. Who succeeded in the practical examination? All that was known was that someone had triumphed, but their identity remained a mystery. Observant individuals quickly discerned Fang Yan among the crowd and speculated with remarkable accuracy. Alongside the powerful and influential, the principals of various prestigious high schools also made their appearances. To pass the assessment on the first day was not merely a personal accomplishment. It represented a significant breakthrough in the realm of education. Such an achievement piqued their interest, as they desired to partake in the fruits of this success. It was he, the student who shattered the highest record, awakening an extraordinarily vast domain. What was his name again? Many had recognized Fang Yan, aware that he possessed an immense domain, yet his name eluded them. After all, how could those who awakened domains capture their interest? They were utterly unprepared for the astonishing twist that unfolded before them, leading them to reconsider their assumptions. After multiple confirmations, they were compelled to accept the truth. Ha ha! The officials from the Education Bureau, who had previously awarded prizes, were the first to shatter the stillness, bursting into hearty laughter as they patted Fang Yan on the shoulder. Fang Yan, your surprise truly exceeds our expectations. To pass the practical assessment on the very first day is no mere triviality. It undoubtedly signifies the emergence of a top-tier divine domain. And the potential of this domain is beyond imagination. Indeed, I had my eye on you from the start, Fang Yan. I wonder if you would be interested in accepting an investment from our Liangtian group? At this moment, Fang Yan had fully showcased his potential. Such exceptional talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of higher authorities. Any attempts to coerce him would be futile. It would be wiser to foster goodwill and sincerity. Even if collaboration were not possible, it sufficed that they were not adversaries. After all, a mere city like Tongyi could hardly retain a true dragon. It was only a matter of time before he departed from there, and future interactions would be limited. Faced with the overtures from Liangtian Group, Fang Yan politely declined. His foremost concern was the resources to be allocated following the assessment. He was counting on those resources to sustain his endeavors. Without the acceleration of primal power, even the mightiest divine domain would ultimately lag behind. Following the initial attempts at recruitment by Liangtian Group, which were all rebuffed, other factions in Tongyi chose to remain silent. They were self-aware enough to realize that such a prodigious talent was beyond their reach, and he would certainly not accept the group's sponsorship. Gaining sponsorship implied constraints, and many geniuses were reluctant to be bound. With the rewards from various academic institutions, they could easily acquire what they needed, rendering them unnecessary dependents. As the principal of the 15th high school arrived fashionably late, he learned of someone's success in the practical assessment, but he could hardly entertain the notion that it was a student from his school. Such thoughts were too audacious to even dream of. Upon seeing Fang Yan surrounded by a throng of admirers, he exclaimed, "What on earth? How is this possible?" In that moment, any semblance of a principal's dignity vanished as he pushed through the crowd. Make way, make way. I'm the principal of the 15th high school. Let me through. The student who passed the assessment is from my school. For the first time, the principal spoke with such audacity. As he squeezed through, the elite institutions had already laid out their respective terms to recruit Fang Yan. You once ignored my advances, but now I am out of your reach. Perhaps this sentiment perfectly encapsulated the moment. Fang Yan, our Kyoto Martial University, is among the finest institutions in China, whether in teaching quality or faculty. We rank among the best globally. Should you choose us, you will receive 10,000 points of primal power annually until your graduation. One must concede that Kyoto Martial University offered remarkably generous terms. A typical genius might receive a maximum of 10,000 points of primal power, and that would be a one-time allocation. In contrast, Fang Yan was promised 10,000 points each year, starting at a minimum of 40,000. Fang Yan, our Moto Martial University, is no less impressive than Kyoto's, and we are willing to provide 15,000 points of primal power annually as a scholarship. Furthermore, we will also allocate 1 million credit points for living expenses. The affluent Moto Martial University could hardly afford to let such a prodigious student slip away. Passing the practical assessment on the first day not only demonstrated strength, but also unveiled immense potential. The competition between the two top-tier martial universities left the other institutions speechless. The resources allocated to them each year were limited, rendering it unnecessary to expend such great costs for a single student. Whatever conditions Moto Martial University offers, Kyoto Martial University will match. As the premier institution, they understood the value of talent. No expense was too great if it ensured the students' successful growth, as this would undoubtedly yield infinite returns. They focused not merely on the present, but on the future. This is why top-tier universities have consistently maintained their status. If one is reluctant to invest, how could they expect talent to choose their institution? Chapter 14, Special Assessment. After weighing their options, Fang Yan ultimately chose Kyoto Martial University. Although both institutions presented commendable offers, there was one aspect in which Kyoto Martial University surpassed the others: their engagement in battles against various races. Combined, other universities barely matched Kyoto Martial University's prowess. Naturally, it was every human's duty to bring glory to their kind, without the sacrifices of their predecessors. The current peace would not exist. Additionally, resources obtained from battles against other races would belong entirely to the individual. Fang Yan did not prioritize these resources. His primary motivation was to contribute to humanity. As for the conditions set forth by Kyoto Martial University, an initial allocation of 20,000 points of primal power, followed by an annual provision of 15,000 points. Moreover, to alleviate living expenses, they offered 2 million credit points. When converted, these resources amounted to approximately 67 million credit points. What does this signify? An ordinary worker earns merely 3,000 credit points a month, which would take him over 20,000 months to accumulate, equating to 1,861 years. It would take a lifetime of labor to amass such a fortune, and few corporations in Tongyi could readily produce such cash. Of course, this was not a one-time payment, and there were stipulations regarding its use. It must be utilized within his divine domain and could not be diverted or resold. Any violations would not only incur penalties, but also require the return of all initial investment resources. Regarding these stipulations, Fang Yan regarded them with disdain. The resources, even 100-fold more, would be insufficient for the consumption of technological civilization. There would be no need to allocate them elsewhere. One must acknowledge that Kyoto Martial University invested heavily in recruiting such a genius. Upon successfully enrolling Fang Yan, they tacitly abandoned other relatively promising students. This world is not merely a struggle for survival. It is also about human relationships and social dynamics. The two recruitment officers who had just been red-faced with rivalry now conversed amicably, entirely forgetting the earlier tension. Work is work and life is life. They are indeed capable of distinguishing between matters. The dialect student noted that anyone who successfully passed the practical assessment within the first 3 days would undergo a special evaluation known as the overtime match. Overtime match? The dialect student appeared momentarily taken aback. No one had ever mentioned this to him before. To think that there was a special assessment for those who cleared the first 3 days. Was there a reward for this overtime match? Uncertain if there was any reward. He chuckled. Ha ha ha. Yes, indeed there is. It was evident that the other party found amusement in the dialect studentess inquiry. For instance, if you pass the practical assessment on the first day, you will receive 3,000 points of essence as a reward. And for the overtime match, As long as you can clear it during the practical assessment period, you'll earn at least 100,000 points of essence. 100,000. Hearing this figure left the dialect student astounded. The adage that the strong grow stronger appeared to hold true. Clearly, the entire human race was sparing no effort in nurturing its talents. The other party had only shared the first half of the statement. They had yet to mention the latter half. It had been decades since anyone had managed to clear the challenge within the stipulated time. Typically, rewards were allocated based on individual performances, with only those who excelled receiving corresponding rewards. Clearing the challenge was nearly impossible. Observing the eager expression on the dialect student's face, the other party refrained from revealing the latter half of the statement, perhaps hoping this child would bring them unexpected delight. Of course, you must exert yourself, otherwise, clearing it will be quite difficult. Following this, everyone congratulated one another before returning to their respective homes. After signing the agreement with the Kyoto Martial University, the other party directly handed 2,000 points of essence to the dialect student, while simultaneously 2 million credit points arrived as well. Such efficiency in handling affairs left those confined to office work feeling inadequate. In addition to the resources funded by the academy, there was also the 3,000 points of essence from passing on the first day. Furthermore, the city's education bureau and the 15th middle school had provided corresponding rewards. Altogether, this accumulated to 500 points of essence and 100,000 in scholarships. In total, he had 23,500 points of essence, along with 2,100,000 credit points. With these resources, there would be no shortage in the near term, allowing for further advancement in technological civilization. Upon returning home and treating himself to a simple reward, he once again entered the divine realm. By expending a small amount of essence, 1 hour in the real world equated to 1 year in the divine realm. This was the most cost-effective and efficient method. It was not that he could not continue accelerating time. It was simply unnecessary. When time in the real world spanned an hour, and the divine realm accelerated to 2 years, it would require the consumption of 100 points of essence. The consumption had increased 100-fold, while the benefits merely doubled. The difference was clear to anyone with a modicum of sense. Unless one had an inexhaustible wealth, even the offspring of affluent families could not endure such expenditure. Although currently in possession of a considerable fortune, the dialect student was not foolish and understood the importance of cost-effectiveness. Time acceleration. Boom. 1 hour in the outside world equated to 1 year in the divine realm. The entire technological civilization was once again entering an era of rapid development. With his ample financial resources, the dialect student opted to utilize essence to intervene in the divine realm. Wealth indeed afforded one a certain level of audacity. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. Time passed swiftly, and the years flowed like a melody. As time progressed, the entire human race experienced explosive growth once more. Not only did the population surge, but technology also advanced continuously, with groundbreaking achievements occurring at regular intervals. Both productivity and combat capability underwent monumental transformations. At this juncture, technological civilization had fully transitioned into a modern society and was slowly surpassing it. Fundamental mathematics, chemistry, physics, material science, and life engineering had all made significant strides. The entire human race flourished. In the year 110 of the human era, the great emperor of humanity, Xian, had grown exceptionally old, finding it increasingly difficult to manage state affairs and unable to continue leading the race forward. He had no choice but to abdicate in favor of more capable individuals. In the same year, the second great emperor of humanity officially assumed this supreme authority, leading the clan. Upon taking office, numerous plans were set in motion. Not only did they stimulate population growth, but they also significantly increased funding for technological research and development. In the year 138 of the human era, the first anti-cancer drug was born. It could comprehensively and without side effects cure cancer cells in any part of the body. Simultaneously, through ongoing experiments with cancer cells, scientists successfully developed a longevity serum by the year 145, allowing humanity to transcend a lifespan of less than a century and fully enter the realm of triple-digit ages. Some even lived to a remarkable 150 years. This longevity serum was officially named the Life Serum. Genetic engineering had opened a new chapter. In the year 162 of the human era, spurred by continuous policy encouragement, the population surpassed 10 million. On this day, the entire nation rejoiced. It was also on this day that countless young people simultaneously became pregnant, contributing once again to the empire. The following year would witness a small surge in birth rates. Chapter 15, Stagnation. In the year 168 of the human era, battle matches became a tangible reality. Entirely encased in metal, they boasted a streamlined design. Possessing the beauty of the human form, they did not compromise on their formidable protective capabilities and stable shock absorption effects. Ordinary automatic rifles could no longer penetrate their defenses. When struck by machine gun fire, those donning mechs felt merely a slight tremor, with no harm to the human body whatsoever. Due to technological limitations, they could not yet incorporate various advanced weaponry like Iron Man, but could only carry them externally, either by hand or on their backs. Fortunately, the mechs provided immense kinetic energy, greatly enhancing both strength and stability. Those large-caliber firearms felt as light as a feather in their hands, easily manageable. Thus, the mechs were equipped with oversized firearms. Even the Barrett sniper rifle seemed insufficient. After all, the initial intention behind designing the mechs was to enhance individual combat capabilities, ensuring that in one-on-one encounters, they would at least not fall behind. Given the current technology, the ability to design such mechs was already a remarkable achievement. Regrettably, significant drawbacks persisted. The energy issue remained inadequately addressed. At present, only batteries served as energy storage, which could barely last a few minutes, particularly during high-intensity activities, often failing to sustain even 3 minutes. In the face of the intensity of real combat, this duration would be drastically reduced. After all, swift movements required substantial energy support, and being struck by heavy objects necessitated energy activation of the mech's cushioning devices. Otherwise, the human body could not withstand excessive force. All these factors demanded a powerful energy source. While it might take considerable time to resolve the energy issue, research on mechs could not afford to slacken for even a moment. In the year 199 of the human era, after prolonged and tireless efforts, the first controllable nuclear fusion reactor made its debut. Its size was immense, appearing somewhat incomplete with numerous flaws. Ultimately, humanity had mastered controllable nuclear fusion. Unlike nuclear fission, fusion was cleaner and safer. It also released greater energy, making it one of humanity's most ideal energy sources. With continuous development and research, there would come a day when it could be commercialized and miniaturized. Primarily, they stand upon the shoulders of giants, possessing comprehensive blueprints. As long as they adhere to the designs delineated in these blueprints and methodically conquer each step, it is only a matter of time before they can replicate the results, subsequently delving deeper to transform it into their own technology. Otherwise, how could technological advancements occur at such a rapid pace in just a short span? It is, after all, the silent support of the dialect that underpins these achievements. As for the notion of directly manifesting controllable nuclear fusion using primordial power, it has crossed their minds. Yet the consumption involved is exorbitant. After all, if it were within the grasp of their civilization, how could they possibly fabricate it out of thin air? Otherwise, those top-tier elites would effortlessly amass a legion of superlative beings, which would be a delightful scenario. Yet it is not that simple. The dialect has also attempted this. For instance, large-scale controllable nuclear fusion requires an astounding 100,000 points of primordial power to exchange, and that is under the condition of having blueprints. As for smaller versions, such as the palm-sized, ultra-compact, controllable cold nuclear fusion, the cost is astronomical. The essence of primordial power, as the name implies, is primarily utilized for acquiring items closest to the source. Substances like minerals, raw materials, and elements from the periodic table can be exchanged in bulk with just a small amount. It does not permit the direct exchange of finished products or the immediate enhancement of one's subject's capabilities. Everything unfolds within the established rules. In the year 210 of the human era, controllable nuclear fusion entered commercialization, liberating humanity from the shackles of energy constraints. A single reactor could effortlessly support the energy needs of millions. By constructing several, true energy freedom could be attained. Meanwhile, technological advancement seemed to have entered a stagnation phase. The human race appeared to be progressing, intermittently unveiling new technological breakthroughs. However, core technologies seemed to be treading water. Faced with the current situation, the dialect found itself in an impasse. It resembled the predicament of the denizens of other divine realms, who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. Aside from providing resources and time, there was little to be done. Time passed slowly. In the year 250 of the human era, the population soared beyond 100 million. The anticipated jubilation failed to materialize. For the vast majority, it was merely a figure, a staggering number. In the same year, a vessel carrying 250 individuals ventured beyond the divine realm for experimental research, aiming to explore the depths, but ultimately had to return due to insufficient energy. At the onset of awakening the divine realm, the spatial domain within the dialect's mind continuously expanded, never ceasing. It resembled the cosmic inflation following the Big Bang, perpetually growing. Although the land remained unchanged, the spatial area had grown to approximately 1,000th the size of the solar system. In light of such vast numbers, even 1,000th is no trivial matter. After prolonged contemplation within the divine realm, stepping out left the dialect momentarily disoriented, observing the stagnation in technological civilization without a substantial accumulation. It seemed unlikely to meet the conditions for a technological explosion. Rather than fixating on it, a brief respite might be beneficial. A glance at the time revealed that 6 days had slipped by unnoticed, despite having awakened the divine realm and becoming a legendary apprentice deity. 6 days without sustenance posed no issue. However, as social beings, humans require awareness of external circumstances. Insular innovation cannot yield superior creations. Grasping the spiritual device, mobile phone, the dialect sought to discover any updates. It must be said that with the unveiling of the dialect as potential, a multitude of classmates inundated him with messages. Among them were acquaintances and strangers alike, familiar and unfamiliar, a veritable menagerie of individuals all reaching out. Numerous invitations to socialize flooded in, with some persistently extending daily entreaties. The dialect chose to disregard these. Perusing the class chat group revealed a flurry of memes, yet no significant information surfaced. As the saying goes, asking is better than looking. Doing is better than asking. Thus, he posed a direct inquiry within the group. Who knows how many individuals passed the practical assessment in the past 3 days? With the dispatch of his message, the entire group erupted in excitement. Unbelievable. A major player has arrived. Quick, let us cling to his coattails. May I absorb some of the prowess of this elite, hoping to successfully pass the practical assessment within a month. Regarding the divine realm you awakened, unless a major player leads the charge, there is no hope whatsoever. The dialect. We from Huaxia had a total of 137 individuals pass the practical assessment in the first 3 days, with 4 on the first day, 19 on the second, and the remainder all on the third day. This news even made headlines. The figures are indisputable. It is said that the combined total from other nations is roughly equivalent to ours. By the way, dialect. Our city's Li Kun also passed the assessment on the final day. We can only wonder how many resources were expended to elevate a titan from juvenile to adult. Chapter 16. Energy resolved, mechs emerged. Gazing at the messages in the group, the dialect fell momentarily silent. Truly, there are many prodigies. The fact that 4 individuals passed the practical assessment on the first day is astounding. How could such formidable insectoids be vanquished in merely 3 days of development? Is this a feat achievable by mere mortals? Oh wait, one of those 4 is me, so it's all good. As for those who passed on the second and third days, the dialect noted the numbers but chose to focus elsewhere. However, it was somewhat surprising that Li Kun managed to pass on the third day, considering he had been overwhelmed by the insectoids on the first day. In a direct confrontation, he could scarcely endure even a minute. 5 juvenile titans were swiftly overwhelmed, yet astonishingly, he managed to turn the tide on the third day. The cost of nurturing an adult titan in such a short span must have been substantial. Even now, days later, the dialect could still detect the unmistakable scent of primordial power burning fiercely. Dialect, now that we have all graduated, I wonder if the esteemed Dowling has time to join our class reunion? Indeed, after this gathering, many may never cross paths again. Yes, the awakened and the unawakened have become inhabitants of 2 entirely different worlds. Moreover, in the future, everyone will scatter to various cities for studies and work, leaving only a scant few capable of maintaining contact. Although the dialect had only traversed into this realm for a little over 3 months, he had developed decent rapport with several individuals. Since he inherited this body, he felt compelled to assume the corresponding responsibilities. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, when? We had already planned to meet tomorrow. We hadn't been able to reach you these past few days and fear that our class would face a small regret. With your presence, I believe no one will be absent. Absolutely, guaranteed attendance. The specific venue is the Yuhua Hotel, not far from the school. The second floor has a hall spacious enough to accommodate our entire class. We'll also invite our mentors to join in the merriment. Our literature instructor has been boasting about his drinking prowess. We'll see just how remarkable he truly is when the male students take turns toasting him. Ha. It's settled then. The group remained the same, filled with laughter, banter, and memes. Yet the dialect was no longer the same individual. His aspirations had distinctly diverged from theirs. The following day, the dialect dutifully attended the class reunion. Contrary to expectations, there was no pretentiousness or unforeseen incidents. The camaraderie among everyone was harmonious, and we spent delightful moments amidst the echoes of laughter. You inquire why my eyes glisten with tears? It is a reflection of our fleeting youth, reminiscent of our carefree runs under the setting sun. Upon returning home, Fang Yan once again delved into the realm of the divine, eager to see the latest developments. In the year 282 of the human era, technological advancements had not significantly progressed, yet the population had seen a considerable increase. The previous sluggish growth in numbers was not due to a reluctance to procreate, but rather a reflection of the foundational constraints. Even if many individuals of childbearing age gave birth, the increments would remain minimal. Now, with the expanding base and the prolongation of life, the population naturally burgeoned. By the year 300 of the human era, a monumental breakthrough had been achieved in the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion. Reactors, once sprawling over dozens of meters, had now been reduced to the size of car engine. Although they could not yet be integrated into mechs, their value was undeniable, marking a revolutionary leap. At the very least, large-scale weaponry would no longer be burdened by energy concerns. Aircraft, tanks, and armored vehicles equipped with these reactors could operate for months, even years, without needing an energy replacement. On the battlefield, even in the event of destruction, the energy consumed would be negligible. In the year 345 of the human era, a serendipitous accident fully activated the fabled nanotechnology. Though it was merely the most rudimentary encounter, it promised unimaginable benefits for humanity. Ordinary wounds could be swiftly healed through nanotechnology, restoring them to their original state. Even congenital disabilities would be trivial matters in the face of nanotechnology, easily remedied. At that juncture, diseases would cease to exist for humankind. The Iron Man depicted in films merely showcased the nascent form of nanotechnology. Even in its primitive application, it could engage the Norse gods in combat, hinting at its formidable potential. As for the ultimate form of nanotechnology, it would birth deities within the realm of technological civilization, possessing immortality and the ability to alter the laws governing neutrons and atoms. At that time, a singular consciousness could determine the outcome of a war. However, such speculations were premature, as humanity had only begun to scratch the surface of this technology. The ability to heal wounds remained elusive, let alone other capabilities. It could only be said that nanotechnology held infinite possibilities. By the year 380 of the human era, the population had surpassed 500 million. The divine realm was now filled with the presence of humankind. That year marked another significant breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion, achieving a crucial milestone in miniaturization. It was also the year the first individual combat mech was officially outfitted, previously shelved due to the inability to find a suitable energy source. This issue had now been thoroughly resolved. This mech bore some differences from the familiar Iron Man. Its front was streamlined, featuring seamless armor imbued with a sci-fi aesthetic. The reactor was not positioned in the chest, but rather on the back, resembling a bulging backpack. Visually, it appeared exceptionally harmonious rather than awkward. The design was not solely for housing the reactor. Beneath it lay 4 propulsion nozzles. This configuration enabled the mech to soar through the skies while also facilitating swift ground movement. As for its defensive capabilities, years of relentless research had revealed a terrifying level of resilience. It could withstand tank shells with ease, leaving the pilot unharmed and the mech's surface only slightly deformed. Moreover, aided by the mech's onboard computer, adversaries could be dispatched before they even had the chance to fire, ensuring a preemptive strike that would negate any frontal assault. The weaponry had also undergone significant upgrades, with electromagnetic railguns becoming the standard. Unlike traditional gunpowder, electromagnetic guns boasted a faster firing rate and greater range. The maximum initial velocity of conventional gunpowder is merely 800 meters per second, while the current electromagnetic guns achieve an astonishing 5 kilometers per second, representing a staggering 6-fold difference. In terms of distance, a gunpowder rifle typically has a maximum range of around 2 kilometers, whereas the electromagnetic gun can reach a maximum range of 20 kilometers, far exceeding visual distance. Equipped with an electromagnetic rifle and a melee weapon, the mech enhanced comprehensive data, significantly improving close combat prowess. Through various data analyses, it was determined that facing a level 1 rapid insect would be akin to effortlessly harvesting their lives, like slicing through melons. Chapter 17. Assessing Strength. Beyond the electromagnetic railgun, the electromagnetic rail cannon had also been fully outfitted. Both its firing rate and range had reached astonishing levels, and their combined power resulted in a tremendous increase in firepower. The combat capabilities of the entire technological civilization had undergone a transformative change. Now, even civilians could sweep through level 1 insectoids without the need for formal military personnel. In addition to basic weaponry, a stockpile of over 100 triphase munitions had been amassed. Triphase munitions, a type of nuclear weapon, were 1,000 times more formidable than atomic bombs. While an atomic bomb could devastate a city, a single triphase munition could obliterate a small nation. For a country like South Korea, just one would suffice. This explains why only a limited stock of over 100 was maintained. Such a potent weapon could only serve as a trump card. If needed, a handful would suffice. If not, even a greater quantity would be of no use. In the year 400 of the human era, despite uniting all of humanity's strength, the number of mechs had barely reached 30 over the span of 2 decades. Apart from 10 training mechs, only 20 new units existed. The design of the mechs was exceedingly advanced, with both the alloy materials and the miniaturized controllable cold nuclear fusion representing the pinnacle of contemporary human technology. Only the most elite weapon factories could produce the components. No other establishment could meet the standards. Even achieving a fraction of the requirements seemed implausible. Furthermore, the production of miniaturized cold nuclear fusion was exceptionally complex, making any short-term expansion of output unrealistic. Due to their scarcity, the focus had to be on an elite path. Nevertheless, humanity boasted formidable individual combat prowess. One could only wonder how it compared to the Titan race led by Li Kun. Through data analysis, no definitive conclusions could be drawn. Only through practical combat could one truly ascertain their standing. It was time to explore the so-called overtime, curious about the surprises it might hold. After a brief personal hygiene routine, Fang Yan, now a person of considerable wealth, hailed a cab to the assessment location, exuding a sense of extravagance. He found himself unable to spend his wealth adequately. Upon arrival at the assessment venue, it was evident that few individuals were present. A quick count revealed only a dozen or so attendees. With just 17 days having passed since the college entrance examination, and with half a month remaining before the assessment period, there was ample time. Thus, during this neither early nor late hour, few had come to participate in the practical assessment. Some were likely at home, striving to further develop their divine realm for a final push, while others, possessing self-awareness, had chosen to forego participation, believing that a month's time would not suffice to pass the practical assessment. At this moment, on stage, an individual was undergoing a practical combat assessment, their battle vividly projected into the air for all to observe and learn. It was evident from the footage that this person had awakened to the civilization of magic. The dazzling display of sorcery left the audience awestruck. In the face of a relentless onslaught from countless swift insects, thousands of mages calmly chanted their incantations, unleashing their spells. With each wave, a significant number of insectoid corpses fell. Indeed, the offensive capabilities of the magical civilization proved formidable, causing the swift insects to struggle to maintain their composure. Comparable to the effects of a Gatling gun. Initially enjoying a distinct advantage, the battle ultimately shifted in favor of the cunning insect queen, leading to a narrow defeat and the failure to pass the assessment. However, it was merely a matter of time. With further development, this student was destined to become a formidable force in the martial academy. Thus, when faced with defeat, the student's expression bore no trace of disappointment. Instead, there was a subtle excitement, a thrill of imminent success. As the battle scene faded, all eyes returned to the present. And it was then that they noticed Fang Yan standing at the back. Look, it's Fang Yan. Isn't he the one who has already passed the practical assessment? What's he doing here? Ah, you're unaware. I heard that those who passed the practical assessment 3 days ago will have a special examination for geniuses afterward. If they succeed, they will be granted a wealth of resources. I was present when the leaders mentioned this. Otherwise, how would we know? The crowd suddenly grasped the situation. Was Fang Yan here to challenge the assessment? Originally, another student was slated for evaluation, but they willingly stepped aside, granting the opportunity to Fang Yan. No one opposed this decision. They too were eager to witness what this legendary overtime assessment entailed. Without hesitation, Fang Yan stepped forward. The assessment instructor regarded him with mild surprise and inquired, "Are you prepared to challenge the overtime assessment?" "Indeed," Fang Yan replied, nodding earnestly, eager to uncover the unique aspects of the overtime assessment while simultaneously testing his own strength. "Very well. The light brain has uploaded your information. We shall commence immediately." Fang Yan deftly activated his divine realm, allowing the light brain to replicate everything within his domain in a one-on-one simulation. Boom! As soon as he opened his eyes, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Where was he? Observing the bustling crowd, Fang Yan found himself on a street. Unlike the practical assessment, this time he was directly participating in the simulation. He casually picked up a candied hawthorn from a roadside stall. The sweet and sour taste felt as authentic as reality, blurring the lines between the virtual and the real. Just as Fang Yan turned to leave, a hand suddenly grasped him. "You young rascal! Not only did you eat my candied hawthorn without permission, but you also intend to skip out on the bill? You want to leave here without paying." The vendor glared at Fang Yan, his expression strikingly vivid, reminiscent of a real person. Boom! Before Fang Yan could respond, a violent explosion echoed from a distance. Instantly, a powerful shockwave sent everyone around sprawling, rolling away for dozens of meters. The vendor's stalls were obliterated, and the vendor who had grabbed Fang Yan vanished without a trace. Had he successfully escaped without paying? Wailing sirens suddenly pierced the air, reverberating throughout the city. The penetrating sound compelled everyone to pause and gaze skyward. Such alarms typically signified large-scale events or invasions by foreign entities. Indeed, Fang Yan's pupils constricted slightly. He was not far from the epicenter of the explosion. Otherwise, the shockwave would not have been so intense. Thus, he could clearly see the scene unfolding nearby. As the smoke cleared, numerous creatures surged forth. Beings with pointed horns and imposing physiques emerged before him. The demonic race, renowned across the universe for their unparalleled combat prowess. Among their peers, few could contend with their might. They were formidable, exceedingly formidable. Even the fearless insect race tended to avoid confrontation with the demons, underscoring the terror they instilled. Flee, quickly flee. Chapter 18. The Falling Star Plan. Demons. It's the demons, damn it. Find somewhere to hide. There's an underground parking lot. Everyone inside now. Damn it. Where's our protective shield? How is there no response at all? Where did all these demons come from? Chaos reigned. Utter pandemonium ensued. The air filled with screams, cries, and pleas for help. The demons had arrived fully prepared, armed with a meticulously crafted plan. Upon arrival, they indiscriminately slaughtered, offering no quarter. The vivid crimson of blood stained the streets, permeating the air with a nauseating stench. Blood sprayed into the air, tinting it a deep red. Demons, how dare you? A furious roar erupted from the authorities, and in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared, intent on eradicating the demons. Just as this individual prepared to act, they were intercepted. Before them, a portal to a divine realm suddenly opened, releasing a torrent of demonic energy as several powerful demons emerged, encircling the figure. While human forces bolstered their ranks with strong allies, the demons had not been left wanting either, and in greater numbers. In an instant, battle erupted. Various divine realms sprang into action, as countless citizens appeared throughout the city, and war was imminent. Observing from a distance, Fang Yan caught a flyer that floated into his hand, clearly displaying the name of the city, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Yin City. And the demons were invading. Could this be the massacre that transpired 50 years ago? A result of collusion from within, and without that ultimately led to the slaughter of the city? Yin City, with its population of 7 million, saw its inhabitants decimated overnight, leaving fewer than 10,000 survivors. It was not merely a statistic, but the stark reality of lives lost. This event was among the most heinous and bloody massacres faced by humanity in recent years. From that point on, humanity and the demons were locked in conflict, a war that would rage for over 50 years. Fang Yan could surmise the origin of this simulated event, and the students observing the projection were beginning to piece it together as well. What the heck is this? Could it be the massacre that occurred in Yin City 50 years ago? If so, who could possibly pass this assessment? In a city of 7 million, there had to be at least one deity-level guardian present, and if even such beings fell during this incident, it suggested that the demons possessed at least one of equal caliber. As a mere apprentice deity, without even the power of divinity, how could Fang Yan hope to survive? Had it not been for human treachery compromising the city's protective shield, the demons would not have been able to launch such a swift assault. Coupled with the spatial barriers, not only was it impossible to call for reinforcements, but even escape was rendered futile. How could one navigate such a dire scenario? The crowd racked their brains, unable to conceive a plausible solution. Not only was breaking the deadlock impossible, but the hope of survival appeared bleak. To lay flat and await death seemed a rather appealing choice. Yet, would Fang Yan resign himself to such a fate? Absolutely not. This was too fortuitous an opportunity to ignore. How could he not test the strength of technological civilization? Open the portal to the divine realm. Boom! A massive door materialized before him. Like a teleportation array, it bridged the realm of divinity and reality. Indeed, Fang Yan's expression revealed a sense of clarity. Although it lacked a divine gate, should it remain closed during the simulation, it would be unacceptable for him to confront the demonic horde unarmed. The divine edict had been issued. The first to emerge were 20 armored warriors, stepping forth from the gate to envelop Fang Yan in a formidable protective circle. As he observed the approaching demons, he did not hesitate to unleash a barrage from his electromagnetic rifle. The moment the bullets exited the barrel, they soared at an astonishing velocity of 5 kilometers per second, leaving the lower-tier demons with no time to react before they were instantly dispatched. Following this, a multitude of armored vehicles and tanks materialized on the battlefield, swiftly arranging themselves into a defensive formation. Meanwhile, the commotion on Fang Yan's side inevitably drew the attention of numerous demons. It was as if their kin had received a divine summons, charging forth in an attempt to dismantle the divine gate. Unperturbed by the surge of enemies, Fang Yan remained composed. With the overwhelming firepower of his technological civilization, not a single demon managed to breach the 100-meter radius surrounding him. As the demons sought to dismantle Fang Yan's divine gate, he too was contemplating their downfall. As the number of demonic forces increased on the battlefield, it became imperative to halt their advance by obliterating their divine gate, severing their source, and preventing its reopening in the near term. Thus, the Starfall Plan was set in motion. The Starfall Plan entailed launching a nuclear device towards the enemy, assuring mutuelle destruction. Engaging in urban combat, deploying triphase munitions indiscriminately was out of the question. Otherwise, before the enemy could claim any casualties, his own forces would face annihilation from friendly fire, an absurdity more ludicrous than any imaginable. Instead, smaller yield atomic bombs would suffice. In an instant, an aircraft carrying a miniature atomic bomb was transmitted from the Divine Gate, accelerating to over 5 Mach as it hurtled towards a nearby demonic Divine Gate, completely unguarded. Boom! A fireball measuring 100 meters in diameter erupted within the city. Its blinding light radiated in all directions, capturing the attention of everyone present. Simultaneously, the Divine Gate that had once stood there crumbled into oblivion, vanishing from existence in less than a second. Pleased with his handiwork, Fang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of whether they were demons or insectoids, all were equal in the face of his nuclear arsenal. Should he be provoked, he would not hesitate to detonate a triphase bomb, ensuring that even in death, he would take others with him. Perhaps due to the earlier commotion, compounded by the fact that only Fang Yan's divine realm was present, he soon found himself under scrutiny. Alarmingly, radar indicated 3 targets rapidly approaching, their energy signatures exceedingly potent. It was perplexing which demon had the audacity to dispatch 3 of its lower deity-class citizens simultaneously. "I thank you and your entire family," he exclaimed. Electromagnetic railgun. Lock onto the targets and fire. Boom! Countless shells surged forth from the ominous barrels, aimed directly at the targets. The 3 lower deities were completely unprepared, as they had become the targets of an assault before they even reached their destination. They had scarcely traveled any distance when a torrential barrage descended upon them. If this were merely rain, it would be inconsequential. However, the speed and ferocity of the projectiles were formidable. Their lower deity forms could not withstand such force. Striking a vital point would surely spell death. As they exerted every ounce of their strength, even deploying extraordinary weaponry, they narrowly evaded the initial wave of attacks. Just as they exhaled in relief, the second wave arrived without delay, denying them even a moment's respite. Boom, boom, boom. Projectiles exceeding 10 kilometers per second whizzed past them. Several shells grazed their forms, leaving the 3 demons in a cold sweat. In their desperate attempts to defend and evade, they ultimately could not escape their grim fate. In an instant, 2 demons were struck down, their vital areas compromised, while the third lay gravely wounded upon the ground. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, take their life while they are ailing. How could they allow the injured demon to escape? A deluge of projectiles descended upon the spot where the fallen demon lay, obliterating it to the point of leaving no trace. "Dare to ambush me," Fang Yan seethed. "I can endure no more. Starfall Squad, mobilize. Annihilate all nearby demonic divine gates." Chapter 19, The Celestial Being. In an instant, dozens of aircraft materialized from the divine gate. Within the divine realm, they possessed considerable speed, and upon arrival, they immediately engaged in battle. Identifying their targets, they unleashed their fury. The air was filled with the sound of violent sonic booms as figures darted past. There was no finesse, no superfluous display. Only one word: reckless. It was a battle of life and death. Each aircraft carried a small atomic bomb, homing in on their targets with singular determination. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs erupted in every corner of the city, the searing heat instantly melting everything in their path, rendering the entire city sweltering. In the core area, Temperatures soared into the thousands, even tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. The mushroom clouds generated by the explosions ascended into the sky, obscuring the sun and shrouding half of the heavens. Logically, the mushroom clouds would not dissipate in less than half an hour. Yet astonishingly, they lingered for barely 10 seconds before being eradicated, leaving not a trace behind. Had the demonic divine gates not been destroyed? Even Fang Yan found it hard to believe his eyes. Just then, a colossal figure appeared in the sky above him. The terrifying aura it exuded was suffocating, making it difficult for all to breathe. Even at a distance of several dozen kilometers, it felt as though those nearby would be crushed into mincemeat. A celestial-level powerhouse. Only beings of such caliber could exert such overwhelming pressure. Oh no, oh no! Fang Yan thought in despair. A celestial-level demon was preparing to strike him down, aiming directly for his face. It could be said that to perish at the hands of such a being would be no great loss. Was such an assessment something that a mere mortal could survive? Although everyone was filled with indignation, none had faith in Fang Yan's chances. A celestial-level entity could easily annihilate novice deities with barely a flick of the wrist. Fang Yan silently lamented his misfortune, though he held confidence in his own strength. The disparity between them was insurmountable, far beyond what mere confidence could bridge. Perhaps this was merely a simulation, and the enemy was biding its time before making a move. In a real war of races, he would have long since met his demise, his body already cold. Since you wish to witness my strength, I shall oblige. All electromagnetic cannons locked onto the celestial figure, disregarding the consequences as they activated to maximum power, firing at will. In truth, even without aiming, they would strike true, for the target was simply too large. Boom, boom, boom. As the first salvo from the electromagnetic cannons was unleashed, countless shells surged towards their target. Fang Yan clenched his fists, eager to gauge the enemy's defenses. After a considerable wait, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. As the shells approached their target, they appeared to be halted by an invisible barrier, akin to a fist striking a sponge. Though it sank slightly, it lost all its force. Fang Yan observed this spectacle without surprise, muttering to himself. Clearly, such an assault was insufficient to breach even the surface of the adversary. The advancement of technological civilization had been far too brief. Presently, the electromagnetic cannon, at its maximum capacity, could propel a projectile to just over 10 kilometers per second. While this speed is indeed swift, capable of overwhelming even the lower-tier divine beings of the demon clan after several rounds of bombardment, it pales in comparison to the celestial beings of immense power. If one could accelerate a shell to sublight speeds, or even to the speed of light, the opponent would find it far more challenging to respond. It is worth noting that the speed of light reaches 300,000 kilometers per second. Accelerating any object to such velocity would endow it with an inconceivable destructive capability, merely due to its mass. Alas, it is premature to contemplate such advancements. The timeline for achieving a civilization capable of light-speed travel remains uncertain. The celestial beings of the demon clan had long taken notice of the insignificant insects beneath their feet, astonished that these insects dared to resist. The attacks were pathetically feeble, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Despite this lack of injury, the audacity of the insects to raise their blades against him was utterly intolerable. A figure emerged from the crowd. The celestial being of the demon clan did not deign to intervene directly. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The strength of his superior subordinates sufficed. With a single leap, one of his minions descended towards Fang Yan's position. The radar had long since sounded alarms, red lights flashing incessantly. Mecha Squad, intercept him. Now, immediately. Prepare all three-phase projectiles and aim them at the sky. I refuse to believe we cannot breach your defenses today. Madness, pure madness. Faced with such an entity, there was no chance of victory. Not only was there no possibility of success, but they could not even breach the opponent's skin. How could they hope to fight? Aren't you formidable? Aren't you powerful? Don't you possess the strength of a celestial being? I shall see whether the celestial being of your demon clan is superior, or whether my technological civilization's nuclear weaponry prevails. A single three-phase projectile is sufficient to annihilate a small nation. The simulated city would likely not survive, as its area is not greater than that of a country. If I were to detonate 100 of them simultaneously, the sky would surely erupt in chaos. The thought of it was undeniably exhilarating. As the three-phase projectiles were being transported, the airborne mecha squad had already engaged with the demon clan's superior deity. In the face of the mecha squad's assault, the demon being handled the situation with ease, never once retaliating, as if toying with jesters. Moreover, a peculiar magnetic field seemed to envelop him. Each distant projectile was effortlessly deflected. This so-called magnetic field was divine power. The divine power of lower-tier gods was relatively weak, capable of withstanding only a few projectiles before reaching its limit. In contrast, the higher-tier gods possessed immense divine energy, with a purer essence that could be sustained indefinitely. Not to mention, why would they stand still and allow themselves to be targeted if they could so easily evade the projectiles? As time passed, the demon being appeared to grow weary of the game, losing interest. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a counterattack. With a single strike, he swept through the air, obliterating 3 mechs, which erupted into fiery orbs plummeting to the ground. The disparity in strength was glaring. They were not even in the same league. Faced with the demise of their comrades, the remaining warriors showed no sign of retreat, gripping their weapons and charging once more. This time, there was no alternative. Farewell, comrades! Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. With no glimmer of hope remaining, they resolved to create this final flicker of hope. There was no need for hesitation. They would detonate the nuclear reactor and fight to the death. Do not underestimate the reactor, which is only slightly larger than a palm. Its detonation would unleash a force comparable to a small-yield atomic bomb, capable of engulfing a 50-meter radius. Chapter 20, A Fruitless Endeavor. Caught unawares by the sudden self-detonation, the demon was consumed by the fireball. In that instant, he frantically channeled his divine energy, teleporting himself 100 meters away. Even so, he was scorched to a crisp, resembling a charred corpse, entirely unrecognizable from his former self. Roaring in fury, the demon lamented, "After 1,000 days of hunting hawks, I never expected to be pecked today. What a profound humiliation." He glared menacingly at the metal contraptions, astonished that their own strength was lacking, yet the power generated by their self-destruction was formidable. Before the demon could react, the 3 mecha warriors converged to encircle him. If he could be gravely wounded by nuclear weaponry, then this so-called higher-tier deity was not as invincible as imagined. Almost simultaneously, they all detonated their nuclear reactors. No, the demon, engulfed in flames, let out one last defiant roar before vanishing into the inferno. Against the presence of a higher-tier deity, the mechs, pride of the human race, were utterly powerless, ultimately concluding their brief journey in such a manner. 20 mechs, none returned. Fortunately, their sacrifice was not in vain. They not only took down a higher-tier demon deity, but also bought precious time for their kin. Hundreds of rockets stood ready on the ground, pointing skyward, poised to launch. Without a hint of hesitation, they prepared. All units ignite. Launch. Boom. One by one, the rockets soared into the sky, propelled by the controlled nuclear fusion reaction. In the blink of an eye, they reached an unimaginable speed, nearing their target at 10 Mach. This velocity was not the limit of the rockets. Had the distance been greater, they could have gone even faster. However, 10 Mach was already sufficient. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with enormous fireballs, illuminating the heavens as if it were day. Fang Yan felt his eyes stung by the brilliance, and in the next moment, he lost all sensation, returning to reality. Yet, the explosions in the simulated world continued, the center of the nuclear blast, exceeding millions of degrees Celsius, devouring the entire city. Whether demon or human, the indiscriminate assault spared no living creature. Not just living beings, even the towering skyscrapers were reduced to rubble in that moment, with hundreds of 3-phase projectiles detonating simultaneously. The grand spectacle yielded only blinding white light, a vast expanse of white. In the external projection space, nothing could be seen beyond the radiance. What is happening? Is the projection malfunctioning? Why has it turned into a white screen? What is the final outcome? Who can tell me? Who knows? Nevertheless, Fang Yan's strength was indeed formidable. Those 20 armored warriors managed to bring down a higher-tier demon deity, a display of power that was truly unmatched. Indeed, even the lower-tier demons had not even approached before being obliterated. It was utterly terrifying. They do not believe that others are capable of achieving such feats. Even those prodigies would likely fall short of Fang Yan's current accomplishments. The concept of a high deity entails an entity that, given sufficient time, could effortlessly annihilate all graduates of this cohort without sustaining the slightest injury. Yet, astonishingly, Fang Yan managed to vanquish such a being. Just as the onlookers found themselves in a state of ennui, unable to perceive the images projected before them, they suddenly witnessed Fang Yan opening his eyes. His expression tinged with curiosity. Oh, has Fang Yan returned to reality? Is he also observing the projection? Could there be more to unfold beyond this radiant light? All eyes turned once more to the projection, eager to uncover the mystery. After a full minute, the brilliant screen gradually dimmed, revealing a scene that filled the viewers with desolation. Once magnificent skyscrapers had vanished without a trace, the entire city reduced to mere ashes, leaving behind a colossal pit. This chasm was immense, reaching the maximum extent simulated by the virtual world, and, without constraints, could have been even larger. As for the human and demon races, they were vaporized by the searing heat, reduced to mere molecules, disappearing into the ether. Look in the sky. Despite the cataclysmic assault, the demon god's vehicle, though somewhat damaged, remained intact. On the ground stood two divine gates, remarkably surviving the recent nuclear explosion. One belonged to the human race, while the other, shrouded in darkness and infused with demonic energy, was unmistakably that of the demon race. Astonishingly, there were two demon gods. In a 2-to-1 scenario, with the unparalleled might of the demon race in the cosmos, how could a human deity stand a chance? Such secrets were revelations to them, as textbooks only mentioned casualty figures without specifying the number or strength of the demons. It was akin to the ancient historical records of Blue Star that frequently noted, in times of great famine, humans resorted to cannibalism. A mere 6 words encapsulated the tragic scenes of thousands, if not tens of thousands, perishing from starvation. This was no exaggeration. Without a certain threshold of casualties, there was no opportunity for historical acknowledgement. Thus, in the case of the city incident, ordinary people only grasped a superficial understanding, oblivious to the specific details. As the projection faded, ultimately vanishing without a trace, Fang Yan, having gleaned the answers he sought, murmured to himself, if such a terrifying attack can be withstood. It seems that high deities indeed possess formidable prowess. Nevertheless, he concluded that pondering excessively was futile. The path to advancement lay in diligent cultivation. His visit had merely served to verify his own strength, yet he found himself caught up in a bloodlust that rendered him insatiable. In the simulated world, he had experienced a thorough depletion of nuclear weaponry. One must admit the power was remarkable. Aside from those 3 extraordinary entities, all beings remained equal. Fairness and justice prevailed. The absolute annihilation achieved was indisputable. Not long after Fang Yan's departure, numerous students uploaded recorded videos to the school group, some even sharing them online. Within mere minutes, the entire high school department of Qingyi City was in an uproar. This is far beyond the norm. Are we certain he is a fellow student who awakened alongside us? A comparison revealed an insurmountable disparity. They could believe Fang Yan had already graduated from university, considering that some ordinary graduates from martial universities had only reached demigod status. In the video, Fang Yan slaughtered divine beings with the ease of dispatching mere dogs. The entire school's network went into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the videos circulating online continued to gain traction, their view counts steadily climbing. Fang Yan remained blissfully unaware of this. He strolled through the streets in high spirits, contemplating what essentials his home lacked, and seizing the opportunity for a grand shopping spree. Chapter 21. The God-Slaying Bullet. Astonishment swept through as recent high school graduates dared to challenge high deity-level adversaries, regardless of the demon race's unparalleled might. A high school student stood alone against the demon god. One shot, and behold how a city is rendered to nothingness. Eye-catching crimson headlines emerged online. As time passed, the view counts surged, clearly indicating potential for trending topics. This is too far-fetched. What year has seen such difficulty in the college entrance examination? If this is true, I'll livestream consuming feces. They insisted he was merely a recent graduate, suspecting some influential figure was operating an alternate account to garner followers before launching a livestream sales campaign. In this day and age, individuals would go to great lengths for publicity. Many dismissed the edited videos outright, while others voiced skepticism. Some even went so far as to assert disbelief. Yet, the footage presented impressive visuals, featuring vibrant action and explosive effects that eclipsed most combat encounters. Ranged attacks and close-quarters combat. Wasn't this precisely what every divine realm aspired to? Particularly striking was the ultimate weapon that not only annihilated the enemy, but also ensured the user would not fall into enemy hands, a commendable form of self-sacrifice. Its destructive capacity was no trifling matter, capable of obliterating a city, exuding an almost cinematic quality, yet undeniably exhilarating. This is a must-follow. No one believed a recent high school graduate could achieve such prowess. The displayed might was beyond what even notable martial universities could claim. Yet, the strength was acknowledged by many. However, what civilization was this? Such a combat style, entirely reliant on external artifacts, was unprecedented. The potency of these artifacts was formidable. igniting curiosity in many observers. As understanding deepened, an astonishing revelation unfolded for all. No way. Is it truly a recent graduate? How could this be possible? How did he accomplish this? This was indeed the fabled overtime competition, reserved for those students who passed the practical assessments within the first 3 days. They had heard of it through rare chance encounters, but never imagined it was real. Such a challenging assessment. Was it truly intended for high school graduates? A true powerhouse. An absolute powerhouse. I was wrong to mock the elite. My voice was perhaps a tad too loud just now. As more individuals uncovered the truth, their initial scorn transformed into profound admiration, reflecting a remarkable psychological shift. It was unimaginable that a high school graduate could exhibit such strength, leaving countless university students feeling shame. Others who had participated in similar assessments barely lasted a few minutes against lower-tier demons, never anticipating that anyone could achieve such heights. Not only had he exterminated demons of lesser ranks, but he had also faced high deity-level demons head-on, serving as a paragon for his peers. Yet, as fellow geniuses, why was he so exceptionally talented? Who could accomplish such feats? Having only recently awakened, how could he be so formidable? One must concede, the disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between man and dog. As the video continued to gain popularity, it sparked considerable commotion. Admissions advisors in Kyoto, upon viewing the footage, grinned broadly, their mouths nearly splitting with joy. Their staunch arguments had unexpectedly yielded such delightful results. Based solely on this combat performance, he would undoubtedly attract the keen attention of higher authorities. As the mentor appointed for this special recruitment, one naturally enjoys numerous advantages. Otherwise, who would be so dedicated to their tasks? The more remarkable Fang Yan's performance, the greater his benefits will be. Unbeknownst to him, the outside world continues to evolve, while he immerses himself in the development of the divine realm upon returning home. In the year 412 of the human era, technological advancements have not seen significant breakthroughs. Yet various industries have flourished unprecedentedly. Investment in scientific research has grown exponentially, particularly in weaponry, which constitutes nearly half of the total value. Despite this, substantial achievements remain elusive. By the year 580 of the human era, cobalt bombs have officially been manufactured. Their destructive capability is such that a single bomb is sufficient to obliterate all life on a planet. The explosive power surpasses that of a triphase bomb by more than tenfold, reaching a truly terrifying level, propelling warfare into the cosmic realm. Other industries have also made considerable progress. With deeper research, the potency of electromagnetic weaponry has more than doubled, boasting increased speed and greater force. This simulation has afforded Fang Yan a preliminary understanding of divine power, while simultaneously revealing the vulnerabilities exposed by technological civilization. In the future, he will encounter more beings possessing divine might, a hurdle he cannot easily surmount. To facilitate better research, Fang Yan deliberately employed primordial energy to simulate an identical strand of divine power, enabling scientists to identify its weaknesses or devise countermeasures. It must be said that the direct manifestation of divine power incurs a substantial cost, requiring 5,000 points of primordial energy. Fortunately, the investment yields rewards. After over a century of relentless effort and more than 100 trillion experiments, a unique metal has finally been discovered. This metal can effortlessly sever divine power while remaining entirely unaffected by it, akin to an insulator. This insulation applies solely to divine energy. The laboratory that first identified this material was naturally elated. However, after their initial excitement subsided, they realized the materials needed to synthesize this metal were exceedingly rare, and many of them could not be extracted on a large scale with current technology. Thus, it is destined not to be widely disseminated in the short term. Having identified a precise direction, the most challenging step has been accomplished. The remaining tasks seem trivial in comparison. Given the scarcity of materials, Fang Yan has opted to exchange primordial energy directly. As long as the items in question are not finished products, the power of primordial energy remains quite formidable. As for extraction, that depends on humanity's own efforts. After all, this material is crucial in eliminating beings infused with divine power. Consequently, the human race has manufactured numerous machines for extraction. Even so, the output remains extremely limited. Ultimately, this metal has been fashioned into bullets, designated for use in a select few mechs. These bullets have been formally named God-slaying bullets, capable of vanquishing deities. However, possessing God-slaying bullets without compatible firearms would be futile. With the current electromagnetic gun's power, they can at most eliminate lower-tier gods. Confronting stronger beings proves to be a daunting challenge. To address this, Research commenced on firearms capable of unleashing extraordinary power. One shot should suffice to threaten even upper-tier gods, while celestial beings are not currently within consideration. With the allocation of resources and the tireless efforts of countless scientists, a firearm with a terrifying rate of fire has finally been birthed. The initial velocity of its bullets reaches an astonishing 50 kilometers per second, with an effective range exceeding 2,000 kilometers. Within this limited range, the bullets maintain a velocity of 50 kilometers per second, but beyond this distance, the speed diminishes significantly. The farther the distance, the more pronounced the decline. While the power is formidable, the drawbacks are equally apparent. In pursuit of greater speed, the firearm must exert an immensely terrifying force before the bullet exits the barrel, resulting in a rather short lifespan for the weapon. Each test firing barely manages to discharge 10 rounds anymore, and the risk of catastrophic failure looms. The materials used for the firearm are already the pinnacle available in contemporary society, and enhancing its longevity will have to wait until advancements in materials science are made. Unfortunately, materials science has not seen any breakthroughs in decades, and significant progress in the short term seems improbable. Though 10 rounds may seem scant, in the face of genuine elite combat, they can serve a pivotal role, at the very least when encountering upper-tier gods from the demon race. The properties of the god-slaying bullets, combined with the initial speed of 50 kilometers per second, could potentially claim the life of an unsuspecting adversary. In direct confrontations, they can effectively suppress the opponent, ensuring that they dare not exhibit even a hint of complacency, lest they meet their demise. Given that the bullets are termed god-slaying bullets, it follows that the firearm should be named the god-slaying gun, an instrument capable of slaying deities. Fang Yan initially believed that 500 points of primordial energy would suffice for an entire year. After all, under normal consumption, he only requires 24 points daily, amounting to approximately 760 points annually, which seemed ample. However, as civilization grows more powerful, the knowledge and schematics required also multiply, and these do not appear out of thin air. They demand primordial energy. Coupled with other expenditures, Fang Yan now finds his primordial energy dwindling to below 3,000 points. While 3,000 points can comfortably accommodate normal consumption, it falls woefully short of accelerating the development of technological civilization and providing cutting-edge scientific advancements. Glancing at the time, Fang Yan noted that 20 days had elapsed since the practical assessment, leaving only 10 days remaining. 10 days, with the special assessment only 10 days away. He feels no sense of certainty. Confronting celestial beings with current technological weaponry proves futile. Only the cobalt bomb remains. Yet even the cobalt bomb, deemed capable of annihilating all life on a planet, offers no guarantee. Although its core explosive power surpasses that of a triphase bomb by a factor of 10. Its most lethal aspect is its radioactive contamination. With a half-life extending 5 years, it can spread globally, inflicting catastrophic damage on all life forms on the planet. The cobalt bomb can obliterate life, but cannot destroy the planet itself. While it is indeed a nightmare for ordinary beings, it does not present the anticipated strength against celestial beings. Utilizing the cobalt bomb to successfully navigate the special assessment seems an impossibility. Even exterminating a demon race's celestial being would be a daunting task. Once brimming with confidence, Fang Yan is now taken aback by the extreme nature of the special assessment, which compels a group of students who have just awakened their divine realms to challenge celestial-level foes. Is this not a push toward abandoning the assessment altogether? Observing the scant 3,000 points of primordial energy remaining, Fang Yan displays a hint of resignation. At the normal pace of technological civilization's development, substantial breakthroughs are unlikely to occur in the near term. Thus, there seems little point in exerting himself further. It may be wiser to ignite his divine flame. Faced with celestial beings, Fang Yan feels utterly powerless, recognizing that he cannot triumph over them at this juncture. Rather than continuing to strain his efforts in developing his divine realm, it would be more prudent to ignite his divine flame, granting his essence the strength for self-preservation. Igniting the divine flame is not a complex task. One merely needs to establish a connection between their divine consciousness and the divine realm, selecting an object as a fulcrum to merge with oneself, ultimately transforming it into a part of their being while simultaneously acquiring the capabilities of this fulcrum. Thus, the initial stage can be deemed accomplished. Subsequently, he continually absorbed energy from similar fulcrums, thereby converting it into divine power, allowing himself to grow stronger incessantly. This is a gradual process that also necessitates the unwavering support of the denizens of the divine realm. Without it, enhancing one's strength becomes exceedingly challenging. Much like the true Qi in martial arts civilizations, which relies on true Qi as a fulcrum, the errant true Qi within the divine realm cannot serve as such. Only the true Qi refined by the denizens can fulfill that role. To acquire greater divine power, it is imperative to develop the divine realm. The better its development, the more it can reciprocate. When a denizen of the divine realm perishes, their true Qi does not vanish. Instead, it nourishes their deity, ultimately transforming into divine power. This constitutes a virtuous cycle and represents the optimal method. As for those who exploit their own subjects for temporary gains, engaging in slaughter to achieve fleeting enhancements, such methods are utterly reprehensible. As a civilization of technology, igniting the divine fire should be akin, yet what should serve as the fulcrum? Is it firearms, artillery, or perhaps nuclear energy? In any case, all these can act as fulcrums to ignite the divine fire, and in his heart, Fang Yan already harbors an answer. What is the sun, if not a fusion reaction? Although it occurs in an extraordinarily complex environment, its essence remains rooted in nuclear reactions. At the very core of the sun, temperatures soar to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, where no material can escape. Even the legendary supreme deity would likely find it unbearable to endure the sun's nuclear explosion. Thus, after careful consideration, Fang Yan opted for a nuclear bomb as the fulcrum to ignite the divine fire. Not only does it possess formidable power in its initial stages, but it also harbors immense potential for future development. When fully realized, even the highest deity would find themselves sidelined. Having chosen the fulcrum to ignite the divine fire, he hesitated no longer and immediately established a connection with the nuclear bomb within the divine realm. As a small-yield nuclear bomb gradually vanished, profound changes began to unfold within Fang Yan's body. Scorching heat emanated from him, causing the air in the room to become stiflingly warm. This was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the temperature surrounding him rose by several degrees, ultimately enveloping the entire neighborhood. The residents within the vicinity distinctly sensed something amiss with the temperature. After only a brief exertion, they were drenched in sweat, unsure whether the discomfort stemmed from their own condition or the external heat. With the nuclear bomb completely dissipated within the divine realm, a thread of divine power naturally came into being. Do not underestimate this newly birthed strand of divine power. Should Fang Yan desire, it could instantaneously manifest as a nuclear explosion, devouring a radius of 1,000 meters. Moreover, the nuclear explosion derived from divine power constitutes clean energy, devoid of nuclear pollution, allowing for its confident and unrestrained use against foes in the future. As the strand of divine power emerged, Fang Yan was not yet satisfied. He pressed on, greedily absorbing the nuclear bombs within the divine realm. 1, 2, 3. Gradually, an underground storage facility stocked with several small nuclear bombs was entirely depleted, leaving behind an empty expanse. Having absorbed so much at once, he felt a noticeable distension within his body. Any further absorption risked catastrophic rupture, prompting him to halt. It must be said that with divine power, he now represented an entirely different concept from before. He can now truly be regarded as a deity, distinctly separate from mere mortals. With a mere thought, he could determine the life or death of an ordinary person. For that is the essence of divinity. Chapter 23. Oppressing the Freshmen. With the conclusion of the practical assessments, various martial arts academies commenced their fervent enrollment processes. As for the special assessments, Fang Yan chose not to participate further. Even if he did, it would be futile, as his technological civilization was not a match for the celestial-level opponents. During this time, he had remained at home, absorbing nuclear bombs, and now, over a month had elapsed, endowing him with 12 strands of divine power. While this may seem meager, it is anything but the power it harbors is formidable. Whenever Fang Yan so desires, he could effortlessly extinguish the life of an ordinary individual, requiring not even a full strand of divine power. Merely 1/10,000th of a strand would suffice. Holding the acceptance letter in his hands, he calculated the time and realized that today was the day he could proceed with his enrollment. After hastily packing his belongings, he took a taxi to the teleportation array. Although the mainstream modes of transport are still spirit vehicles and flying boats, the fastest option remains the teleportation array. In just 1 second, he could arrive at any city of his choice. However, it is also the most expensive. Had it not been for the one-time free opportunity granted by his acceptance letter from Kyoto Martial University, Fang Yan would never have opted for such travel. One single use demands 100,000 credit points, a sum far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Moreover, the flying boats are not slow either. They can cover 1,000 miles in an hour. The journey from Tangi City to Kyoto takes merely 3 to 4 hours, which is hardly a significant duration. The primary advantage is the cost. A single trip amounts to a maximum of 500 credit points, and during the off-peak season, it can be as low as 2 or 300 credit points. Compared to the teleportation array, the flying boat offers far superior value. As the radiance flickered, Fang Yan found himself amidst a bustling square. "Classmate, you must be a new freshman this year." Before Fang Yan could respond, someone nearby greeted him. He held up his acceptance letter and, with curiosity, inquired, "Yes, but where exactly is this?" "This is the internal teleportation array of Kyoto Martial University. As long as you possess your acceptance letter, you could be directly transported here." As he spoke, the individual gently tapped Fang Yan's acceptance letter, noticing something peculiar about it. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, yet he refrained from questioning further, continuing to explain, "This is precisely why new students must carry their acceptance letters. Otherwise, they would only be teleported to the Kyoto Transportation Department and would need a transfer to get here." "Ah, I see." Fang Yan nodded in understanding, finally grasping why the acceptance letter emphasized this point. Before he arrived, 5 or 6 other new students had already gathered here. Upon further inquiry, he learned that the one welcoming newcomers was a sophomore tasked by the school to escort freshmen to the enrollment office. For a day's work, they would receive 5 points of origin as compensation. For heirs of noble families, such resources are hardly worth a glance, but for commoner students, it represents a golden opportunity to acquire resources effortlessly. Once the group was assembled, the senior led the freshmen toward the registration area, providing explanations of some important matters along the way. "What is that? Are they actually fighting? And it seems one is being utterly dominated. Who is that? So formidable." As the group approached the teaching building, the projections in the air became increasingly clear. Within mere minutes, one individual had already lost the battle. Concurrently, a brazen voice resonated throughout the square. "You newcomers this year truly are pitiful, akin to refuse. Is there no one else willing to challenge me?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, all the freshmen displayed expressions of indignation, their faces flushed with rage, wishing they could swallow the speaker whole. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, no one dared to step forward. The earlier freshman was the prime example. In a matter of minutes, he had been overwhelmed by the opponent's legion, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The disparity was simply too vast. How shameless. A sophomore bullying us mere newcomers. Aren't you embarrassed? Indeed, our divine realm has only just begun to develop, while you've been at it for so long. As I develop over the same duration as you, a mere wretch, are not even worthy to serve as my shoe shiner. Faced with the provocation from a sophomore, the newcomer resolutely maintained his composure. Insulting others, who cannot do that? A flicker of smugness danced in Wang Xuetuan's eyes as he, the provocateur, declared, "Is that so? You spineless lot think you can triumph over me? It is utterly laughable. Whoever dared to insult me earlier, step forth and face me in combat." After a prolonged silence, witnessing no response, Wang Xuetuan continued, "If no one can best me today, then each of you freshmen shall owe me a fraction of your essence, which will be deducted directly from your resources for the first month." This announcement stirred a tempest akin to a ferocious storm at sea. "By what right? You have the audacity to demand our essence?" Laughter erupted, incredulous at the audacity of his claims. "You must be out of your mind." Expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of all present, as they grappled with the absurdity of his words in broad daylight. "Ah, you still remain ignorant of the rules at Kyoto Martial University, do you? Each year, an upperclassman is granted the opportunity to challenge the newcomers. This year, I have seized the chance to challenge the freshmen." Wang Xuetuan's laughter echoed, with nearly 5,000 freshmen. If each were to contribute just a fraction of their essence, that amounts to 5,000 points. Last year, they endured the same fate, with no one able to defeat that senior, ultimately surrendering their essence without protest. Though the amount was minimal, it was particularly irksome. Moreover, this rule was instituted by the school to motivate students, instilling in them an awareness of their own disparities. Only through relentless effort can they seek vengeance for their grievances. One cannot deny that this method of fostering rivalry is indeed effective. The growth rate of these students has markedly accelerated. Yet, the task of challenging lower years is fraught with difficulty and potential backlash. Those who lack for resources are naturally disinclined to engage in such thankless endeavors. The exceptional talents, each engrossed in their own development, are unlikely to partake in this. Consequently, few ever apply, allowing Wang Xuetuan to reap the rewards. Recalling last year's challenger, now hiding away to evade the formidable talents, who sought refuge on foreign battlefields. The prospect of 5,000 points of essence was undeniably enticing, albeit somewhat perilous. Wang Xuedan had already devised a plan. Upon acquiring these resources, he would promptly apply to head to the front lines, ensuring that this year's freshman would be unable to locate him. What? Is no one brave enough to challenge me? If no one steps forward within the next hour, victory will be awarded to me, he declared. Beyond the rewards, the prospect of mercilessly annihilating these newcomers was a source of immense satisfaction. After all, those bold enough to accept the challenge were the creme de la creme. The thought of watching these prodigies tremble beneath his feet was exhilarating. Chapter 24. The challenge emerges. I shall. Amidst Wang Xuetuan's relentless taunts, a courageous soul finally emerged. Very well. Not all of you freshmen are cowards. Some possess a fiery spirit. Wang Xuetuan's excitement was palpable as he noted the acceptance of his challenge. He elevated the challenger while simultaneously belittling those too timid to step forward. Since you have accepted my challenge, I do not slay nameless foes. State your name. I am Song Tian, a freshman. As Song Tian proclaimed his name, astonishment flickered across the faces of many, for this name gleamed like a beacon in several cities, renowned as a top scorer in the college entrance examinations. Even on a national scale, he ranked among the top 100. During the practical assessments for graduating students, his name had dominated the headlines, making it nearly impossible for anyone to be unaware of his prowess. Song Tian was among the few who had triumphed in the practical examination just 3 days prior, standing out among 137 successful candidates. To achieve such success in a mere 2 months was indicative of extraordinary talent. However, despite his remarkable gifts, he understood the chasm that lay between him and the sophomore. His awakened domain had only been in existence for 2 months, a mere fraction compared to the sophomore's year and 2 months of development. The year-long gap in experience was insurmountable, and no amount of talent could bridge it without sufficient time for growth. As Song Tian ascended the platform and faced Wang Xuedan, he simply stated, "Let us begin." With minimal words and devoid of any ostentation, both competitors activated their neural interfaces simultaneously. In an instant, a projection materialized upon the arena, a desolate expanse devoid of life, save for the cracked earth, encapsulating a sense of desolation. The domains of the two contenders did not activate immediately. They were preparing in tacit understanding. With a resounding boom, a colossal portal to the domain emerged from the void, and from it emerged figures clad in uniform, marching as if they were ancient soldiers. This formation, however, lacked any semblance of majesty, instead exuding a chilling aura. These beings bore no resemblance to the living. They appeared as if they were mere corpses, their movements grotesque and infused with a terrifying presence. Although many were already aware of the nature of Song Tian's awakened domain, the sight of the ox head and horse face on the battlefield evoked a collective gasp of realization. As one of the premier domains, the Underworld, the presence of these iconic figures was essential, if not exceptionally powerful. The spectral soldiers, while possessing commendable individual combat capability, were ultimately mere fodder when compared to true warriors. Yet, their sheer numbers were formidable. As more and more spectral soldiers emerged, the count surged from a handful to hundreds, then thousands, ultimately culminating in tens of thousands, with no signs of abating. As a freshman, Song Tian recognized a disparity in individual combat strength, realizing the sheer numbers were his only recourse to overwhelm his opponent. Wang Xuetuan, aware of Song Tian's intentions, remained unmoved, not even opening his domain's portal in response. His confidence was palpable, rendering any preemptive preparations unnecessary. It was only when the number of spectral soldiers reached 100,000 that their emergence ceased. From this throng, several terrifying figures emerged, shrouded in a thick miasma, their true forms obscured. The oppressive aura emanating from them was palpable within a 5-meter radius, demanding respect. Their strength remained unknown, but only through combat could their true capabilities be assessed. One thing was certain, they would not be weak. Seeing that Song Tian was prepared, Wang Xuetuan finally opened the portal to his domain. The portal to the Divine Realm, though slightly larger than an ordinary household door, is hardly conducive to dispatching an army. Moreover, the opposing side is not inclined to send forth a multitude. If they must exert their full strength against mere freshmen, it would render the past year a futile endeavor. Gradually, 5 figures emerged, each seemingly unremarkable, indistinguishable from the average person. Their height and appearance were utterly mundane, and one might struggle to identify them even in a crowd. The sole unifying characteristic was that each bore a sword, an exceptionally sharp blade, glinting with a cold sheen. Though Wang Xuetan deployed only 5 individuals, none perceived this as arrogance or disdain towards the newcomers. After all, in previous battles, a single warrior had consistently triumphed. Having already dispatched several freshmen, the decision to send 5 is a testament to the seriousness of the situation and an acknowledgement of Song Tian's prowess. While Wang Xuetan may not belong to the pinnacle of divine realms, he hails from a formidable sword energy civilization. Their sword energy, indomitable and formless, strikes with the force of a tidal wave, obliterating all in its path. Under his sword energy, survival is nearly impossible. Despite not being the strongest overall, their offensive capabilities stand toe-to-toe with the finest divine realms. This is the essence of the sword energy civilization, unyielding and unstoppable. As both factions prepared for battle, the once unremarkable 5 underwent a dramatic transformation, their presence akin to a newly forged blade, unmistakably lethal. Their fierce aura soared to the heavens. Confronted by the dense ranks of shadow soldiers, they displayed no fear, their eyes ablaze with combat fervor. With a single stroke, thousands of meters of sword energy surged forth like a vibrant rainbow, instantly claiming countless lives. Thousands of shadow soldiers were cleaved in half, many perishing on the spot, dissipating into nothingness. Even those who survived found themselves stripped of combat effectiveness. Truly, the sword energy civilization excels in combat prowess. This single blow has already decimated a significant portion of their forces. Should they unleash a few more such strikes, how could the shadow soldiers hope to withstand the onslaught? Fortunately, such large-scale sword energy attacks are not easily conjured. The previous strike required at least a decade of cultivation. The sword energy civilization adheres to the law of energy conservation. Without prior accumulation, such power cannot arise from thin air. Chapter 25. Show them what you're made of. The war has only just begun. Right from the outset, over half of the 100,000 shadow soldiers and generals were obliterated. The mountains and plains were littered with severed limbs and shattered corpses, an overwhelming sight that seemed to stretch endlessly. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, relieved that this devastation would soon fade into nothingness. Such catastrophic losses, however, were not without merit, for they had at least depleted the sword energy of the 5 warriors, cultivated over many years. Now it was time for close combat. The entire army charged forward. Tens of thousands of shadow soldiers surged towards the 5, attempting to encircle them. However, lofty ideals meet stark reality. Wang Xuetan was well aware of the enemy's intentions. Their plan was simple: to surround them and, through sheer numbers, gradually exhaust the 5 warriors' stamina, ultimately leading to their demise. Yet, he was no fool. He recognized the trap laid before him. Such a strategy may work when forces are evenly matched, but the two sides were hardly on the same level. A faint smile graced Wang Xuetan's lips. Did they truly believe that their slow tactics could annihilate his people? What good would encirclement do? Moreover, encirclement was not even feasible. One of the 5 gracefully wielded his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that effortlessly swept away dozens, if not hundreds, of shadow soldiers. While they could not unleash their most devastating attacks, surely they could still execute standard sword energy strikes. After all, that is what defines a sword energy civilization. Subsequently, the 5 warriors moved like demigods, slaying gods and ghosts alike. Whether shadow soldiers or other foes, none could escape the onslaught of their sword energy. The radiant, unparalleled sword energy left deep scars upon the earth, each measuring dozens of meters. The remaining shadow soldiers, under the relentless slaughter, dwindled to fewer than 10,000. The anticipated exhaustion did not materialize. Instead, the 5 grew increasingly ferocious, cutting through the ranks of shadow soldiers with ease. Witnessing the massacre of the shadow soldiers, all the freshmen wore expressions of sorrow. It seemed that victory was all but assured. Even Song Tian found himself powerless against the foe. Those of their realm, still inferior, had no hope of resistance, especially against the sharp sword energy, an existence defying the heavens. Nothing could withstand its might. Upon contact, it cleaved enemies in two. Throughout the battle, no entity had been observed capable of countering it. It was infuriating. Faced with the provocations of the second-year students, they found themselves utterly powerless. They could only hope that Song Tian might quell their arrogance, perhaps managing to slay 1 or 2, providing a semblance of consolation. Realizing that a war of attrition was futile, Song Tian decisively commanded the bull-headed and horse-faced minions wielding soul-binding chains to form a semi-encirclement and advance swiftly. These bull-headed and horse-faced figures were many, executing harassing attacks. Meanwhile, the 3 ominous figures, brimming with malevolence, sprang into action as if they had conspired. They accelerated towards one of the outermost warriors, unleashing their most potent assault. A kitchen knife, a sickle, and a hammer. 3 distinct weapons converged, capable of shattering the enemy's spirit. Anticipating the sudden assault, the opposing side was already prepared, launching several attacks in an attempt to repel the advance. Yet, each time their sword energy pierced the shadowy aura, it sank without a trace, merely intensifying the enemy's surrounding energy without inflicting any substantial harm. The continuous sword strikes left the enemy scrambling to defend themselves, struggling to respond in time. As the 3 weapons converged, they met the incoming attacks head-on, producing a dull thud. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light emerged, aimed directly at one of the warriors, only to quickly dim. The anticipated mutual destruction did not occur. Instead, one of Song Tian's own was cleaved in 2, revealing their true form. As for Wang Xuetun, just before the 3 strikes landed, a faint glow emanated from the jade token at his waist. It formed a protective barrier of sword energy, enveloping him completely and absorbing all the attacks. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, the jade token at his waist unleashed a torrent of sword energy, showering down like a rain of blades. The skies and the ground were awash with the presence of sword energy. Within its reach, all adversaries were annihilated. The contingency prepared by Song Tian now appeared more akin to a farce. Even approaching was a courtesy granted by the enemy. In the face of absolute strength, all efforts proved futile. Ultimately, Song Tian's defeat marked the conclusion of this battle. The deluge of sword energy left all the freshmen in stunned silence. Initially, they believed Wang Xuetun to be formidable, only to discover that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Press him further, and one would find he could be even stronger, especially that enigmatic jade plaque, which not only offers formidable defense, but also unleashes such powerful techniques. It appears that the opponent had not displayed their utmost strength from the outset. They were merely toying with their adversaries. Even so, they are utterly helpless. Terrifying. Exceedingly terrifying. What could a freshman possibly do to contend against such power? If they were afforded some time to develop, perhaps there might be a chance to turn the tide. But for now, the outcome seems all but predetermined. Ultimately, it boils down to the insufficient time for growth. After witnessing Song Tian's devastating defeat, hardly anyone is inclined to take up the challenge. Even those who passed the practical assessments in the top 3 days, including those who succeeded on the first and second days, chose to withdraw. It is merely a matter of a bit of essence, after all. It is simply being ground beneath the feet of second-year students. Endure it for a while, and it shall pass. In time, they could exact a furious revenge. Wang Xuetun stood upon the arena, observing the increasing number of freshmen, casually adjusting his attire, and inquired, "Is there anyone else willing to ascend the stage to challenge me? Those who wish to cower like turtles need not speak. If you dare to meet my gaze, come forth. Of course, should anyone manage to defeat me, the school will reward you with 10,000 essence points. But conversely, I shall also be duly rewarded. There are actually rewards, and such a substantial one at that." Originally prepared to depart, Fang Yan, upon hearing the mention of rewards, instantly felt invigorated. Why was this not mentioned earlier? This individual is truly infuriating. With such an opportunity, why not disclose it beforehand? No, I must teach him a lesson. He clearly lacks an understanding of priorities and proper sequence. As for the other freshmen, they too were envious of the reward, yet they felt powerless to act. To step up and face such punishment would be less appealing than to remain a cautious turtle. Seeing no one vying for his position, Fang Yan leisurely ascended the arena. This action immediately captured everyone's attention. Could it be that someone dares to challenge? The entire crowd was momentarily taken aback. Surely, they were not so blinded by the prospect of a hefty reward that they could forget the reality. Wang Xuetun was not an opponent they could hope to defeat. Song Tian had just been the perfect example, exerting all his effort only to barely draw out a few techniques from his foe. No one believed that the person stepping up could triumph over Wang Xuetun, yet this display of courage was indeed commendable. Chapter 26. Sir, times have changed. At this moment, Fang Yan shone as the brightest star in the arena. Even the second-year senior, Wang Xuetun, was overshadowed by his brilliance. To dare challenge in such a dire situation is truly admirable. Regardless of the outcome, such spirit is invaluable. As Fang Yan stepped onto the arena, even in his utmost restraint, a fervent warmth radiated from his being, creating a palpable wave of heat. Having only recently acquired divine power, he was still somewhat unpracticed. First-year student Fang Yan, as he announced his name, a significant commotion erupted throughout the square. What? He is Fang Yan? The one from that viral video who could obliterate a city? Awakening from stupor, one could hardly believe that such a powerhouse was not oneself. I had watched the footage of that simulated battle multiple times. It was nothing short of astonishing, especially the final deployment of the ultimate weapon capable of annihilating everything. Even oneself. How ruthless. Reflecting on it now, it still feels surreal that he and I are in the same cohort. His prowess speaks volumes. I am invincible beneath the gods. Perhaps they had not seen Fang Yan and did not know what he looked like. However, nearly all candidates from the same cohort had viewed that match, even studying it repeatedly. The strength displayed within was indeed unfathomably formidable. In just a span of over 10 days, he had achieved such a level, truly alarming. Now, over a month has passed. One could only speculate how terrifying his abilities have become. Not only freshmen have watched Fang Yan's combat footage, but students from various martial arts universities have also seen it. Thus, when Fang Yan announced his name, the onlooking seniors exhibited expressions of astonishment, unable to comprehend that such a genius would choose this institution. Yet, considering that Kyoto Martial University is the pinnacle of academia in Huaxia, it is no surprise that it attracts countless prodigies. Each of them, in their own right, is a genius. Upon learning of Fang Yan's circumstances, the second and third year students cast glances at Wang Xuetan, devoid of sympathy, and instead wore expressions of schadenfreude. Tormenting freshmen is thrilling. Yet as someone who has experienced it, they hold a deep disdain for such actions. Therefore, aside from the first-year students who might be bullied, the upperclassmen had no interest in engaging in such thankless endeavors. It was not merely a matter of strength. Many of these prodigies deemed it unnecessary. The primary reason is that the reward is simply too meager. Such paltry resources are hardly worth the effort compared to venturing into the battlefield against other races, where both risks and rewards are far more favorable. On the arena, Wang Xuetan had completely shed his earlier arrogance, his face now etched with a grave expression. He too had viewed the video of Fang Yan's battle, scrutinizing it several times. While the initial skirmishes appeared impressive, they were still within the realm of the ordinary. Yet, as the battle progressed and god-level adversaries from the demon race entered the fray, they unleashed terrifying assaults. Not only, but perhaps even the entirety of the second-year students at Kyoto Martial University would struggle to withstand such a final blow. How could such a monstrous existence exist? Wang Xuetan felt a throbbing pain in his head, forcing himself to think. It was unbearable. He wanted to cry. Yet, having reached this point, he had no choice but to ascend the stage. Even if it ended in mutual destruction, he must uphold the reputation of a second-year senior. Little did he know, Fang Yan had not even regarded him as a threat. When faced with the close combat civilization of the gods, he would naturally resort to long-range attacks, keeping the enemy at bay. Second-year student, Wang Xuetan, let the battle commence. Both combatants adeptly released their divine domains, allowing their minds to be scanned. The world around them shifted, and they simultaneously entered the battleground. This time, Wang Xuetan refrained from boasting and summoned only a small fraction of his forces. Confronting the unfathomable strength of Fang Yan, he immediately opened the gates of his divine domain, unleashing a multitude of subjects. All these subjects shared a common trait. Each wielded or bore a sword upon their backs. The sword was not only their weapon, but also represented their very essence. A contingent of thousands formed an opulent phalanx. One must understand that initially, only one individual was dispatched to face the freshmen, and they had been utterly overwhelmed. Though he had brought slightly more than Song Tian, the total count was merely 5. Yet now, facing Fang Yan, he directly deployed 1,000. This was indeed a grand formation. Even if all the first-year students were tied together, it would hardly suffice to match the slaughter capacity of these 1,000. Moreover, Wang Xuetan possessed far greater strength. Why not send them all? Naturally, he had his reasons. With the elite forces at his disposal, he felt confident enough to handle conventional warfare. As for unconventional battles, that was beyond his purview. If even gods suffered losses from such weapons, he had no assurance of success. At this moment, the two foremost figures strode forth, their hair white and their faces youthful, like keen blades piercing through the clouds. As long as the other party is willing, this day can be cleaved in two. From a sheer aura perspective, these two individuals stand as unequivocal titans. The ace is in Wang Xuetan's hand. Yet, one cannot help but ponder the role they shall play in the forthcoming events. While preparations are underway on Wang Xuetan's side, the same fervor is mirrored on Fang Yan's end. Suddenly, a towering portal bursts forth, through which mechanized warriors, leveraging their inherent agility, hoist forth colossal artillery pieces. Arrayed with precision, these imposing cannons loom darkly, pointing ominously ahead. Concurrently, a vast army emerges from within. predominantly artillerymen operating these cannons, with nary a foot soldier in sight, as the evolution of warfare has rendered conventional infantry obsolete, wholly supplanted by mechanized warriors. After all, mere flesh and blood soldiers are far too fragile, possessing no capacity for resistance when faced with the extraordinary. In stark contrast, mechs are versatile, capable of close combat, ranged assault, soaring through the skies, or delving into the earth. Their agility, rapidity, and adaptability in various environments render them formidable. They are resilient, capable of withstanding considerable punishment, enduring several strikes from standard electromagnetic cannons. Coupled with personal combat intelligence systems, their reaction speeds can surpass human capabilities by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Moreover, they are equipped with radar scanning, positioning tracking, alert notifications, and the ability to make optimal decisions, among other functionalities. In essence, a single mech stands as an autonomous weapon of warfare, a distilled essence of technological civilization, while Fang Yan continued orchestrating the deployment of military apparatus. Precise intelligence on the enemy's location had already been acquired. As soon as the portal to the Divine Realm opened, several reconnaissance satellites were launched skyward, accompanied by a swarm of reconnaissance drones dispersing into the atmosphere. What defines modern warfare? Undoubtedly, it is the engagement of ultra-long-range, non-contact combat. Clinging to antiquated methods of warfare belongs in the annals of history as refuse. The era has transformed. 50 massive cannons stand poised, with artillerymen conducting final calibrations. Adjust for 20 kilometers southeast. Load. Fire. The entire process flows seamlessly. Such precision is unattainable without the relentless repetition of thousands upon thousands of drills. With a cacophony of thunderous roars, shells tear through the sky, hurtling toward their target. Chapter 27. Wholesale Forbidden Spells. The distinction between electromagnetic cannons and traditional gunpowder artillery is glaring. Both generate immense recoil, stirring clouds of dust, yet the sound of their discharge diverges significantly. Electromagnetic guns produce almost no noise. That deafening sensation has become a relic of the past. A reduction in sound does not equate to diminished power. Today's electromagnetic cannons achieve a staggering initial velocity of 20 kilometers per second, surpassing their gunpowder predecessors by over 20-fold. Potent, swift, and silent. This is the unparalleled advantage of electromagnetic artillery. Simultaneously, mere seconds after the shells exited the barrels, they reached the target area 20 kilometers away, plummeting toward the occupants of Wang Shuetan. Boom! Countless shells rained down from the heavens, and upon contact with the ground, unleashed cataclysmic explosions that obliterated everything within a radius of several dozen meters, with devastating shockwaves extending even 100 meters away, whipping up a tempest. Shattered shrapnel soared through the air, inflicting considerable casualties upon the surrounding populace. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Wang Shuetan was rendered momentarily bewildered. What transpired? The enemy remained unseen, yet the attack had already descended. Who would not be disoriented in such a scenario? Fortunately, the Sword Qi civilization reacted swiftly. As shells continued to rain down, one among them promptly produced a jade tablet from his waist. A protective shield composed of countless sword energies materialized overhead, successfully intercepting the rapidly descending shells, allowing all to breathe a sigh of relief. However, their elation proved premature. The shield, having barely withstood a few shells, began to falter, exhibiting signs of fatigue akin to a depleted kidney. Ultimately, it succumbed, shattering into scintillating motes that dissipated into the air. Thankfully, a second individual summoned forth his jade tablet, and the new protective shield seamlessly occupied the former's position, shielding the group from the relentless bombardment. Yet, this shield could only withstand a handful of shells before it too would inevitably falter. Moreover, they possessed merely a dozen such jade tablets, insufficient for prolonged resistance. In the face of such dire straits, an elderly man with hair as white as snow suddenly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a sharpened sword. Slicing through the crowd, gradually raising his hand, he wielded his ethereal blade toward the sky where the shells approached. An invisible net of sword energy manifested before the onlookers, continuously coalescing and expanding until it formed a colossal web that obscured half the sky. This formidable net was not woven from rope, but instead constituted a dense aggregation of sword energies, impenetrable and radiating a faint luminescence. In response to the enemy's countermeasures, the technological faction remained unmoved. Shells continued to be discharged at an accelerated pace toward the adversary. No matter how formidable the shield, it would ultimately prove ineffective against relentless bombardment. One must recognize that truth resides only within the range of artillery. Should truth fail to persuade, it merely indicates that the cannonade is insufficiently potent. As the onslaught rained down like droplets of rain, the recently formed sword energy net began to strain under the burden, eventually yielding to some shells that breached through, crashing down upon the Sword Qi civilization. The shockwaves from the explosions sent dust swirling. Witnessing that their defenses could not withstand much longer, and that continuing to endure was not a viable strategy, they faced mounting losses without having even glimpsed the enemy. What to do? Break through. In an instant, the 1,000-strong contingent splintered into smaller units. Groups of 3 to 5 sprinted toward the direction from which the shells were being fired. One must commend this method of evading artillery fire as astute and indeed commendable. Is it possible that the technological civilization possesses no further means of attack? Through reconnaissance satellites, they clearly observed the individuals splitting into smaller teams heading their way. With a distance of 20 kilometers, for these physically superior beings, sprinting would merely take a few minutes. Yet, those few minutes represented an insurmountable chasm. The aerial reconnaissance team took note and prepared to deploy a swarm. Acknowledged. As buttons were pressed in succession, the reconnaissance drones, hovering at an altitude of 100,000 meters, gradually opened their belly hatches. One by one, diminutive drones, no larger than a palm, were swiftly ejected, flocking together like a swarm of bees, plummeting toward the ground. Do not underestimate these drones. Despite their small stature, their internal configurations are far from simplistic. Each employs rudimentary cold fusion as its power source, achieving astonishing top speeds of 20 Mach. Such velocity, as they zoom past, elicits not just a sensation of air displacement, but renders their shadows imperceptible. Of course, reaching such speeds also implies imminent destruction. Yet that is inconsequential, for these are suicide drones. They are created with a singular flight opportunity in their existence, which also constitutes their swiftest speed. After this, they will be reduced to mere fragments. This is their mission, their honor. As the drone's propulsion systems activated, the cold fusion erupted with immense energy, propelling them to maximum velocity. Attention, all squads. Engage swarm control to lock onto targets and initiate self-destruct assaults. Upon the issuance of this command, the drones instantaneously fragmented into countless units, hurtling towards the ground with remarkable speed, precisely targeting their foes. Charge forth. Boom! An immense fireball engulfed the area within a 100-meter radius in an instant. The searing temperatures, exceeding tens of thousands of degrees, vaporized all within, reducing them to minute molecular fragments. The quintet of operatives vanished without a trace, leaving no remains behind. They were utterly and irrevocably annihilated. The self-detonation of cold fusion equated to the force of a small atomic bomb. Under such overwhelming power, even the divine would struggle to endure multiple strikes. The emergence of the first fireball seemed to herald the escalation of warfare into a peak phase. Countless fireballs, each measuring 100 meters across, began to manifest across the battlefield. Within these infernos, all organic life was unceremoniously consumed. Even a mere distant brush with one would incinerate a person to a crisp. At this moment, the scales of victory appeared to tilt ominously, revealing a massacre that was overwhelmingly one-sided. The Sword Qi civilization advanced in squads, evading artillery bombardments, a strategy that was sound, yet ultimately flawed. For once they confronted the technological civilization, their defeat was sealed, no matter how astute the strategy. It had morphed into a miscalculation in this dire moment. What on earth is happening? These palm-sized drones erupted, transforming into fireballs of immense proportions, reminiscent of the fire-based forbidden spells of magical civilizations. Unbelievably powerful, this formidable display left me questioning the audacity of these second-year seniors. As a freshman, I was mercilessly beaten by upperclassmen, while they stealthily avenged me against the seniors. What a splendid twist of fate. The lopsided nature of the projections left everyone in a state of shock. The previously lethargic upperclassmen suddenly snapped to attention, their gazes fixed intently on the unfolding scenes. They had seen videos of such attacks online before, which they deemed impressive, but never imagined it would manifest in such a grotesque manner. In mere seconds, hundreds of fireballs appeared almost simultaneously. Not only was the power formidable, but the quantity was astonishing. Were they wholesale spells? Chapter 28, Victory, Victory, Victory. In the face of such terrifying assaults, the Sword Qi civilization suffered catastrophic losses. In an instant, half their numbers were decimated, with casualties soaring to an astounding 500. This was merely the beginning. The conflict raged on, with countless palm-sized drones emerging on the battlefield. Utilizing radar scans, they rapidly locked onto targets and surged towards them at breakneck speeds, executing self-destructive maneuvers. The entire process seemed intricate, yet took less than a second. These drones accelerated to speeds of 20 Mach. Like a flash of lightning, the sound lingered behind as they reached the enemy. Self-destruction sequence initiated. Boom! Each enemy was effortlessly obliterated, leaving no chance for a counterreaction. The emphasis was on speed, rapid response, swift strikes, and immediate impact. As a technological civilization, the humanitarian principle aimed to ensure a painless and fear-free demise for the enemy. Those who could be molecularized would not merely be reduced to shredded flesh. Those who could be shredded would not be halved. The primary objective, to let the enemy die peacefully and contentedly. Witnessing the continuous slaughter of his people, Wang Shui-tun felt an icy dread creeping over him. His entire being was unsettled. They had not even glimpsed the enemy, and losses were already substantial. If this continued, none would remain. How could this battle persist? Within a minute, the survivors could likely be counted on one hand. This was akin to cheating. This was utterly against the rules. Moreover, the horrifying onslaught seemed unceasing, akin to a wholesale operation. Even evasion was futile, with speeds of 20 Mach. Surpassing the speed of sound by 20 times, they approached at nearly 7,000 meters per second. How could one evade such an assault? Forget dodging. Even reacting was a challenge to match their velocity. Before one could even discern the nature of the threat, it was lights out. Furthermore, gazing at the swarms in the sky instilled a profound sense of helplessness within. Damn! Wang Shui-tun cursed inwardly. What manner of monstrosity was this? Even the second-year prodigies could not evoke such a feeling of powerlessness. It was truly terrifying. At the very least, he wished for a close encounter with the opposing civilization. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be to admit they never even laid eyes on their adversaries? How to counteract this? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Shui-tun issued a divine decree. The remaining survivors abruptly altered their tactics, merging with their swords, transforming into a streak of sword chi that swiftly evaded the swarm's attack range. What astonishing speed! This sudden burst was indeed surprising, yet merely remarkable. No other emotions accompanied it. In response to the sword chi civilization's abrupt surge, the technological civilization swiftly acquired the relevant intelligence, deeming it manageable. After all, the opposing force barely numbered 20. Such a quantity could hardly stir any significant waves. Moreover, they were determined not to grant the enemy any opportunity. A battalion of mech warriors soared into the air, suspending themselves mid-flight. Godslayer guns primed. Target locked. Fire. A soft sound emanated from the Godslayer gun as the bullet was discharged. In less than 3 seconds, the bullet traversed several kilometers, striking its target. While the sword chi civilization had fused with their swords, enveloped in a simple protective barrier, it was nothing against the Godslayer projectile. Even divine power would falter. Vindemia sold ki utterly inequit. Lacking any semblance of resistance, they were pierced through. Almost simultaneously, the remaining 20 were dispatched on the spot. For an enemy restricted to linear movement, devoid of evasive maneuvers, firearms were exceedingly favored, triggering a 100% headshot rate. Their demise was swift and entirely expected. Without divine-level beings, they were simply insufficient against the technological civilization. Had the confrontation progressed this far, it was largely due to Fang Yan's restraint in withholding his ultimate weapon. Had he unleashed a cobalt bomb from the outset, the battle would have concluded long ago. Of course, such a mutually destructive strategy was inadvisable. While the enemy would be vanquished, so too would they. The distances remained too close, not exceeding the cobalt bomb's effective range. It is over. Uncertain who first uttered these words, all were momentarily bewildered, as if awakening from a deep slumber. A freshman had triumphed over a second-year senior. This would undoubtedly become a sensational topic at Kyoto University this year. And it was not merely a victory. It was a decisive triumph. The strengths of both sides resided on entirely different planes, akin to Fang Yan representing the second-year seniors while Wang Shui-tun embodied a freshman. The entire square erupted in jubilation, countless freshmen leaping in celebration as if they had conquered not Fang Yan, but the very battle itself. The cheers persisted for a full minute, showing no signs of abating. What an exhilarating experience! Just moments ago, the once arrogant and overbearing sophomore, Wang Shui, now fled the arena like a stray dog, tail tucked between his legs, eliciting a chorus of jeers from the onlookers. His earlier bravado had transformed into utter disgrace. How could a distinguished sophomore be so thoroughly vanquished by a mere freshman? Who would believe such a tale? I had recorded his pretentious display earlier and planned to upload it to the school network for all faculty and students to witness. Please send me a copy. I wish to view it right away. I chuckled. The dialect master is indeed formidable, single-handedly overturning the odds against the sophomore. I ask you, who else dares to challenge him? Despite the adulation from the freshman, Fang Yan remained unfazed. What is so remarkable about defeating a sophomore? He mused. There are still juniors and seniors above. Only after conquering the entire school could one claim any semblance of achievement. His sole concern revolved around the source of the power mentioned by his opponent. Now that the adversary had fled, it seemed he would have to inquire at the freshman reception desk. As Fang Yan prepared to depart, a senior gracefully floated onto the platform. Junior, would you care for a duel? Upon seeing the newcomer, Fang Yan furrowed his brow. Engaging in such a contest offered no tangible benefits. Would it not be a waste of time? Such behavior reeked of disgrace. Had it not been for the resources possessed by the war god Wang Xuetan, he would have deemed this encounter beneath him. What did it matter to him if he bested freshmen? A freshman is merely a freshman, while he, Fang Yan, is an unparalleled entity. Indifferently, he declared, not interested. As he turned to leave the arena, the senior grew anxious and blocked his path with outstretched arms. Wang Xuetan ranks among the lower tiers of sophomores. Defeating him signifies little. If you can best me, you would undoubtedly rank among the top 100 in your class. Fang Yan remained unmoved. What does that have to do with me? I'm not a sophomore. What significance does ranking in the top 100 hold? Even if I were first without rewards, it would be futile. In this society, we value wealth and substance. Yet you cling to the chivalric ideals of antiquity, challenging others to duels. How childish. The essence of divine power does not equate to personal strength. Should you fight me, I shall impart to you the secrets of swiftly harnessing divine energy. Fang Yan regarded him with a look of incredulity. Such knowledge should be common among high school graduates. Surely, the prestigious Kyoto Martial University would impart such teachings. What need had he for this senior's guidance? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, his grasp of divine energy seemed rather shallow, hardly a true demigod. You're a demigod, as am I, though your divine energy may be slightly more robust. It merely indicates a marginally greater accumulation. My divine energy is scarce. I have only recently attained the status of demigod. We occupy the same tier. What exceptional experience do you possess? Fang Yan scoffed. You are already a demigod in your second year? How embarrassing. With no intention of concealing his prowess, Fang Yan unleashed his divine energy in an instant. A wave of heat radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings and raising the temperature significantly. You? Impossible. The senior stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Fang Yan's display of accumulated divine energy, asserting his status as a demigod. How could this be? Typically, freshmen seldom gather divine energy prematurely, as it requires a solid focal point, which is scarce before the full development of the divine realm. Utilizing a random object as a focal point would severely hinder one's potential and diminish the strength of their divine energy. There exists a discernible difference between individuals, and likewise, the strength of divine energy varies. Without an ideal focal point, most individuals would refrain from prematurely gathering divine energy unless absolutely necessary, as it directly impacts personal potential and limits. At this moment, Fang Yan had astonishingly amassed divine energy ahead of schedule, and merely releasing a fraction was sufficient to influence the ambient temperature. His potential was undoubtedly formidable. The senior was reminded of the earlier battle, where a palm-sized drone had unleashed a fireball the size of 100 meters, capable of engulfing everything in its path. This was undoubtedly the result of a well-chosen focal point. Otherwise, the air could not possibly be so stifling. Such terrifying power, if harnessed as divine energy, would send shivers down anyone's spine. Realizing this, the sophomore involuntarily took a step back. Initially intent on reclaiming his dignity, he reconsidered, recognizing he could not afford such a loss of face. The attributes of divine energy are derived from their focal points, making them nearly indistinguishable. This meant that, with his divine energy, Fang Yan could seemingly ignite a fireball capable of annihilating everything. The intense heat he generated would likely be beyond the capacity of most demigods to withstand. What did it matter if one possessed lesser divine energy? If my full might is beyond your ability to endure, then no amount of divine energy can compensate for that. Of course, having more divine energy grants considerable advantages, especially when facing prodigies, as the disparity becomes significantly pronounced. As a student of Kyoto Martial University, one is no stranger to challenges beyond their rank. Particularly when confronting the elite of the divine realm, they utilize extraordinary entities as focal points. Even a thread of divine energy can often match the power and intensity of dozens or hundreds of ordinary strands. This explains why prodigies receive such elevated treatment. Once fully developed, divine energy naturally surpasses that of ordinary realms, often by considerable margin. Especially in conflicts against foreign entities, those with premier divine realms play decisive roles. Fang Yan's sudden eruption of divine energy astonished not only the sophomore, but also elicited expressions of disbelief from the freshman. The competition has become excessively intense. We are all novices, yet you secretly advanced to demigod status without us. We had agreed to progress together. Confronted with Fang Yan, they harbored no feelings of jealousy. For the chasm between their abilities was vast, so significant that they resided on entirely different planes, leaving only the weak to gaze in awe at the strong. Fang Yan, seeing the senior retreat, willingly stepped aside, leisurely making his way down from the platform. I have heard that someone is bullying our sophomores. Who dares to come forth and face their doom? A brazen voice echoed, drawing closer until it halted beneath the arena, imbued with a distinctly theatrical flair. It was him, the madman Zhu Ji. As an established student, the name Zhu Ji was all too familiar. Why is he called a madman? Because he is a battle fanatic. He has challenged nearly every student of his year. Losing to him is one thing. Winning is a far graver fate. As long as he remains undefeated, he will return daily to issue his challenges. The entire sophomore class has been driven into hiding, avoiding him at all costs. At the moment Wang Xuetuan was defeated, many in the school group chat sent him the video of the earlier battle. Perhaps they should not have watched, for upon seeing it, Zhu Ji's interest was piqued. A battle? How fascinating. Moreover, the prowess exhibited by Fang Yan is quite commendable, featuring long-range artillery assaults and even suicide drones, culminating in a final sniper strike. In terms of both velocity and might, it is unmatched by any ordinary divine realm. Currently, those prodigies from the second year are evading him, and it is the perfect opportunity to engage in a bout with this individual. As for challenging the third-year students, he believes he lacks the requisite strength for such an endeavor. He will contemplate that when his capabilities have advanced further. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the freshman from the first year gazes at his opponent with righteous indignation. Are we freshmen bullying you second years? Such a claim would surely provoke laughter. Are you not the ones who have consistently harassed us? Afraid of losing, are we? Defeating one only to have another appear. Preparing for a relentless onslaught like the who were rescuing their grandfather. How absurd. Is this what they call a senior, utterly devoid of shame? I have encountered shameless individuals, but never one as brazen as this. Upon Wang Xuetuan's defeat, a second-year senior immediately stepped forth to obstruct Fang Yan's path. Realizing the formidable power displayed by Fang Yan, he recognized that confronting him directly would be futile, since he was unwilling to engage in a duel. It would be best to yield. Yet, astonishingly, within a few mere seconds, another second-year senior approached to challenge him, even in the realm of who were rescuing their grandfather. Such eagerness is unheard of. Zhu Ji, undeterred by the opinions of others, boldly claims that when it comes to tenacity, he is second to none. Otherwise, how could he have succeeded in making his contemporaries shy away from him? He advanced slowly, blocking Fang Yan's path, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Yan, brimming with fervent interest in the impending battle. Fellow student, let us engage in a contest. At this moment, Fang Yan found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that this gaggle of second-year seniors possesses no sense of shame? Not only are they shameless, but they also wish to take advantage of him. I'm not interested. Please move aside. Zhu Ji, unyielding, smiled and replied, Come now. Let us fight. Otherwise, you may find your future quite restless. Upon hearing this, Fang Yan visibly bristled. What do you mean? Do you dare to lay hands on me at Kyoto University? Zhui fight. I will arrive at your dormitory every morning at 5 to wake you, and at midnight to remind you to sleep. Trust me, I am very punctual. My longest record was maintaining this for a month and 21 days. At this, Fang Yan's forehead broke into a sweat. This was beyond bizarre. However, there was no need for concern. As a special admission student, he had been granted numerous benefits, one of which included a private dormitory, ensuring his safety. Wait, let me double-check the admission contract. Without hesitation, he pulled out several pages of the contract in front of Zhu Ji. Indeed, within the admission contract, there was a clause regarding accommodation, its title rather lengthy. Talent Introduction, Single Luxury Dormitory. Fang Yan, intrigued, inquired if it is a talent introduction, single luxury dormitory. How would you respond? Zhu Ji exhibited a look of astonishment, not anticipating that Fang Yan's special admission contract would offer such favorable conditions. Such luxury dormitories required a payment of 100 points of origin each semester, equating to 100,000 credits. Despite the steep price, demand far exceeded supply. Many students with commendable qualifications preferred to reside in such accommodations, free from disturbances and conducive to personal cultivation. By the time the academic year commenced, they were usually booked solid. However, merely securing a reservation did not guarantee residency. One had to pass a strength assessment. Those lacking the requisite power were advised to vacate. Wasting resources on feeble students was simply illogical. Additionally, any unauthorized disturbances to others were strictly prohibited. While a single occurrence might go unpunished, repeated offenses could result in disciplinary action, ranging from warning to expulsion. Zhu Ji also applied for such a dormitory, but regrettably, his 20 years of singlehood rendered him somewhat inept in this regard. With the prospect of residing in such a dormitory, his usual tactics of persistence could not be employed, making it imperative that he prevent Fang Yan from departing. Blocking Fang Yan's path, Zhu Ji rubbed his hands together and proclaimed, "Fang Yan, let us see where our limits lie. It is said that society is fraught with perils, yet one would not expect university life to be similarly treacherous. Shameless individuals truly are a source of exasperation. I truly have no interest. I am awaiting my registration. Please move aside. Just once. After this bout, I shall not pester you further." Seeing that threats had proven ineffective, Zhu Ji promptly altered his strategy, adopting a pitiful expression. Upon witnessing this countenance, Fang Yan nearly retched. "If you were a cute girl exhibiting such a demeanor, perhaps I would feel pity and acquiesce. But you, a grown man, displaying such an expression, how disgusting." Startled, Fang Yan recoiled. One could only wonder if this individual harbored peculiar inclinations. After exhausting various methods, Fang Yan remained unmoved. It seemed that only inducements would suffice. "If you agree to battle me just once, I shall offer you 200 points of origin." In a moment of determination, Zhu Ji produced a crystal, presenting a price that was rather moderate. Why not say so earlier? Fang Yan swiftly snatched the origin crystal, deftly stowing it in his pocket. Astonished by this unexpected stroke of fortune, registration could wait, but the duel could not. Engaging in combat with the second-year senior would provide clarity, a deeper understanding of his own shortcomings. Through continuous practical experience, he could gradually acquire knowledge, comprehend wisdom, and ultimately grow stronger. It was not solely for the allure of the 200 points of origin that he agreed. "Let us proceed." Fang Yan promptly took his position, ready for the confrontation. Observing Fang Yan's rapid transformation, Zhu Ji found himself momentarily taken aback. As a special admission student, he undoubtedly had access to substantial financial aid. Did he truly lack resources? Little did he realize that the demands of technological civilization were exceedingly resource-intensive. While 200 points of origin may not seem considerable, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Upholding the fine tradition of frugality in our Chinese culture, one must not squander. Before long, both were prepared and began the connection. Entering the battlefield, their maneuvers were nearly identical. Reconnaissance satellites ascended rapidly. What fuels warfare is, of course, information. Whosoever discovers the enemy first holds the advantage. Whether launching an ambush or mounting an attack, the initiative lies with you. Thus, it is imperative to ascertain the enemy's location and strength at the earliest opportunity. Once first-hand information is obtained, one can formulate corresponding strategies, thereby enhancing the likelihood of victory. However, this time, Fang Yan had no intention of engaging in conventional combat. His lips curled into a sinister smile. "You wished to duel with me, did you not? Then it would not be excessive for me to unveil my most potent offensive technique." Suddenly, a truck emerged from the Divine Realms entrance, coming to a gradual stop. The spectators in the square awaited in vain, seeing no one else disembark. What happened to the soldiers? What the artillery? Where were the mechanized warriors? Not a single soul emerged. It was utterly empty. Had they grown complacent, believing their victory over Wang Shuetun rendered them invincible, thus disregarding Zhu Ji? Deploying such a contraption was tantamount to inviting ridicule. Indeed, Zhu Ji ranked among the top 20 within the second-year cohort. To underestimate him would surely lead to disgrace. Confronted by the mocking laughter of the second-year students, the first-year newcomers were resolute in their defiance. The skies have cleared, and the rain has ceased. The adorable sophomores feel invigorated once more. How can one be so oblivious, yet still dare to gossip? Soon, you shall understand the essence of terror. After all, dialects once confronted divine beings with this very tool. Do you, a mere assembly of sophomores, possess such audacity? Do not speak too soon. It appears many have been reminded by the freshmen and have swiftly retrieved their devices to rewind the video to the conclusion. The contrast is striking, indeed. Could it be? Many exhibited expressions of astonishment as the ultimate moves were unleashed right from the onset, with this climactic battle promising mutual annihilation. What sentiments does that evoke? Many have already begun to speculate on the expression Zhu Ji will wear after the confrontation concludes. Simultaneously, the rocket atop the truck steadily ascended, now meeting the conditions for launch, awaiting the precise coordinates. As the reconnaissance satellite reached a significant altitude, propelled by cold fusion, it hovered above the high school, commencing a comprehensive scan of the terrain below. Soon enough, the target was identified. At this moment, Zhu Ji brimmed with confidence, blissfully unaware that he was already under surveillance. Observing the citizens emerging from the divine domain, he felt emboldened. His race was one of warriors, inherently born for combat. Each battle bestowed invaluable experience upon them, which explains their relentless pursuit of challenges, either engaged in a contest or on the path to one. While the quantum computer simulated a world, it did not hinder their growth, albeit the enhancements were marginally less significant than those gained in real-world conflicts. As preparations unfolded, several adversaries dispatched scouts to survey the surroundings, fully aware of the importance of reconnaissance. However, Zhu Ji could never have anticipated that every movement he made was being meticulously monitored by reconnaissance satellites, vividly captured within the purview of dialects. In the blink of an eye, the rocket truck received the intelligence relayed from the satellite, promptly adjusting its coordinates and entering launch mode. There was no countdown, no solemnity. A soldier within the truck gently pressed a button, igniting the rocket, which soared skyward, leaving a long trail in its wake. The rockets, having undergone countless generations of refinement, now boasted an unfathomably daunting range. To draw a comparison with the past, they could traverse the distance from Blue Star to the moon and back. Not only was the range extensive, but the velocity was astonishing as well. Under the relentless propulsion of nuclear fusion, it could reach speeds of 50 Mach, 50 times the speed of sound. Such velocity rendered it imperceptible to the human eye. The only indication of its passage was the fleeting sound of detonation. Now, the rocket, armed with a cobalt warhead, streaked towards its designated target. Chapter 31. What true power lies within? At this moment, Zhu Ji remained oblivious to the impending doom. Even the entire space had entered a countdown to annihilation. Boom! Before anyone could fully react, a colossal fireball erupted instantaneously, its searing heat consuming everything in its vicinity. Zhu Ji, once brimming with confidence and ready for battle, was left utterly dumbfounded. Faced with such infernal temperatures, his subjects evaporated without a trace, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. The obliteration was so thorough, so immaculate, that not a single corpse remained. Indeed, even bones were reduced to mere molecules under such extreme heat. The sole entity unaffected was Zhu Ji, existing in a state of divine awareness. As he observed the rapidly expanding fireball, it swelled to several dozen kilometers in mere seconds. And this was not its limit. It continued to grow at an alarming rate. Ultimately, it reached a point where expansion ceased. But the cessation of its growth did not equate to a diminishment of its power. From the core of the fireball, a terrifying shockwave emanated, decimating the ground beneath and erasing layers of earth, reducing it by 10 meters. This shockwave was not merely an intangible force. Its temperature, though slightly lower than that of the central fireball, still soared into the thousands of degrees Celsius. Under such conditions, survival was impossible for any living organism, and even steel liquefied in a molten iron. The perilous combination of extreme heat and a shockwave rendered a fearsome entity, extending the doom of all living beings to hundreds of kilometers beyond. The simulated space itself proved too limited, scarcely spanning 200 kilometers, barely reaching 100. Even before testing the precise range of the attack, everything had been obliterated. Witnessing this devastation, Zhu Ji's expression shifted to one of profound trepidation, his brows knitted tightly together. This, indeed, was the adversary's ultimate weapon. Such a formidable range of assault could likely overwhelm even his divine domain. Not only him, but the entirety of the sophomore cohort would likely succumb to a single strike. If not one, then two or three. Do not presume that the enemy lacks such firepower. In truth, the nature of ultimate weaponry does not lend itself to mass production. Yet the technological civilization of dialects operates differently. During previous combat assessments against divine beings, they unleashed hundreds of such assaults in one fell swoop. Hundreds of rockets capable of carrying nuclear warheads. Does that not instill fear? This is not the pinnacle of technological civilization. If desired, it would not be mere hundreds. Given sufficient resources, one could easily manufacture tens of thousands, even millions. When it comes to the potential for warfare, few civilizations dare to compare themselves to a technological civilization. Although individual power may be lacking initially, with external assistance, even divine beings could be vanquished. As for why this world has yet to develop, it primarily stems from rigid thinking. It is not that the technological civilization is weak. Rather, it is those who fail to understand development that are truly weak. Flintlock firearms and bronze cannons are merely the nascent stages of technological civilization. If development continues, reaching modernity with capabilities akin to those seen in World Wars I and II, the potential for warfare will begin to manifest. Against lower-tier, extraordinary civilizations, significant advantages can be wielded, even leading to outright domination. The deficiency lies not in technology, but in the prevailing mindset of the era. Dialectics. Having withdrawn from the simulated battlefield, tapped the primordial crystal in his pocket, revealing a contented expression. With an influx of 200 primordial units, equivalent to 200,000 credit points, it represented the income of an average family over 2 or 3 years. And this had transpired in less than 3 minutes. In the future, should such fortuitous events arise, simply issue a notification, and I shall ensure prompt delivery. As the projection gradually faded, the third-year students, who had merely spectated, displayed expressions of shock. Indeed, it was a breathtaking spectacle. Facing such an assault, it is likely that few in the sophomore class would withstand it. Not to mention the third-year students, few would survive such an attack. At least I know I wouldn't stand chance. What manner of power does he truly possess? Many bore puzzled expressions. Throughout the ordeal, it seemed Dialectics had not fully unveiled his true capabilities. For most, it was through the explosive video that they first became aware of him. That prior engagement had occurred within an urban setting, thus inhibiting a full display of strength. After all, towering buildings do not lend themselves to large-scale combat. The second encounter was against Wang Shuetan, where the dispatched forces, whether in number or armament, were rather limited. In total, there were merely over 200 individuals, barely reaching 300. With such a meager quantity, Wang Shuetan's sword energy civilization was utterly obliterated. In fact, the two civilizations never even had the chance to confront each other and were completely vanquished. Typically, such an outcome can only be achieved when there exists a significant disparity between the two sides. The third instance is the current battle against Zhu Ji. The conflict concluded abruptly with the detonation of a nuclear bomb. Such swiftness is likely beyond the capabilities of most students below their senior year. Surely, the opponent cannot possess the strength of a senior? The mere thought of this absurdity amused the junior student. How could this be possible? How long has it been since the adversary's awakening? At most, just over 2 months. Even with constant utilization of their primal essence acceleration, they could not amass a millennium. What could 1 millennium achieve? It might only allow a civilization within the divine realm to achieve rudimentary development, acquiring a certain degree of strength. Some may swiftly transcend tribal forms and establish basic societal structures, while others might still struggle with population growth. An example would be Li Kun's Titan civilization, which, at its current stage, likely hasn't surpassed 100 individuals. As for those elite civilizations, they thrive on time. While they may dominate their peers initially, venturing beyond their boundaries becomes increasingly unrealistic. The longer the period of development, the more formidable the civilization becomes. It may take a year or 2 for them to truly emerge. And how short has the time been thus far? Such brevity renders substantial development improbable, and logically, they should not possess such strength. Yet, paradoxically, Fang Yan is an anomaly. It is not merely a matter of having some peculiar affinity. Rather, their power is astonishingly formidable. It is indeed astonishing that such an individual has arisen among the freshman cohort. The future of the school appears to be fraught with turbulence. Which genius ever leads a tranquil existence? The last occurrence was a decade ago. It is said that a freshman once single-handedly cut through an entire junior class, causing a sensation throughout the school. This senior has since remained at the forefront, earning the moniker of the God of Death, with power that has already ascended to the divine level, though it remains unclear when they will break through to godhood. At this moment, Fang Yan bears an uncanny resemblance to that senior. Upon Zhu Ji's return, he regarded Fang Yan with a complex expression. He had never anticipated that a war would conclude in such a manner. He never imagined that warfare could be conducted in this way. Once brimming with confidence, he now found himself questioning the very nature of existence. Is this truly a freshman? Can a freshman be so formidable? As for the prospect of continuing challenges to redeem past failures, He was a warrior, not a masochist. Engaging in endeavors he knew to be impossible would be sheer folly. Nevertheless, he addressed Fang Yan, stating, with your current strength, you could easily challenge the Tower of All Races. Chapter 32. The Tower of All Races. The Tower of All Races? This was the first time Fang Yan had encountered such a term, utterly oblivious to its purpose. Observing Fang Yan's bewilderment, Zhu Ji sighed and covered his forehead. Do you not engage in basic inquiries while attending university? Yet, he proceeded to explain the Tower of All Races, also known as the Tower of Racial Competitions. A moment's pause followed as he continued. As the name suggests, it allows all races to engage in combat with other races throughout the universe. And this combat is real. Those who perish truly die. Upon hearing this, Fang Yan lifted his gaze to meet Zhu Ji's. Was he truly expected to participate in actual combat merely 2 months post-awakening? Was this a ploy to send his subjects to their doom? Was it worth sacrificing 200 crystal points just to place him in peril? Zhu Yi, oblivious to Fang Yan's thoughts, went on. In the event of overwhelming odds, one may choose to surrender, thereby minimizing casualties among one's subjects. Of course, surrender is not without its costs. It is calculated based on the number of days since your awakening into the divine realm. For each day, 1 point of primal essence is deducted. I have been awakened for approximately 435 days, so surrendering would result in a deduction of 435 points of primal essence. The deducted essence is split. Half sustains the Tower of All Races, while the other half belongs to the victor. The previously indifferent Fang Yan immediately perked up, his eyes radiating with brilliance. This was precisely tailored for him. If he could compel the opponent to surrender, he would be rewarded. Not only would this diminish the strength of foreign races, but it would simultaneously augment his own primal essence. A twofold advantage. What could be more favorable? Yet, the Tower of All Races was not without its faults, as it deducted half in fees. The wolves of Wall Street were not as merciless. The reason I encourage you to challenge is due to the Tower of All Races matching mechanism. Since you've been awakened for approximately 70 days, you will only be matched against opponents of similar standing. During this time frame, you should be an invincible force. With successive victories, your level of difficulty will gradually increase. However, this is not without benefits. For every 20 days of increase in your opponent's awakening, you will receive an additional point of primal essence. Upon hearing this, Fang Yan displayed a look of curiosity and subsequently inquired, if calculated thus, after 200 days, I would receive an additional 10 points of primal essence. Does that mean after 2,000 days, it would amount to 100, and combined with the original half, it would total 150? Could it be that the Tower of All Races would be paying out more than it takes in? Ha ha ha! Zhu Ji erupted into laughter before shaking his head, saying, of course not. The Tower of All Races only permits those awakened for less than 1,000 days to enter. Exceeding this duration bars entry. This is why seniors rarely remain at the school. They either head to the borders for defense or to the battlefield of the Tower of All Races. Understanding dawned on Fang Yan. Even if one were to challenge an opponent awakened for 1,000 days on their first day, they would not reach the 100 mark. How could the Tower of All Races possibly engage in a losing venture? Furthermore, such extraordinary individuals are exceedingly rare. Since the Tower's inception, it has yet to encounter such beings. A difference of dozens or even hundreds of days is already remarkable, qualifying as geniuses among their respective races. The idea of surpassing 1,000 days is utterly inconceivable. Observing Fang Yan's intrigued expression, Zhu Ji stoked the flames of excitement. What if I accompany you to take a look? Even if you don't enter, you can at least familiarize yourself with the surroundings. It would be a waste not to preemptively wreak havoc on other races with a talent like yours. Fang Yan hesitated slightly. He had come to enroll today, and he had not expected so much to transpire. Let us proceed, Zhu Ji exclaimed, seizing Fang Yan's arm and leading him deeper into the school. He was well aware of Fang Yan's concerns. The registration office lay just ahead, conveniently along their path. Once we arrive, I will present your documents to the instructor and expedite the process for you. Hearing this, Fang Yan found himself at a loss for words, especially since he, too, was eager to witness the so-called Tower of All Races. Soon, a throng of students followed suit, intrigued by the unusual actions of the two. As the crowd drew closer to their objective, some senior students displayed expressions of sudden realization. It was only natural with the prowess of dialects. They could indeed seize opportunities and garner more resources for their own development. In stark contrast, the freshmen wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They were oblivious to their destination and purpose, yet they followed along, trusting that clarity would eventually cut through the fog, revealing a vibrant rainbow. Upon reaching their destination, the group finally came to a halt. Unlike the towering and magnificent source tower of the awakening domain, the Tower of All Races was rather unremarkable, lacking the grandeur one might expect. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary three-story house, devoid of any distinctive features. At that moment, Zhu Ji reminded them once more, it is advisable to refrain from using your real names while entering the Tower of All Races. Conceal your identity to prevent retaliation from other races. Fang Yan scoffed dismissively. Even without my true name, given my distinctiveness in the awakening domain, do these foreign races believe they can seek vengeance without locating me? Besides, I, Fang Yan, have always conducted myself with integrity. There is no need for me to assume another name. Using a pseudonym is futile. It is better not to use one at all. Moreover, he held ample confidence in himself and in technological civilization. Heeding Zhu Ji's final admonition, Fang Yan stepped into the Tower of All Races. Surrender was out of the question. Fang Yan was determined to carve a path through the myriad races. He had no interest in competing with his own kind. His enthusiasm lay solely in battling foreign entities. Of utmost importance, however, was the acquisition of resources. As he crossed the threshold, the entire space abruptly transformed, akin to stepping into an exceptionally vibrant plaza. Here, a plethora of beings in various forms could be found. Upright humanoids, crawling creatures, and winged flying entities. Even skeletal, undead, and ghostly, translucent beings were present. There was nothing he could conceive of that was absent from this place. Fang Yan stood in awe, taken aback by the multitude of bizarre races. Unbeknownst to him, his own appearance was considered peculiar among other races, while some were indeed hard to appreciate. Many conformed to human aesthetics. For instance, the cat-eared girl before him was quite striking, with only her significant areas concealed, while the rest of her exquisite skin and long legs were fully exposed. Fang Yan found himself transfixed, fearful of missing even a moment. Furthermore, not far off was a succubus, her figure and beauty truly breathtaking. Don't stare, don't look, he admonished himself. What am I here for? To behold the myriad beauties of the races. With such scant attire and such beauty, how could he not feast his eyes upon them? He gazed and gazed again. Chapter 33. The Tower of All Races, the Bone Race. It is no wonder it is called the Tower of All Races. Indeed, there were myriad races, thousands upon thousands. In just a brief span, Fang Yan had already encountered over 100 distinct races. They were a kaleidoscope of forms, with only a few resembling one another, while the majority bore significant differences. The sole commonality among them was intelligence. Only those races endowed with wisdom could be classified as a race. Those devoid of it were relegated to mere animals, mere flesh and blood. Personal preference cannot supersede the definition of a race. Although the beauty of these various races captivated Fang Yan, momentarily distracting him, he remained aware of his purpose and began to explore. According to Zhu Ji's explanation, upon entering the Tower of All Races, one simply needed to silently wish for it, and their personal interface would materialize. As Fang Yan focused his thoughts, indeed, a personal information window appeared before him. The content was exceedingly straightforward. Name, 25025025025025074, modifiable. Race, human. Awakening domain duration, 70 days. Number of battles, 0. Win rate, none. The name displayed was not merely a random assortment of numbers. It indicated Fang Yan's position as the 25 trillionth individual to enter the Tower of All Races. With a mere 100 billion humans in existence, the combined total of awakened races amounted to an astonishing figure in the trillions, an alarmingly vast number. It is crucial to note that not all individuals possess the ability to awaken, and even among those who do, not all enter the Tower of All Races. This suggests that the universe is home to an immensely large number of sentient beings, while humanity is but a speck in comparison. Since the name field was subject to alteration, Fang Yan wasted no time in changing it to Fang Yan. He would not forsake his name or his identity. He sought to stand in the spotlight, not to hide in the shadows. The so-called path of survival, if pursued to the end, would merely reduce one to a dog. What resolve would remain to strive for strength? The true path of a formidable individual is to advance relentlessly, annihilating all obstacles in their way until they stand atop the pinnacle of existence. Once Fang Yan altered his name, he focused his thoughts and pressed the challenge button. Instantly, the heavens shifted. A tremendous force of attraction pulled him into an isolated space. Surveying his surroundings, he felt as if he were treading upon the cosmos. Gazing down upon the vastness of the universe, he could distinctly sense both his insignificance and his uniqueness. In the face of such an expansive universe, life appeared fleeting, while the individual seemed no more than dust. Before he could fully contemplate this, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing that a suitable opponent had been matched. Opponent's awakening domain duration, 70 days. Human, Fang Yan versus Bone Race, Withered Bones. Death is indeed death. Please cherish your respective people. Prepare yourselves. The battlefield will be chosen at random. The gray, oppressive sky evoked an indescribable sense of dread. The desolate earth, littered with rubble, bore no signs of life. Suddenly, a radiant portal surged skyward, materializing on the ground below. Facing this first true race war, even Fang Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared losing and worried for the safety of his people. Yet, no amount of fear would change his fate. The day he awakened in the domain marked the beginning of his journey down this path. For the sake of humanity and himself, he must continue to fight. As the domain gates swung open, he swiftly issued commands, urging his people to prepare thoroughly. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full force. How could there be any hesitation in a battle between races? Without delay, he launched 3 small reconnaissance satellites into the sky. Though the war might conclude with these satellites lost forever, they were essential. Discovering the enemy first was crucial to maintaining the upper hand. The 3 small reconnaissance satellites were trivial in comparison. If desired, he could easily manufacture hundreds of thousands more with minimal effort and resources. The cost of these small expenditures paled in comparison to the significance of securing the initiative in war. As the reconnaissance satellites ascended, their optical lenses began to scan rapidly outward from the domain gate, relaying high-definition images back to headquarters. The satellites not only monitored enemy movements, but also recorded the surrounding terrain, providing a strategic advantage for future engagements. As time progressed, the entire battlefield began to enter a state of tense preparation. The Bone Clan remained oblivious to the presence of the dialect, just as the dialect had failed to detect them. At this moment, the command center received a report. Reconnaissance satellites had located the enemy's position. Quick, zoom in. Soon, a clear image emerged at the command center. The Bone Clan was dispatching troops, pairs of skeletal beings emerging from the domain gate. Though many of their body parts were encased in armor, the exposed bones radiated a ghastly pallor. According to the knowledge stored in his mind, this was a race with remarkable vitality. While they bore a resemblance to skeletons and shared some similarities with the undead, they were fundamentally different. The Bone Clan excelled in brute strength, possessing unimaginable power from the moment of their birth. In the vast cosmos, few could vanquish the Bone Clan solely through sheer force. This was both their strength and their weakness. While formidable, they were constrained by their reliance on power alone, lacking in other aspects. Many other races wielded unique energies, such as magical, spiritual, or light energy, which the Bone Clan did not possess. Their strength and decent defensive capabilities were commendable, yet they were significantly hampered in close combat. Against relentless ranged assaults, their bones would shatter. Even if the Bone Clan were to lose countless fragments, they would not perish. Their life force was extraordinarily resilient. As long as a single bone remained, they could regenerate and revive. Thus, the Bone Clan also belonged to the ranks of the Undying. This necessity compelled them to leave behind a bone of their hand before embarking on expeditions, ensuring their ability to resurrect. Overall, the Bone Clan's strength was considered moderate within the universe. Defeating them was not overly difficult, but exterminating them posed a formidable challenge. Unbeknownst to the Bone Clan, every movement they made was meticulously relayed back to the human command center by reconnaissance satellites, leaving no room for concealment. Their exact numbers were laid bare before the observers. At that moment, the Bone Clan stood exposed, as if stripped of all attire, devoid of any privacy. Yet they remained blissfully unaware. They continued to assemble their forces rapidly, adhering to their usual strategy, oblivious to the fact that their numbers, coordinates, and every action were fully revealed to the humans. This battle was inherently unfair from the outset. Chapter 34. The Deception Unfolds. What constitutes the essence of war? Some argue it is the strength of both sides. Others contend it is the quantity of troops, while some believe it is the strategy of deployment. All of these assertions hold merit and are indeed crucial. However, in the realm of technological civilization, the true contest lies in the disparity of information. I know your whereabouts and your exact numbers, while you remain utterly ignorant of my existence, even unaware that you have been targeted. This is the crux of the information gap. Although this is a rather simplistic description, it plays a vital role in interracial warfare. When the opposing side is annihilated, they may never even comprehend who their enemy was or where they came from. As the Bone Clan prepared for action, a soldier in the human command center inquired, We have locked onto their position. Shall we proceed with the launch? Launch. Without hesitation, they opted for immediate action. This time, they dared not employ cobalt bombs, as such a powerful nuclear weapon possessed an excessively broad range, making it ill-suited for combat. After all, the dialect did not wish to perish alongside the enemy. Such an approach would yield net loss. It was only suitable for simulations, not for reality. Within the Tower of all races, death was indeed final, and each life was exceedingly precious. Hence, they chose a hydrogen bomb of reasonable yield, capable of obliterating the Bone Clan over a wide area of several dozen kilometers. Engaging in a conventional arms battle was wholly unnecessary. Why allow the enemy to engage in close combat when one could instantly eliminate them? A decisive strike, swift resolution, efficiency was paramount. The rocket, carrying the nuclear warhead and trailing a long tail, soared towards the designated target. Within mere seconds, boom, as the warhead struck the ground, it triggered the nuclear reaction and exploded. Instantly, a fireball with a diameter of several dozen kilometers erupted, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Even a nearby Bone Clan was completely consumed. As for the domain gate, it vanished without a trace under the extreme temperatures. Bewilderment set in. The Bone Clan, the Dry Bones, were left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of attack was this? Capable of obliterating all their kin in an instant? They had no clue where their enemy lay. Was it confirmed that the opponent had awakened their domain merely 70 days ago, rather than 700? Could it be that the Tower of all races had malfunctioned? It was no wonder that Zhu had insisted on bringing the dialect to the tower. He wished for other races to experience the sensation of being obliterated. After all, it would be unjust for the humans to bear this burden alone. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to enjoy alone. The human race was generous in this regard, understanding the value of sharing. If he thrived, so too would they. Remarkably, it had not been long before the first bewildered race emerged. They stood there for a good 30 seconds, unable to comprehend how their adversaries had accomplished such a feat. Not only did they fail to detect the enemy, but they also lost their kin without any awareness of it. It was bizarre, truly bizarre. The Dry Bones felt a stab of anguish. Hundreds of their strongest warriors in the domain had been lost in a single moment. Although their kin could resurrect, it required resources and special energy to expedite the process. Resurrection was not instantaneous. It was fundamentally inconsistent with the law of energy conservation. This loss would take at least several days to recover from. Do not underestimate these few days. Under accelerated conditions, it could translate to 1 or 200 years. 1 or 200 years would suffice for some domains to widen the gap. The Dry Bones ground their teeth, casting a resentful glance at the name of the dialect. Ultimately, succumbing to despair. They had only intended to experience the thrill of battle, but instead found themselves entangled in a terrifying beginning, losing everything. After a prolonged wait, they ultimately chose to surrender. Ding! The Bone Clan, the Dry Bones, have chosen to surrender. You have gained 35 points of essence. As the adversary surrendered, a notification echoed in the dialect's ears. The 35 points of essence were successfully credited, ready for redemption at any moment. Simultaneously, the dialect reappeared in the plaza. Observing the diverse array of beings from various races, they appeared utterly endearing, evoking a sense of affection. Despite their grotesque appearances, in the eyes of the dialect, they were akin to walking money-making machines. Ha ha ha! He burst into a raucous laugh. This truly was a splendid place. His technological civilization would no longer need to worry about a lack of resources or finances. The surrounding races were taken aback by the dialect's sudden outburst of laughter, cursing him in response, wishing they could devour him whole. What was wrong with him? Unfortunately, physical confrontation was prohibited here. Otherwise, a single punch could easily send the dialect reeling. Maintain a low profile, and let us quietly amass our fortune. A glance at the data revealed some changes indeed. Name, Fang Yan. Race, human. Time since awakening in the Divine Realm, 70 days. Number of battles, 1. Win rate, 100. One surge leads to another, and then to depletion. Now is the perfect moment to seize opportunities. How could one simply abandon the endeavor? The challenges must continue. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, Fang Yan ascended once more into the starry expanse. In mere moments, he found himself matched against an adversary. The opposing Divine Realm had also been awakened for 70 days. Human, Fang Yan versus Dragon Acheron. Death is indeed final. Cherish your respective kin. Prepare yourselves, for the battleground shall be randomly selected. Fang Yan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the matchup against the dragon race. This race is undeniably formidable. Any adult possesses immense power, comparable to that of an ordinary deity. Furthermore, they embody a triad of capabilities: melee combat, ranged attack, and defense, each impeccable. Most crucially, they possess the ability to soar through the skies, their speed accelerating to terrifying levels as their prowess increases. They are omnipotent, both in the heavens and on earth. It can be said that the dragon race is akin to the Titans, exhibiting minimal weaknesses. Their singular drawback lies in their low reproductive rates, making the size of their population a significant concern. Therefore, in the early stages, the majority of dragons adopt an elite strategy, making a large-scale invasion improbable. Some may pursue numerical superiority, yet this often involves interbreeding with other species. Although the numbers may rise, their strength diminishes. While these offspring inherit the dragon's bloodline, they ultimately fall short, unable to compare with true dragons. Over time, each generation weakens, destined never to evolve into a distinct race, but remaining mere vassals of the dragon lineage. In summary, the dragon race is exceptionally strong, indeed very strong. However, you have only awakened for 70 days. We are all on equal footing now, and without further development, how formidable can you truly be? Today, Fang Yan shall slay the dragon and become the dragon slayer. Whether through an elite strategy or a numbers game, under the overwhelming firepower of technological civilization, he will make them experience the taste of fear. As the battlefield materialized before him, it astonishingly revealed a desolate expanse. Surrounded by towering peaks and bizarre rock formations, there was not a single flat surface to be found. Not even a patch of ground measuring a few dozen square meters. Was this a deliberate targeting? Chapter 35. Slaying a frenzy, there's no stopping now. Why has this situation arisen? Perhaps it stemmed from an overly impressive initial battle, resulting in a swift and decisive victory that left the myriad races unsure of how to gauge Fang Yan. To reassess his capabilities, they had randomly assigned such a battlefield. The dragon race may have orchestrated this as well, for this terrain is exceptionally suited for aerial combatants. For most races, such a landscape would impose significant constraints. Those relying on numerical superiority would likely see their combat power diminish by more than 90%, leaving only a fraction to concede and preserve their dignity. In light of this, Fang Yan offered a serene smile, murmuring to himself, while this terrain may serve as a suppression for other races, it holds little sway against technological civilization. When it comes to versatility, no race dares claim superiority over technological civilization. Given the absence of solid ground, he resolved to open the portal to the divine realm in mid-air. After all, he was not without his own aerial combatants. Just as Fang Yan sought a concealed landing spot, a grand portal suddenly appeared before him, a doorway to the divine realm. Due to the distance, it appeared rather diminutive, yet it was clearly visible to the naked eye, merely 20 kilometers away. In the realm of combat between two races, this distance is alarmingly close, akin to standing at one another's doorstep, poised for close-quarters combat. What the heck? While Fang Yan feared no unforeseen events, he couldn't help but voice his frustration. If he could see the opponent's portal, they could undoubtedly see his as well. There was no need to scout for positions or concealment. At such proximity, where could one hide? Boom! In an instant, a portal to the divine realm materialized mid-air, directly opposing the dragons, resonating with its presence. The moment Fang Yan activated his portal, it was immediately detected by the adversary. With a soaring roar that reverberated across the heavens and earth, a dragon resembling the Western dragon rapidly approached, wings unfurling. Aside from this majestic creature, no other beings were present, indicating the dragon race's commitment to an elite strategy. However, relying solely on a single giant dragon to secure victory in this contest was akin to chasing an illusion. An edict was issued. Swiftly, a reconnaissance aircraft emerged, its velocity astonishing. Within a blink, it had traversed several kilometers ahead. In a mere 10 seconds, it drew alarmingly close to the dragon race. As contact loomed, the reconnaissance aircraft executed a sharp maneuver, ascending at a 90-degree angle, shooting into the clouds. The dragon, witnessing its anticipated prey escape, let out a furious roar and pursued the aircraft. Unbeknownst to it, it had already fallen into the trap. As the aircraft ascended, its belly opened, releasing countless palm-sized drones. Despite their diminutive size, these drones possessed formidable power, with those who had encountered them attesting to their efficacy. The dragon, oblivious to the unfolding scheme, continued its relentless pursuit of the reconnaissance aircraft, intent on its destruction. At that moment, the drones were fully activated, and a fierce cold fusion reaction granted them unimaginable speed for a brief period. They surged forth, encircling the dragon in a strategic formation. With the setup nearly complete, the fangs of technology were fully revealed. At this juncture, the reconnaissance aircraft ceased its playful antics with the dragon. The thrusters at its rear intensified their output, propelling it forward with sudden acceleration. In just a second or two, they had distanced themselves by several kilometers. The relentless dragon narrowed its pupils, its wise eyes seemingly grasping the terrifying reality. Initially, the opponent had withheld their strength, engaging in a game of cat and mouse. The adversary was the cat, while it was but a mouse. Should this be the case? Just as the dragon attempted to contact their deity to forfeit the match, it was too late. The swarm of drones had enveloped it entirely, and as the reconnaissance aircraft retreated, they launched a barrage of suicidal attacks. Explosions erupted like fireworks, with fiery orbs radiating from the dragon's center. These fireballs, magnificent and vibrant, each measuring hundreds of meters in diameter, painted the sky. Realizing the impending disaster, the dragon sought to surrender and conserve its strength, but it was far too late. In that moment, the dragon was not only charred but utterly obliterated, reduced to mere molecules drifting in the air. Instant annihilation. Once again, a swift execution. The technological civilization had gone berserk in its onslaught. The bone race could not withstand it, and neither could the dragon race. Faced with the sudden disappearance of the colossal dragon, the dragon clan found themselves momentarily dazed. This proud behemoth, who had triumphed over numerous kin and was once hailed as a genius, had, at this moment, failed to withstand even a single onslaught and met his demise on the spot. It dawned upon them that in just 70 days, humanity had become unexpectedly formidable. In their teachings, although the awakening of human divine realms was diverse and peculiar, were not humans regarded as weaklings in the early stages? How could they encounter such an anomaly today? As they gazed at the dissipating fireball, the dragon clan ultimately etched Fang Yan's name into their memories, opting for surrender. When skill falls short of that of others, there is little recourse. Ding! The dragon clan, a class, has chosen to surrender. You have gained 35 points of origin. Upon hearing this sound, Fang Yan felt an exquisite delight. Once again, having acquired 35 points of origin, his total had now reached 70. In such a brief span, he had amassed a substantial income. The Tower of 10,000 Races truly proved to be an excellent venue. Although this battle bore the semblance of being targeted, he still achieved victory through a crushing superiority. It was not that Fang Yan was excessively powerful, but rather that his opponent was woefully inadequate. With such circumstances, dreaming of accruing more origin was futile. After securing 2 consecutive victories, buoyed by such fortune, he naturally pressed on for further challenges. As the scene transitioned, his next opponent was swiftly matched. Given the multitude of races within the arena, the sheer number reached a terrifying figure, making such rapid matches reasonable. This time, Fang Yan's adversary was somewhat different. His opponent had awakened their divine realm for 100 days. Humanity, Fang Yan versus Beast Clan Lepidial. Death is indeed death. Let us cherish our respective peoples. Would you like to participate in battle? This match was evidently distinct from the previous ones, as the opponent's awakening time had increased by a full 30 days. It appeared that the earlier matches had concluded with swift annihilation, prompting the Tower of 10,000 Races to assign Fang Yan a commendably high rating. Thus, they promptly matched him with a more formidable foe. This mechanism also ensured that weaker individuals were protected, granting a semblance of fairness while allowing Fang Yan to confront stronger challengers. However, this was not compulsory. The final choice lay entirely in Fang Yan's hands. Given this, there was little to ponder. Chapter 36, Consecutive Victories. What further contemplation was necessary? With both parties having awakened for 70 days, all other races appeared as mere fodder. It should be clarified that this remark was not directed at a single individual, but encompassed every being present. Remaining in this tier was simply a waste of time, yielding little origin. By selecting those who had awakened for 100 days, a victory would not only grant the standard half, 50 points of origin, but also yield an additional 15 points for a total of 65. Previously, he had to win twice to accumulate 70 points. Yet now he could achieve nearly the same sum in a single battle. Though it fell slightly short, the difference was negligible. Moreover, this was only for one battle. Winning 2 would yield even greater rewards. What was there to wait for? Fang Yan gazed at the options above, his thoughts coalescing as he decisively selected yes. The world swirled around him as he re-entered the battlefield. This time, his opponent was from the Beast Clan, a relatively expansive race. Similar to humanity, this term did not solely denote humans. It encompassed dwarves, barbarians, giants, ancient beings, and so forth, all branches of the human race. However, The general human populace tended to disregard these classifications, believing that humanity consisted solely of humans. After all, on their planet, only humans existed. Why acknowledge distant relatives? The Beast Clan was broader and more intricate than humanity. Any beast that evolved to possess intelligence would be classified as a beastman. Thus, this race was exceedingly diverse. And in a fleeting moment, Fang Yan could not ascertain which variant he would face until their encounter. Through images transmitted by reconnaissance satellites, a quick resolution emerged. To his surprise, he faced a feline beast. This type of feline was entirely distinct from catgirls. They had not fully evolved and were akin to ordinary cats, perhaps even more ferocious. Apart from possessing intelligence comparable to humans, they were utterly lacking in other respects. As this was a racial conflict, there was little more to discuss. Annihilation was the only outcome. With no room for doubt, the victory was resounding and absolute. The feline beasts of the Beast Clan suffered the loss of over 10,000 cats. One could only wonder if any would weep in despair. Following this encounter, Fang Yan had amassed 135 points of origin. For an average individual, such a rate of income would be nothing short of miraculous, yet for Fang Yan, it still felt somewhat sluggish. Therefore, in the ensuing battles, he aimed to eliminate his opponents instantaneously, leaving them no opportunity for retaliation. As the saying goes, in the moment of annihilation, who among the races could maintain clarity? They had all succumbed to a state of bewilderment. The slaughter had become frenzied. Continuously dispatching his opponents was undoubtedly a sound strategy. After a series of contests, he was soon matched against a race that had awakened for over 500 days. Although his opponents grew increasingly powerful, the quantity of origin he obtained also surged. It was akin to a snowball effect. Initially, he had only earned 35 points of origin per victory, yet now, in his final match, he directly acquired 357 points, an increase of over tenfold. With a staggering total of 17 matches, he had accumulated 2,801 points of origin. This figure was remarkable, enough to induce envy among countless entrants to the Tower of 10,000 races. While others came to test their prowess against other races, Fang Yan was there to directly procure resources. The two motivations were fundamentally disparate. Had it not been for the imminent depletion of his weaponry and the fact that he was now facing a race with some degree of strength, he might have continued challenging further. To ensure a contingency, he resolved to pause, prepare, and stockpile a supply of combat weapons, allowing for a return to the fray later. To succeed in any endeavor, one must first sharpen their tools. This is a lesson that time could afford. Ultimately, Fang Yan was taken aback by the existence of the Tower of 10,000 races. Otherwise, he would not have stored only a scant supply of weapons, leaving him unfulfilled. Subsequently, he cast a glance at his personal data. Name, Fang Yan. Race, human. Awakening of Divine Realm, 70 days. Number of battles, 17. Win rate, 100. 17 battles, each culminating in victory, an impeccable record of undefeated prowess. Such an achievement might have been seen before in the Tower of 10,000 races, given the multitude of races. But to consistently challenge upwards without pause and attain such results was a rarity indeed. Now, Fang Yan had accomplished just that. Moreover, he had navigated through it all with remarkable ease. Aside from 2 unexpected incidents involving bloodshed, he had suffered no casualties in any of his confrontations. To repel foes from a great distance was the most fundamental tactic of technological civilization. However, for all races, this method proved nearly impossible to counter, as there existed no means to overcome it in the early stages. From start to finish, technological civilization had unleashed a frenzy of violence. The death toll beneath the nuclear explosion undoubtedly exceeds several 100,000, a terrifying figure that sends shivers down one's spine. Although the annihilated were primarily nascent denizens of the Divine Realm, whose overall worth may be deemed minimal, their obliteration effectively stunted their preliminary development, thus inadvertently contributing significantly to the human race. After reviewing the personal data, Fang Yan decided it was time to depart, opting to exchange his 2,801 points of origin and exit directly. Ultimately, the data housed within the Origin Tower amounts to mere numbers. True security lies in the tangible world. Upon choosing to exit, Fang Yan found himself back outside, gazing at the unremarkable structure before him. Who could have guessed it was capable of engaging in combat with various races? It was indeed a marvel. Just as Fang Yan pondered this, Zhu Ji approached, clapping him on the shoulder and inquiring, "How does it feel?" Recognizing his benefactor, Fang Yan smiled and replied, "Quite well. The races in the cosmos are truly diverse, each more peculiar than the last." His words revealed the bountiful experiences he had garnered within, arousing Zhu Ji's curiosity. It seems you've encountered quite a number of races. I wonder what you've reaped? Mediocre, just about 1,300, Fang Yan replied, cloaking his true circumstances in ambiguity. He was not inclined to divulge his actual situation, but offered a figure that sufficed to meet the standards of a genius. Moreover, the Tower of Multitudes exists within a distinct space. As long as one refrains from disclosing their data, others cannot ascertain their specific circumstances. This aspect was commendable, safeguarding personal privacy. He was a genius and would maintain that status, but that did not mean he had no secrets. So much, Zhu Ji exclaimed, genuinely taken aback by the revelation of Fang Yan's 1,300 points. When he had first entered, he had nearly been beaten to death by the foreign races, let alone achieving victory to earn origin points. He considered himself fortunate if fewer of his people perished. It is important to note that anyone daring to enter the Tower of Multitudes was typically a prodigy among their kin. Otherwise, they would lack the confidence and courage to step inside. Should an ordinary individual attempt entry, they would likely lose not only their origin points, but also their lives, rendering all prior efforts futile. This apprehension explains why so few venture into the Tower of Multitudes. Fear of failure, fear of loss of their people, fear of losing their powers. The painstakingly cultivated strength could be obliterated in an instant, prompting all students to tread cautiously. However, Fang Yan remained unperturbed. Chapter 37. What is responsibility? As long as one's strength is sufficient, one need not fear any challenge, for he himself was the challenge to others. As Fang Yan emerged, the students who had accompanied him were already mostly gone, with only a few remaining to await the latest news. Upon seeing Fang Yan, they immediately gathered around him. After exchanging a few brief words, they dispersed. On the first day of the new semester, everyone had much to attend to, seeing that Fang Yan was delayed. It was unnecessary to linger and waste time, leaving just a handful to keep watch. Fang Yan too had to return to officially register, check his assigned class and dormitory. He would be studying here for several years, and it was essential to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Otherwise, navigating the unknown would be untenable. Soon, Fang Yan discovered from the school S notification list that he was placed in class 1 of the freshman year, the most elite class among all new students. Each member of this class was a top-tier awakened being, especially following the practical assessments after the college entrance examinations, all having passed with flying colors. Those who failed to meet the criteria, regardless of their prowess, would not be admitted to this esteemed class. The designation of 1 was not merely a numeral. It represented primacy, leadership, and the strongest cohort among the newcomers, signifying a preferential allocation of resources. While there might be some shifts in the student body over time, Class 1 had remained unchanged throughout. Whether among freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or seniors, only the most formidable individuals could enter. Upon learning his class placement, Fang Yan consulted several senior students to ascertain his location. As he stepped into the classroom, he immediately captured the attention of all present. Just over an hour earlier, he had engaged in combat with numerous new students and second-year seniors, dominating the entire encounter. It was not the second-year students who overwhelmed him, but rather the opposite. He had decimated them with ease. The one who ranked within the top 100 among second-year students, Zhu Ji, had been swiftly defeated by him. Such prowess and achievements rendered Fang Yan a formidable presence among the freshmen. As he entered the room, many students displayed admiration, vocally expressing their excitement. A few exhibited disdain, but they were ultimately in the minority. Look, who is this? Our freshman hero, Fang Yan. Had it not been for him, we freshmen would have undoubtedly been trampled beneath the upperclassmen this year. Let us applaud his arrival. The resounding applause echoed throughout the classroom, showing no signs of abating. Clearly, Fang Yan's contributions were recognized and appreciated by all, particularly in light of Wang Shui Tun's challenges. With his arrogant demeanor and disrespectful tone, students felt an overwhelming urge to consume him whole. Unfortunately, numerous attempts to confront him had ended in failure, not due to a lack of effort on their part, but because their opponent was simply too formidable, operating on an entirely different level. Thankfully, Fang Yan had dealt a resounding blow to the opposition, venting the collective frustration of all newcomers. In that moment, he was a hero. Faced with such fervent enthusiasm, Fang Yan found himself momentarily flustered. Clearing his throat, he feigned a cough, gesturing for silence among his classmates. Allow me to say a few words. If you require my assistance in the future, please do not seek me out, as I'm equally overwhelmed. However, he hesitated, pausing for effect. If there are any long-legged ladies wishing to dine, sing, or dance together, do not forget to call me. I assure you I will be at your beck and call, arranging everything for you with utmost clarity. Laughter erupted at Fang Yan's jest, as the youthful spirits found delight in such light-hearted banter. At that moment, a rather attractive girl stood up and said, "Brother Fang Yan, do you think my legs are long?" She then executed a split, revealing her flawless, slender legs to the audience. Her actions incited another wave of laughter among the crowd. Indeed, her legs were remarkable, verging on exquisite, prompting Fang Yan to steal a couple of extra glances. As an opportunist, he relished every moment of visual indulgence. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps I should arrange for a few long-legged mentors to accompany you in building rapport." Just as the jovial atmosphere reached its peak, a voice emanated from outside the door, instantly silencing the previously animated classroom. As mentors from the capital, they donned a uniform attire. Had today not marked the arrival of new students, few would have chosen to wear such an unappealing mentor's robe. The school had no explicit requirement for it. The choice to wear it was left entirely to individual preference. As the enchanting mentor stepped into the classroom, Fang Yan wore an awkward yet polite smile. Subsequently, she descended from the podium and casually selected an empty seat at the back of the class. The beautiful instructor approached the lectern, taking her time to survey the room before finally speaking. "Greetings, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Yin Qi Divine Realms. I hope that in the time to come, each of you will strive relentlessly, for you are the seeds of hope destined to become the backbone of humanity. Although my words may seem somewhat grave, as exceptional talents, you must embrace this heavy responsibility while enjoying the finest resources, fighting for humanity, and bearing its burdens." With these opening remarks, Yin Qi Divine Realms delivered a powerful impact on all present. There were no praises or congratulations, only a somber topic that left many feeling uncomfortable. Fighting for humanity. Such phrases frequently appear in various promotions and videos, yet today, they have unwittingly become their obligation. Indeed, during the initial awakening period, all they received were congratulations, and no one had broached such matters. However, upon awakening to the pinnacle of divine realms, this weight of responsibility has already settled upon their shoulders. It is inevitable that they will become the most formidable beings, for they possess extraordinary strength. The adage, "with great power comes great responsibility," holds true. Possessing immense power naturally brings with it corresponding rights. All of this is bestowed upon them by the lower echelons of humanity, and thus, they must be accountable to those people. This is their duty. In times of peril, unity is paramount. Only through cooperation can they repel external threats. Aspiring for dominance is understandable, yet excessive internal strife may lead to their ultimate downfall, reducing them to slaves of foreign races, a fate worse than death. Such cases have occurred before, nearly leading to the extinction of humanity, leaving no trace of their kind. Thankfully, they have persevered. In Class 38, it may seem that the teacher's words are rather extreme. Yin Qi Divine Realms' exquisite visage bore a solemn expression. Although we currently exist in a relatively peaceful era, with decades passing without a large-scale war, nearly 10,000 lives are sacrificed each year on the front lines. These individuals, who lay down their lives to ensure stability in our homeland, do so at great personal cost to halt the advance of our enemies. At this point, a discernible change appeared on Yin Qi Divine Realms' face, with her misty eyes reflecting memories of the past. In a class of 40, only a handful survived, the rest having perished. They, like you, were all prodigies, brimming with potential and possessing the greatest divine realms. Yet, what does that matter? Indeed, what does it matter? A prodigy who is not fully developed remains just that, a prodigy entirely disconnected from true strength. I implore you to cherish every moment. This time is precious for enhancing your abilities. Feigning calm, Yin Qi Divine Realms retrieved a folder and began to read aloud the names within, in recognition of their remarkable achievements following the college entrance examination and participation in special assessments. The school will bestow rewards. When I call your name, please come to the podium to receive your reward. Du Jun, who fought valiantly against 3 demon deities, managing to save numerous civilians despite ultimately facing defeat, is hereby awarded 500 points of essence. His name resonated loudly. Du Jun's exploits had dominated the news, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain unaware of him. His awakening to the ancient civilization surpassed all other divine realms in strength, and it was rumored that he possessed the potential to become a supreme deity. It is worth noting that currently, only 3 supreme deities exist among humanity, serving as our stabilizing anchor and bargaining chips against other races. Should Du Jun continue to develop successfully, he is likely to reach such heights, a claim substantiated by real examples. Yin Qi Divine Realms glanced at the document once more and continued. Wang Jiangwen, who utilized his advantages to survive until the end, is also awarded 500 points of essence. I know him. He awakened the mountain and sea civilization, This ancient civilization, recorded in historical texts, is said to be referenced in the Shanhai Jing. Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging its strength, which was comparable to that of the ancient civilization, although no one had yet utilized it to achieve the pinnacle of success. Nevertheless, it far surpasses my divine realm civilization. As the students murmured amongst themselves, Yang Qi called out again. Bai Shui, who infiltrated the demon ranks and annihilated numerous demon deities, is awarded 500 points of essence. Fang Yan was taken aback upon witnessing the girl rise. Was she not the one who had previously asked him about the length of his legs? It turned out she was quite formidable, having awakened the nine-tailed civilization. Though a branch of the fox race, it was a lineage far more ancient and powerful than her predecessors, possessing remarkable charm that enabled her to blend in with the demons. Many admired Bai Shui for achieving what few could. Ais Du Yun, Wang Tianwen, and Bai Shui each received their deserved rewards. The other students displayed expressions of envy and regret, lacking any semblance of joy. The special assessments had proven excessively challenging, with many eliminated almost instantaneously, leaving them unable to even resist. Next, I would like to place special emphasis on Fang Yan, Yang Qi announced, glancing at the seemingly aimless student seated at the back. In the face of insurmountable foes, opting for a mutual destruction strategy against both enemies and kin resulted in devastating losses. Our school's leadership has decided to reward you with 5,000 points of essence. I hope you will continue to strive. Should you encounter such enemies again, may you eliminate them decisively. Fang Yan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name called by the beautiful instructor. Then, upon realizing he was to receive a substantial reward of 5,000 points of essence, he was overwhelmed with joy. Essence, this was precisely what he lacked, and more of it was always welcome. As he accepted the essence crystal from the instructor's hand and began to return to his seat, he was halted once more. Wait. Today, on the first day of school, every second-year student who has triumphed over the challenges posed by new students will also receive 5,000 points of essence. This will be distributed now. With that, she handed him another essence crystal. As a result, Fang Yan's total essence had reached an impressive 15,000 points, ample enough for him to retreat and accelerate the advancement of his technological civilization. The thought brought a satisfied smile to his face. All the students were well acquainted with Fang Yan. However, the true nature of the civilization he had awakened remained a mystery. In recorded human history, such an advanced civilization had never been documented. His dazzling attacks and cataclysmic explosions were unlike anything ever witnessed before. Curiosity filled the air as everyone yearned to uncover the secrets of his extraordinary abilities. One audacious student rose to pose a question. Fang Yan, could you enlighten us about the civilization you have awakened? It is said that when you first awakened your divine domain, it was devoid of any extraordinary particles, being dubbed the largest wasteland in history. Who would have imagined that you would develop such formidable power, leaving everyone astounded? Indeed, curiosity permeated the air, not only among the students, but also in the beautiful instructor, Yang Qi, whose expression reflected intrigue. In her mind, she could not find any divine domain that bore resemblance to his. Upon hearing the inquiries from his classmates, Fang Yan felt no need to shroud his response in secrecy. The advancement of technological civilization stemmed from the wealth of knowledge within his mind, rather than a mere name. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "Since you have posed your questions with such sincerity, I shall graciously divulge that my divine domain is none other than." Just as the crowd held its breath in anticipation, Fang Yan deliberately paused, relishing the air of mystery and excitement. Finally, he pronounced with emphasis, "Technological civilization." At these last four words, disbelief washed over the faces of all present. What did technological civilization entail? Was it the era of matchlock guns and bronze cannons? Such a civilization could not possibly stand against any extraordinary civilization, lacking even a glimmer of potential. It was merely a desperate struggle for survival that had inadvertently led to its development. How could Fang Yan, exhibiting such impressive prowess, possibly be associated with technological civilization? Skepticism etched itself into the expressions of the onlookers. Without extraordinary particles, how could such strength be attained? Surely, they reasoned, he was deceiving them. Alternatively, it was conceivable that Fang Yan possessed a unique form of extraordinary particles, unbeknownst to the masses. This was the only explanation that resonated in their minds. For in their perception, a wasteland remained a wasteland, devoid of any real power. Only those divine domains imbued with extraordinary particles held the potential for growth. Such rigid thinking had persisted through the ages, becoming a fundamental truth. Technological civilization? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Observing the disbelief etched across their faces, Fang Yan chose not to elaborate further. Their minds had long been fixed, their understanding constrained. They believed that only divine domains housing extraordinary particles could rightfully bear the title of divine domain and possess the characteristics of growth. As for wastelands, were they not merely worthless? No amount of explanation would sway their conviction. They might even think him a liar, for no one was willing to entertain his claims. If Fang Yan were to ascend to the highest deity, even his slightest misstep would be deemed impeccable, and none would dare to refute him. Rather than laboring to clarify, it would be wiser to focus on the cultivation of his own abilities. As the instructor, Yang Qi maintained a skeptical stance towards Fang Yan's assertions. Though she did not outwardly display it, clearing her throat gently, she continued, "As for the first-class students, you are not merely a title. Each month, you will be granted 720 points of primordial power, sufficient to meet the basic developmental needs of all. Do not underestimate this. Other classes receive only 100 points each month, a staggering six-fold less than you. Therefore, strive diligently. While the number of students in this class is fixed, the personnel is not. Should you falter, it will not be easy to re-enter. Moreover, as time progresses, resources will only increase. This is the advantage of being in this class. A collective effort of the entire school." Yang Qi meticulously articulated the benefits of being in the first class, emphasizing the significance of this identity. Although currently assigned to the first class, it did not guarantee permanent status. Without effort, one could easily be surpassed by peers from other classes. Should that occur, being expelled might mean never returning. The instructor was correct. With such abundant resources each month, it was imperative to double one's efforts to grow stronger. A mere 720 points of primordial power each month was already substantial. Ordinary martial universities might offer only 10 or 20 points. Should anyone doubt this, they could ask their high school classmates. With such advantageous conditions, failing to distinguish oneself from ordinary classes could only indicate a lack of talent. This class might not be the right fit for them. While this reality was harsh, it remained the truth. Many students were already acutely aware of these conditions. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, opinions began to flow freely. Of course, there was an undertone of flattery apparent in their words. Class was not merely about competition. It was also about social dynamics. Fang Yan held no interest in such matters. He preferred to remain an inconspicuous presence. Alas, fate had other plans. Yang Qi cast a glance at Fang Yan and inquired, "Fang Yan, would you like to take on the role of class leader this semester?" After all, among the entire first-year cohort, Fang Yan wielded the highest esteem. Appointing him as class leader would surely leave no room for dissent. Such aspirations were ambitious. Yet reality was often starkly different. Fang Yan had no interest in the position of class leader, rather than squander time on class management. He preferred to focus on the development of his divine domain. Although the role of class leader came with its advantages, he found them unappealing. Furthermore, as a man of three non-responsibilities, neither proactive, nor rejecting, nor accountable, he had no inclination to exert himself in such a role. Wasn't it preferable to remain a quietly handsome figure? Fang Yan stood up decisively, rejecting the offer. "Instructor, I believe you should appoint someone else as class leader. I often retreat for 10 days to half a month. I would want to be the last to know if the class were to catch fire." Yang Qi was not in the least surprised by Fang Yan's refusal. A genius, after all, often tended to be reclusive. The role of class leader was best suited for someone with a keen understanding of social intricacies, with strength being a secondary consideration. Since Fang Yan was unwilling to take on the role, she designated Tian Li as the interim class leader. Should he falter, they would hold a vote in a few months. In the beginning, when everyone was unfamiliar with one another, a direct appointment was the most practical approach. After briefly outlining a few matters, Yang Qi chose to exit the classroom. Today was merely registration day. Formal classes had yet to commence, so there was little to attend to. With the homeroom teacher's departure, the once somber classroom buzzed to life again. As the newly elected class leader, Tian Li naturally took the initiative. "We are fortunate to be classmates. Let us gather together later to further our connections. Indeed, it's the first day, and there is little to do. Why not share a meal?" With lunchtime approaching, it was the perfect opportunity. This suggestion met with nearly unanimous approval, with many voices echoing their agreement. "Hurry, if we don't get there soon, other classes will snatch up all the good spots." "Exactly, let us move swiftly." Everyone remained calm. "I've already reserved a table at the dining hall. The transport is on its way, and we will arrive at the school gate just in time." Having extended the invitation for a meal, Tian Li was well prepared. Moreover, he was inviting classmates from the elite first class of Kyoto, all of whom were exceptional individuals. each as talented as he. Cultivating such connections in advance would undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. The class leader is quite resourceful, having arranged everything so promptly. Impressive indeed. Many students jokingly praised Tian Li, with dialects included among the banter. The complimentary meals, a delightful treat, were too good to pass up. Subsequently, a throng of individuals made their way toward the school gate, a vibrant display of youthful exuberance. Upon arriving at the entrance, a row of ethereal vehicles had already come to rest by the roadside, their value immediately recognizable to those with discerning eyes. Wow, Qin Yan spirit cars! One exclaimed. Such vehicles are not easily acquired. They require one to make significant contributions to the human race before they can be reserved. Moreover, each Qin Yan spirit car commands a price not less than 10 million, and even at that, they are often unattainable. Some car enthusiasts among the students approached, eager to touch and admire the vehicles, clearly fascinated. It seems the class leader's family is quite extraordinary, having summoned such a number of Qin Yan spirit cars all at once. Hey class leader, what does your family do? This is astonishing. Faced with the flattery of his peers, Tian Li feigned humility, responding, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just a small family business." However, no one believed his modest claim. To orchestrate the arrival of over 10 Qin Yan spirit cars, each worth millions, is hardly a matter of a mere small business. Such a pretense would fool no one. They were even less likely to believe it. Furthermore, the majority of those who awakened their divine domains and entered class 1 hailed from relatively affluent families, many of which were economic powerhouses in their regions, thus possessing a keen eye for such matters. Given Tian Li's reluctance to elaborate, they chose not to probe further. It must be said, the sight of a procession of over $10 million vehicles together was indeed a formidable visual spectacle, drawing the attention of many along the route. Chapter 40. The flavor of conspiracy soon. The group arrived at a 5-star hotel. As the Qin Yan spirit cars rolled in, their formidable aura immediately captivated countless onlookers. 1 or 2 cars would be inconsequential. Even a few would not be remarkable, as 5-star hotels cater to such clientele. However, the sudden arrival of over 10 vehicles sparked curiosity about the eminent figures they were here to escort. Before long, a vibrant group of youthful individuals emerged from the cars. Upon disembarking, many were drawn in by the lavish decor that surrounded them. Indeed, the life of the wealthy is characterized by both grandeur and simplicity. The first impression exudes an air of sophistication and prestige. Upon closer inspection, the unmistakable scent of wealth wafted through the air. As these students admired the opulence of the 5-star hotel, those around them scrutinized their presence, eager to discern the origins and capabilities of this group of young masters and mistresses. Isn't that Tian Li from the Tian family? Yes, among them. For others, this might be inconsequential, but Tian Li's prominence was well known. His awakening of the supreme drought god domain had caused quite a stir, and news of him had spread throughout the entirety of Kyoto, earning him the title of the city's future prodigy. The Tian family had even hosted a grand banquet, inviting friends from all quarters. It was unexpected to see him among this crowd. Could it be that these individuals of similar age are all students? Many astute observers quickly discerned the essence of the gathering, speculating about the identities of these youths. If that were the case, it would imply that this group consisted entirely of students from Kyoto Martial University. Shock flickered in many eyes, and some even sought to approach and forge connections. Unfortunately, they were thwarted by the hotel security. Had they been ordinary students from the Martial University, it would not have been remarkable enough to warrant attention from such societal elites. However, Kyoto Martial University is a different matter altogether, being a congregation of the most exceptional talents with limitless potential. As long as they could endure, they would undoubtedly secure significant positions in the future. Why is this so? The entirety of Kyoto Martial University gathers the creme de la creme of China's youth, selecting 4,000 from over 20 million applicants. Such a ratio ensures that every individual is meticulously chosen. Unbeknownst to them, this group is not merely composed of Kyoto Martial University students. They represent the strongest cohort of first-year students this year. From those 4,000, a further selection yields 40 individuals with the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of achievement. One must not underestimate even the slightest chance. Even such a prospect is an unattainable aspiration for countless individuals. Just as laughter and conversation filled the air, a faint ripple of divine energy flickered in the distance. Though subtle and fleeting, it did not escape Fang Yan's keen perception. The adversary had disguised their presence well, yet the divine energy carried a hint of something unusual, reminiscent of a past encounter that eluded his memory for the moment. Suddenly, Realization dawned upon Fang Yan, and a grave expression crossed his face as he scanned the surroundings for any suspicious figures. Alas, all his efforts proved futile. The adversary was evidently adept at concealment, and nothing seemed amiss on the faces of those nearby. Everything appeared so natural and harmonious. Nevertheless, Fang Yan trusted his instincts. Such feelings could never be mistaken. A barely perceptible tremor reverberated, altering the surrounding frequencies, imperceptible to all but the most sensitive. As a person attuned to such nuances, Fang Yan sensed it immediately, inwardly lamenting. This is bad. Almost instantaneously, the environment around them began to shift dramatically. Centered on their position, visibility beyond 100 meters vanished, as if cleaved apart by an unseen force, delineating two starkly contrasting realms. The space they occupied felt severed from the outside world. It required no guessing. This was the enigmatic technique of spatial manipulation. Without sufficient strength, one could not achieve such a feat, nor could it be done without external aid. Simultaneously, Fang Yan readied himself, channeling his divine energy with haste. To his astonishment, the adversary's actions were alarmingly swift. From the moment Fang Yan sensed something amiss to their entrapment in another dimension, only a fleeting second had passed. No, it must be acknowledged that the opponent had been prepared all along. The earlier flicker of divine energy was merely a trigger for the spatial apparatus. Otherwise, how could such potent beings remain undetected within human society, while Fang Yan was able to perceive them? This is dire. We have been ensnared. Is this spatial technology? Could it be the fabled spatial isolation? Who are they? Do they not realize we are students from Kyoto Martial University? This group of freshmen undeniably represented the pinnacle of their cohort. Almost simultaneously, they detected an unusual scent, instinctively gathering together and adopting defensive stances. Although their formation was riddled with flaws, they exhibited no signs of trepidation. Creak, creak, creak. A harsh sound echoed from nearby. A man stepped forward, his unremarkable appearance blending seamlessly into the crowd, easily overlooked by the unobservant. Such a guise was perfectly suited for a spy. At this moment, the adversary ceased their pretense. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy surging forth. If one could not perceive it now, it would be a matter of having defective eyesight. Demons. All the freshmen exhibited expressions of disbelief. In present-day China, the scrutiny against demons is exceedingly rigorous. How could such beings infiltrate? Amidst their fear, curiosity reigned supreme. As the organizer of this event, Tianli was both astonished and enraged. He never anticipated that a demon would infiltrate their ranks of drivers, leaving him at a loss for words. Furrowing his brow, he directed his gaze at the intruder and inquired, "Did you return from your Roma?" "Ha ha. I never expected the heir of the Tian family to possess such knowledge about a mere driver like myself." "Indeed, I have just come from there," the demon readily admitted. Without a hint of hesitation, standing amidst the crowd, Fang Yan sensed the ominous undertones of a conspiracy. The massacre at Lianqing 50 years prior could not have been a frontal assault. The demon race was not yet capable of such a feat thus. The only plausible explanation was an internal ambush, meticulously orchestrated and premeditated. "Ha ha ha." The demon let out a derisive laugh, sharp and grating. "I must express my gratitude to the heir of the Tian family for gathering such a multitude of freshmen from the prestigious Kyoto Martial University. These are all prodigies of the human race." His laughter turned cruel, his eyes betraying a bloodthirsty glint. "Let me count. Precisely 40. Just recently, our demon race annihilated a graduating class of your Huaxia's finest, at a great cost, with only a handful escaping, while the rest perished. Who would have thought that today I, Mubil, would encounter such a splendid opportunity with a group of underdeveloped human prodigies? This is a fortune of immense proportions. I shall surely be inscribed in the annals of the demon race." Chapter 41. So it is. Confronted with the demon's brazen words, the freshmen, still in their first year, found themselves utterly defenseless. Though they were prodigies, they were merely nascent talents. Their divine powers had yet to coalesce, and the gates to their divine realms remained firmly shut in the realm of reality. How could they possibly contend with the demon before them? The students huddled closely together, whether by design or happenstance, placing Fang Yan at the center, the position that appeared the safest. In the face of an external threat, unity was paramount. They all understood that the conflict between the Huaxia human race and the demon race had reached an irreconcilable peak. Surrendering to preserve their lives was simply not an option. Otherwise, the massacre 50 years ago would never have transpired. The only glimmer of hope for survival lay with Fang Yan. "Soon, we shall ignite our essence and forcefully open our divine realms and confront him. With so many of us, how can we fear a single foe? Every human must meet their end. Even if we cannot perish together, we shall take a piece of him with us. It was evident that the students had steeled themselves for death, their expressions resolute. Yeah. You worthless trash think you can challenge me? Such delusions. Clearly, you fail to comprehend the chasm that lies between us. Mubel sneered, his disdain evident, while the overwhelming aura of demonic energy he exuded laid bare his formidable power. Lower God. Such was the presence only a lower god could possess. It was astonishing that he wielded such strength. We must fight. Alas, the gates to the divine realm remain sealed. This space is compromised. One among them frantically burned their essence, but within mere seconds, they had expended tens of thousands of units. Yet, the gates remained unyielding, as if severed from all connection. I too sense it. This space is undoubtedly fraught with peril. Almost simultaneously, several individuals attempted to burn their essence to create an opening, seeking to summon their most powerful kin from their divine realms. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side. Mubel mocked the humans, observing them trapped within a spatial seal, daring to attempt to access their divine realms. Such foolishness. Even if a celestial being were to enter, they would be suppressed without mercy. You fools, do you truly believe you can break through the barriers of spatial seal? Mubel showed them no mercy. His murderous intent intensified. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to wait any longer. If a human expert were to discover the anomaly, their formidable strength could easily dismantle this hastily constructed space. Human prodigies, prepare to meet your demise. With that declaration, Mubel launched his attack. A surge of divine power imbued with demonic energy surged toward the crowd, aiming to annihilate them. In the face of this sudden onslaught, none among the students could withstand it. Yet, fear did not grip them. They stood resolute, willing to use their bodies as shields against the impending strike. At this moment, if not now, when? Fang Yan channeled his divine power and snapped his fingers. Boom! A fireball erupted in midair, igniting with ferocity. The searing heat, surpassing several thousand degrees Celsius, instantly engulfed a 10-meter radius, consuming even the demonic attack completely. With the explosion of the fireball, the temperature of the isolated space soared by several degrees, the oppressive heat causing discomfort among the gathered students. The first clash of divine powers had begun. Though it appeared evenly matched, the true disparity was becoming evident. The demon race, taking the initiative, was clearly at a disadvantage. The anchor points of their respective divine powers were not on the same level, leading to the curious result where the might of a lower god paled in comparison to that of a demigod. The potency of divine power is indeed tied to its level, yet only in relation to similar anchor points. If the anchor points are not on the same tier, a weaker force can triumph over a stronger one. It is akin to an anchor point being chives, while the other is a steel sickle. Even if the chives possess a higher level, they will ultimately be mercilessly harvested by the sickle. The stronger the anchor point, the mightier the divine power. This explains why many races do not rush to condense their divine powers. Instead, they seek to develop more robust anchor points within their divine realms, thereby enhancing their own strength. Yet here stood the demon, possessing the strength of a lower god, yet his anchor point was undeniably weak, likely related to his concealed presence. Or else how could he exist in human society without detection? Observing how effortlessly he had thwarted the demon's attack, Fang Yan formed a rough assessment in his mind. A race renowned for their combat prowess, the demons had shown themselves to be surprisingly inadequate. A lower god from the demon race was, indeed, not so formidable. Employing their own tactics against them, Fang Yan derisively remarked, "You think you can annihilate us?" Utterly laughable. With that, he focused his gaze, gathering strands of divine power. Mubel felt a profound threat emanating from Fang Yan and mirrored his stance. To his astonishment, among the human freshmen, someone had already condensed their divine power, and the anchor point was undeniably formidable. How is this possible? Though incredulous, the reality stood before him. They had only awakened a mere 70 days prior, and in such a brief span, one among them had achieved this level of mastery. A genius, without a doubt. Regrettably, not a genius of the demon race. Thus, this individual could not be allowed to live. Just as Mubel prepared to launch another assault, he was suddenly enveloped by a blinding light. Before he could react, he was consumed by the fireball that had materialized in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Mubel furiously ignited his divine power, propelling himself forward with extraordinary speed. Simultaneously igniting divine power coalesced into a rudimentary protective shield, enveloping him for safety. However, his adversary underestimated the devastating force of a nuclear explosion. Ordinary flames might reach a maximum temperature of merely a few hundred degrees, easily thwarted by a barrier woven from divine energy. Yet, a nuclear detonation is an entirely different entity, akin to the reactions of the sun. Though still vastly inferior, it can unleash temperatures soaring into the thousands, even tens of thousands of degrees within an instant. Such intensity could incinerate divine power itself, converting it into fuel until it is utterly consumed. This kind of assault would be excruciating even for a higher deity, let alone a lower one. At this moment, no one felt this truth more acutely than Mubel. What he once believed to be a certainty had spiraled into unforeseen chaos. Now, he found himself being pressured by a demigod, and that recent attack had nearly claimed his life. When the world was happening, a being who had awakened merely 2 months ago wielded such formidable power. Infuriating, Mubel, surveying his scorched body, revealed a countenance filled with rage, further solidifying his resolve to eliminate this human prodigy before him. If allowed to continue his ascent, he could undoubtedly become a grave threat to the demon race. Thus, Mubel displayed a flicker of determination as he gazed at the humans before him. "You have forced my hand." Chapter 42. Have I given my consent? Mubel's expression twisted into one of madness. As a covert operative of the demon race, he typically remained silent while conveying vital information. This unexpected opportunity to escort a class of 40 students from Kyoto Martial University ignited his greed. He yearned to annihilate them all. Now, with the presence of a human celestial talent among them, one who had severely injured him, a lower deity, he realized that the anchor he had chosen was ill-suited for combat, preventing him from unleashing his true potential. Moreover, his opponent was undeniably strong, so formidable that even his advantage in rank offered him no hope of victory. Continuing with conventional contests would likely lead to his defeat. A glance at Fang Yan confirmed that it was time for him to make one final contribution to the demon race, and he erupted into maniacal laughter. "You will all perish at my hands." Without hesitation or fear, he initiated a suicidal attack. Mubel summoned a spatial forbidden artifact, channeling divine power into it with reckless abandon, aiming to collapse the space and take everyone down with him. But Fang Yan would not allow him to succeed. Just as Mubel was about to act, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the entire space. Boom! Following, it was a deafening explosion that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The overwhelming sound plunged everyone's ears into a state of tumult, rendering their minds momentarily dazed. At the epicenter of the explosion, Mubel was left in a grotesque state, his body mangled beyond recognition. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, painting the ground in a deep crimson hue. The forbidden artifact he had clutched tightly was flung far away, ultimately retrieved by Fang Yan. "Huh," Fang Yan scoffed, casting a glance toward the nearby demons. "Do you truly think so little of me, attempting such petty maneuvers before me without my consent?" The divine power anchoring Fang Yan was, in fact, akin to a nuclear bomb. It could unleash fireballs of extreme temperatures and generate explosive shockwaves. As he wished, he could seamlessly interchange between the two. From the outset of releasing fireballs to the recent explosion shockwave, every action was deliberate, designed to prepare for a surprise assault that would catch them off guard and yield unexpected results. Indeed, Mubel had not anticipated Fang Yan's hidden capabilities, and in an instant, he lost all combat effectiveness. Everything unfolded too rapidly for anyone to comprehend. The group, ready to sacrifice themselves, found themselves unexpectedly turning 180 degrees. Perhaps they would not have to die after all. As the saying goes, seize the opportunity when your foe is weak. With the demon race momentarily incapacitated, Fang Yan would not grant the chance to recover. Centered around the demons, a fireball of approximately 10 meters in diameter materialized in an instant. With temperatures surpassing several thousand degrees Celsius, enveloped them entirely. It took a full 10 seconds for the chaos to subside. When the dust settled, not a trace of the demons remained. Even their corpses had vanished without a trace, vaporized into countless minuscule molecules, dissipating into the air. At this moment, they were irrevocably dead. Witnessing this, all the students erupted in joyous tears, embracing one another in a display of elation. They had survived. Every one of them had lived through this ordeal. The release of tension left them like deflated balloons, collapsing onto the ground. Their genuine smiles spoke volumes about their current sentiments. Who would wish for death when life was still an option? As Fang Yan toyed with the artifact in his hands, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Thank you immensely, Fang Yan. Had it not been for you, I would have become a pariah in our school." The speaker was none other than their class leader, Tian Li. Had he not organized the gathering that brought them here, none of this would have transpired. Little did they know that among the family's drivers lay a demon spy, undetected from the beginning. Most critically, this individual possessed a complete identity in the Euro-Roma region, enabling a secure transition to Huaxia. Otherwise, the Tian family would never have allowed someone of unknown origins into their driver ranks. That would be courting disaster. This matter was far more complex than they had imagined. What a tumultuous time. Fang Yan could surmise Tianli's thoughts, but still spoke. The remaining matters are beyond our involvement. For now, we should focus on escaping this place. Though Mubel had been vanquished, they remained trapped within this isolated space, unable to exit. Tianli surveyed their surroundings before stating, "This space was formed by the forbidden artifact. The one in your hand should be it. As long as you continuously infuse divine power, you will receive corresponding feedback." Following Tianli's guidance, Fang Yan directed his divine energy into the spatial forbidden artifact he held. With a flicker of divine power, before he could even register the sensation, it vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, it seemed he could manipulate the crystalline barrier surrounding them through the artifact. Break, with a mere thought. The protective barrier shattered into countless specks of starlight. The previously segregated space now merged seamlessly with reality. The five-star hotel reappeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd that had lingered in the periphery, eager to witness the spectacle, gasped in astonishment as the group re-emerged. Had it not been for the security personnel desperately maintaining order, they would have rushed forward, surrounding the students in a frenzy. Many among them displayed expressions of curiosity, pondering where the group had vanished only to suddenly reappear. Little did they know that within those brief 2 or 3 minutes, this group of prodigious students from Kyoto's Wuda University had undergone an experience of life and death. As for dining, at that moment, any appetite had vanished. Following a unified arrangement, each individual took a boxed meal and returned directly to the school. Meanwhile, Tianli meticulously reported the events that had transpired to the family elders. As for the final outcome, it was beyond the purview of a mere junior like him to influence. As the Tian family mobilized their resources to conduct an in-depth investigation, they indeed uncovered several spies from the demon faction. Although these individuals were at the lower rungs of society, their outward documentation boasted of unblemished family backgrounds and clean records. A common thread among these demons was their immigration from the Euro-Roman region. The inquiry, once undertaken, sent chills down the spines of many. The previously robust talent recruitment initiative had revealed such significant vulnerabilities, allowing countless races to infiltrate every corner of Huaxia. Moreover, the individual who championed this initiative seemed to have some considerable issues of their own. All of this was being investigated discreetly, with little relation to Fang Yan, who could not sway the decisions of those in power. After parting ways with his classmates, several approached him individually. Most came to express their gratitude for his life-saving intervention, with some even offering their devotion, especially by Shui, who was particularly enthusiastic. As for the class leader, Tianli, he ultimately sought out Fang Yan to express his gratitude. He presented a crystal infused with 10,000 points of primordial essence. The losses incurred by the other classmates will be compensated by their respective families. Chapter 43, Becoming Stronger. Such was the nature of a prominent family. Their generosity manifested in a gift of 10,000 points of primordial essence, equivalent to a staggering 10 million credit points. Ordinary families would struggle to amass such wealth, and even the middle class might never earn that much in a lifetime. For Fang Yan, primordial essence could no longer be measured in credit points. It was a fundamental resource crucial to his development. He did not hesitate to accept the gift, understanding that additional resources could significantly enhance his growth. Should he be called upon in the future, he would not hesitate to extend a helping hand within his means. Receiving the crystal, Fang Yan stated, "I shall refrain from further elaboration. This primordial essence is of utmost importance to me at present, and I shall graciously accept it." Tianli, recognizing Fang Yan's contributions, smiled in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, this is entirely deserved. Had it not been for your intervention, our class might have faced total annihilation, and I would have been left to bear the blame." His words were imbued with heartfelt respect as he bowed deeply before Fang Yan to convey his gratitude. His personal survival was inconsequential. At worst, it would mean the Tian family lost a promising talent. However, the demise of an entire class from Kyoto Wuda was no trifling matter. He would not only bear the stigma, but would also implicate the Tian family and possibly stir national public opinion. Although Fang Yan was his classmate, it did not diminish his status as a savior. "Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me," Tianli proclaimed. treating Fang Yan not merely as a lifesaver, but also as an investment in a future alliance. As long as Fang Yan remained alive, a bond of friendship would flourish between them. If, at the zenith of his success, Fang Yan could mention the Tian family, it would validate Tian Li's foresight. After a brief exchange, Tian Li, displaying keen awareness, took his leave, leaving Fang Yan alone in the dormitory. With all matters settled, it was time for him to retreat once more into seclusion to cultivate his domain. This time, he aimed to be more aggressive and expedite the development of his divine realm. Today, as events had revealed to him that humanity's seemingly secure hinterland was not as safe as it appeared. While primordial power could be regained, lost lives were irrevocably gone. Had the attacking demons been formidable warriors, they could have faced total annihilation. Thus, he needed to focus on the development of his divine realm while remaining vigilant in enhancing his own strength. Clearing his mind of distractions, he immersed himself in the divine realm, recalling significant breakthroughs in technological civilization that had previously surfaced in his thoughts. In the year 891 of the human era, through relentless research and development, biotechnology achieved a monumental breakthrough. A new medication emerged, capable of extending human lifespan to 500 years. This invention sparked a sensation across society. What does 500 years signify? Where once 70 or 80 years constituted a typical human lifespan, 500 years equated to the lifetime of 6 individuals. One life is indeed more precious than 6. This drastically extended an individual's peak period and altered the age of maturity within humanity. Not only did this play a crucial role in the overarching advancement of human society, but it also allowed individuals with high intelligence to survive longer, enabling them to learn and develop further. Although the invention was successful, the challenges of production prevented mass manufacturing. Initially, it would be reserved for pivotal research personnel, granting them more time to devote to scientific inquiry. This invention marked humanity's official entry into the realm of longevity. By the year 999 of the human era, the plasma laser cannon, after generations of development, finally met the criteria for deployment. This weapon boasted not only rapid firing rates, but also tremendous power. Theoretically, with sufficient energy, it could obliterate entire planets. Much like the main cannon of a star destroyer, a single shot could tear a planet asunder. However, this remained theoretical. Humanity's current technology could not provide such immense energy, with the most powerful propulsion still being controllable nuclear fusion. Despite extensive enhancements over time, rendering it dozens of times more potent than its first iteration, it still fell short of expectations. The maximum output could only penetrate 500 meters beneath the planet's surface. Following such an attack, the plasma laser cannon would require an extensive cool-down period before it could be utilized again. Otherwise, the entire apparatus would become incapacitated. The maximum power exerted immense strain on the materials of the device, but standard attacks posed no such issues, capable of sustained firing for an entire day without trouble. While conventional attacks lacked the devastating power of maximum output, each strike could effortlessly penetrate a meter-thick steel plate or 10 meters of soil. Ordinary armored equipment crumbled against the plasma laser cannon as if it were mere paper, unable to withstand multiple strikes, even from specialized materials. The electromagnetic cannon served as a projectile weapon, while the laser cannon was purely an energy weapon. In terms of individual penetration power, it possessed extraordinary might, with a firing rate that bordered on the absurd, achieving speeds of 270,000 kilometers per second. At short distances, targets were struck almost instantaneously upon firing, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. It was explicitly designed for interstellar combat, featuring ultravisual and long-range attack capabilities. Despite its many advantages, it also bore significant drawbacks. Notably, it could only fire in a straight line. In land combat against foes, various obstructions often hindered direct targeting. One could hardly approach an enemy and engage in close-range fire. Thus, in such scenarios, the laser cannon's effectiveness paled in comparison to that of the electromagnetic cannon. Moreover, the laser cannon is characterized by its singular attack capability, allowing it to engage only one target at a time, which is a critical drawback in terms of its range. When faced with a multitude of adversaries, its efficacy pales in comparison to that of a nuclear weapon, which can obliterate vast expanses of tens or even hundreds of kilometers in an instant, delivering a cataclysmic judgment. Nonetheless, the development of laser cannons must be vigorously pursued, as they hold paramount importance in individual combat scenarios. Furthermore, battles between races predominantly unfold within the interstellar realm, representing the true battlefield. Even the front line of humanity exists within the cosmos. In the year 1010 of the human era, the first electromagnetic shield was successfully developed. Its advent eradicated the vulnerability of human technology in terms of defense. Following extensive experimental research, the shield was miniaturized, enabling each soldier to carry one. Especially when deployed on mechs, the electromagnetic shield can effectively withstand attacks from electromagnetic cannons. Even a lower-tier deity would struggle to endure several strikes from an electromagnetic cannon, whereas the mech remains unscathed. This milestone signifies that personal mechs have come astonishingly close to the power of lower-tier deities, and in certain aspects, they even surpass them. Personal carriers can now withstand numerous low-caliber projectiles without fear. However, it must be noted that the electromagnetic shield consumes substantial energy. The greater the energy input, the stronger the defensive capability. Experimental findings indicate that energy supplied from a large controllable nuclear power station can adequately shield against small nuclear explosions, although it may falter against more powerful cobalt bombs. This is primarily due to the instantaneous release of immense destructive power during a nuclear detonation, a surge that controllable nuclear fusion cannot replicate. If the shield fails to counteract such force, victory will inevitably lie with the opposing side. The crux of the issue is that controllable nuclear fusion has somewhat lagged behind the currents of the era. Simultaneously, in the year 1551 of the human era, nanotech mechs were officially implemented. These lightweight armors boasted formidable defensive capabilities, showcasing the robustness of nanotechnology. They were also remarkably portable. In this era of nanotech advancement, one could now carry a device the size of a palm, weighing approximately 10 kilograms. During combat, a simple activation command could instantaneously generate a layer of armor that swiftly enveloped the entire body. This bears some resemblance to Iron Man. The metal armor, merely a few millimeters thick, exhibited no diminishment in defensive strength. In fact, it was more than tenfold stronger than its predecessor. Coupled with the electromagnetic shield, the mech transformed from an assassin type into a humanoid tank, capable of inflicting considerable damage. It could attack from afar while defending up close, epitomizing the concept that one individual is equivalent to an entire division. Of course, the electromagnetic shield is not confined to mechs. Various warfare apparatuses can also utilize it. Even defensive fortifications can be equipped with large-scale devices to protect all personnel. Once activated, the electromagnetic shield prevents any external attacks from breaching its barrier, while simultaneously rendering those inside incapable of striking outward. This shield lacks friend or foe identification functionality. Once deployed, it creates a barrier that is impenetrable from both sides. Nonetheless, it served a significant purpose in defending strongholds. By the year 1680 of the human era, everything proceeded smoothly. Despite notable advancements in technology, a bottleneck was ultimately reached. Aside from continual refinements to previous research and the enhancement of various capabilities, progress stagnated. Weapons saw no major breakthroughs, and societal development began to decelerate. The population, initially in a phase of explosive growth, started to decline. As society evolved, so too did ideologies. The presence of humanity permeated the divine realms, reaching a saturation point, which naturally led to a stagnation in population growth. To continue expanding, either the planetary surface must be enlarged or a new planet must be created for human colonization. However, both options are exceedingly resource-intensive and cannot be feasibly realized in the short term. Presently, with nearly 6 billion inhabitants, humanity's technological civilization is sufficiently robust. Contemplating the 25,000 points of primordial essence in his possession, Fang Yan refrained from rushing into decisions. He pondered the most advantageous direction for development that could yield maximum benefits. Should he continue to advance mechs into interstellar battlesuits, acquiring unimaginable power? Or should he focus on the development of interstellar warships for seamless cosmic traversal? Alternatively, should he enhance weaponry, such as the indomitable water droplet, the two-dimensional foil that lowers dimensionality, or even antimatter weapons? Ultimately, Fang Yan opted for the antimatter bomb, a device exponentially more formidable than a nuclear bomb. The rationale behind this choice is intrinsically linked to the anchor point of his divine power, which is a nuclear bomb. Antimatter bombs are merely an extension of this concept. This synergy not only bolsters the strength of the divine realm, but also enhances his own capabilities through the anchoring point. The combination of both elements presents a mutually beneficial scenario, a win-win situation. Antimatter is not solely applicable as a bomb. It can also be further researched for antimatter propulsion engines. This energy source is hundreds of times more potent than controllable nuclear fusion, representing an absolute clean energy solution and the most feasible technology for humanity to master at present. The antimatter bomb is merely one facet. The energy source constitutes another. Both are of paramount importance to the current technological civilization. Without hesitation, utilizing the knowledge within his mind, he began generating page after page of research documentation, ranging from simple to complex and from macro to micro. Each technology and research achievement was articulated with clarity. All matters pertaining to antimatter were meticulously detailed on these pages. Principles, production processes, and required machinery were all comprehensively outlined. Every detail and data point materialized, awaiting humanity to realize, manufacture, and ultimately conquer it. Do not underestimate these seemingly inconspicuous documents, for they represent a fervent consumption of primordial essence. In a brief span, the 25,000 points of essence were expended entirely. Fortunately, all technologies had already materialized within the divine realm, ensuring that these efforts were not in vain. Fang Yan's initial investments and planning had been completed. Now, it was contingent upon humanity's own diligence. The time required to fully comprehend all technologies would depend not only on hard work, but also on a measure of fortune. Simultaneously, he discreetly issued divine edicts, urging his subjects to stockpile conventional weaponry in preparation for the forthcoming multi-race competition tower. The next entry would herald the time to decisively pierce through the ranks of various races. Meanwhile, Fang Yan continued to absorb nuclear weapons, converting them into his divine power. As his divine energy surged, his processing speed accelerated slightly. What once required 3 to 4 days to refine a small nuclear weapon could now be accomplished in less than 2 days. The amassed divine power steadily increased. In the year 1680 of the human era, humanity was bestowed with a complete set of antimatter technology by their god of science. The entire race erupted in fervor. This represented a groundbreaking technology, transcending several of their previous eras. If successfully materialized, their technological advancement could leap forward by centuries. As the machinery of the empire whirred into action, countless researchers dedicated themselves fervently to the study of this groundbreaking technology. Although a comprehensive body of theoretical data existed, the practical realization of these concepts still posed considerable challenges. In the year 1700 of the human era, persistent investment in research began to yield preliminary observations of antimatter technology, unveiling myriad complexities. This technology was extraordinarily advanced, so much so that existing mechanical apparatuses struggled to meet its fundamental requirements. Despite following the documentation meticulously, complete replication remained elusive. Yet, with the information at hand, how could one even contemplate surrender? No matter the obstacles, one by one they would be surmounted, and eventually, all barriers would be breached. By 1717 in the human era, while a thorough understanding of antimatter technology was still forthcoming, significant advancements had emerged in several related scientific fields, particularly in material science, which experienced remarkable progress. It was during this year that, through relentless experimentation, humanity finally succeeded in extracting an equivalent of 1 gram of antimatter. This seemingly minuscule quantity symbolized a monumental leap forward for humankind, heralding the birth of an entirely new form of energy. Moreover, research conducted by scientists revealed that this antimatter possessed the capacity for cataclysmic destruction, whereas a nuclear explosion could harness merely a fraction of material energy. Antimatter promised a full utilization of energy. 1 gram of antimatter, upon detonation, released energy equivalent to no less than 430 tons of TNT, comparable to the power of 30 Hiroshima atomic bombs. The sheer magnitude of this energy was astonishing. 1 gram sufficed to unleash such devastation. The implications of 10 grams, 100 grams, or even 1,000 grams were unfathomable. Scientists speculated that accumulating 100 tons could obliterate an entire planet, shattering it into fragments of varying sizes, ultimately erasing it from the cosmos. If cobalt bombs could extinguish all life on a planet through radiation, antimatter bombs would annihilate the planet itself, an essential distinction. Chapter 45, Antimatter Weapons. In terms of overall destructive capability, antimatter bombs surpassed their counterparts. Such weapons held the potential to obliterate an entire planet. Even a 100-fold increase in cobalt bombs could not achieve the same level of annihilation. The development continued apace, with the first successful extraction as a foundation. Subsequent endeavors proved significantly simpler. As the 2nd and 3rd grams of antimatter were successfully isolated, humanity erupted in jubilation, having initially grasped this extraordinary substance. although the costs remained exorbitant, rendering widespread application impractical. Possessing even a limited quantity of samples would play a crucial role in future scientific advancements. Researchers centered their efforts around antimatter, not solely for weaponry, but also investing considerable resources into propulsion technologies. It must be noted that antimatter produced greater energy than controlled nuclear fusion, with its instantaneous release of power aptly described as terrifying. Even prior to mass production, it had already been designated as the next pivotal energy source, particularly prioritized for military applications. As for civilian needs, controlled nuclear fusion was more than sufficient, rendering the use of antimatter unnecessary. In the year 1723 of the human era, the first antimatter bomb was officially unveiled. To test its potency, detonation experiments were conducted within the same year. Though it contained merely 100 grams of antimatter, the explosive force exceeded that of the Tsar Bomb. Astonishingly, this formidable power was encapsulated within a total weight of less than 10 kilograms, primarily attributed to the specialized containment vessel, with the true catalyst being the 100 grams of antimatter. Remarkably, this seemingly trivial weight could obliterate a small nation. Such a claim, if uttered, would likely be met with disbelief, dismissed as mere hyperbole. Yet, this was the stark reality. Technology possesses an astonishingly miraculous yet fearsome nature. In tandem with the development of this devastating weaponry, equal attention was devoted to antimatter propulsion systems. By the year 1800 of the human era, antimatter could be extracted and stored with stability, achieving an annual production rate of 100 kilograms. Do not underestimate this quantity. If entirely converted into antimatter bombs, it could potentially erase a tenth of a planet's mass. Given the terrifying potential of this power, humanity dared not manufacture all of it into explosive devices. Currently, existing antimatter bombs typically weighed under 1 kilogram, sufficient for conventional warfare scenarios. For low-intensity conflicts, such formidable antimatter bombs were unnecessary. Lesser-yield nuclear weapons could adequately suffice. However, as a precaution, one could never predict the foes that might emerge, potentially confronting adversaries of extraordinary combat capabilities. Hence, a contingency was necessary. Humanity stored one antimatter bomb containing 100 kilograms. Should this bomb detonate, it could instantaneously result in the demise of 1/10 of the population in the divine realm without inflicting any suffering upon them. The subsequent loss of life due to the resultant natural disasters would be substantial, leaving survival rates at a mere 70 to 80%, a cause for profound gratitude. Therefore, to avert unforeseen circumstances, this antimatter bomb was meticulously safeguarded, encased within a fortified steel fortress, inaccessible to all. The perimeter was heavily guarded, with sentinels maintaining a vigilant watch 24 hours a day. Not only was proximity prohibited, but no living beings were allowed within a 100-mile radius. Such stringent measures reflected a profound apprehension of potential mishaps. Consequently, access to this bomb was restricted to a singular authority. Only Fang Yan possessed the requisite permissions to utilize it. Even the Emperor of Humanity could not act without Fang Yan's consent. Concurrently, the antimatter propulsion engine began to show initial promise. A colossal engine apparatus was developed, capable, albeit imperfectly, of harnessing antimatter energy. Regrettably, it was riddled with numerous defects, rendering it unfit for formal deployment. While the antimatter propulsion engine was still in vigorous development, demonstrating limited effectiveness, antimatter firearms emerged as a novel innovation. Antimatter guns bore similarities to laser weapons, both relying on energy as their core. Regardless of whether as machine guns or laser cannons, their offensive capabilities were formidable. However, they were designed for single-target engagement. While effective in individual combat, they proved less adept in collective warfare. The advent of antimatter firearms addressed this shortcoming. Nevertheless, these weapons represented a paradigm shift, diverging significantly from traditional firearms. Their appearance underwent considerable transformation. The only shared characteristic was their designation as firearms. The method of attack was fundamentally distinct. Antimatter firearms utilized antimatter as ammunition, with a predetermined detonation time or distance, launching projectiles through a specialized mechanism. Upon reaching the specified conditions, the projectiles would explode instantaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic blast capable of obliterating everything within a radius of several kilometers. The magnitude of destruction could be adjusted at will, primarily contingent upon the weight of the antimatter discharged. However, a single shot equated to the explosive yield of a small nuclear bomb. For solitary combat, the current capabilities are sufficient. Any further enhancement could potentially jeopardize one's own forces. Thus, antimatter weaponry compensates for the shortcomings of laser firearms, with both proving to be complementary in combat, yielding unexpectedly effective results. As time progresses, the momentum of technological advancement accelerates, resulting in a significant application of antimatter in military endeavors, garnering unimaginable value. Meanwhile, the divine power of the dialect has merely returned to its previous levels. This divine power is akin to a consumable. With each use, it diminishes and does not replenish automatically. It can only be augmented through pivotal transformations. This explains why deities are reluctant to engage in battle. The hard-earned divine power can be entirely depleted in a single confrontation, a prospect that would bring tears to anyone's eyes if uttered aloud. However, with the evolution of the divine realm, acquiring divine power is becoming increasingly feasible. Had it not been for the sudden incursion by the demon clan, the dialect would not have been inclined to utilize divine power so soon to open a gateway to the divine realm that links with the real world. Through the information relayed to him, it is evident that humanity is in a state of disarray. While the situation in Huaxiao remains stable, other nations are faltering, with leaders of smaller countries having been subverted. In the near future, several major powers are poised to unite for a comprehensive purge. Some internal traitors from foreign races may act desperately, provoking societal upheaval. At this juncture, possessing self-defense capabilities is crucial to avoid being caught off guard. Therefore, the size of the Divine Realm Gateway is less important than its effectiveness in providing support. Chapter 46. Connecting to Reality. Having made the decision, it is time to act decisively. The dialect hesitates not. He immediately harnesses divine power to construct the gateway to the divine realm. It is worth noting that only divine power can forge such a gateway. In contrast, those opened by primordial energy are merely temporary and consume far more resources. Once activated, they require continuous consumption of primordial energy, or else they will close, rendering them inefficient. A gateway constructed from divine power is a permanent fixture, akin to owning real estate. As long as one wishes, the bridge to the real world can be opened at any moment. However, should the gateway be subjected to attacks from the real world, it may sustain damage, necessitating reconstruction through divine power. With the infusion of a fragment of divine power, a doorway frame, no larger than an ordinary door, begins to take shape. Perhaps due to its modest size, it does not consume an excessive amount of divine power. The next step involves further condensing it into a genuine temporal gateway capable of traversing between reality and the divine realm. Throughout this process, divine power flows continuously, burning rapidly with each passing moment. Fortunately, the condensed gateway is not large, or rather, is somewhat diminutive, keeping the consumption of divine power within manageable limits. Otherwise, with the limited divine power at the dialect's disposal, it would have been insufficient. As time elapses, a door frame, seemingly substantial, materializes before the dialect. The composition of this frame remains a mystery, but it shimmers like starlight, incredibly resplendent, forming a narrow border. The door itself captivates the gaze at first glance, leaving an indelible impression. Standing before it feels akin to confronting the entirety of the universe, evoking a profound sense of insignificance. The imagery resembles a black hole devouring the cosmos, ensnaring one in its depths. At this moment, the gateway to the divine realm is fully realized. With a single step, the dialect can enter his divine world. Naturally, while outsiders may enter, those within can also exit. Yet the doorway is still rather small, not comparable to the gateways simulated during training, barely accommodating one person at a time. For the dialect, this is entirely sufficient. In the face of danger, it is advantageous for his people to provide reinforcements. However, this is not the primary objective. Rather, the goal is to extract advanced technological weaponry to bolster his strength. The strength of a technological civilization lies not in physical prowess, but in scientific innovation. At the successful connection of the gateway to the divine realm, the dialect had already commissioned several items tailored for him by his subjects in the divine realm. With the issuance of a divine edict, items began to be transmitted through the gateway. The foremost among them is a palm-sized triangular object that, while seemingly small, weighs significantly in hand. Upon estimation, it appears to weigh around 10 kilograms. The dialect is, of course, intimately familiar with this item. Placing it against his chest, he gently taps to activate the switch. Immediately, the triangular object emits a soft glow, adhering to his body. Within less than a second, a thin, metallic sheen envelopes him completely, providing effective protection against unforeseen circumstances while enabling rapid engagement in combat. It must be said that, as a mechanized suit for solitary combat, the technology has matured tremendously. Especially with the advent of nanotechnology, the cumbersome process of donning armor has been rendered remarkably swift. Regrettably, he is unable to assess the suit's strength or experience the full capacity of the electromagnetic shield at this moment. Data analysis indicates that, in direct combat, it could withstand an onslaught from a high-ranking deity for a short duration. In addition to the suit, 3 firearms have also been transmitted: an electromagnetic rifle, a laser rifle, and an antimatter rifle. The electromagnetic rifle, being an earlier weapon, may lag behind the laser rifle in terms of power, but it is far from ineffective. In sufficient quantities, it could eliminate lower-tier deities. However, with superior alternatives now available, this electromagnetic rifle stands as a relic. The laser and antimatter rifles are intended for self-defense. These 2 weapons have been custom-designed using nanotechnology. When not in use, they can be shrunk to the size of a ring for easy transportation, serving as a means to confuse adversaries. Upon activation, they can instantaneously transform into nearly a 1-2-meter-long rifle. Such exceptional weapons are naturally to be equipped at once. With these items, the dialect possesses a considerable measure of self-defense capability, offering some reassurance amid the impending societal upheaval. Otherwise, given his prodigious reputation at Kyoto University, he would hesitate to step outside, fearing that his striking appearance might incite envy among foreign races. As the saying goes, jealousy distorts one's visage, leading to unprovoked attacks at unpredictable times and places. Now, the dialect can confidently traverse the shadows, allowing foreign races to witness hope only to ultimately experience despair. Unless faced with an assault from a deity of superior rank, it is uncertain whether they could overpower him in a moment. Of course, the dialect has no intention of aimlessly wandering to draw attention from adversaries. With his divine power nearly depleted once more, it is prudent to conserve some. Without the security of divine power, one cannot feel even a modicum of safety. Once again, he channels his consciousness into the divine realm, this time opting not to refine a low-yield nuclear bomb, but rather a tri-phase bomb. This choice, possessing substantially greater destructive capability, will naturally require a longer refinement period. Indeed, a single nuclear bomb offers insufficient divine power. It is far more prudent to shift focus. As for the decision not to opt for cobalt bombs or antimatter bombs, which possess greater destructive power than the tri-phase bomb, Fang Yan is acutely aware of the lengthy process required to refine even a single tri-phase bomb. The prospect of utilizing more potent cobalt or antimatter bombs seems bleak, as one might find themselves languishing for months without hope of success. Fortunately, the absence of a rigid curriculum in university allows for a bold and unrestrained pursuit of seclusion and cultivation. It is entirely normal to devote 10 days or even several months to this endeavor, with instances of a year or more not being uncommon. When it comes to theoretical studies, one can afford to learn at leisure, as the truly applicable knowledge will only be needed in the senior year, when one is deployed to the front lines. By that time, as long as one is not foolish, ample time will be devoted to understanding the characteristics of various factions. Otherwise, one may not even grasp the manner of their demise. Currently, the focus remains on the pace of personal strength development, and once practical combat ensues, understanding will naturally follow. With the complete refinement of the tri-phase bomb, it transforms directly into 10 strands of divine power, saturating the entire being. It must be said, the benefits of refining potent weapons are indeed substantial. However, such gains come at the cost of significant time investment. In the ensuing period, Fang Yan has not ceased his endeavors. He has either observed the advancements of technological civilizations or dedicated himself to enhancing his divine power and augmenting his strength. Chapter 47. The Southgate Project. Within the divine realm, technological civilizations have persistently researched antimatter, achieving groundbreaking advancements that enable the creation of relatively perfect propulsion engines. When comparing controllable nuclear fusion, which has a utilization rate of less than 0.1, to antimatter energy, which reaches 100, the disparity becomes glaringly evident. Controllable nuclear fusion appears rather miserly, akin to a frugal old woman, while antimatter resembles an affluent noblewoman, operating on an entirely different echelon. This comparison transcends mere numerical differences. It reflects a tangible divergence in energy output efficiency. For energy sources of identical weight and volume, the energy released by antimatter is not merely 1,000-fold greater than that of controllable nuclear fusion. It is a comprehensive and overwhelming superiority. While the advantages of antimatter are apparent, it does not imply that controllable nuclear fusion holds no value whatsoever. Consider that a cold nuclear fusion reactor aboard a mecha can effortlessly supply the electrical energy needs of an entire city. The consumption of a city with millions of inhabitants is an immense figure, all provided by a device no larger than a palm. Remarkably, there exists technology even more formidable than this cold nuclear fusion. Once again, humanity has achieved a qualitative leap in energy, the previous instance being controllable nuclear fusion. Such a transformation in energy inevitably leads to other strategic shifts. Thus, the Southgate project has officially entered the agenda. This initiative does not pertain to combat within near-Earth or near-space environments. If it were merely about close-range space carriers, controllable nuclear fusion could suffice, and humanity already possesses such capabilities. Yet, why is it designated as the Southgate? The Southgate project aims to facilitate long-range combat, at least utilizing light years as a measure of distance. This endeavor is often referred to as a planetary war. Conflicts occurring on one's own planet cannot be classified as planetary wars. They must transcend star systems and traverse stellar expanses, engaging in combat across vast cosmic distances. Controllable nuclear fusion can manage interstellar exploration, but it ultimately falls short in this regard. This is precisely why the Southgate project has languished. Particularly, the flagship, the Underworld mothership, represents a significant undertaking and a colossal entity. Measuring 840 meters in length, 680 meters in width, and weighing 24 million tons. It is not difficult to envision the sheer magnitude of this behemoth. In comparison, an individual would seem no larger than an insignificant ant. Moreover, it accommodates 888 main battle aircraft, known as Yin, each of which could be classified as an independent spacecraft, with a combat radius extending to at least 10 light years. 1 light year serves as a unit of distance, denoting the distance light travels in 1 year. A distance of 10 light years equates to approximately 150 trillion kilometers. Such an immense range imposes exceptionally stringent requirements on the propulsion engines. While controllable nuclear fusion is adequate for near-space travel, it is evidently insufficient for interstellar warfare. Now, the energy derived from antimatter perfectly fills this void. In addition to the Yin main battle aircraft, the Underworld mothership also houses 800 electronic unmanned combat drones. These drones have a significantly smaller operational radius, with one of their primary missions being the protection of the Underworld mothership. At excessive distances, remote operation may exhibit latency. Nonetheless, these drones can also assist the Yin aircraft. Provided the mothership grants operational permissions, they can engage in long-range combat alongside the Yin. Whether through the Yin or unmanned drones, these assets reflect the combat prowess of the Underworld mothership, yet they merely scratch the surface of its capabilities. In terms of defense, conventional electromagnetic shields are indispensable for repelling enemy assaults. As for offensive weaponry, the mothership boasts 108 ultra-long-range laser cannons and 720 short-range antimatter cannons, the latter possessing a range of approximately 300 kilometers. Beyond this, the Underworld mothership is equipped with a principal weapon, the planet-destroying cannon, a technology that humanity has yet to master. This formidable weapon can obliterate entire planets with ease, exhibiting terrifying power. Fortunately, as long as Fang Yan is present, with sufficient primordial energy, he can produce the design schematics in an instant. Currently, technological civilization is diligently absorbing knowledge about antimatter, which remains the most pressing task. Such an extensive arsenal necessitates personnel for operation. The crew required for the Underworld mothership, if merely to meet basic combat demands, would suffice with 10,000 individuals. As technology advances and the application of artificial intelligence alleviates many human resource constraints in the event of urgent tasks, the crew could be expanded to accommodate up to 100,000. The Southgate project also represents Fang Yan's operational strategy at the front lines. While many of the technologies involved remain beyond humanity's current capabilities, Fang Yan is unhurried. There is ample time for humanity to tackle these challenges one by one. After all, he possesses the knowledge of advanced scientific technologies from God-level civilizations within his mind. This is his confidence and the foundation of his future ascension. As time progresses, Fang Yan continues to refine an increasing number of nuclear bombs, resulting in a growing accumulation of divine power. Upon reaching 50 strands, he finally ceases this monotonous existence. Feeling the abundance of divine power within his body, he realizes he has never fought with such wealth of resources before. 50 strands of divine power, 50 strands. If Li Yunlong were here, he would have already subdued the Sakata Brigade. Fang Yan slowly awakens, exhaling deeply. A glance at the time reveals that this period of seclusion has unexpectedly lasted 3 months. Under normal circumstances, the divine realm should have progressed to over 3,000 years, nearing 4,000. Yet, the reality is different. When all divine realms reach the milestone of 2,000 years, the novice phase officially concludes. Originally, 1 hour in the divine realm equated to 1 year, while 1 day represented 24 years, with minimal resource consumption. Once the divine realm had reached the 2,000-year mark, it underwent a profound transformation, akin to the conclusion of a novice phase and the commencement of a formal period. In the present reality, a single day only propels the divine realm forward by 1 year, while the requisite source energy remains unchanged, still demanding a full 24 units of source power each day. Although the daily consumption has not altered, the disparity between a single day and the previous calculation is a staggering 23 years. This difference is undeniably substantial and elucidates why Fang Yan can contend with seniors in their second year. If the previous calculation of 1 day, equating to 24 years, still held, no matter how adept Fang Yan became, he would remain no match for the more advanced seniors. As it stands, Fang Yan's divine domain has now reached the year 2077, and the pace has notably slowed. For a time, this change felt somewhat disconcerting. After all, just as rapid advancement was in full swing, being abruptly told that one could no longer keep pace feels akin to a thorn lodged in one's throat, a most uncomfortable sensation, leaving an indescribable taste. This is precisely why Fang Yan found himself disinclined to continue his retreat. 3 months post-enrollment, it was time for the freshmen to undergo rescheduling. Those with confidence could challenge students from Class 1 to take their place. This system was not exclusive to the first-year students. Even second- and third-year students were subject to the same. The strong ascend, while the mediocre descend. The opportunity is presented. It is up to you to seize it with your capability. Many in the upper years have come to accept their reality, having resigned themselves to their fates. After all, talent is evident. Those who consistently dominate Class 1 are undoubtedly exceptional individuals, far surpassing what an ordinary class could offer. Moreover, the longer time progresses, the greater the gap that widens. This has resulted in a single student from Class 1, sometimes equating to an entire cohort of students from an ordinary class. While many in the upper years have accepted their fates, first-year students are different. They have yet to endure the harsh realities of society and remain blissfully unaware of its perils. Many are eager to showcase the fruits of their labor from the past 3 months. Naturally, entering Class 1 is the aspiration of all. Chapter 48, A Challenge Awaits You. The time for 3 months has elapsed. It is time for the Dragon King to take his place. It is the moment to unveil true skill. Fang Yan was not particularly interested in the first rescheduling. As long as he could remain in Class 1, he was content. However, as a newcomer, attendance was mandatory, as per the school's regulations. Otherwise, should someone challenge him and he were absent, it would result in a forfeit. This rule also serves to prevent individuals from exploiting loopholes to evade challenges while remaining sedentary in a single class. Additionally, through these battles, newcomers can recognize their own shortcomings and strive to improve. This competition holds a significant meaning, since the awakening of their divine domains. These first-year students have scarcely engaged in combat with their peers, lacking any real combat experience. Is this not an excellent opportunity to gain mutual understanding? After a brief refresh, Fang Yan followed his memory to his designated classroom. Were it not for his exceptional recall, he might have struggled to find his spot. What first-year student, aside from attending on the opening day, would return to their classroom over the next 3 months? Aside from Fang Yan, one might doubt whether another could be found in the entire school. At this moment, the classroom was already filled to capacity. As their homeroom teacher, the beautiful instructor Yang Qi had arrived early and was addressing the class from the podium. Upon noticing Fang Yan's breakthrough, she merely cast a fleeting glance his way before saying, "Come in." Fang Yan, without further ado, stepped into the classroom, scanning the room for available seats. Individual spots had long since vanished, but a few pairs of seats still had vacancies. Just as he was about to settle into one of those, a voice rang out from not far away. "This spot here is reserved for you," Fang Yan by Shui called, waving her hand with a smile that unveiled her exquisite visage. Upon seeing her, Fang Yan instinctively lowered his gaze. One could not deny that Bai Shui's legs were truly captivating. Were she to don different stockings, it would present an entirely different allure. Since the invitation came from a beauty, it would be impolite to decline, and he had no reason to refuse. Without hesitation, he took a seat at the vacant desk beside Bai Shui. With her head bowed, she smiled and remarked, "Why did you arrive so late? This seat beside me was specifically reserved for you. Do you have any idea how many men I turned down?" By the end, she feigned a pitiful expression, evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. Unfortunately, such sentiments held no sway over Fang Yan. If she were entirely unclad, perhaps there would be a hint of temptation. Looking at her lovely face, he replied honestly, I lost track of time while developing my divine domain, which is why I'm late. Not too late, just right. Bai Shui pondered for a moment before continuing. Soon we will head to the competition venue. I wonder how many of our class will undergo changes? This so-called rescheduling competition targets Class 1 specifically. All other classes consist of ordinary students, and their exchanges yield little significant difference. Only upon entering Class 1 do the corresponding benefits and hidden advantages vastly increase. Talents must face various challenges. If one lacks the strength to maintain their position, it is best to yield to someone more capable. Fang Yan wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. They are Class 1 now, and they will continue to lead the charge in the future. Without the ability to defend themselves, what merit is there in enduring such hardships? Yang Chuxue at the podium offered only a few brief remarks before leading all the students downstairs to the competition venue. Along the way, many greeted Fang Yan. Yan Yi, today during the competition, you should just sit there and not move. We'll handle all the challengers. With your strength, participating would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Overkill. However, you are too famous. Some individuals with lesser abilities who have no hope of entering Class 1 will undoubtedly want to challenge you, just to capture photos and videos to gain popularity on various platforms. Every year, such individuals emerge, and their persistence becomes tiresome. Each of them held genuine respect for Fang Yan, not only for saving their lives, but also for his undeniable strength. Why do you worry? With me around, who would dare to challenge without cause? Bai Shui exclaimed, playfully shaking her adorable fists. If they are foolish enough to test my patience, I shall show them why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Indeed, Fang Yan, as the top first-year student, we all acknowledge your prowess. Those who wish to challenge you must first defeat us, Tian Li declared, having approached at some point with unwavering resolve. He then nodded politely and smiled, exchanging greetings. On this matter, many reached a consensus. They expressed deep disdain for those seeking to make a name for themselves through opportunism. Genuine talent should challenge on its own merit, not for the sake of fame. Before long, the group arrived at a vast square, already teeming with students from various classes. As Class 1 arrived, a palpable sense of combat fervor ignited in many eyes. They were all students of Kyoto Martial Arts University, all geniuses. How could they possibly concede to being lesser? At the outset, those who managed to enter Class 1 were not necessarily superior in strength. They were, after all, not invincible. Consequently, many harbored a sense of confidence, believing that the position in Class 1 was within their grasp. Before all the students from Class 1 had even arrived, opportunistic challengers emerged. Fang Yan, I hear you are lauded as the top freshman at Kyoto Wu University. I, Wang Kai from Class 9, refuse to accept this and challenge you. The conspicuous Wang Kai boldly intercepted all members of Class 1, seeking to assert his protagonist status. A chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd, revealing their scorn. Wang Kai, a figure so insignificant that he scarcely ranked among the freshmen, how dare he challenge the top student? Was he utterly oblivious to the school's competitive rules? Although students from other classes were required to challenge Class 1, there was still a preliminary rule in place. Bai Shui stepped forward, taking the lead. Wang Kai, Bai Shui, hereby challenge you. The square erupted in laughter at Bai Shui's audacious challenge. They recognized her not only for her beauty, but also for her formidable strength. As for Wang Kai, he was merely an obscure character seeking fame, lacking the prowess to challenge Class 1. Nevertheless, the students were intrigued. After all, it was quite remarkable for such a stunning beauty to step up to defend Fang Yan. Faced with Bai Shui's counter-challenge, Wang Kai was left dumbfounded. He understood the school's rules, which granted Class 1 the right to challenge first, regardless of the order. Wang Kai stammered, "No, that's not right. I am challenging Fang Yan, not you." His words were almost incoherent. Bai Shui smiled sweetly, "But he is the one you are challenging." Her playful tone elicited a sense of discomfort in Fang Yan. It was undeniable that many men were drawn to such charm. In the face of the challenge, Fang Yan remained unfazed. He merely cast a casual glance at his opponent, as if this entire affair bore no relevance to him. Given the opponent's capabilities, even if they banded together, they would not stand a chance against Fang Yan. Moreover, it was evident that their motives were purely for notoriety. If that were the case, he might as well help them achieve their desired fame. Fang Yan gently patted Bai Shui on the shoulder, signaling her to step back. While he appreciated her intervention, as a man of dignity, he would not hide behind a woman. Most importantly, it was time for him to showcase his prowess. "You wish to challenge me?" Fang Yan glanced at Wang Kai with a nonchalant demeanor. devoid of any emotion. Then, surveying the crowd, he declared, "I wonder if there are others who wish to challenge me today. I, Fang Yan, will accept any and all challengers." In response to Fang Yan's provocation, many were eager to test their mettle. However, the thought of his strength quickly dampened their enthusiasm. It was not that they were incapable of challenging him. Rather, they deemed it more strategic to challenge others. As the renowned General MacArthur once stated, it is wise to recognize the times. For those hopeful of entering Class 1, they dared not squander their precious opportunity to challenge. Yet, those with little hope or opportunists suddenly found their spirits lifted. "Since Fang Yan has spoken, count me in. I wish to gauge the strength of our class's top student." Others chimed in, "Exactly. Who's afraid of whom?" Within mere seconds, at least 1,000 students expressed their desire to challenge Fang Yan. With only 4,000 freshmen in total, this represented a significant quarter of the cohort. Fang Yan smiled. When he first enrolled, only a handful of brave souls dared to confront the upperclassmen who had sought to belittle him. Now, the sheer number of challengers was unexpectedly impressive, revealing their disregard for him. Simultaneously, the allure of being the top freshman at Kyoto University was undeniably enticing. Thus, he resolved to show them what true terror felt like. "Very well," Fang Yan exclaimed thrice, his tone calm yet assertive. "With so many challengers, it seems I would need an entire day to address you all individually. Therefore, I will take on all of you, over 1,000 at once." With a serene demeanor, he uttered the most audacious words. The square erupted into chaos, as if a single drop of water had ignited a cauldron of oil. Who could rival Fang Yan's audacity? To challenge 1,000 individuals simultaneously was a declaration that would reverberate through the ages. Was this arrogance? Undoubtedly. Yet, despite Fang Yan's brazen challenge, the faces of his challengers turned grave. Each of them had witnessed Fang Yan's devastating power firsthand. Who could remain unshaken in the face of his cataclysmic strikes? At that moment, someone summoned their courage and spoke up. "Fang Yan, as long as you refrain from using that terrifying explosive attack, we are not afraid of you." Another added, "Indeed, that attack is too grotesque. Without it, any one of us could match you." They vividly recalled the cobalt bomb he had unleashed, a force that had even overwhelmed the upperclassmen in mere seconds. How could they possibly endure it? Throughout this encounter, Fang Yan had demonstrated only his long-range attacks and nuclear capabilities. They naturally assumed that if he refrained from using the cobalt bomb, his combat effectiveness would diminish significantly. While their reasoning was commendable, they severely underestimated the strength of advanced technology. Fang Yan offered no further words, simply nodding in agreement. "Fine, I can refrain from using the cobalt bomb. Do you have any other requests?" His swift acquiescence took them by surprise. They momentarily struggled to comprehend the implications. If he retained that attack, even in defeat, he could take them down with him. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, a draw would still constitute a victory. Bai Shui, hearing Fang Yan's unhesitating agreement, grew anxious and urged him to retract his statement. However, Fang Yan appeared oblivious, disregarding her plea. The die was cast. He could not simply retract his words. Moreover, given the mediocrity of his challengers, there was no need to resort to the cobalt bomb. "Haha, how refreshing. Our top student truly lives up to the title. Since he will not utilize that horrifying explosive attack, we shall forego our long-range assaults as well," they proclaimed. It was clear that their words held double meanings. While Fang Yan's agreement to forego the cobalt bomb was welcomed, they also sought to have him abandon his long-range capabilities entirely. The methods of technological civilization revolved around long-range attacks, an unalterable aspect of their formidable arsenal. Fang Yan, with a cold chuckle, recognized their ulterior motives. "Very well, I also agree to forego long-range attacks. From this point on, we shall engage solely in close combat. Any who violate this rule shall kneel in the arena." They wished to play a grand game, and he was more than willing to oblige. Was it merely the abandonment of their most proficient long-range techniques? He possessed other means of attack. "Shall we commence?" he inquired. "Commence immediately, without delay." Thousands of individuals bore victorious smiles, eagerly preparing to unleash their might upon Fang Yan. "Teacher, let us begin." It must be acknowledged that Kyoto University stands as a paragon of academic excellence, capable of accommodating such a multitude in a single competition. As all participants readied themselves, connecting to their neural interfaces, they plunged into the battlefield. Although the numbers were vast, the confrontation was confined to two opposing factions. Thus, the arena was not overly expansive. This design served to better regulate the field and expedite the conclusion of the contest. Almost simultaneously, a myriad of divine realm gates burst open. The sheer density of these openings was such that one could perceive dozens of them within close proximity, all teeming with diverse races emerging onto the field. From a bird's-eye view, the scene appeared chaotic and utterly disordered, yet all belonged to the same faction. Their sole adversary was Fang Yan, outnumbered 1 to 1,000. Such overwhelming odds, especially for first-year students, was a daunting prospect. After all, few possessed such unwavering confidence or formidable strength. Yet Fang Yan was an exception, brimming with self-assurance. Following this contest, it was certain that no one would dare challenge his supremacy again. A decisive victory would yield lasting tranquility. Before Fang Yan activated his divine realm, he found himself encircled by numerous already open gates. Chapter 50, The Moment of Carnage. Thousands appeared on the battlefield, where they all activated their divine realm gates. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Given the battlefield's unchanged dimensions, one could easily spot several, even dozens, of divine gates at intervals. In such a limited space, concealment was utterly impossible. At this moment, it could be bluntly stated that Fang Yan was completely surrounded by adversaries whose gates had already been opened. With no chance to hide, he opted instead to position himself in the most conspicuous location to draw the attention of all his foes. Boom! In an instant, a towering divine realm gate manifested in the sky above the battlefield. Its conspicuousness was undeniable. Who could possibly overlook it? Faced with these inferior opponents, Fang Yan felt no need for caution. They believed that a few broken agreements could restrain his strength, an utterly laughable notion. Even wielding cold weapons, he could dispatch them with ease. In the first moments, many turned their attention to the gate suspended in midair, gathering in droves. However, they were left dumbfounded. In midair, coupled with the prohibition on ranged attacks, how could anyone possibly strike it? The very constraints meant to limit Fang Yan now hampered their own offensive capabilities. What now? The individuals nearby lacked any airborne units and were a loss. Without the ability to attack from a distance, how could they reach their aerial target? Should they breach previous agreements, Fang Yan would be justified in deploying the so-called cobalt bombs, an assault from which none could endure. Despair. They felt like crying. Staring at their enemies so close yet out of reach, they were all in a frenzy. In contrast, as the divine realm gate opened, mechs began to emerge, hovering effortlessly in the air. Simultaneously, reconnaissance satellites were dispatched skyward. Although ranged attacks were prohibited, knowledge of the enemy's movements was imperative. This intelligence would facilitate their systematic annihilation. Indeed, it was an annihilation. 1,000 challengers against one, only to be systematically exterminated. This would render them the subject of ridicule. Meanwhile, the mechs that had entered the battlefield drew forth the alloy weapons secured to their backs. The mechs, kings among infantry, feared no one in close combat. Observing the nearby divine gates, numerous warriors had already congregated around them. While they could not attack from afar, they could prepare their defenses, awaiting Fang Yan's advance. Yet these students grossly underestimated both Fang Yan's power and the might of the mechs, perhaps overestimating their own capabilities. Each selected a target. 5 mech warriors stepping forth to face 5 divine gates. Just as in their first days of school, a sophomore dispatched a lone fighter to sweep away the opposing divine realm. Now, the scene from that time was vividly reenacted. How audacious! Did they truly think so little of them as to send but one? This was courting death. They believed they had not developed since their early days, but soon they would learn otherwise. As the mech sped toward them, all prepared to defend, everything was set for the enemy to walk into their trap. Would it be the foolish chick seeking its demise, or the fierce tiger descending from mountain? The answer was imminent. Boom! In the instant of contact, the mech's formidable kinetic energy sent countless adversaries sprawling. Bodies flew, limbs shattered, and blood sprayed everywhere. This single attack resulted in the demise of countless lives. In contrast, the mechs remained unscathed, their electromagnetic shields absorbing the impact. Their metallic armor was untouched, while chaos reigned around them, leaving only a chorus of wails and terrified adversaries in their wake. Yet could the mech warriors simply let them go? Clearly, that was impossible. They had received orders to annihilate every intruder, sparing no life. With their alloy blades swinging relentlessly, they claimed life after life. These students believed they had grown stronger over the past 3 months, unaware that Fang Yan had become even mightier, exterminating their strongest kin with the ease of slicing through watermelons. Not only could they not withstand the onslaught, but none even managed to endure a single round of combat. In terms of both strength and weaponry, they were not even in the same league. The alloy weapons wielded by the mech warriors were not merely metal. Each molecule had been meticulously rearranged, yielding an exterior that was both impeccably smooth and extraordinarily resilient. This was why no substance could withstand the blade's descent. Before the weaponry boasting such molecular precision, The gaps between extraordinary particles appeared vast. 5 mech warriors confronted 5 divine gates. The slaughter commenced. It was an unabashed massacre. From beginning to end, these 5 divine realm denizens failed to withstand even a single assault. How is this possible? How can Fang Yan be so monstrous? They could hardly believe their eyes. Whether it was those who first faced Fang Yan or the spectators outside, the sheer one-sidedness of the encounter was astonishing. As fellow geniuses, they found themselves in such a dire predicament. This revelation would undoubtedly bring shame upon them. Many among them secretly rejoiced that they had not joined the ranks of these individuals who dared to challenge Fang Yan, for had they done so, they would have been the ones enduring the torment. Facing a 1 in 1,000 chance of victory, how could they possibly hold their heads high in school? Amidst the sorrow of some and the joy of others, Bai Shui could not help but smile with satisfaction as she witnessed Fang Yan's formidable prowess. Truly, he was the remarkable man she had recognized. The contest continued, with cold nuclear fusion relentlessly supplying energy. The mech warriors, seemingly tireless, swung their massive blades time and again, claiming lives with each strike. Almost every passing second saw several individuals, or even dozens reduced to lifeless corpses, sprawled upon the ground, motionless. In the face of the mech warriors, they were outpaced and outmatched. Even their weapons failed to leave a mark. One might ponder how such a battle could be fought. What could they do but be slaughtered? The scene was utterly tragic. Regret coursed through the minds of those few who had rashly considered challenging Fang Yan. Their folly was now painfully evident. They felt a chilling despair wash over them. Battle? How could they continue to fight when they were not even on the same level? They could not even catch a glimpse of their opponent, let alone engage in combat. Moreover, the number of mechs in the sky was steadily increasing, now approaching 1,000. They could not contend with even a single one, let alone such an overwhelming force. It was clear that Fang Yan, who had so easily defeated a second-year senior, was far more formidable than anticipated. Even without cobalt bombs or ranged attacks, these mechs could annihilate them with sheer brute force. Chapter 51. The advantage is mine. A massacre. A blatant slaughter. The mech warriors stormed into the enemy's territory as if it were a deserted realm. What orc tribes, what magical elements, what terrifying warriors. None could withstand their onslaught. No need for 99 strikes, or even 9. A single blow sufficed to carry the day. They wished to resist, to eradicate the invading mechs. But there was simply no match for them. The disparity between the two forces was insurmountable, rendering their numbers meaningless. This was destined to be a feast of slaughter. Swift, ruthless, precise. Each aspect spoke to the might of the mech warriors. With their extraordinary speed, they could eliminate foes even while under guard. Not to mention their indomitable weaponry, electromagnetic shields, and self-repairing nanoarmors. While they may not rival the strength of the upper-class deities of the demon race, they were certainly capable of holding their ground for a significant period. With a few mech warriors coordinating their firepower and ranged attacks, they could pose a genuine threat to the elite of the deity class, as their capabilities had been meticulously compared against the data of the demon race's upper-tier gods. At this moment, the 5 individuals opposite Fang Yan could barely be considered semi-divine, if that. With such limited strength, how could they possibly contend with the mech warriors? If they were not to be slaughtered, who would? It was over, utterly over. Watching their dwindling numbers, they realized all hope was lost, the end was nigh. Victory was utterly unachievable. Not only could they not secure a win, but they could not even fend off a single invading enemy. If this massacre continued, surely none would survive. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, one individual finally initiated the surrender, exiting the simulated battlefield. They had reached a point where surrender was their only option. Failure to do so would leave them with nothing but the empty gateway to the divine realm. A discerning observer would recognize the futility of their situation, and there was no need to persist in their struggle. Their investment was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. The 5 closest to Fang Yan were swiftly expelled from the battlefield, becoming the first casualties of this defeat. Those slightly further away remained unaware. They saw the divine realm's gate hovering in the air and began to muster their forces for battle. Little did they realize that every move they made was laid bare before the technological civilization. Even the locations of all the divine realm gates on the battlefield were subject to reconnaissance satellites. Counting them, there were nearly 1,000, neither more nor less. At that moment, it felt as though they were vulnerable maidens awaiting their brutal ravishment. And how could Fang Yan allow them to wait for long? He had initially intended to wait for them to consolidate their forces and gather together, but their pace was far too sluggish. It would be better to take the initiative. Advance. Leave no survivors. Annihilate all enemies. With a commanding shout, the highest directive was issued. As soon as they stepped out of the Divine Realm gate, the mech legions hovering in midair suddenly sprang into action. Cold nuclear fusion ignited into rapid reaction, and thrusters unleashed bright beams of energy. In an instant, the mechs became mere phantoms, darting towards their targets as directed by the reconnaissance satellites. In the air, they all flew in straight lines. Within mere seconds, they descended upon the enemy's stronghold, catching them completely off guard. With each mech warrior raining down from the sky, many of the opposing students were left in a state of bewilderment before they even had time to react. It was too fast. They barely caught a glimpse of a shadow in the sky before feeling something sinister infiltrate their ranks. When the world was happening, it was as though a colossal rat had suddenly breached their defenses. Chaos ensued, and countless lives were extinguished before they even realized who their enemy was. As the mech warriors charged, their pace began to slow slightly, allowing the defenders to finally recognize the adversary that had invaded. These were Fang Yan's Iron Soldiers. Simultaneously, many began to understand whence the threat originated. Yet, how could they be so overwhelmingly strong? It defied all rationality. Fang Yan's long-range attacks were formidable, wielding powers akin to wholesale forbidden spells, capable of obliterating the battlefield. And that was just the beginning. They had not anticipated that his close combat skills would be equally impressive. What manner of divine realm was this, exhibiting such comprehensive prowess? Range, melee, and devastating power, all combined in a single individual, leaving everyone breathless. In the face of the advancing enemy, they initially dismissed the threat. After all, 1,000 against 1, the advantage was theirs. Even if Fang Yan had performed admirably at the outset, they believed that their numerical superiority would secure them victory. However, this thought barely lingered before they witnessed the massacre of their own ranks, their expressions shifting dramatically. What kind of monstrous challenge had they undertaken? Confirming that Fang Yan had awakened his divine realm at the same time as they realized, upon first contact, that the gap between them was insurmountably vast. There are still those who remain undeterred, continually deploying troops in an attempt to overwhelm the mech warriors through sheer numbers. Alas, no matter how many they send, it proves futile. From the very beginning, they have failed to breach the opponent's defenses. The entire simulated battlefield has become a one-sided affair. Of course, there are a few individuals who have demonstrated commendable prowess, managing to withstand the initial wave of attacks from Fang Yan. This is hardly surprising given the sheer number of participants. It is only natural that a handful of them would possess significant strength. However, the vast majority are gradually reaching their limits. As the number of surrendering individuals rises, the square erupts in gasps of astonishment. So strong, exceedingly strong, punching the South Mountain elderly home, kicking the North End kindergarten. And these individuals dare to challenge the esteemed Fang Yan? Utter folly. Initially, they had restrained the esteemed one's methods of attack, but now they are bound to lose face. Do they not seek fame? Just as they wished. This throng of about 1,000 has become infamous. Tomorrow's headlines will undoubtedly be filled with the glorious tales of this group. In the face of such a scenario, no one exhibits any sympathy. Instead, there is only derision. After all, the capabilities of these challengers are apparent. They stand little chance of entering the first tier. Rather than fading into obscurity, they opted to collectively challenge the top contender. Little did they know how extraordinarily formidable Fang Yan truly was. Had they foreseen this day, would they have acted differently? In less than 10 minutes, at least half the participants have already exited the battlefield. Now, approximately 500 remain, either keeping their distance from Fang Yan or possessing some degree of strength. Satellite reconnaissance has revealed that at least 100 individuals exhibit commendable abilities. Some have even managed to suppress the mech warriors' output through special tactics. However, to annihilate them completely will require more time. With full power engaged, the outermost electromagnetic shield can withstand their attacks for a while longer. Thus, the primary strategy remains to limit the mech warrior's speed. But is Fang Yan merely singular? When compared to technological civilization, one can truly grasp the essence of terror. Chapter 52. An unceasing flow, being perpetually suppressed, is untenable. Therefore, calling headquarters, we have encountered formidable enemies 23 kilometers to the northeast, requesting support. Calling headquarters, we have encountered formidable enemies 30 kilometers to the west, requesting support. Requesting assistance. If they're being overwhelmed, why not summon reinforcements? If one is insufficient, then call for 10. If 10 are inadequate, then 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. Never engage in a numerical contest with technological civilization, for you will inevitably fall short. Such mech suits are conventionally stocked in the vicinity of 50 million. Moreover, the active mech warriors number around 10 million. Should the need arise, reinforcements could surge to 50 million in just a few days. The 1,000-odd troops currently dispatched to the battlefield represent merely a small battalion's worth, an insignificant fraction, easily disregarded. Technological civilization is least concerned about numerical comparisons or war potential. You have troops? I possess more, and they're stronger. Upon receiving the distress signal, the Human Command Center immediately dispatched a substantial amount of aid. Having called for help, deploying 100 additional units to a single location is hardly excessive. In an instant, they transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly making their way to the destination. Hurry! Exert yourselves further. Kill, grant me slaughter. The opponent's defenses are on the brink of collapse. Victory belongs to my master. We must fulfill the divine mandate bestowed upon us. A mech warrior found itself ensnared in layers of encirclement, half its body ensnared by an ominous sludge, rendering it incapable of taking flight and escaping the battlefield. Faced with relentless assaults in its trapped state, evasion was impossible, and it could only endure the onslaught, just as it seemed destined for demise. Hundreds of identical mech warriors appeared in the sky above. In mere seconds, they arrived for rescue. What? How can this be possible? Witnessing the sudden emergence of mech warriors, disbelief spread among the crowd. Confronting one had already required their utmost effort. Now, 100 had appeared. Did this not spell their doom? How could they possibly fight this battle? Before the ground forces could react, the mech warriors drew their combat blades and initiated their assault. Like wolves among sheep, they claimed one life after another. The local populace possessed some capabilities and had decent strength. A single mech warrior could not vanquish them, even dragging them into the mire. Given sufficient time, they could surely wear down the opposition. Yet, if one is not your match, what of 100? The slaughter was so one-sided that it scarcely conveyed the speed at which the mech warriors dispatched their foes, faster than harvesting chives. Nearly 5,000 adversaries fell in less than a minute, their numbers reduced to a mere shadow. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance is rendered futile. With the arrival of the second wave of mech warriors, the battlefield was devoid of any remaining suspense. While a few had performed admirably, the rest of the students succumbed to the iron tide of technological civilization, meeting their demise in the Northwest. In this moment, technological civilization had gone completely berserk. They struck indiscriminately, killing on sight. Any living creature encountered, even ants, were crushed and caterpillars were cleaved in two. The remaining students, now dwindling at an alarming rate, fell from 400 to 300, then 200, and finally to 100. Now, there were fewer than 50 left, and this number continued to dwindle. With individuals continuously ejected from the battlefield, the later one remained, the stronger their prowess seemed to be. Otherwise, they would not have withstood the initial wave of attacks from the mech warriors, nor the subsequent reinforcements. Kyoto Wu University, being the foremost institution in China, naturally enrolls only the most gifted individuals. Those who withdrew from the battlefield were not lacking in skill. Rather, Fang Yan was simply too powerful. In a different context, they might have dominated their peers. However, this is Kyoto Wu University, where the most elite talents converge. Even if one is strong, there are always those who surpass them. In the face of the second wave of mech warriors, some individuals began to counterattack. Although casualties were significant, Fang Yan's losses were also considerable. Observing the number of mechs lost through the back end, Fang Yan murmured, I truly underestimated the world. How many among those who could enter Kyoto Wu University are truly mediocre? Confronted by the second batch of over 100 mech warriors, they held nothing back. To conserve strength now would only lead to expulsion from the battlefield, leaving no opportunity to even lament their fate. They unleashed their trump cards, claiming one mech after another. Some had even annihilated all the mech warriors, regrouping their strength to prepare for a counteroffensive. But would Fang Yan grant them such an opportunity? Clearly he would not. Were it not for the prohibition on long-range attacks and nuclear weaponry, facing such a formidable enemy would warrant a swift and decisive strike. Since an agreement had been established, he had no intention of breaking it, nor was there any need to do so. If 100 mechs are manageable for you, then I shall deploy 10,000. When it comes to numbers, I have never feared anyone. Moreover, the battlefield now harbored but 10 souls, the vast majority of whom were desperately clinging to their last vestiges of strength, while only 2 individuals annihilated all adversaries that dared approach. The 2 appear to be in relatively good condition, yet the true state of their being remained known solely to themselves. In light of this, an overwhelming force was summoned to exert numerical dominance, delivering a devastating onslaught. As for the advanced combat techniques of their technological civilization, Fang Yan was disinclined to reveal more. The current circumstances indicated that the mechas were more than sufficient. 100,000 mechas surged forth through the portal to the divine domain, once again gracing the battlefield with their ominous presence. As the saying goes, when a multitude of 10,000 strides forth, it becomes boundless. When the numbers reach 100,000, they touch the heavens. This scene undoubtedly validated that adage. The sky was filled with mecha warriors, saturating the atmosphere entirely. Those gathered in the plaza, witnessing Fang Yan's sudden deployment of such a staggering number of mechas, could not conceal their astonishment. Good heavens, how can he possess so many? One thought, recalling how a single mecha had previously bested them effortlessly. In a one-on-one scenario, this overwhelming quantity could sweep away all opposition. None among the freshmen stood a chance. It seemed they had forgotten that Fang Yan's most potent offensive capabilities did not lie in close combat. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, during the earlier contest against the second-year seniors, the battles had been fought at extreme ranges. The relentless assaults unleashed were cataclysmic in nature, with fireballs capable of engulfing a radius of 100 meters, while larger blasts obliterated simulated battlefields spanning hundreds of kilometers. Such formidable attacks far surpassed the mecha warriors before them. At this moment, the 10 remaining combatants, still struggling against the tide, likely could not withstand even a few standard fireballs. Although deemed ordinary, they were anything but. It was likely that some of their most powerful spells and trump cards could not achieve similar effects. A wave of helplessness washed over them. The chasm between their abilities created a profound sense of futility in challenging Fang Yan. Some students from Class 1 had initially aspired to spar with him, hoping to identify their own shortcomings. However, upon witnessing the relentless stream of mecha warriors, that notion swiftly evaporated. While they may not have feared a few or even dozens of mechas, the unending influx of such formidable combatants was simply insurmountable. This did not even account for the opponent's long-range explosives. Chapter 53. Senior, you should leave quickly. With the deployment of 100,000 mecha warriors onto the battlefield, the outcome of this contest had become utterly certain, plunging inexorably towards its conclusion. In the face of Fang Yan's sea tactics, coupled with the mecha warriors' fearless strategy of trading blows, their trump cards and secret weapons appeared exceedingly ludicrous. One mecha could eradicate a divine domain. One warrior equated to half a higher deity. What could they possibly offer against such attrition? Perhaps to express the seriousness of the situation or to hasten the end of the contest, the remaining 10 were each assigned a portal to the divine domain, directly unleashing a staggering 10,000 mechas per individual. This meant each person now faced a force of 10,000. The 8 who had been barely holding on were swiftly engulfed, their resistance yielding almost instantaneously. All of their kind fell without having made much of a stand. Even the 2 who had performed the best now appeared somewhat overwhelmed. As the mecha warriors surged forth, they lost more than half their combat strength. Their capabilities diminished further and further, and if this attrition continued, surrender would be their only option. They found themselves powerless. Their trump cards, their secret techniques, even their strongest forces had all been summoned to no avail. While they did manage to take down a few mecha warriors, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Wave after wave emerged, infinite and relentless, leaving them in the dark regarding the true scale of the enemy's forces. The more they resisted, the more they felt the futility of their efforts, simultaneously recognizing Fang Yan's formidable prowess. Perhaps, from the very outset, they should never have dared to challenge him. In this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Otherwise, they would surely have taken one. 1,000 souls challenging a single individual, only to be utterly humiliated. Such a tale, if spoken aloud, would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the freshmen from Kyoto Martial University. However, the ones they had challenged were also students of Kyoto Martial University. Then it was of little consequence. Competitions among peers were commonplace, and the school nurtured prodigies. Such exceptional talent could not be measured by ordinary standards. A slight edge of strength was entirely normal. As the mecha warriors continued their relentless assaults, the last 2 remaining fighters could no longer endure, hastily signaling their surrender. With their capitulation, this profoundly unequal contest came to a definitive close. 1,001. Contrary to what everyone had envisioned, sheer numbers did not necessarily equate to efficacy. Even serving as cannon fodder proved beyond the capabilities of many. Under the merciless slaughter of technological civilization, at least half of the participants exhibited no capacity for resistance whatsoever. A small fraction offered token resistance, yet ultimately succumbed as well. Only an exceedingly rare few remained steadfast, resolute in their refusal to yield. As the saying goes, the more you struggle, the more I revel. Fang Yan's employment of a sea of warriors forced the last two to relent. When Fang Yan's consciousness returned, the entire plaza shimmered with the fervent light emanating from the eyes of all present. Strong, exceedingly strong. Impressive. Voice cracking. It was unclear who first voiced those words. But the moment was punctuated by a heart-wrenching tone that resonated deeply with the atmosphere, instantly eliciting shared sentiments from the crowd. Impressive. Countless words failed to articulate their emotions as succinctly as those two syllables. Remarkable, truly remarkable. To triumph single-handedly over 1,000 challengers was a testament to unparalleled strength. Initially, many had cautioned Fang Yan against such arrogance, suggesting that while he was powerful, it could not possibly reach such heights. Caution was prudent for long voyages. Little did they realize this was not arrogance. It was pure confidence, a profound belief in his own capabilities. With Fang Yan's victory within mere minutes, the news spread throughout the entire institution. Aside from the distant fourth-year seniors, who might experience a delay in information, the second and third-year students quickly learned of the momentous event, their expressions rife with disbelief. How could this be possible? A freshman could challenge 1,000 peers and emerge victorious? They had only been developing for a little over 5 months, just past the novice stage. In the realm of the divine domain, a mere 2,000 years had elapsed. Given nearly identical developmental timelines, how could such a vast disparity exist, allowing for the completion of this seemingly impossible feat? Upon discovering that the challenger was Fang Yan, many seniors exhibited expressions of dawning comprehension. Fang Yan had become a household name, and they were well aware of the devastating offensive capabilities inherent in his divine domain. Were he to use unlimited attacks akin to forbidden spells, such a scenario could indeed be plausible. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Fang Yan had secured his victory solely through the prowess of cold weaponry, carving his triumph one stroke at a time. After all, they were not present to witness the event. Let them harbor their misconceptions. As the clamor in the plaza gradually subsided, Fang Yan addressed all the students, slowly inquiring, "Is there anyone else who wishes to continue challenging me?" Silence. An oppressive silence. At this juncture, anyone daring to challenge Fang Yan would need to possess a rather questionable state of mind to make such a choice. In contests among individuals of comparable strength, one can truly gauge one's own prowess. Engaging in real combat reveals personal shortcomings. However, when facing opponents whose strength vastly exceeds one's own by 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold, one is left with naught but the experience of defeat. Such individuals possess self-awareness and wish to avoid humiliation, as well as the notoriety that comes with it. After a prolonged silence, Fang Yan surveyed the surroundings and spoke again. "If there are no challengers, I shall take my leave. Esteemed one, do depart. This place can no longer accommodate your presence. Who would dare to challenge? It's akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, only to seek waste. Please step down from the arena. Dear elder, I wish to challenge other classmates. Do not monopolize the space." They held no interest in challenging Fang Yan, yet they urged him to leave with fervor, akin to a sheer curtain used inappropriately. Unfazed by his classmates' jests, Fang Yan leapt down from the arena. He exchanged a few words with the beautiful instructor and bid farewell to his classmates before departing. With no challengers in sight, there was no reason to linger. As for observing others' contests to glean limited insights, it was far more efficient to engage directly in combat. Moreover, Fang Yan was indeed prepared for battle. In this era of technological advancement, weaponry had amassed to staggering quantities, overwhelming storage capacities. Some had even begun to overflow. If not utilized soon, they would face obsolescence. It had been 3 months since his last visit to the Tower of 10,000 Races, where he aimed to demonstrate his might against other races. Of course, he also sought to earn some extra rewards, coupled with the recent consumption of his fundamental energy, which had dwindled significantly. He found himself with less than 100 points of essence, barely enough for 4 days of utilization. Without additional resources, he could not sustain himself for long, as time within the divine realm synchronizes with the real world. Should this continue, he risked allowing others to catch up to his strength with minimal effort. This was precisely why those who awaken their divine realms often require external support. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of setbacks. Fortunately, Fang Yan need not worry. He had yet to claim his stipend from the past 3 months, amounting to over 2,000 points of essence, sufficient for a period of development. Chapter 54. The reconnaissance satellite malfunctioned. Following the thread of memory, he soon arrived at the Tower of 10,000 Races. Compared to his first visit, it was evidently much livelier now, with numerous upperclassmen from his second and third years observing. Perhaps the earlier academic year had deterred attendance, resulting in fewer individuals present. Through observation, he noted that people occasionally emerged from the tower, their expressions varying from joy to sorrow. No guesswork was necessary to ascertain the outcomes. Fang Yan wasted no time and stepped directly into the tower. In a whirl of sensations, he found himself once more in the plaza, surrounded by countless races. Regrettably, unlike his previous encounter, he did not encounter any exotic cultures this time. He silently critiqued the situation, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the races he had previously vanquished, pondering if they were adequately prepared. Concurrently, a stream of data materialized before him. Name: Fang Yan. Race: human. Time since awakening of Divine Realm: 161 days. Number of battles: 17. Win rate: 100. Beyond the evident increase in the duration of his awakening, no other metrics had shifted. The striking win rate of 100% remained unchanged, and it would continue to do so. Challenge: Fang Yan's intent was to confront the myriad races of the world. Having perused his data, he immediately initiated a challenge. His opponent had awakened their divine realm for 1,000 days. Human race: Fang Yan versus zombie race, the Butcher. Death is indeed final. Please cherish your own kin. May I confirm your participation in this battle? From the outset, Fang Yan was presented with a formidable opponent, matched against a zombie race member who had reached the pinnacle of awakening for 1,000 days, beyond which entry was prohibited. Such an imbalance seemed egregious. With only 161 days of awakening, he faced an adversary more than 6 times his experience. Naturally, greater disparities yielded more substantial rewards. A victory here could grant him over 900 points of essence. However, the reward was secondary. Fang Yan yearned to ascertain whether this zombie race bore any connection to the undead he had previously encountered. Participate, he silently affirmed, and in an instant, he materialized onto the battlefield. Following a familiar sequence of actions, he opened the portal to his divine realm, deployed reconnaissance satellites, and erected makeshift defenses around the portal. Once these preparations were complete, he awaited patiently. He needed the satellites to pinpoint the enemy's precise location, allowing him to launch long-range attacks, thus minimizing direct confrontation and potential casualties. It must be noted that this battlefield exhibited significant alterations compared to previous encounters. Feedback from the reconnaissance satellites indicated that the area was at least several dozen times larger than before, perhaps even more expansive. Consequently, locating the enemy proved challenging. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. The reconnaissance satellite appeared to suffer a catastrophic blow, losing signal and plummeting from an altitude of several thousand meters. What was happening? An infallible reconnaissance method had faltered in such a manner. How had the enemy achieved such an attack from such heights? Fang Yan's expression reflected his confusion. Without hesitation, the human side launched 3 additional reconnaissance satellites from varied angles. Simultaneously, numerous reconnaissance aircraft were dispatched for a thorough search. Centered around the portal of the Divine Realm, a colossal electromagnetic shield activated to full capacity. Before the enemy could locate them, the human side had already lost a reconnaissance satellite. Though seemingly trivial, this loss could potentially reveal their position, compelling the command center to proceed with caution. As the 3 satellites ascended once more to several thousand meters, optical telescopes swiftly unfolded to scan probable attack points. They found it. As the lenses pivoted, the enemy's location became apparent. Yet, something felt amiss. Before the human side could reconfirm, the satellite came under fire again, crashing to the ground, though it had fulfilled its mission. What was going on? What kind of offensive tactic had the enemy employed, eluding their notice? Quick, magnify the footage captured moments ago. A clear image soon emerged before the observers. They saw a creature that seemed to sense something, lifting its gaze skyward. Continue to zoom in and slow the footage. Ultimately, the humans discerned something unusual, swiftly issuing commands. The other 2 reconnaissance satellites redirected their lenses toward this spot. As their cameras rotated, the observers caught sight of these beings. Strangely, a corpse lay on the ground. Through billions of pixels, they could see the features of the fallen, every pore distinctly visible. This was indeed the same being that had looked up at the sky moments ago. He was now lifeless. Just as the humans processed this shocking revelation, another satellite lost contact. Clearly, it had suffered an attack. However, the last satellite managed to capture relevant footage. I understand. One individual exhibited an expression of excitement and proceeded to articulate, "This creature possesses a unique ability, allowing it to sense when it is being observed by certain entities." subsequently enacting a deadly form of vengeance that leads to the demise of those who dare to investigate. Upon hearing this, many faces reflected an understanding of the situation. All became clear. This explains why our side lost a reconnaissance satellite, while our adversary suffered casualty. However, the peculiarity of this ability is striking. Not only can they perceive surveillance, but they can also retaliate without knowledge of their enemy's position. It is akin to a novice stepping into a grand spectacle for the first time. Quickly, redirect the last reconnaissance satellite's lens. We must avoid detection. The human forces, realizing the urgency, were regrettably a step behind. The last satellite in the heavens also lost contact, and the outcome was all too apparent. While the enemy's capabilities are indeed extraordinary, their numbers seem limited. Based on the information relayed earlier, there are hardly a few of them. Given this, we shall simply overwhelm them. Let's launch 10 more reconnaissance satellites. I refuse to believe that those endowed with such abilities outnumber our satellites. In technology, quantity reigns supreme. Within a minute, 10 reconnaissance satellites hovered once again at an altitude of 10,000 meters, almost simultaneously aligning towards the enemy's direction. You claim to possess sensing abilities? Let us see how well you can sense this. Concurrently, one by one, the satellites lost contact, and by the time only 4 remained, the enemy appeared to be faltering. It was evident that this species was insufficient in number and could no longer mount an offensive. What the enemy's domain? Someone queried, voicing their concern based on the high-definition video feedback from the reconnaissance satellites. Typically, a domain gate would be found near such a population. How else could these foes manifest? Despite the satellite's diligent scans, none could be located. No wonder it fell to miss from the outset. Previously, battles were merely a matter of charging forth and annihilating the adversary, leading to victory. Now, we face an enemy with an entirely different strategy. This marks the first time we have been unable to swiftly locate the enemy's stronghold. Chapter 55, The Vanished Foe. Since there is no domain gate, how can there be such a multitude of enemies? Analyzing the data returned from the satellites reveals an astonishing figure of at least 100,000. It is not merely large, it is immensely vast. The appearance of these creatures bears a striking resemblance, 7 or 8 parts, to the zombies depicted in our images, yet their strength appears superior. Their speed and physique reveal much, and the data relayed allows for a straightforward assessment of their prowess. Among the horde, only a minority maintain an upright form, while the rest are an assortment of animals. Some common, yet many are utterly unfamiliar, creating a bizarre spectacle. Continued investigation is imperative. We must locate the enemy's domain gate. We cannot afford to relax until it is found. Moreover, the existing evidence suggests that the opposing deity possesses formidable intelligence, or perhaps cunning. The human command center did not remain idle, swiftly issuing directives. Order 3 reconnaissance aircraft to head due north, flying 50 kilometers ahead to release swarms for a suicide assault. Initiate a carpet search centered on a radius of 50 kilometers due north. If we cannot locate the enemy's lair in the short term, we shall eliminate the initial wave of foes. 100,000 is a staggering number. Who knows if they care for such losses? If this race reproduces like zombies, they may scarcely feel the loss. With sufficient subordinate denizens, they could transform as many zombies as they desire. 100,000 is but a drop in the bucket. Even a billion may merely represent a grand number to them, and they might sacrifice without a second thought. As for why we do not simply bombard this batch of enemies, the command center has its reasons. Without delving into specifics, the risk of revealing our position is already significant. Without knowledge of the enemy's stronghold, we cannot afford to expose ourselves recklessly. It is akin to the dark forest principle. The first to reveal themselves may be the first to perish. Everything unfolds amidst tension and anticipation. The reconnaissance aircraft nears its target, the belly compartment slowly opening. Small drones, no larger than a palm, are swiftly deployed. In an instant, hundreds of drones are cast into the air. Such diminutive objects, if unnoticed, would hardly attract attention. Measuring only around 10 centimeters, they might not even be visible from a distance. As these newly released drones remain dormant, unactivated and succumbing to gravity, they plummet towards the Earth. Once all 3 reconnaissance aircraft have completed their deployment, the previously descending swarm abruptly halts, its propulsion systems activating instantaneously. Under the control of personnel behind the scenes, they swiftly navigate towards their predetermined destination, achieving a terrifying velocity. To the naked eye, they're nearly imperceptible, discernible only by the sound of air being sliced as they pass. Within a mere 3 seconds, they reach the enemy's airspace. At that moment, the clustered swarm disperses rapidly. As if preordained, with each drone spaced 200 meters apart, forming a dense web to envelop the entire area. With preparations complete and without hesitation, they initiate their assault. The airborne swarm, upon receiving the command, descends swiftly. As it reaches a height of 10 meters from the ground, it suddenly halts. Then, a glint of cold light ignites, followed by an explosive roar. Enormous fireballs erupt, their violent detonation resonating across the land. The blinding brilliance renders one unable to gaze directly, momentarily causing eyes to squint. In an instant, the explosion consumes everything within a 20-kilometer radius. Regardless of circumstances, everything is engulfed. In the aftermath of the flames, the 100,000 zombies that had occupied the area vanished without a trace, leaving only intense heat and hardened soil. Everything else was reduced to nothingness, transformed into invisible particles. Against the onslaught of nuclear weaponry, the zombie horde proved utterly inadequate. They could not withstand even a second, resulting in total annihilation. At that moment, the battlefield fell into a hushed silence. The human forces could not locate the enemy's lair, nor could the adversary discern their whereabouts, lurking in the shadows, contemplating their next assault. Aside from reconnaissance aircraft continuously patrolling the skies, all was still. After a quarter of an hour, no discoveries had been made. What could be the situation? Where have the zombie denizens gone? This race exhibits remarkable composure. Such a scenario is unprecedented for us. We must intensify our reconnaissance efforts and remain vigilant. We too must exercise patience. While the enemy remains still, so must we. Here, death is absolute, and caution is paramount. For often, life and death hinge on a mere thought. As time passes, the enemy shows no inclination to reveal themselves. On the side of the human race, a comprehensive three-dimensional map of the battlefield had long been meticulously crafted, having undergone countless analyses and examinations. Regardless of the methods employed, no trace of the enemy could be found, as if they had vanished into thin air. If they had been intimidated by the recent attack and chosen to surrender, there would have been system prompts indicating such. Yet, not only were there no signs of the enemy, but their whereabouts remained a mystery, leaving everyone at a loss on how to proceed. Even Fang Yan furrowed his brows deeply, revealing a grave expression. In the human command center, a consensus emerged. Prolonging the stalemate was untenable. Everyone pondered how to compel the adversary to reveal themselves. I suggest a carpet bombing. I refuse to believe they can hide indefinitely, one proposed. However, the efficiency of carpet bombing was deemed too slow, unless cobalt or antimatter bombs were utilized. If the enemy was concealed hundreds of meters underground, low-yield explosives would be ineffective, and high-yield options were impractical and not cost-effective. Instead, a plan was put forth to construct a three-dimensional simulated model resembling our main base, amplifying its activity to lure the enemy into a confrontation. Each individual shared their thoughts, with a muscle-bound faction advocating for brute force, employing technological weaponry for indiscriminate bombardment to flush out the enemy. Conversely, the strategists leaned towards the simulation method. Ultimately, it was decided to implement the three-dimensional modeling to entice the enemy out, as it appeared to be the most prudent approach. If all else failed, then brute force would be the last resort. Subsequently, a cubic black box was transmitted from the domain of gods, transported by a small cargo aircraft to a location 100 kilometers away before being deployed. Upon a smooth landing, the black box received its orders and promptly began to transform into a specialized mechanical apparatus, reminiscent of a projector, yet distinctly different. A gentle radiance emanated from it, forming a facade of the domain of gods. This illusion, however, was clearly artificial, akin to a mirage. Yet, as time passed, this specter grew increasingly tangible, ultimately resembling the genuine article. From a distance, it was virtually indistinguishable. Even upon closer inspection, one could not discern its authenticity without physical contact. Chapter 56: Deception in the Shadows. The three-dimensional technology effectively transformed the virtual into the seemingly real. Of course, this semblance of reality was not genuine, but rather an illusion crafted to appear authentic. At the very least, visually, it matched the real thing, rendering it indistinguishable. Why not utilize a 3D printer to create a tangible entity? First and foremost, it was unnecessary. The primary goal was to entice the enemy into revealing their position, thereby instigating a large-scale offensive. The creation of an illusory form sufficed. Secondly, the dimensions of the 3D printer required for such a large construct would be impractically massive. The domain of God spanned several dozen meters in width and length, and transporting such an enormous printer was a futile endeavor. Moreover, The essence contained within the domain of gods could not be replicated through printing, making real-time virtual rendering the more viable option. As the facade of the domain of gods solidified, the human command center began to manifest on the open ground. Mech warriors and armored vehicles emerged successively, culminating in a flawless replication of a defensive installation. From afar, it appeared as a genuine sight. However, while the physical form was established, it lacked a soul. The illusions remained motionless, and a discerning eye would quickly recognize their falsehood. With deliberate manipulation, the human figures and machines within gradually began to animate, ultimately mimicking authentic personnel movements without revealing any flaws. Upon completing this endeavor, a massive electromagnetic shield enveloped the entire setup. This was precisely why only a semblance of reality was necessary. Even those with abilities to discern the real from the illusory could not ascertain the authenticity of the outer electromagnetic barrier. If it were genuine, it implied everything else was as well, creating an illusion of reality that was convincingly perfect. With preparations complete, it was time to create a commotion to alert the lurking enemy to this location. Several reconnaissance aircraft, prepped in advance, commenced low-altitude flights around the area, generating a cacophony of sonic booms. Surrounding the electromagnetic shield, dozens of outdated artillery pieces were neatly arranged. Almost simultaneously, they began to fire blindly in all directions. The deafening sounds echoed for miles, and the explosions that followed would surely attract the enemy's attention. If the opposing force possessed any intelligence, they could easily deduce our location from the trajectories of the shells. After all, projectiles propelled by gunpowder typically travel at speeds of only 1 or 2 kilometers per second, a pace that posed little challenge for a race awakened in this domain for a millennium. With even a modicum of attention, they could effortlessly trace the source of the artillery fire. As the cannons roared and the reconnaissance aircraft circled above, we aimed to create as much ruckus as possible. Meanwhile, everyone in the human command center held their breath, scrutinizing the images relayed back from the reconnaissance satellites, hoping to detect any irregularities that might reveal the enemy's position. Unfortunately, throughout the duration, the projected images exhibited little variation, remaining eerily calm. After a prolonged period, a horde of undead suddenly appeared from an unknown source, materializing not far from the simulated base, promptly detected by human observers. They're here. They've finally succumbed to the bait, dispatching a massive force to assault the false base. The humans erupted in triumphant laughter. I thought they were going to hide like cowards for eternity. The human side reveled in their victory. After such an elaborate charade, they had successfully lured the enemy out. The plan to entice had proven extraordinarily effective. Judging by their numbers, it was likely well over 1 million. If they could annihilate this legion of undead, the enemy would likely choose to surrender. After all, the challenge of the Tower of All Races meant that death was truly final, and prolonging this standoff only depleted their own strength. All personnel prepare for evacuation. Repeat. All personnel prepare for evacuation. In the face of the sudden assault, the simulated base housed few defenders, making the retreat remarkably straightforward. Once everyone had evacuated, the undead finally approached, only to be thwarted by the electromagnetic shield, unable to advance further. Before long, a dark mass encircled the electromagnetic barrier. Wielding weapons, they attempted to breach the defenses in one fell swoop. However, such an endeavor was impossible in the short term. It was important to note that the core housed a high-output controlled nuclear fusion source, endowing it with formidable defenses. Unless they could deliver a decisive blow to sever the energy supply, relentless attrition would yield no results. Each time they depleted some energy, the opposing force could replenish it instantaneously, creating a repetitive cycle. Ultimately, while the human forces retreated several dozen kilometers away, the undead failed to breach the defenses. Every movement and action within remained under the vigilant watch of the humans. Indeed, they were a mindless horde, incapable of overcoming the electromagnetic shield. It appeared that previous caution had been unwarranted. These feeble adversaries were insufficient to pose any threat to our mech warriors in direct combat. In light of the undead's ineptitude, the human race swelled with newfound confidence. It is no wonder that the human race reacts this way. The opposing force has exhibited a level of ineptitude that is truly disheartening. Is this all they can muster? Now, our personnel have safely evacuated to a secure zone and are poised to detonate the nuclear device. The members of the command center display expressions of relief, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blares throughout the entire base, a resounding sound that penetrates the ears of everyone present. What is happening? Why has the alarm been activated? Could it be that the enemy has launched an attack? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, many are taken aback. Fortunately, As the elite of the human race, they quickly regain their composure, eager to ascertain the situation. Report, Commander. Our base is surrounded by a multitude of unidentified creatures, rapidly advancing towards us, now less than 5 kilometers away. Counterattack immediately. All personnel, prepare for combat and engage in indiscriminate fire. What a clever ruse, a facade cleverly constructed. The command center had previously mocked the enemy's lack of strength and intellect, never anticipating such a swift rebuke. All that had transpired was, in fact, a ploy devised by the enemy. The assault on the decoy base was merely a diversion. The real target was the true base. This entire scheme had been meticulously planned. Yet none had considered this possibility. How infuriating. Even a lion spares no effort in hunting a rabbit. Yet the human race has underestimated their adversary, displaying a level of arrogance that is astonishing. Perhaps their unbroken streak of victories has led to this unfortunate outcome. Even the most hardened of warriors cannot help but feel a twinge of regret. They have indeed learned a valuable lesson. In a world so vast, one must never underestimate the multitude of races. But how did the enemy achieve this? With reconnaissance satellites and aircraft continuously surveying the area. The fact that the enemy managed to reach the perimeter of the base undetected is simply mind-boggling. They appeared as if conjured from thin air. The initial wave of nearly 100,000 zombies seemed to materialize without having passed through the domain gate. The same occurred during the assault on the decoy base. And now, it is happening once more. Even the most obtuse among us can deduce that the enemy possesses the ability to evade visual detection, and even light wave scans are rendered ineffective. Moreover, the zombie race lacks any form of biological energy, making them equally undetectable. Chapter 57. The pants have been taken off. Countless zombies suddenly emerge, a vast sea of black stretching as far as the eye can see. There are simply too many. The number visible to the naked eye is no less than 100,000, and the ranks stretch endlessly, seemingly merging with the sky. The sudden onslaught of the zombie horde has truly caught the human race off guard. However, there is no sign of panic or fear, while their numbers are indeed overwhelming. The technological civilization of humanity is not easily intimidated by sheer quantity. Even if faced with 10-fold or 100-fold adversaries, it is inconsequential. It is merely a matter of ones and zeros. As the charge is sounded, both sides commence their attacks. The zombie horde is the first to strike, initiating a long-range assault. Countless unknown energies surge from behind, traveling at speeds beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. Upon colliding with the electromagnetic shield, violent explosions erupt, creating waves of energy rippling outward. In the face of such ferocious attacks, the electromagnetic shield begins to tremble precariously. Fortunately, it withstands the initial barrage from the zombies. Meanwhile, the humans are not idle. They call back reconnaissance aircraft to coordinate the forthcoming actions while setting up various weapon systems, ready to unleash their fury at a moment's notice. The moment the shield is deactivated will be their time to shine. Simultaneously, a swarm of drones ascends into the sky, densely packed, nearly filling the airspace. They are poised, ready to charge at the enemy and initiate suicide attacks. Report, the second electromagnetic shield is operational, and the first has been activated. Shall we deactivate the first shield to launch a counteroffensive? Give them a counterattack. The zombie horde has been relentless, and the command center is simmering with frustration. Since they can attack, there is no hesitation. All units, prepare. The first electromagnetic shield is about to be deactivated. Simultaneously, unleash indiscriminate fire upon the enemy. Repeat. Everyone clenches their fists, awaiting the final moment. Attack. As the shield deactivates, the antimatter cannon fires first. With a single shot, the area within several kilometers is transformed into a void of energy, consuming everything in its vicinity. Any enemy caught within this range, regardless of their strength, is obliterated into nothingness. Following this, a multitude of drones accelerates to their maximum speed, charging directly towards the zombie horde. At this moment, there is no need to set specific targets. They simply need to detonate above the horde, as there is no concern about a lack of enemies. The sheer number of zombies below is staggering, an almost unfathomable sight. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireballs erupt on the battlefield, their brilliant light illuminating the land like miniature suns. The intense heat raises the temperature of the entire battlefield significantly, especially at the epicenter of the explosions. Temperatures soar to an astonishing tens of thousands of degrees. Such extreme heat would melt iron into liquid form, vaporizing it entirely. In the face of these widespread attacks, the zombie horde finds itself confronting numerous vacuums. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they are momentarily unable to fill these gaps, which significantly hampers their charge. The front line, once so close to the human base, now finds itself pushed back to a distance of 10 kilometers after a single barrage. Within this range, the enemies are not merely repelled, they are entirely annihilated by the humans. At this moment, the true ferocity of technological civilization is laid bare. Having tasted defeat, the zombie horde begins to alter its strategy, no longer advancing in a dense, wave-like formation. Now, there are several meters of space between each zombie, creating a more sparse arrangement. Once they adjust their formation, they resume their charge towards the human base, but this new arrangement clearly lacks the vigor of the previous assault. Concurrently, a vast array of energy attacks emerges from the rear of the zombie horde, desperately aiming at the human base to provide cover for their charging brethren. In addition to the ground forces surging forward, an aerial contingent is also gathering for a final push. It appears that the zombie horde is not only numerous, but also possesses a remarkable variety of types, a rare occurrence indeed. Above and below, in close combat and ranged attacks, they seem to have it all. But will the humans grant them any opportunities? The sudden ambush has already startled the human race. To allow a second successful ambush would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Fire the antimatter cannon at the point of maximum enemy concentration. All drones, activate. Head to the rear. Deny the enemy any chance to breathe. Focus on their aerial units. Not a single one must breach our defenses. Move, move, move. No matter how great their numbers. Can they outmatch the weapons of a technological civilization? In a one-to-one exchange, they will be utterly decimated. As the tide of battle surged, all participants sprang into action, plunging the war into a state of frenzied intensity. The casualties among the zombie horde were staggering, and with each skirmish, they retreated further from the human base, now extending over 20 kilometers away. Conversely, the human side was reveling in the thrill of close-quarters combat, a refreshing change from the previous long-range engagements that rarely brought anyone to their doorstep. Though the conflict raged on, the collection of intelligence data never ceased. With a deeper understanding, it became evident that the zombie legion possessed entities or devices capable of evading reconnaissance. Just moments ago, the rear ranks of zombies had remained elusive, yet now they were fully visible to the reconnaissance satellites. The sheer number was astounding, with estimates reaching into the hundreds of millions. Such audacity! From the outset, they had mobilized their forces in the billions. It was doubtful that many divine domains, having developed over the same time frame, could boast such a vast population. Could it be possible that these were not the original inhabitants, but rather assimilated subordinates? This theory held considerable merit. In the confrontation against the zombie race, human numbers dwindled while their adversaries multiplied, leading to an alarming transformation where all eventually became foes. If this trend continued, who would not be bewildered, given their overwhelming numbers? Conventional weaponry would likely prove ineffective. Thus, dozens of medium-yield nuclear warheads were dispatched from the Divine Domain Gate. This was the appropriate measure for combating such a species. Nuclear annihilation. The reconnaissance aircraft, having returned from their extended missions, immediately launched an assault on the dark mass of zombies below. Swarms of drones transformed into fiery projectiles, engulfing vast areas in flames. Like the Grim Reaper, they left desolation in their wake, claiming countless lives. While the reconnaissance planes drew the attention of the zombies, multiple nuclear warheads were calibrated and readied for launch. Everything was set. Ding! The zombie race, the Butcher, has chosen to surrender. You have received 920 points of origin. Upon hearing the system's notification, Fang Yan was left utterly flabbergasted. What the hell? My subjects were poised to deliver a devastating blow, and you choose to surrender? This was utterly unexpected. Just as I was about to enjoy a moment of triumph, you awaken and throw a wrench into everything. Who could endure such a twist of fate? I had already undressed for battle, only to be met with this shocking turn of events. Chapter 58, Biological Engine. A Chinese proverb states, "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes." Perhaps the zombie race had discerned their own disparities, prompting their decision to capitulate. Yet this, not only Fang Yan, but also everyone in the human command, was on the brink of exploding with frustration. They yearned to personally storm the battlefield and obliterate the remaining zombies. Just as they were reveling in the excitement, the situation abruptly shifted. You consented to surrender. But could the others do the same? If not for the high penalties associated with continuing the assault post-surrender, they would have launched several nuclear warheads to make the enemy feel the consequences. Returning to the plaza, Fang Yan's anger intensified with every thought, leading him to unleash a frustrated roar. Not acting like a proper human is simply unacceptable. They were engaged in a fierce battle, and with no clear victor. How could they simply surrender? Throughout the conflict, they had only eradicated a mere 10 million of your subjects. This figure was but a drop in the ocean compared to the hundreds of millions you brought to the fray. No, I cannot bear this indignity. I must find someone to vent my frustrations upon. Thus, the challenge continued. Given that the zombie race was no longer an option, Fang Yan would channel his fury towards the next opponent. The opposing divine domain had been awakened for 998 days. Human race, Fang Yan versus angel race, Qiyu. Death is indeed death. Please cherish your respective subjects. Would you like to engage in battle? Fang Yan wore an expression of surprise, having unexpectedly matched with the angel race. This was a formidable species, renowned throughout the cosmos, with few others able to stand on equal footing. Were it not for their exceedingly limited numbers, they might have dominated the universe. Fortunately, they were a relatively peace-loving race, lacking any desire for universal conquest. According to textbooks, each angel possesses remarkable combat prowess, capable of subduing an entire race single-handedly. In the past, the angel race had aided humanity, suppressing several races that threatened their survival, allowing humanity to gradually develop. To this day, they boasted 3 supreme deities. The renowned biological engine, unique to the angel race, harnessed their very essence as an engine, continuously providing energy, resulting in a terrifying presence. While the demon race could contend with the angels through sheer numbers in one-on-one combat, the demons would undoubtedly falter. Since this encounter was unavoidable, yielding to fear was out of the question. Let me, Fang Yan, behold this legendary angel race. I accept the challenge. As Fang Yan ascended, the world spun, transporting him directly to the battlefield. Before he could even activate the divine domain gate, a brilliant light illuminated the sky before him. Initially, the angel race announced their presence. Truly, as expected, Fang Yan, as consciousness shifted, arriving at the designated spot, and, like the angels, opened his divine domain gate in midair. From within, several figures emerged. One angel ascended, positioning herself diagonally above the humans. Clad in silver armor, her golden hair was tied back, and her exquisite visage was unforgettable at first glance. Her frigid demeanor resembled that of an iceberg, keeping others at bay. The combination of these traits evoked the essence of an ice queen. Observing the few mechanized warriors stepping forth from the human ranks, she finally spoke. I'm surprised that a human who has just awakened for 161 days would be able to match with me. It was evident that the tone of the speaker did not emanate from a mere subject, but rather from the deity behind her. The divine presence had directly possessed this subject to converse with Fang Yan. Such an act represented a manifestation of divine power. Of course, Fang Yan was equally capable of this. The human, Fang Yan, had encountered the angel Qiyu before and accorded her the respect she deserved. Given the historical assistance the angel race had provided to humanity during several near-extermination events, the textbooks had detailed this race and emphasized the importance of showing due respect in future encounters. Young human, it appears you possess considerable strength, challenging me only 161 days post-awakening. I wonder what divine domain you have awakened. Among all races, only humanity possesses uniquely awakened divine domains. There have even been instances where individuals awakened an angel divine domain. Why ponder such matters? Let's engage in battle, human. Suddenly, Qiyu's demeanor transformed entirely. The previously languid air dissipated, replaced by a commanding presence that radiated superiority. Facing her challenge, Fang Yan considered the prospect of contest, but ultimately shook his head. In solo combat, few races could rival the angel race, and even in a group confrontation, the odds were not in his favor. Seeing the human before her decline her challenge, Qiyu furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is this, human? Do you look down upon me, Qiyu, and refuse to engage in combat?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Fang Yan hurriedly clarified, "It is not that. My awakened divine domain is not suited for individual combat, but rather for utilizing machinery." As he spoke, one of his companions pulled the trigger. Buzz! The antimatter gun unleashed a surge of energy instantaneously, culminating in an explosion 10 kilometers away that birthed a nearly 100-meter-wide energy black hole. Chihiko gazed at the distant void, and with a swift motion, she arrived at the edge of the black hole. How astonishingly fast, even with the assistance of an intelligent brain for tracking. She barely managed to keep pace with her opponent's silhouette. Such speed could rival that of a bullet fired from an electromagnetic gun. This must be the biological engine of the angelic race. Indeed, it is formidable. Truly, none among the angelic race can be considered simple. As Chihiko approached the black hole, she observed the chaotic energy within, her expression betraying a deep-seated apprehension. At this moment, she was still insufficiently equipped to withstand such an assault unscathed. No wonder. Having only awakened for 161 years, she could contend with an adversary of her caliber. They were indeed formidable. She understood that had it not been for the continuous challenges beyond her level, she would not have encountered beings significantly stronger than herself. With another swift movement, she reappeared before Fang Yan. Human, I retract my earlier disdain. You are indeed impressive. Might I inquire if I could examine this weapon? Such a simple request from the angelic race posed no problem at all. The antimatter rifle had long been mass-produced and issued to the troops. Upon receiving the firearm, Chihiko toyed with it briefly, quickly displaying a degree of proficiency before firing a shot. Buzz! The effect was nearly identical. Even the experienced angelic race found themselves momentarily taken aback. Astonishingly, this weapon required no cost from a user to unleash such a terrifying assault. Moreover, there were no discernible energy fluctuations emanating from the weapon, as though it were an ordinary object. How could a mundane artifact possess such power? Is it possible for this technology to be shared with our angelic race? Chihiko inquired directly, eschewing any circumlocution. Fang Yan displayed a hesitant expression. While offering a few weapons posed no issue, sharing technology related to antimatter was an absolute impossibility. Before he could voice his refusal, Chihiko continued. I am willing to exchange the unique biological engine technology of the angelic race. What? Fang Yan exclaimed in astonishment. The fact that she was willing to trade the biological engine technology, a means of creating deities, was unexpected and generous. This was a must-have. If his race possessed this technology, every individual would become superhuman, or even divine. Chapter 59. The Riddler Must Perish. Why is the angelic race so formidable? It is due to the biological engine, a superlative existence that transcends all biological cultivation methods and bloodline evolution. Although technological civilization may eventually unlock genetic constraints, the limitations are still too great, primarily due to the inherent weaknesses of ordinary flesh. Unless one opts for the path of intelligent machinery, flesh is weak, but machines ascend. Fang Yan had considered this notion, but ultimately dismissed it. Without a corporeal form, could one still be called human? A body composed entirely of metallic skeletons, with the brain merely serving as a container, would be more aptly termed a mechanical race, bearing little resemblance to humanity. Of course, it cannot be entirely dismissed as human, as it evolved from humanity. Thus, rather than forsaking the physical form, it would be wiser to strengthen it. Fang Yan hesitated and asked, is this the latest biological engine technology of the angelic race? Upon hearing this, Chihiko regarded him with a peculiar expression. Certainly not. How could I possibly provide you with our latest biological engine technology? Furthermore, this item is not worth such a price. She gestured toward the antimatter rifle in her hand. However, the technology one am offering is still quite advanced and of immeasurable value. For Fang Yan, antimatter technology was already considered the pinnacle. Yet, when compared to the forthcoming dark energy, dimensional technology, and black hole technology, it appeared somewhat trivial. It was impossible to secure the most exceptional items. The earlier inquiry had merely been a casual question. Even a most ordinary biological engine was something Fang Yan lacked. As for haggling, it was entirely unnecessary. The angelic race not only favored peace, but was also remarkably fair, ensuring a reasonable price. Very well, I shall exchange antimatter technology for biological engine technology. Agreed. The two reached a harmonious accord, exchanging their respective technologies. It must be said, the biological engine was indeed impressive, befitting the angelic race's exclusive core skill. When the human scientific team received it, their CPUs nearly overheated from the sheer magnitude and incredibility of the information. The biological body could be utilized in such a manner, unprecedented and astonishing, though it bore similarities to mechs, with an engine installed to achieve remarkable results. The biological engine was far more intricate and extraordinary. It was powerful, truly powerful. All the researchers, having merely glimpsed a fraction of it, felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Many were inspired to return to their laboratories, eager to validate their hypotheses. Confronted with this epoch-making technology, it was impossible to decipher it swiftly. This would be an exceptionally protracted endeavor. As for the angelic race, upon acquiring the corresponding antimatter technology, they too were filled with delight. This antimatter rifle was merely the most basic application. There existed even more advanced antimatter cannons and engines. Naturally, this included antimatter projectiles. A nuclear bomb containing 100 tons of antimatter could effortlessly annihilate a planet the size of Blue Star. What a divine weapon! Upon hearing Fang Yan's description, Chihiko, who had initially maintained a cold demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, having significantly underestimated the value of this technology. The recent transaction was likely no longer equitable. Initially, she had intended to extend assistance to the human genius before her, but it seemed she had ultimately profited from the exchange. How could this be acceptable? Would it not tarnish the reputation of the angelic race? Chihiko hesitated for a moment, contemplating an appropriate compensation. In my divine domain, I have several subordinate beings who have completed the biological engine conversion. I shall leave them with you to assist in your research advancements. What a fortunate turn of events. Fang Yan's eyes gleamed with joy. Securing the biological engine of the angelic race was already a rare opportunity, and to receive experimental subjects as well felt like a boon from the heavens. Were it not for Fang Yan's current physical limitations preventing him from besting her in combat, he would have eagerly expressed his gratitude with a hearty embrace. This is truly wonderful, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to the angelic race for their assistance to humanity. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Chihiko promptly commanded 3 humanoid beings to emerge, offering brief instructions before entrusting them to Fang Yan. It must be noted that the angelic race indeed exuded confidence. These subordinate beings had not been subjected to any controlling measures. They had always existed in a state of freedom. It was only upon handing them over to Fang Yan that such controlling measures were disclosed. The angelic race possessed such confidence, but the human race did not share the same luxury. All are mere mortals. How could they possibly contend with those who have replaced their biological engines? It is essential to maintain a firm grasp on the situation. Any lapse in vigilance could result in the enemy instantaneously losing their combat effectiveness. Humanity, I hope you can swiftly master this technology, equipped with such weaponry. You will possess a decisive advantage over the majority of races. Otherwise, with merely your clunky contraptions, akin to a child wielding a weapon of annihilation, you would be swiftly overcome by my angelic kin before you even had the chance to strike. The adversary's words were not mere bravado. They were grounded in reality. Just moments ago, the personal intelligence of the mech could scarcely keep pace with the opponent's speed. If they charged with full force, they would likely be unable to lock onto their target and would meet their demise. While antimatter firearms could pose a threat to the enemy, without the ability to lock onto them, how could they serve as a genuine menace? Regardless of the weapon's power, it ultimately requires a human to operate it, with the intelligence merely serving as an auxiliary. In this regard, Fang Yan concedes that humanity's physicality is frail, yet he staunchly refuses to accept any notion of technological inferiority. With unwavering composure, he declared, "Next time, I assure you, you shall be utterly astonished. Press on, humanity. Since you have matched me, you must be nearing a streak of 20 victories." Qi Yin spoke to himself. At that point, we shall enter the true arena of geniuses, where beings from various races are among the most elite, each possessing extraordinary strength. I hope you can endure a bit longer, for you shall encounter the unexpected. Moreover, I will not have many more days to enter the Tower of Multitudes. No sooner had he finished speaking than the angelic race vanished from view. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed in Fang Yan's ears. Ding! The angelic race, Qi Yin, has chosen to surrender. You have gained 918 points of essence. The arrival was sudden, and so was the departure. Who would believe that this contest concluded without a true battle, and in such a confounding manner? Yet, what did the opponent's words imply? A streak of 20 victories leading to entry into another competition venue? And now, all races congregated in a vast plaza. It seemed to be a place for selecting prodigies. Speaking half and leaving the other half. What a riddle. Would revealing everything be fatal? Chapter 60, Slipping Away. Name, Fang Yan. Race, humanity. Time since awakening of divine domain, 161 days. Number of battles, 19. Win rate, 100. Glancing at the data, he noted that he had achieved 19 consecutive victories, merely one match away from reaching 20. Yet, what awaited him after these 20 bouts? What did the true arena of geniuses signify? Revealing everything could be perilous. Fang Yan, whether in this life or the last, had always detested riddlers. How infuriating! Nonetheless, he needed one more victory to unveil the answers. Challenge, rather than dwell in daydreams. It was time for decisive action. Upon sending out a challenge message, the Tower of Multitudes swiftly matched him with an appropriate opponent. The adversary had awakened their divine domain for 289 days. Humanity's Fang Yan vs. the trickster race's Guisho. Death is absolute. Please cherish your kin. Will you participate in the battle? Upon seeing the opponent's awakening duration, Fang Yan felt a moment of discomfort. Previously, he had faced opponents with awakening durations of over 1,000 days, yet now he was matched against one with less than 300 days. Was this a glitch? pairing him against a weaker opponent to facilitate his advancement. However, upon recognizing the trickster race, Fang Yan's eye twitched involuntarily. If the angelic race was among the mightiest in the universe, then the trickster race was one of its most enigmatic. This trickster race is distinct from the ghost race. Although their names sound alike, their powers are entirely dissimilar. The trickster race cannot be killed and possesses extraordinarily bizarre abilities, truly perverse. Moreover, only the trickster race can combat their own kind. Across the universe, countless races have employed various methods, yet have failed to extinguish any member of the trickster race. At most, they could dismember them, diminishing their strength, fragmenting them into multiple tricksters. Alternatively, one might discern their patterns to seal them away. They are invulnerable, utterly unkillable, mysterious, and unfathomable. Fortunately, the trickster race cannot reproduce. The sole means of increasing their numbers is through dismemberment. While dismembered individuals may see a drastic reduction in power, they remain unkillable, merely needing to regroup and reconstruct to regain strength. Nonetheless, they still exist as individual entities, possessing their own personalities. Faced with such a race, solutions are nearly unattainable. Even detonating an entire planet would yield no substantive harm. If humanity were to develop dimensional weapons, perhaps they might dare to engage. Even if they cannot be killed, they could be compressed into 2 dimensions, relegating them to a lower dimensional existence. Lower dimensional beings cannot inflict harm upon higher dimensional beings, just as 3-dimensional beings cannot touch 4-dimensional beings. The disparity in dimensions is akin to the chasm between life and death. However, humanity currently lacks any means to counteract this. Their most formidable weapon remains merely antimatter projectiles. Even if the entire battlefield were bombarded to smithereens, it would avail little. Time to slip away. Let us seek another opponent. The trickster race is far too peculiar. There is no need to take such risks. Not just him. Even the angelic race would choose to circumvent them. While not necessarily fearful, their enigmatic nature renders them too dangerous. Why waste time? Rematching. The opponent has awakened their divine domain for 996 days. Humanity's Fang Yan vs. the insectoid race's continent. Death is absolute. Please cherish your kin. Will you participate in the battle? Now, this is much more reasonable. Facing an opponent with 996 days of awakening, Fang Yan clapped his thigh. This feels right. The previous trickster race opponent was unfortunate for anyone with a higher awakening duration than theirs. Only those with shorter awakening times had the opportunity to choose. Insectoids. Unexpectedly, after more than 5 months, he encountered the insectoid race once more. Compared to before, Fang Yan had undergone a tremendous transformation. His overall strength had experienced a complete upheaval. Now, he could effortlessly outmatch his former self. The insectoid opponent, too, could not possibly possess merely first-level strength. They were unlikely to be significantly weaker. Today, the two would inevitably determine a victor. Given the deep-seated enmities between their races, this contest was unavoidable. I accept the challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, he committed to the contest. Darkness enveloped him, and Fang Yan found himself on the battlefield. Surveying the terrain, he quickly located a relatively stable area and opened the portal to his divine domain. A grand door, measuring dozens of meters across, suddenly appeared before him. Concurrently, the prepared members of humanity within the divine domain began to emerge, commencing the construction of their base. To prevent a repeat of the previous incident where the insectoids tunneled directly into humanity's heart, the ground was thoroughly reinforced, and a meter-thick layer of alloy steel was laid on top as a buffer armor. Rapidly melting and fusing, it formed a cohesive structure anchored to the earth. Should the insectoids attempt to breach from below again, it would likely prove quite difficult for the time being. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that they possessed other means. Thus, apart from the alloy armor, a spaceborne aircraft carrier was directly deployed. This contraption, a trivial invention of humanity, merely flaunted its might within the confines of the planet. Once beyond its atmosphere, it was rendered inconsequential. In comparison to the majestic Luenbird mothership envisioned in the Southern Skygate project, it was of an entirely different caliber, rendering any comparison utterly meaningless. This battle, akin to the scenario within the planetary confines, was indeed a fitting application of resources. Moreover, a spaceborne carrier serves as a veritable arsenal, brimming with an extensive array of weaponry. It is equipped for aerial and terrestrial combat, housing mechs and fighter jets in abundance. Merely by virtue of its existence, it possesses the capacity to annihilate countless lower-tier divine realms. In addition, reconnaissance satellites and drones were promptly dispatched. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. Buzz. Just as the satellite ascended to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, before it could even steady itself, it was struck by an energy beam, instantly transforming it into a fireball, obliterating all traces of its existence. The reconnaissance drones, too, found themselves within the range of the energy beam's assault. Fortunately, due to their extraordinary speed, they evaded destruction. Little did anyone anticipate that this was merely the prelude. The insectoid forces had already detected the airborne units and initiated their offensive. Plasma worms. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding of the insectoid species would recognize the assailants. To one's astonishment, the enemy launched an assault from over 100 kilometers away, with no diminution in ferocity. Humanity had always been the one to engage in long-range attacks against foes. Today, however, the insectoids had imparted a lesson, in the spirit of reciprocity. With both parties having revealed their positions, there was no longer any need for concealment. Was it not a mutual bombardment? Humanity had never feared any adversary. Hundreds of electromagnetic cannons were already primed for action. Shells loaded, targeting calibrated. Fire. Buzz. One by one, the shells soared toward the enemy, 100 kilometers distant. In but a second or two, they reached their target. The shells detonated with a cacophony, engulfing dozens of meters in an explosion. Yet astonishingly, before they could strike the ground, they were all thwarted, inflicting no substantive damage upon the enemy. A faint membrane repelled all projectile assaults. A protective shield? Chapter 61, A Test of Wits. Through the feedback from reconnaissance, humanity witnessed this entire spectacle unfold. The shells that had been launched were entirely intercepted. Where the explosions occurred, a delicate luminescent membrane appeared, seemingly insubstantial, yet boasting impressive defensive capabilities, akin to an electromagnetic shield. It was utterly unforeseen that the insectoids possessed such technology, capable of forming a protective barrier. A member of the human command center scoffed, his expression one of disdain. What of possessing a protective shield? Orders were given to the soldiers to switch ammunition entirely to low-yield nuclear projectiles. In an instant, all armored soldiers became industrious. Attention all units, load nuclear shells. Aim at the target. Fire. Buzz. Every action flowed seamlessly, with no pauses in between. Calculated, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. And the second volley was already launched. This time, the insectoids were evidently prepared. It appeared that they, too, possessed reconnaissance capabilities, fully aware of humanity's maneuvers. At this moment, both factions were evenly matched. The instant humanity's shells were fired, countless plasma bursts suddenly filled the sky, forming an unconventional protective barrier. Boom! Before the shells could reach their destination, hundreds of fireballs erupted in mid-air, their blinding light illuminating the entire realm. For a moment, both factions found it difficult to open their eyes. One must admit, this tactic of converting offense into defense was indeed effective. Not a single shell breached the lock-on line to strike the insectoid shield. All were extinguished mid-flight. Humanity, too, was taken aback, unaccustomed to such methods of intercepting projectiles. Neglecting to account for the shell's susceptibility to electrical interference resulted in the metallic projectiles being detonated instantaneously. Swiftly, a 3D printer was employed to recreate an electrically insulated shell in a 1-to-1 ratio. The electromagnetic cannons continued their barrage with standard shells, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to regroup. Do not falter, keep firing. Instantly, humanity devised a corresponding strategy. Those on the opposite side of the Divine Realm Gate received the news without delay. The large-scale 3D printer continued its frantic operation, disregarding energy consumption. Consequently, dozens, if not hundreds, of shells were swiftly produced and dispatched to the battlefield. Meanwhile, the insectoids were not idle. The first wave of suicide bombers, the explosive mosquitoes, was ready for deployment. The name alone suggests their nature, akin to humanity's swarm drones. Do not be deceived by the name. They are far from diminutive. Each explosive mosquito measures at least 4 to 5 meters in length, towering over a standard building floor. With millions in number, they soared into the sky, obscuring the sun and casting shadows over the ground. As they ascended, a unique energy propelled them forward. They accelerated continuously, ultimately achieving an astonishing velocity, hurtling toward humanity's base. At this rate, preliminary estimates indicate they could reach the human stronghold in approximately 10 minutes. Though 10 minutes seems ample, the distance between them spans over 100 kilometers. This time frame is exceedingly brief, with speeds reaching nearly 1,600 meters per second, approaching Mach 5, far surpassing any of humanity's previous aircraft. Of course, that was a bygone speed. It cannot be compared to the present. Mach 5 is merely a fraction faster than a tortoise's pace. In the face of ground targets, humanity's antimatter cannons and laser artillery were rendered ineffective. As they travel in straight lines, only the electromagnetic railguns, capable of curved trajectories, remained viable. To their astonishment, the insectoids dared to ascend. Were they not presenting themselves as prime targets? Anti-air laser cannons, prepare. Aim at the airborne insectoid targets and bring them down. Almost simultaneously with the command, tens of thousands of laser energy beams were unleashed. In less than a second, perhaps even 0.001 seconds, the first laser beam struck its target. 100 kilometers is trivial before the speed of light. This anti-air laser cannon, though modest in caliber, boasts an incredibly rapid firing rate and exceptional accuracy in straight-line shooting. In the span of a second, at least 10,000 rounds were discharged. Millions of explosive mosquitoes had barely made their entrance onto the battlefield when they were all obliterated. The speed of their demise was unfathomable. In that moment, the insectoids were plunged into a brief period of silence. Whether it was the sudden annihilation of the explosive mosquitoes that stunned them, or if they were merely regrouping to launch another offensive remained unclear. In any case, the insectoids had fallen silent. Since they were incapacitated, humanity seized the opportunity. You wish to weave a colossal defensive net of plasma? Then we shall unleash insulated shells. One by one, nuclear-powered insulated shells were dispatched to the battlefield, with humanity fully prepared. Reposition. Load the shells. Fire. Once more. Tens of thousands of shells soared towards the Zerg with a deafening roar. Although the insulating materials slightly impeded their velocity, the delay was negligible, merely around a second. As the human forces initiated their assault, the Zerg promptly implemented defensive measures. A vast expanse of plasma swiftly enveloped the sky, forming a rudimentary protective net. Unfortunately, despite meticulous calculations, they had utterly failed to account for the fact that the humans had altered the composition of their ammunition. When the two forces met again, the anticipated explosion did not materialize. This batch of shells pierced through the plasma barrier, hurtling directly toward the Zerg's fortified positions. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of shells struck simultaneously, crashing against the shield with a cacophony of violent detonations. Fiery spheres of devastation erupted instantaneously, consuming everything in their path. Faced with a barrage of nuclear projectiles, even if they were of a lower yield and tactical grade, the Zerg's defenses crumbled in less than 3 seconds. The infernos spawned by the nuclear blasts had yet to dissipate, continuing their relentless annihilation of the surroundings. The unbearable heat elicited anguished cries from the Zerg below. Fortunately, within a second or two, a second shield was re-established, shielding the ground-dwelling Zerg from the searing temperatures, granting them a fleeting respite. Otherwise, under such relentless heat, many of the Zerg would not have lasted long. Given that the human forces had already launched their offensive, it was inconceivable they would halt their onslaught. Merely 10 seconds later, a second wave of nuclear shells descended once more. Undoubtedly, the Zerg's defenses remained ineffectual. Some shells even impacted the ground, creating enormous craters. Yet astonishingly, not a single Zerg fell victim to this onslaught. At some point, the entire surface had become devoid of Zerg. They had all taken refuge underground to shield themselves from the assault. It was unexpected how cunning the Zerg were, finding a countermeasure so swiftly. Instead of intercepting the projectiles, they simply retreated, utilizing the earth itself as a natural shield. How could one breach such a defense? Chapter 62, The Moment of Hunt. The Zerg's approach to the situation was commendable. No matter how formidable the nuclear shells were, they could only create massive craters on the surface, failing to exert significant influence below a few hundred meters. Clearly, the Zerg Queen had conducted a preliminary analysis of the humans, leading to the adoption of this tactic. Moreover, the subterranean realm belonged to the Zerg. The burrowing creatures could navigate effortlessly, creating extensive spaces to accommodate the needs of their kin. However, the adversary had underestimated the humans. Where could they hide? Evading the initial onslaught, could they escape the subsequent waves? The Earth was merely a hiding place, and the humans could bombard depths of dozens or even hundreds of meters. An order was issued: deploy antimatter armor-piercing shells to flush out the Zerg concealed underground. Without employing advanced technology and decisive measures, they risked facing the enemy head-on. After all, as one of the natural disasters, the Zerg's progeny were far superior to their forebears, always charging forth or preparing to do so. This other Zerg would likely be ashamed to be associated with such a display. As the shells transformed, antimatter armor-piercing projectiles began to strike with precision. One detonation could reach depths of 100 meters. With thousands fired simultaneously, The Zerg's original location was obliterated, creating a colossal sinkhole. Standing at the edge and peering down, one would find an abyssal void. The Zerg hiding underground were startled by the sudden upheaval. Had they not burrowed deep enough, many would have been reduced to mere flesh. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say they would have been reduced to molecules. Yet, how many of these subterranean depths could withstand such bombardments? The humans showed no signs of halting their assault. After one volley, another was promptly launched. Ultimately, if the Zerg refused to emerge, they would bore through the entire surface to compel them out. As the bombarded area grew increasingly profound and expansive, the Zerg were left with no choice but to resurface from their subterranean refuge. Countless Zerg emerged, densely packed, their numbers rivaling that of the previous undead horde. They howled at the sky, expressing their discontent. Discontent notwithstanding, what awaited them was still a relentless barrage of shells. One after another, the projectiles hurtled towards the Zerg base at a speed of 50 kilometers per second. However, this time, the launched shells possessed an unusual quality. They remained airborne for a full 5 seconds without detonating. An imperceptible biological wave permeated the air, causing the shells to decelerate, and some even suspended in midair. Numerous large, bare-headed brain bugs emitted enigmatic fluctuations from their mouths, exerting control over their surroundings. The airborne shells were intercepted at their behest. Perhaps overwhelmed, blood seeped from their cranial domes. Clearly, in their attempt to halt the projectiles, they had overexerted themselves, but they succeeded nonetheless. The humans quickly recognized the anomaly. Shells were being intercepted mid-flight. Though the mechanics behind the Zerg's feat were unclear, the impending threat was evident. The suspended shells began to alter course, hurtling back towards the humans. Alarm! The Zerg intended to use our own shells against us. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for anti-air defense. Is there any way to detonate them remotely? Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle, the humans ceased their firing immediately. The more shells they launched, the more ferocious the potential counterattack could be. It seemed futile. These shells were designed for impact detonation, and controlling them from a distance was implausible. Quickly, deploy antimatter cannons to obliterate the shells commandeered by the Zerg. The projectiles were accelerating, and it wouldn't be long before they reached the human base. The humans sprang into action. Dozens of ultra-large caliber antimatter cannons targeted the airborne threats and commenced firing. Boom! In an instant, the energy unleashed by the numerous antimatter cannons converged. Ultimately, they stirred and amalgamated, forming an energy black hole exceeding 20 kilometers in diameter, manifesting in midair. Everything within the vicinity was consumed and obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The projectiles originally aimed at the humans naturally met the same fate, disappearing entirely. The brain bugs controlling these shells could no longer withstand the sudden onslaught, and many perished in the process. Those who survived found themselves bereft of combat capability. However, the Zerg had already achieved their objective. Reports indicated seismic activity detected underground. The Zerg might be approaching the base via subterranean tunnels. The humans, adept at countering such tactics, had long possessed a comprehensive detection system to thwart any incursions. The initial hardening of the soil and the surface's alloy armor were specifically designed to counter this. Orders were dispatched to external reconnaissance units to launch a comprehensive counteroffensive, exterminating all visible plasma bugs. All aerial carriers were activated, prepared for takeoff. Since the Zerg sought to mount an assault from below, the humans would engage them in a game of hide and seek from above. You have your well-trodden path, while I traverse my precarious bridge. It remains to be seen who will endure until the end. With the issuance of commands, the reconnaissance aircraft, long concealed in the shadows, formed a surrounding formation, encircling the entire area inhabited by the Zerg. Simultaneously, swarms of drones were deployed, transforming into harbingers of doom, charging towards the Zerg within the encirclement. Any entity resembling a plasma bug that was detected would, without the need for further instructions, launch a self-destructive assault aimed directly at the target, thereby neutralizing all threats to the space carrier. Otherwise, not only would the space carrier be at risk, but even ordinary starships would be unable to withstand a single shot from the enemy's plasma cannon. Throughout the cleansing process, the swarm drones exhibited a fearless spirit. Any Zerg daring to retaliate, consider this your exit from this world. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with fire. Not only were there counterattacks from the Zerg, but also the self-detonations of the swarm drones. Even the Zerg launched special attacks that caused tens of thousands of drones flying close to the ground to be incapacitated and plummet. Just as one group lost contact, another wave of 1,000 was dispatched. It became a contest of numbers. The Zerg were formidable, yet humanity proved equally resilient. For every drone exterminated, An equivalent number could be supplied. Moreover, maintaining a swarm of thousands of drones within the Zerg's territory was essential for ensuring absolute security. Should a plasma bug dare to reveal itself, a swift response could be mounted to eliminate it. Fortunately, the preparation time required for the plasma bug to unleash a standard plasma attack differed significantly from that needed for a plasma cannon, resulting in a corresponding variance in power. The plasma cannon necessitated charging, and it was during this accumulation that the swarm drones would strike. Meanwhile, the Zerg finally reached the human base, albeit underground. Chapter 63. A head above will meet its end. The newly arrived Zerg did not initiate an immediate assault. Instead, they methodically awaited their brethren. Having prepared for a stealth attack, they aimed for complete readiness. When the moment came, they would strike decisively, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Thus, they infiltrated the human base in small groups, a blatant act of self-sabotage. Concurrently, this would undoubtedly raise the adversary's alertness. Transforming a stealth mission into an outright assault would yield more losses than gains. Little did the Zerg know, however, that the humans above them were already aware of all that transpired underground. Presently, apart from a handful of combat personnel, the vast majority had retreated to the space carrier. The engines were already at full power, prepared to ascend rapidly into the sky at the first sign of unusual occurrences. Of course, there was no urgency in this matter. While the Zerg had yet to fully surface and enter the traps set by humanity, it was imperative to remain hidden. Only by maintaining a low profile could they avoid alerting the Zerg to their movements. As time passed, more and more Zerg congregated underground, fully prepared for their assault. The burrowing worms surged forward, striving to break through to the surface. However, what was this? The deeper they burrowed, the harder the soil became, seemingly several times more resilient than solid rock. Fortunately, the burrowing worms were not to be underestimated. They could effortlessly shatter those rocks, and the hardened surface created by humanity could not impede their advance. Suddenly, the burrowing worm collided with a thick steel plate, producing a dull thud. Unable to halt its momentum, the burrowing worm found itself momentarily stunned. What on earth was this? How could such a heavy steel plate exist beneath the ground? If it had been thinner, the burrowing worm would have easily pierced through it with its iron head, gliding effortlessly. Yet, this time it had struck an impenetrable barrier. The burrowing worm's iron head had sunk in over 10 centimeters, and this layer of steel displayed no signs of yielding, trapping its head and rendering it immobile. Caught between retreat and advance, the Zerg had initially aimed for a surprise attack, but it seemed the humans had anticipated their moves. It was evident that the humans had conducted some research on the Zerg, having laid down a layer of steel on the surface to defend against underground assaults, a tactic that displayed a modicum of ingenuity. As the saying goes, since we have come this far, retreat is not an option. With the element of surprise lost, the only recourse left was a full frontal assault. Following the command from their queen, a colossal scorpion pushed aside the obstructing rapid worms and advanced to the front lines. Without hesitation, it unleashed a beam of laser from its tail, directing a continuous stream of energy towards the steel plate to achieve a cutting effect. It must be said, the scorpion laser bug was indeed formidable. While the burrowing worm found the 1-meter-thick alloy armor insurmountable, the scorpion laser bug effortlessly manipulated it for cutting. Soon, a massive section of the steel plate was severed. The scorpion laser bug used its forelimbs to push the segment upwards, allowing a ray of light to penetrate the dark tunnel. The bright illumination posed no discomfort to the Zerg. The foremost scorpion laser bug was the first to emerge from a pit. However, as soon as it revealed itself, a barrage of attacks followed in rapid succession. Even its highly resilient armor could not withstand the onslaught for a single second. Its body was instantly dismembered, the exposed portions dissolving into a cloud of flesh mist that dispersed into the air. The lower half of its body, now devoid of support, crumpled to the ground. Lifeless and utterly defeated, the humans had long been prepared. Before the Zerg could breach the steel plate, all weaponry had been positioned, merely awaiting the enemy's emergence. As soon as the scorpion laser bug exposed itself, the humans unleashed their full firepower, extinguishing the lives of the Zerg. The demise of the scorpion laser bug did not elicit any reaction from the Zerg, not even a flicker of emotion. They existed solely for war and would ultimately perish in its throes. It was either they lived or we died. The moment the exit was breached, the Zerg erupted in fervor. Disregarding life and limb, they surged forth in a relentless tide, determined to break through the firepower blockade and annihilate the enemies outside. Yet, what awaited them was an unending barrage of attacks, with firearm weaponry reaching near maximum output. On both the ground and in the air, an array of weaponry was unleashed. Not only was it impossible to charge forth, but even the briefest exposure resulted in a gruesome demise. The laser cannons, in particular, were instruments of slaughter, firing at a staggering rate of 10,000 rounds per second. It was truly a case of mortals being slain by mortals and deities by deities. Faced with such overwhelming firepower from humanity, the Zerg found themselves utterly powerless to advance. The once narrow pit was now choked with corpses, making movement increasingly difficult for the Zerg behind them. Nonetheless, the Zerg could not possibly limit themselves to a single exit. As more and more steel plates were cut away, the number of openings continued to multiply from 1 to now 10, and this number showed no signs of abating, as if it were an unstoppable tide. Even with the increased number of exits, the Zerg emerging from them in greater numbers still seemed insufficient. The terrifying firepower of human technology left little chance for survival. Even those fortunate enough to emerge unscathed were truly fortunate indeed. The Queen, hidden in the shadows, recognized this dilemma. The strategy of breaking through these openings was fundamentally flawed. Regardless of the countless swarms of Zerg that ascend, their fate is only to meet a tragic demise. Moreover, the entire surface is enveloped by a thick layer of steel, measuring a meter in depth, making any attempts to enlarge the opening exceedingly challenging. As vast numbers of Zerg fail to breach the surface, the only recourse is to overturn the table, turning this area completely upside down. Countless self-detonating creatures cling to the steel, indiscriminately activating in an instant. Boom! The violent explosion causes the entire steel plate to tremble violently, with certain areas exhibiting particularly pronounced vibrations. Fortunately, this alloy is sufficiently robust. Despite the collective detonations of the Zerg, it does not yield significant cracks, remaining as steadfast as a mountain. However, this initial assault is merely an appetizer. Following swiftly, innumerable self-detonating creatures, operating with meticulous planning, launch a series of potent strikes against the steel plate. Faced with relentless attacks, even the thickest steel cannot withstand the onslaught indefinitely, ultimately reaching a breaking point. Boom! Confronted by the fierce explosion, the steel plate shatters, splintering into fragments that scatter in all directions. Simultaneously, the Zerg receive immediate intelligence and initiate a full-scale charge. Without regard for order or species, they surge outward. Once they seize the surface, victory shall be theirs. A deceptive illusion of triumph looms on the horizon. Yet, as the Zerg emerge, they find no trace of their enemies above ground. The area is desolate, reduced to ruins. Suddenly, a shadow eclipses the light above, compelling all Zerg to look up. Chapter 64. The Illusion of Reality. A colossal spaceborne aircraft carrier materializes in the sky, now within the Zerg sight. It obscures the sun, instantly shrouding half the area in darkness. Enormous indeed, this aircraft carrier spans at least 800 meters in length and 280 meters in width. Countless engines roar to life, emitting long trails of flame, resembling a titanic steel beast soaring through the air. The Zerg, having toiled to reach the surface, are astounded to find not a single enemy in sight. They have all retreated to the skies. Roar! The Zerg unleash furious howls, desperate to strike at the airborne adversary. Yet feeling utterly powerless, their eyes ablaze with rage. Within mere seconds, the subterranean Zerg swarm emerges, including massive scorpion laser creatures. These are long-range units, commanded by the Queen, who raise their tails, aiming to attack the airborne aircraft carrier. Alas, the human forces react with even greater speed. From the underside of the aircraft carrier, countless small-caliber laser cannons extend. A glance reveals a dense array, too numerous to count. In an instant, they unleash indiscriminate fire upon the ground. Buzzing, an innumerable barrage of energy beams descends from above, striking everything on the surface. Do not underestimate the velocity of these energy beams. They may seem inconspicuous, appearing no more formidable than mere light, yet a single shot can penetrate half a meter of steel. They possess extraordinary penetrating and incinerating capabilities. Most importantly, their speed renders them impossible for any living creature to evade. Faced with a barrage of laser fire exceeding tens of thousands of rounds per second, even the scorpion laser creatures find it futile to retaliate. Any counterattack would be forcefully repelled. The sheer number of swift Zerg, confronted with such an assault, suffers grievously, sustaining numerous injuries. In a mere 10 seconds, billions of attacks rain down upon a 5-kilometer radius. Each square meter endures at least hundreds of indiscriminate strikes. To lie still is to invite devastation. Moreover, the human forces do not limit their assault to merely 10 seconds. The barrage continues relentlessly for a full minute. The objective is singular, to ensure absolute security. Only then do they cease their onslaught. In stark contrast, the surface below has been utterly ravaged, unrecognizable from its original state. The height has been reduced by several layers. There is not a single living creature left, not even a remnant of the Zerg. In the face of such concentrated fire, even the smallest ant could not hope to survive. Above the ground, apart from the swirling dust, lies a vast expanse of carcasses and rivers of blood. Almost hundreds of thousands of Zerg perish within that brief minute. For a moment, the Zerg queen finds herself engulfed in silence. What manner of monstrosity is this? A human has awakened such terrifying powers. In a contest of ranged attacks, the Zerg are utterly defeated. The aerial units, more numerous than her own, hover over their lair, paralyzing her with fear. The enemy strategies ensnare her in a web, leading to the sacrifice of countless Zerg. Moreover, the adversary has only been awakened for 161 days. In such a short span, they have developed to such a formidable extent. Not only have they overwhelmed her without giving her a chance to retaliate, but they also instill within her a sense of retreat. The emergence of such a genius among humans spells disaster for the Zerg. Yet, she has exerted all her efforts. Ding! The Zerg Queen, Kuntin, opts for surrender. You have acquired 998 points of origin. Upon hearing the notification, Fang Yan finally breathes a sigh of relief. Although he had prepared meticulously, he still feared the enemy might disregard their own losses and continue dispatching Zerg from the Divine Realm to unleash plasma cannons. Should that occur, human casualties would be significant. Fortunately, the enemy has displayed wisdom. Of course, everything remains within his control, having set up everything in advance. Even if the enemy attempts to retaliate, their losses will likely multiply. The distinction between light and heavy is still clear. Observing the newly acquired source power, Fang Yan reveals a joyful smile. After 3 rounds, his points have directly surpassed 800. The once impoverished household has now become prosperous. Ding! Congratulations to the human race. Fang Yan has achieved a 20-game winning streak, granting him access to the multi-species arena tower. Shall he enter? Access to the multi-species arena tower? Is he not already within it? What is happening? This must be what the angel Qian spoke of, the privilege granted after a continuous 20-game winning streak, allowing battles against the geniuses of various races, along with unexpected rewards. But why is it access to the multi-species arena tower? Could it be? Fang Yan displays a puzzled expression, uncertain of the meaning, while typing out a question mark. It must be said that with the 20-game winning streak, the system has even acquired an automatic response feature, remarkably efficient. You're currently not in the true multi-species arena tower, but rather a minuscule branch that possesses only combat functionalities. Within this branch, only those geniuses who achieve a 20-game winning streak are invited to enter the true multi-species arena tower. So that is it. Fang Yan's expression shifts to one of contemplation. What wonders lie within the authentic multi-species tower? It seems to be of high caliber. Since he has come this far, he is naturally compelled to explore further. Enter. Standing in the square, Fang Yan felt the surrounding space suddenly begin to distort. After several seconds, he found himself in a place reminiscent of an arena. In the very center, 2 races were engaged in a divine realm duel. The space before him perfectly showcased every detail of the battlefield. If one concentrated intently on a particular area, it would magnify, and magnify again, allowing for a more meticulous observation of even the most inconspicuous elements. This experience truly astonished Fang Yan. The battles among the students of the Kyoto Martial Arts University could only display a fraction of such vivid detail, lacking the richness of this spectacle. It must be said that the opportunity to observe the combat between the formidable talents of various races in such detail held invaluable significance for acquiring techniques and experience. Through relentless observation and learning, he could address his own shortcomings. This alone made entering the true arena of all races exceptionally worthwhile. As for the spectators in their seats, they were utterly indistinct, mere shadows, rendering it impossible to discern whether they were human or otherwise, effectively safeguarding everyone's privacy. Given this, there was no need to observe the audience. He settled into a relatively comfortable position, directing his gaze towards the 2 combatants in the arena. By recognizing their respective minions, he easily identified the 2 races, as he was exceedingly familiar with them. Chapter 65. The game is quite lavish. The 2 contending races included one of humanity's old adversaries, the Zerg. As a harbinger of calamity, they were currently locked in a fierce exchange with their opponent. Both sides were engaged in close-quarters combat, their blows striking with visceral intensity igniting the crowd's fervor. With each punch, every aspect of their physical capabilities was unleashed to the fullest. This was something the current technological civilization lacked, and indeed did not require. While close combat may offer immediate gratification, it ultimately leads to devastation. Nothing could compare to the thrill of a steel storm. At that moment, the Zerg's opponent was none other than the Protoss. This was also an exceptionally powerful race, possessing formidable strength capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Zerg. Unexpectedly, despite their cosmic battles leading to chaos, here they were engaged in an equally fierce struggle, battling for their very lives. The feedback from the battlefield indicated that both warriors were evenly matched, with their Divine Realm minions exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Fang Yan could not be certain he would secure victory against either of them in a short span. Truly, this was the arena of all races, a convergence point for the universe's greatest talents. Through continual observation of the various races' competitions, one could discern both strengths and weaknesses, leading to self-reflection on how to respond if faced with such challenges. The quality of the entire battle was exceptionally high. It was indeed the strongest pair he had ever witnessed at this level. Unfortunately, it culminated in a defeat for the Protoss. Faced with the Zerg's relentless tide of forces, the Protoss ultimately fell short in numbers. Fang Yan could not help but feel a pang of regret. After all, the Zerg were humanity's mortal enemies, and their demise, however slight, was a consolation. Though the Protoss had been vanquished, the Zerg were not without their own troubles. Following this encounter, they would likely retreat for a considerable time to lick their wounds and recover from the losses incurred in this divine realm. Congratulations to the Zerg for their victory, earning 1 resource star. The system notification resonated in his mind, repeating 3 times. Fang Yan was taken aback by the substantial rewards of this battle. A resource star. Measured in planetary units, even the smallest would be significant. No wonder both sides had fought so fiercely. Victory, regardless of the losses incurred, would yield such resources, allowing for a swift recovery and even greater development. However, he wondered about the size of this resource star. If converted using primordial power, it might require hundreds of thousands to acquire it. How infuriating! Fang Yan felt a tinge of envy in his eyes. This resource star, if granted to his technological civilization, would afford humanity a second homeland. It was undeniably his, Nicholas Zhao C's. The Zerg were indeed despicable for seizing his opportunity. Such acts were utterly unforgivable. Ding! The arena of all races announces a task. Challenge the ancient beasts. Each race may enlist, but only 1 minion can be dispatched to eradicate the ancient beast from the depths of the Earth's core. To challenge it, conquer it, and ultimately annihilate it. The first to slay an ancient beast will receive a reward of 100,000 points of primordial power. Death is absolute. The registration fee is merely 100 points of primordial power, with a remaining time of 959. As the countdown commenced, the scene before him shifted rapidly. A towering ancient beast, hundreds of meters tall, materialized before the spectators. With each step it took, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Those discerning enough would notice that the beast was not only colossal, but also remarkably heavy. Its entire body was encased in a thick layer of biological armor, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. In short, it was exceedingly powerful. Indeed, the arena of all races exhibited extraordinary challenges. Just observing this ancient beast with the naked eye revealed its complexity. Forget about slaying it. Entering the arena might pose a challenge for mere survival. Yet, those who had managed to achieve 20 consecutive victories and reach this place were undoubtedly the cream of the crop from their respective races, brimming with pride and confidence. Moreover, the registration fee was modest, allowing for a gamble that might yield remarkable returns. The understanding of human nature in this context was remarkably astute. Should one accidentally triumph, they could become instantaneously wealthy, securing a reward of 100,000 points. Even Fang Yan felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. This was indeed a substantial amount of primordial power. For individuals of this era, it was invaluable and worth the risk. Many understood the stakes as well. If one desired the rewards of the arena of all races, the arena required their initial investment. Ultimately, only strength would prevail. As time passed, the number of registrants swiftly swelled to 10,000. At a registration fee of 100 points of primordial power, it amassed a staggering sum of 1 million. And this was merely within the first minute. By the end of the time frame, the total would likely approach 100,000 participants. Indeed, it was the monopolists who reaped the greatest profits. The interconnected arenas of various races, leveraging even the slightest advantage, generated substantial income from primordial power. a feat unattainable by other races. Fang Yan quietly mused, hastily clicking to register, fearful of missing the opportunity. A gamble could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. A chance could transform a motorcycle into a luxury SUV. Winning would mean reveling in glory, while losing would lead to toil. As the countdown entered its final moments, Fang Yan discreetly summoned the power within his divine realm. After all, this task permitted only one minion to enter. The requirements were quite stringent, including weight limitations, capping at 1 ton. For other races, this might be sufficient, perhaps leaving ample room to spare, but for Fang Yan, it was far from adequate. Otherwise, it would be reasonable to send his minion aboard a warship, engaging in a decisive battle with a plasma laser cannon upon arrival. What a pity! With such weight restrictions, the human race would need to be exceptionally resourceful. Powerful offensive weapons must be employed. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible to vanquish the ancient behemoths. Furthermore, the stipulations for receiving rewards dictate that one must be the first to slay the creature. As for subsequent challengers, they shall receive no recompense whatsoever. While Fang Yan pondered these matters in silence, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Registration has closed, with a total of 99,700 participants. You are about to enter the battlefield. Please prepare yourselves. Indeed, as Fang Yan had surmised, nearly 100,000 individuals had signed up in such a brief interval, amounting to a staggering source of primal energy worth tens of millions. In comparison to the rewards, this was but a trifling sum. Nevertheless, everyone was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase their prowess and seize victory. The forthcoming moments would reveal each contender's explosive potential. While exterminating the ancient behemoth may prove arduous, among this multitude of prodigies, surely some would succeed. Otherwise, the tower of multi-species competition would tarnish its own reputation. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. A modicum of investment is essential. Instilling fear in the various races would result in a scarcity of fools willing to participate. Fang Yan lifted his gaze towards the ancient behemoth hovering in the sky, fully prepared, awaiting the moment the challenge commenced. Chapter 66, The Ancient Behemoth. Attention, challengers. You will each enter distinct realms for your trials. The first contestant to slay an ancient behemoth will receive all rewards. Prepare yourselves. We are commencing the final countdown. 10, 9, 8, 0. As the countdown concluded, the various races, poised for action, saw their designated contenders instantly transported into isolated spaces. Fang Yan's technological civilization likewise found itself in a separate domain. Fully equipped, with items strapped to every part of his body, he arrived at the challenge site in an instant. A slight elevation of his gaze revealed the ancient behemoth clearly, situated over 10 kilometers away. Its colossal stature was impossible to overlook. As long as one's eyesight was intact, one's gaze would inevitably be drawn towards the Titan. Its dark brown biological armor appeared exceedingly robust, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. The ancient behemoth seemed to sense the nearby intruders, casting a fleeting glance in their direction before dismissing them entirely. In its eyes, the human race was akin to mere ants, so minuscule that they could hardly warrant attention. Ignored was preferable. The human contender, laden with equipment, skated along the ground, striving to avoid detection. Engaging in close combat was out of the question. It would be impossible in this lifetime unless the biological engine was fully mastered. Otherwise, the frail human physique would stand no chance against other races. Even with the addition of mechs, if the intensity were too great, it would still be overwhelming. Ranged attacks were the eternal solution. Maintaining distance from adversaries was the hallmark of superiority. Many divine realms did not eschew range combat out of desire, but rather due to a lack of capability. The ancient behemoth paid no heed to the retreating ants, merely lowering its head for a moment before continuing its forward march. Its mission was solely to annihilate those who dared attack it. Since the humans had provoked it not, they were free to escape. Meanwhile, other challengers entering their isolated spaces launched their assaults without delay. Initially brimming with confidence, they soon discovered the ancient behemoth's defenses to be extraordinarily formidable. Even the most potent attacks from challengers barely caused a tickle, failing to breach its skin. Some challengers fared worse, being instantaneously obliterated, reduced to nothing more than a puddle of flesh. Yet, a handful of challengers managed to retaliate against the ancient behemoth, though they were a minority. The majority found themselves under relentless pressure, struggling to endure. Regrettably, surrender was not an option. Otherwise, many would have chosen to capitulate and conserve their strength. The task would only cease when a challenger succeeded, allowing the denizens of the divine realm to withdraw. In stark contrast, Fang Yan remained steadfast, not yet engaging in combat. His people had retreated a full 50 kilometers before halting. They unloaded all their gear, peeling back a thin layer of packaging to unveil the true nature of their arsenal. Before him lay a handheld antimatter cannon, boasting an impressive caliber of at least 2 inches or 20 centimeters. In comparison to the antimatter assault rifle, the two were not even in the same league. The antimatter cannon wielded greater power and catastrophic destructive capability. Additionally, there was a laser cannon at their disposal. Should these fail, they would resort to their ultimate weapon, the antimatter bomb. The participants in this contest had long been prepared for sacrifice. The reward of 100,000 primal units was ample motivation to strive. With preparations complete, the human contenders soared into the air, aiming at the distant ancient behemoth. A hum resonated as a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the cannon's muzzle, hurtling towards its target with astonishing speed, likely taking less than a second to reach it. The ancient behemoth, sensing the ominous energy approaching, braced itself for impact. Before it could react, the attack had already descended upon it. Boom! Upon striking the ancient behemoth, a massive energy black hole formed instantaneously. Centered around the behemoth, a 10-kilometer radius was engulfed, consuming everything in its vicinity. Particularly at the core, the force was most potent. Initially taken off guard by such a terrifying assault, the ancient behemoth sustained considerable injury. However, it did not succumb to the energy black hole's pull. Remarkably, it held its ground. The faint luminescence emanating from its body continuously dissipated the cutting energy from the outside. Faced with this scenario, Fang Yan was not surprised. If the behemoth were indeed so easily vanquished, it would not attract the attention of so many prodigies. Thus far, no challenger had succeeded, underscoring the formidable challenge at hand. While the black hole's energy persisted, inflicting damage upon the ancient behemoth seemed a distant possibility, especially given the creature's robust biological defensive energy. The fact that it could withstand a shot from an antimatter cannon indicated its formidable resilience. Yet, would the human denizens allow it the luxury of continuing to endure? Clearly, that was not to be the case. Following the first shot, a second and third barrage followed in quick succession. Energy black holes erupted around the ancient behemoth, rendering it immobile. However, annihilating it would still not be achievable in the immediate future. Recognizing that the antimatter cannon had yielded limited results, the human denizens swiftly switched their weaponry. The plasma laser cannon behind them aimed at the ancient behemoth's form, initiating a charge. The longer the charging period, the more potent the ensuing attack. After a sustained 10-second charge, they unleashed a strike against the beast. A brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky, swiftly reaching the ancient behemoth. Thunderous impact ensued, forcing the ancient behemoth to stagger back several steps before regaining its footing. However, the biological armor adorning its form failed to provide adequate protection. The area struck was left with a gaping hole, the energy beam penetrating deep into its flesh. Although the defenses had been breached, the wound appeared relatively minor, with not a drop of blood spilling forth. In an instant, a faint glimmer of light flickered within the ancient behemoth's massive form. The gaping wound, within mere seconds, began to heal itself. Only the shattered armor at the breach bore witness to the recent events. A roar erupted from the ancient creature, a manifestation of its pent-up fury. It was utterly inconceivable that, just as the energy black hole dissipated, it was met with another beam of attack that inflicted injury upon it. The audacity of the newly arrived ants to pose a threat was truly infuriating. With eyes ablaze with rage, it charged forth towards the location of the human race, intent on crushing the insignificant ants beneath its feet. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away. Just as the ancient behemoth prepared to act, the assault of the antimatter cannon descended upon it. This onslaught was relentless, delivering 10 consecutive strikes of unparalleled might. The ancient creature found itself rooted in place, straining to withstand the overwhelming energy black holes encircling it. The ancient behemoth, long subjected to a barrage of attacks, erupted in a fury. Its biological armor hardened, becoming increasingly resilient. Once a dull brown, it now turned pitch black, radiating a brilliant luminescence as if something within were on the verge of bursting forth. At that moment, the surrounding energy black holes were disregarded entirely. The chapter continued with the arrival of antimatter projectiles. The energy black holes generated by antimatter devoured everything in their vicinity, their chaotic might akin to a terrifying abyss that instilled dread. Strangely, the threat posed to the ancient behemoth appeared to diminish. As the biological armor darkened and gleamed with an intense shine, it resembled a pearl in the night, impossible to overlook. This ultimate shade of black also conferred extraordinary defensive capabilities. Finally, the suppressed ancient behemoth made its move. A ferocious roar echoed throughout the cosmos. The notion of being continuously harried by mere ants was laughable. The sensation of being immobilized was immensely uncomfortable. It was time to teach the adversaries a lesson. Thus, it resolved to annihilate them. The ancient behemoth surged forward, disregarding the incoming energy attacks. Its biological armor not only deflected the assaults, but seemed to absorb them, albeit imperceptibly. At this juncture, its primary focus remained on racing towards the direction of the humans, seeking vengeance and intending to tear them into shreds. With each stride, it covered over 200 meters, traversing a kilometer in just 5 steps. The distance between them was approximately 50 kilometers. At this pace and frequency, it would likely reach them in mere seconds. Witnessing the rampaging ancient behemoth, the humans exhibited no fear whatsoever, methodically launching their own counterattacks. Given the diminishing efficacy of the antimatter cannon, they opted instead for antimatter projectiles. If 1 gram was insufficient, they escalated to 100 grams. Should that prove inadequate, they would resort to kilograms. For the initial strike, to ensure certainty, they unleashed a bomb crafted from 100 grams of antimatter. Unlike nuclear bombs, antimatter projectiles wielded a far more catastrophic explosive potential. This yield rendered the distance between the humans and the ancient behemoth perilously unsafe. The entire independent space itself teetered on the brink of danger. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. The battle was not fought alone, but rather alongside the collective intellect of a technological civilization. Having entered the fray, they had already devised a comprehensive strategy. Every conceivable issue had been meticulously documented within the personal intelligence system. As long as they adhered to the prescribed prompts, they could navigate the situation. The ultimate outcome, however, was not devoid of an element of chance. Yet, meticulous preparation was paramount, necessitating an abundance of readiness. Thus, beneath their feet lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Tailored for this precise moment, aiming and shooting, their movements were seamless, executing all actions with fluid precision before leaping into the depths of the cavern. As for whether they had struck true, there was no need for concern. Such a colossal ancient behemoth could be hit even with eyes closed. A thunderous explosion resonated from the earth, unleashing cataclysmic energy that engulfed a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The shockwave's extent was incalculable, annihilating everything visible and invisible alike. The humans concealed deep underground felt the ground tremble, their very beings shaken as if the world were spinning around them. It took a full 10 seconds for calm to return. With time of the essence, the armored humans did not deactivate the electromagnetic shield. Instead, they heightened it to its maximum. Simultaneously, the propulsion system ignited, propelling the entire mech upward with the force of a rocket. The cave, collapsed from the seismic upheaval, posed no barrier to their ascent. Navigating through perilous challenges, they swiftly emerged once more onto the surface. Before them lay an immense crater, a gaping maw of destruction. Were it not for their elevated vantage point, they would scarcely have recognized their presence within such a monstrous pit. The center of the crater extended at least 200 meters deep, with its width stretching several hundred kilometers. Under such a terrifying assault, the ancient behemoth had not succumbed to death on the spot, still exhibiting signs of life. Yet, its condition was dire, as it lay motionless upon the ground. Its former visage was unrecognizable, with only memories to recall its once mighty form, particularly the formidable biological armor that now lay in ruins. Shattered fragments littered the ground, blood and flesh seeping forth, dripping onto the earth with a hissing sound. The areas tainted by its blood emitted faint wisps of vapor, not from corrosive properties, but from the extreme temperature it possessed. It was no wonder that this ancient beast, said to have emerged from the depths of the earth, boasted such high-temperature blood. Like molten lava, it compelled all to retreat. Though it appeared on the brink of death, the rhythm of life within the ancient behemoth began to strengthen. Remarkably, its vitality, previously waning, was gradually on the rise. The earlier antimatter projectile had indeed inflicted significant damage, yet appeared to be absorbing the antimatter energy stored within its own body. How could this be possible? Such a creature, capable of absorbing antimatter, was beyond comprehension. The data relayed by the scanning instruments and the mech's personal intelligence system grew increasingly astonishing. Ultimately, a harrowing conclusion emerged. This colossal beast possessed a physique adept at absorbing the majority of energy. This was a testament to the disparities in physical attributes among beings. The ancient behemoth's recovery rate continued to accelerate, and with the passage of time, it would soon regain the capacity for movement. There was no time to waste. As the adage goes, strike while the iron is hot, in the balance between life and death. Since the creature had fully lost its ability to act, how could they afford to grant it the time to recuperate? The electromagnetic laser cannon charged rapidly, reaching its maximum capacity in an instant, aimed at the cranium of the ancient behemoth, intending to deliver a fatal blow. This time, it accumulated energy for a full 30 seconds, achieving the cannon's utmost load. With a resounding hum, a beam of light resembling a bolt of lightning streaked through the air, striking its target in the blink of an eye. Upon contact, a violent collision echoed through the air. Without the protection of biological armor, this formidable attack effortlessly penetrated the flesh of the ancient beast, ultimately colliding with its solid skull. This onslaught persisted for several seconds, until the energy of the electromagnetic laser cannon was entirely expended, bringing the invasion to a halt. The ancient beast, lying on the ground in a state of near death, was suddenly jolted awake, howling in pain from the assault, its life force significantly diminished. It must be said, the skull of the ancient beast was indeed remarkably tough. The cannon's supercharged maximum power failed to breach its defenses. What on earth is this creature that it is so difficult to vanquish? Nevertheless, the barrage of attacks never ceased. One shot followed another, relentlessly targeting a single point, an unyielding onslaught. Even the antimatter cannon joined the fray, striving to suppress the ancient beast's regenerative capabilities. Under the dual assault, its recovery finally came to a halt, and its vitality began to decline slowly, offering a glimmer of hope. The attacks intensified further, aiming for a decisive extermination. Chapter 68, The Void Entrance Scroll. Faced with the unrelenting onslaught, the ancient behemoth sustained further injuries. Yet, it remained resilient, akin to a mere scratching, incapable of delivering a lethal strike in return. Instead, the ancient beast reopened its eyes, glaring with fury at the distant Mecca. Just as the human race sought to exploit this moment of vulnerability, the ancient beast abruptly lifted its head. A brilliant beam of light erupted from its maw, akin to a plasma laser, hurtling directly toward the humans. With the assault approaching at nearly sublight speed, there was scarcely a chance for reaction. However, the moment the beast raised its head, the humans sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, prompting a swift, evasive maneuver. This small action ultimately saved a life. In an instant, the plasma laser grazed the human's form, narrowly avoiding this lethal attack. Despite this, the armored humans suffered greatly. The residual force was not to be underestimated, shattering the armor and inflicting grievous wounds, blood gushing forth profusely. Had it not been for the timely activation of the protective shield, which absorbed the majority of the assault, the remnants of that side surge could have rendered the human incapacitated, or worse, lifeless. Fortunately, all ended without catastrophe. The nano-armor enveloped the body once more, while the internal medical system tended to the human's injuries. As for the ancient behemoth, in its desperate strike, it depleted the scant energy that remained within its body. Subsequently, it lowered its proud head, teetering on the brink of death. Observations through instruments revealed that its life force was waning at an alarming rate, on the verge of extinguishment. Upon reaching a critical point, the decline ceased. Within its chest, something appeared to cling to the last vestige of life, resembling a biological engine. Albeit inferior in sophistication and efficiency, had it been the biological engine of the angelic race, it would have perfectly harnessed all internal energy, propelling its speed to an extraordinarily absurd level, which would have resulted in the human race's inevitable failure. Not only the humans, but all other races combined would have been insufficient to contend with it. Thus, it was clear that the ancient beast possessed a unique method of energy utilization, albeit tragically inefficient, failing to keep pace with the currents of time, destined to fade into oblivion. The humans unleashed their full might, a torrential barrage raining down upon the ancient behemoth. Even if it was but a mere scratching, they aimed to strip away its very skin. Now, not just flesh, but everything would be obliterated, leaving only stark, white bones. Even so, the ancient beast remained defiantly alive. Ah, how intriguing. Given its tenacity, I am compelled to discover just how long you can endure. The human, wielding both the antimatter cannon and the electromagnetic laser cannon, unleashed a frenzied output upon the ancient beast. As time wore on, faint fissures began to appear in its bones. Though minuscule, it marked a promising beginning. With sustained fire, it was only a matter of time before all its bones would be shattered to dust. Ding! Congratulations to the human race for being the first to slay the ancient behemoth, earning 100,000 source points. Would you like to announce this to all? After 10 arduous minutes of relentless overexertion, during which even the weapons nearly reached their breaking point, the ancient beast was finally vanquished, a feat not easily accomplished. The option for universal announcement was indeed available. It seemed that the prior resource star acquisition by the insectoid race had triggered a similar announcement. Echoing in the minds of all, reflecting on that moment filled Fang Yan with longing. It was indeed a resource star. Given that only the race was announced and not individual names, there must be some setting in place. With a flicker of curiosity, he inquired, "Is it possible to conceal names during the announcement?" "Indeed." "Then let the announcement proceed." Since anonymity could be maintained, there was no need for subterfuge. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would boldly proclaim his name, allowing all races to recognize him as one with the potential of an emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the human race for being the first to slay the ancient behemoth, receiving 100,000 source points. Ding! Congratulations to the human race for being the first to slay the ancient behemoth, receiving 100,000 source points. Ding! Congratulations to the human race for being the first to slay the ancient behemoth, receiving 100,000 source points. All who entered the Tower of Competitions heard this proclamation simultaneously in their minds. The announcement was repeated thrice, ensuring that all races were aware that the first to slay the ancient behemoth hailed from a human race. How could this be? My insectoid race could barely contend with the ancient behemoth. How could the humans achieve such a feat? Oomph. Those insignificant humans, daring to seize our demonic race's opportunity, are truly contemptible. The fact that the humans managed to secure the first kill suggests their formidable strength. Even my race has struggled to merely scratch its surface. What? The humans have claimed the first kill? They deserve to thrive. Various races held differing opinions on the humans' accomplishment. Yet, being the first to eradicate the ancient behemoth among countless races commanded a level of respect, at least indicating that they were stronger than all participating races. Some races fell within mere seconds, unable to endure even a moment. Those races capable of confronting the ancient behemoth could empathize, fully aware of its might. With Fang Yan achieving the first kill and completing the task, many races breathed a sigh of relief. The citizens who had been straining under pressure could finally emerge. These individuals were the strongest of their kind, amassed through countless resources. Their potential loss would have been deeply mournful, directly impacting the top-tier combat strength within their divine domains. Fortunately, they had persevered until the end. This battle served as a resounding slap in the face to all the prodigies. Once brimming with confidence, they were swiftly made aware of the vast disparities in physical capabilities that exist between individuals. Some were instantaneously eliminated, others struggled to hold on, some gained a slight advantage, while others ruthlessly annihilated their foes. Although certain races are ill-suited for solitary combat, the gaps between them were still glaringly evident. Unbeknownst to Fang Yan, the thoughts swirling in the minds of the other races were irrelevant to him. Gazing at the newly acquired 100,000 points of origin, his heart brimmed with joy. How exhilarating! It was simply too delightful. In this moment, words failed to adequately convey the emotions surging within him. A staggering 100,000 points of origin power. He had never fought in such a prosperous battle in his life. As this mission concluded, he pondered whether the Tower of Multiracial Competition would offer any other projects or tasks. Ding! The grand melee of races is about to commence. The cycle of life and death continues. We live while they perish. In this life and death duel among myriad races, the last 10 surviving races will be granted a ticket to the void. The countdown to registration stands at 99 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Death is indeed death. Upon reading this information, Fang Yan fell into a momentary silence. A ticket to the void? What could that possibly be? His theoretical knowledge was not yet solid enough to grasp this concept. Before he could ponder further, he was astounded to see an extraordinarily terrifying number of registrations. Chapter 69. Researching Information. The number of registrants had soared to over 1 million. How little time had passed? Perhaps not even 10 seconds. In such a fleeting moment, this many individuals had signed up, and the number continued to rise without any sign of halting. It appeared that the ticket to the void possessed an immense allure. Or perhaps it held unexpected treasures. Would it enhance individual strength? Or bolster the combat capabilities of their race? In any case, it undoubtedly offered substantial benefits, so significant that it rendered all unable to resist. Otherwise, these prodigies would not be so easily swayed. After all, they were neither foolish nor naive. Without overwhelming temptation, how could so many be mobilized to participate in such a short span of time? In merely a brief interval, over 1 million people had registered. With 100 days remaining until registration closes, it was neither too long nor too short. Fang Yan did not rush to make a decision. He intended to gather more information before determining his course of action. After all, there was ample time, and there was no need to act hastily. Following the announcement of this task by the Tower of Multiracial Competition, they fell silent, releasing no further tasks. Perhaps they were finished and would resume tomorrow. Upon consulting the system, it indeed confirmed this. However, the Tower of Multiracial Competition does not issue tasks daily. There must be a month-long interval before such an event can occur. Typically, on such occasions, they would announce anywhere from 1 to 9 tasks. Ultimately, the exact number remains known only to those who participate that day, devoid of any discernible pattern. According to the system's prompt, this time 5 tasks were released, along with one long-term task lasting 100 days. In total, that could be considered 6. In this context, Fang Yan's achievement of 20 consecutive victories meant that by the time he entered, the first 3 tasks had already concluded and the 4th was nearing its end. The insect race triumphed, securing a resource star. Everything from this point on became crystal clear to Fang Yan, as he had now become one of the participants. Particularly, the 5th task, which saw a rapid transformation, akin to a bicycle morphing into a motorcycle. Since the Tower of Multiracial Competition had no tasks, it did not imply there were no activities to engage in. What was its name but that of a competition? The various races could continue to contest, with the defeated departing in shame and the victors reaping rewards. For Fang Yan, given the absence of lucrative tasks, further contests held little necessity. What was his purpose? To accumulate enough origin power to satisfy the developmental needs of the divine realm. Having already achieved that through a single task, earning a full 100,000 points of origin, there was no need to linger and challenge other races. Was it not a waste of time? He would rather return to refine his core and enhance his divine power. Thus, he promptly exited the Tower of Multiracial Competition. Outside, numerous individuals remained, mostly upperclassmen in their 2nd and 3rd years. They engaged in discussions about various strategies, sharing experiences in hopes of securing victory. As Fang Yan emerged, he did not attract much attention. Most merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning to their conversations. After all, in such a vast institution as Wuda, it was unlikely that every student knew one another. Had they known Fang Yan was a freshman, it would undoubtedly have drawn countless gazes. At this moment, aside from his handsome appearance, Fang Yan bore no distinction from other students, lacking anything particularly noteworthy. After casting a cursory glance around, he departed the Tower of Multiracial Competition. Now, he was most eager to comprehend what the ticket to the void truly was and what kind of allure it possessed. Noticing the time, he surmised that the freshman competition had likely not yet concluded, and he did not wish to disturb his beautiful mentor. Instead, he resolved to visit the library to see if he could uncover relevant information. Following the directional signs, he quickly arrived at his destination. One must admit, Wuda places significant emphasis not only on strength, but also on the dissemination of knowledge, exemplified by the 6-story library sprawling over hundreds of acres before him. It could easily be considered one of the largest buildings within the entire institution, aside from the competition square. As it was his first visit, he was unsure how to proceed, but it was not overly complicated. He specifically inquired with a lovely senior about the location of books pertaining to the Tower of Multiracial Competition. After swiping his student ID, he was permitted entry without any deposit fees. Following the senior's directions, he soon reached the 2nd floor and made his way toward a corner in the northeast. Since these books were not particularly mainstream, they were not displayed in the most conspicuous locations. After searching for quite some time, he ultimately sought the assistance of a librarian, who guided him to the precise location. Before him lay a small half-shelf filled with books, truly a magnificent sight. He had not anticipated the Tower of Multiracial Competition would possess such extensive literature. Titles such as Possible Origins of the Tower of Multiracial Competition, The True Death and Analysis of the Tower of Multiracial Competition, and the Essential Differences between the Tower of Multiracial Competition and the Tower of Multiracial Combat were among them. One must commend the thoroughness of these texts. There were many concepts that Fang Yan had previously been unaware of, revealing profound meanings he had not considered. It was undeniable that the authors possessed great wisdom. Ultimately, he found the knowledge he sought within one particular book. It meticulously recorded the number of tasks released by the Tower of Multiracial Competition over the past 20 years, along with their specific details. The entire volume contained detailed annotations of participant numbers and the eventual victors. As he continued to peruse, Fang Yan finally discovered the information he desired. It provided comprehensive details regarding the ticket to the void, noting that this task was held almost annually, with a registration period lasting 100 days. By the end of the registration period, a minimum of 20 to 30 million participants was expected. These are the prodigies who have achieved an astounding victory streak of 20 consecutive wins, each a paragon among their respective races. While this number may seem considerable, it is but a drop in the ocean when compared to the myriad of races that populate the cosmos. The mission will unfold within an expanse of immense proportions, with only a select few scattered among the stars, while the vast majority reside upon a terrestrial plane resembling a celestial sphere. Through a rigorous process of elimination via combat, the final 10 who endure will be awarded a coveted ticket to the void. This scroll resembles a sheet of paper, devoid of any flexibility, yet capable of exquisite folding. This folding transcends the ordinary, akin to a manipulation of time and space, exhibiting an ineffable quality. Despite its fragile appearance, tearing it apart proves futile. Even the most formidable assaults leave it unscathed. Many have fought fiercely for its possession, yet none have succeeded in inflicting even the slightest damage. Attempts to usurp it have invariably ended in failure. The sole individual capable of tearing it asunder is the one who possesses it. What appears indestructible to others crumbles effortlessly in the hands of its owner. What manner of realm does the void ticket grant access to? Accounts of those who have ventured within are meticulously documented, yet the conclusions drawn are strikingly divergent. Universally, they report receiving extraordinary benefits. Chapter 70. Instant Rejection. In essence, each individual's circumstances upon entry are unique, with their fortunes varying immensely, rendering any comparisons virtually meaningless. Nonetheless, all share a common sensation of entering a void, an ethereal realm that defies reality. And he seem to lack genuine existence. Upon entry, even the self becomes elusive, as the surroundings are devoid of the concepts of time and space. It is as if an imperceptible line emerges within the cosmic weave, a line that can only be sensed in the void, both gossamer and undeniably real. Upon reflecting on this, Fang Yan furrowed his brow. This notion resembles that of a low-dimensional being entering a higher dimension, yet the essence remains bound to a lower existence, even when traversing to a loftier plane. The concept of higher dimensions remains unfathomable. One can only ambiguously grasp the fringes, but the shackles of their own limitations cannot be cast off, for they remain a low-dimensional entity. However, this allows for a keen awareness of one's own deficiencies. It is akin to a three-dimensional being observing a two-dimensional painting, able to fully appreciate the beauty and flaws of the artwork, thus making informed choices. Conversely, a two-dimensional painting can never perceive its entirety, limited to mere encounters between surfaces, allowing only for superficial alterations. Fang Yan fell into contemplative silence. This was merely his speculation. The actual situation eluded even those who had ventured inside, leaving him without a voice in the matter. In any case, the void ticket holds immense significance, especially for prodigies whose potential is already considerable. A deeper understanding of oneself could decisively influence the distance one can traverse. This is but one of many opportunities. Countless others exist, each promising a qualitative leap upon entry. Registration is imperative. Even if one does not secure a place among the top 10, the experience itself serves as invaluable practical training. The battlefield of myriad races is a grand spectacle to envision. Alas, one can participate in such a mission only once in a lifetime. Most races are unlikely to engage in the early stages of awakening their divine realms, given their comparative lack of strength to those with longer developmental timelines. Naturally, they would also be incapable of achieving a 20-win streak, rendering them ineligible for entry into the Tower of Competitions. Given this, there is no rush to register. Fang Yan tempered his burgeoning impatience, recognizing that the foremost priority remains the development of his divine realm. Should circumstances permit, he may choose to forego participation. Other talented individuals from various races have compelling reasons to engage, as this may be their final opportunity. Once the awakening of the divine realm exceeds 1,000 days, entry into the Tower of Competitions will be forever barred. Fang Yan possesses time. There is no need for haste. Setting aside his book, he glanced out the window to find that dusk had fallen, unexpectedly captivated by his reading. With a heavy sigh, he rose, returning the book to its original place before departing the library. Upon arriving at the school cafeteria, he ordered a variety of dishes and indulged in a hearty meal. Though endowed with divine power renders sustenance unnecessary, the pleasure derived from the act of eating remains an irresistible habit. After finishing his meal and preparing to return, he felt a vibration from the spirit communicator in his pocket. Upon checking the message, he was surprised to find it was from his attractive homeroom teacher. "Are you there?" Fang Yan pondered briefly, uncertain of the reason for her inquiry, and ultimately replied with a question mark. "The school leadership has asked for your input." They intend to use you as bait to lure out spies from various races. Given your current reputation as a prodigy, you are likely to attract their attention. What are your thoughts? My apologies, teacher, but I am currently focused on cultivating my divine realm and lack the time. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yan dismissed the proposition upon reading the message. A gentleman does not place himself in perilous situations. How could he possibly engage in such a dangerous endeavor? Moreover, he would be in a position of vulnerability, while the enemy lurked in the shadows, potentially harboring lethal capabilities. That would be tantamount to courting death. It is akin to using bait for fishing, which often results in the bait being consumed. With his current strength, merely a minor demigod, he would be ill-equipped to withstand attacks from all directions. Yang Chuxue did not anticipate Fang Yan's swift and unequivocal rejection, devoid of any ambivalence. She had intended to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she sent another message. All right, I will coordinate with the school leadership shortly. Also, remember that you are a student. Your primary focus should be on developing your divine realm and enhancing your strength. Try to avoid agreeing to this request. Understood. With that, he exited the chat application. He had no desire to place himself on the precipice of danger, a reckless gamble that was far from his character. Given time, he would inevitably grow into a formidable force. Should he perish, it would signify the end of his existence, severing all ties to the world. Shaking his head to dispel intrusive thoughts, he made his way toward the dormitory. However, before he could venture far, the spirit communicator vibrated once more, this time revealing a message from their class monitor, Tianli. He paused for a moment before answering the call. Is this Fang Yan? A robust voice resonated from the other end, imbued with an undeniable authority, a tone acquired only by those who have long held positions of power. Who are you? While Fang Yan had a general idea of the caller's identity, he still inquired. I'm Tianli's uncle. I have arranged for someone to pick you up. There are important matters to discuss. Upon hearing those words, Fang Yan's brow furrowed even deeper. Such a commanding tone. Who did they think they were? Did they consider themselves a deity, presuming to issue orders to him? How preposterous! Were they a mere jester summoned by a monkey? He had no interest in such trivialities. With that, he abruptly terminated the call. Had it not been for the face he had to maintain for Tianli, he would have hung up at the very first utterance. What was the point of such condescension? Fang Yan was not their subordinate. Why should he entertain this? No matter their strength or prowess, what could they truly accomplish? Could they possibly come to Kyoto University and abduct him? That would indeed be a slap in the face of the highest institution of learning. Some fundamental rules must be upheld. As Fang Yan ended the call, Tianli's uncle's expression darkened ominously. How could a mere student from Wu University dare to terminate his call? Even worse, he seemed to hold him in utter disdain. Very well then. Noticing the displeasure on Tian Jinhu's face, Tianli hastily interjected. Uncle, Fang Yan is my classmate and has saved me once. I hope you won't make things difficult for him. As if I would trouble a junior, Tian Jinhu replied, casting a dissatisfied glance at Tian Li before falling into silence. Chapter 71. An ambush on my elder after much contemplation. Tian Jinhu concluded that Fang Yan was the most suitable candidate to serve as bait. In terms of both strength and reputation, he undoubtedly ranked among the elite within the new students of Kyoto University. The traitors from other factions were well aware of the talents within Huaxia, and they aimed to eliminate such prodigies. If they couldn't even uncover this basic information, they were nothing more than insignificant pawns, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Such traitors were of little use. One would naturally seek to ensnare those of higher status or who conceal themselves more deeply. After much hesitation, he picked up his device once more and dialed. Unfortunately, all he received was a busy signal. What was this? Had he been blocked? Tian Li, standing nearby, was equally astonished, silently marveling at Fang Yan's audacity. Faced with his uncle, who had emerged from a sea of corpses, he dared not even breathe loudly. Speaking with newfound decorum, fearing to act recklessly. The latent aura of menace emanating from his uncle sent chills down his spine, rendering him utterly petrified. Coupled with the undeniable authority derived from years of high-ranking military service, few could withstand such a commanding presence. He never anticipated that Fang Yan would be so formidable, refusing even to engage in further conversation and blocking him outright. Tianli couldn't help but silently applaud. Suddenly, Tian Jinhu's device shattered in his palm, crumbling to pieces. He had not expected to be schooled by a younger generation after being away from Blue Star for so long, realizing just how naive he had been. A cold smirk escaped his lips, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, though whether it was in derision or admiration remained unclear. Little Li, since you have nothing to do at the moment, your uncle will escort you back to Kyoto University. Without waiting for Tian Li's response, Tian Jinhu placed a hand on his shoulder. With a surge of divine energy, the two vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves hovering above Kyoto University. Tian Jinhu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an otherworldly grace. One could not deny the ethereal quality of the moment. Yet, the image was completely spoiled by the sight of Tian Li, akin to a chick being unceremoniously carried. No inquiry was made regarding his feelings, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A reminiscent expression crossed Tian Jinhu's face, and he murmured, "It's been a long time since I returned. I wonder if the bones of those old codgers inside have rusted?" With that, he shoved Tian Li aside. In an instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically, an aura of sheer madness emanating from him. A brilliant light coalesced in his hands, containing an unfathomable and terrifying energy. With a gentle wave, he directed it towards Kyoto University below. As the energy hurtled downwards, the entire campus seemed to unite, suddenly sensing an external threat. The previously dormant protective array rapidly coalesced, forming a translucent barrier that shimmered with a faint glow. Boom! At the moment of impact, an intense explosion erupted, reverberating for several dozen seconds. The thunderous sound echoing across a vast radius. Where the two forces collided, a brilliant light illuminated the night sky, transforming it as bright as day. Enemy attack. In an instant, the entire school sprang into action. Students rushed out of their dormitories, eager to ascertain what was transpiring. The instructors were even swifter, bolstered by divine power. They soared into the air, taking their positions above. Before their arrival, 3 elderly figures with snowy hair had already reached the scene. Many recognized them at a glance. They were none other than the reclusive principal and his 2 vice principals. To everyone's astonishment, they had reacted with such speed to the threat, arriving at the forefront before anyone else. Meanwhile, Fang Yan, who had just returned to his dormitory, was also among the first to venture outside into the open. The ring in his hand rapidly morphed, transforming into a plasma laser rifle, ready for battle at a moment's notice. However, before anyone could grasp the situation, the protective array that had just activated suddenly dissipated. At that moment, Fang Yan felt as if he were being targeted by a hidden beast, poised to strike with lethal intent. In that fleeting instant, he executed the swiftest movement of his life, enveloping himself in armor that formed a protective layer around him. Yet, even this did little to provide a sense of security. The palpable aura of menace intensified, bearing down on him like a tangible weight. What to do? In a heartbeat, countless thoughts raced through Fang Yan's mind, each one swiftly dismissed. In a desperate bid for survival, he resolved to fight back. The thrusters of his armor ignited, reaching maximum capacity almost instantly, propelling him swiftly in one direction, striving to escape the grip of his unseen foe. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Fang Yan was to others, he appeared to be moving at a snail's pace, barely distinguishable from a crawl. Boom! Just as he had not flown very far, an overwhelming force of gravity descended upon him. The speed and intensity of this gravitational force rendered him utterly defenseless. He plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive crater. Though he had initially managed to rise, the increasing weight pressing down on him rendered him immobile. Damn it! Fang Yan could hardly afford to dwell on anything else. Divine energy within him ignited fervently, causing the temperature in a radius of several dozen meters to soar by thousands of degrees in an instant. The effects rippled out to a kilometer, significantly impacting the surroundings. Moreover, this temperature was not static. It surged upward relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. 1,000 degrees Celsius, 2,000 degrees Celsius, 3,000 degrees Celsius. In mere breaths, it multiplied exponentially. The armor on his body shrank to the size of a palm, retreating to his chest. Although the overwhelming force of gravity remained unchanged, he now felt somewhat lighter, managing to roll over with considerable effort. Subsequently, with great effort, he raised a hand, pointing directly towards the heavens. Boom! In an instant, a fireball detonated mid-air, expanding rapidly in a brilliant display. In comparison to a high-yield nuclear weapon, its power was relatively insignificant, merely equivalent to that of a tactical nuclear bomb. It was unlikely to cause any fatalities. Its primary purpose was to serve as a distress signal. However, before the fireball could fully blossom, it was abruptly suppressed, ultimately condensing into a singular point before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. How could this be possible? Fang Yan's pupils constricted as he gazed at the calm night sky. The nuclear explosion that had just occurred was eradicated in an instant, leaving him questioning whether he had imagined it. What kind of formidable power could achieve such a feat? Chapter 72, Utterly Enraged. At that moment, Fang Yan felt an inexplicable lightness wash over him. The immense gravitational force that had been weighing him down suddenly dissipated, nearly causing him to lose control of his divine energy, which threatened to erupt uncontrollably. It was akin to the Yangtze River breaching its banks, surging forth without restraint. Quickly, retract your divine powers. Do you intend to vaporize the entire school? A clear voice echoed from all directions, coalescing within Fang Yan's mind. What is this? The voice seemed familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. A figure materialized beside Fang Yan, and with a wave of their hand, the ambient temperature returned to normal. It was the principal. Upon the figure's revelation, Fang Yan realized with clarity that voice belonged to their principal, whom he had heard several times on the school network. Hence the familiarity. Following closely, two more figures appeared not far from Fang Yan, undoubtedly the two vice principals of Kyoto Martial University. Although he was unaware of their exact abilities, they were certainly formidable. Fang Yan finally exhaled in relief, calling out loudly, "Principal, help! Someone just tried to kill me." Whether intentional or not, he retreated to a position behind the three principals, the most advantageous spot. No need to worry. That was merely a test from someone else. One of the vice principals said with a smile as he regarded Fang Yan. A test. Hearing this, Fang Yan's anger ignited. Are you out of your mind? A test that could have killed me. Do you know how heavy that gravitational force was? If I hadn't possessed divine power, an ordinary person would have been crushed to pulp. Moreover, to counteract the effects of that gravity, I had nearly depleted all the divine energy I painstakingly accumulated. Now I must start from scratch, wasting an enormous amount of time. At this moment, Fang Yan's gaze was unnaturally calm, a calmness that was somewhat eerie. If only he had been stronger, he would have retaliated with lethal force. Indeed, he was furious. Yet what good was anger now that the incident had occurred? Did he not still need to spend time refining his divine energy? Principal Zhang Lingua discerned Fang Yan's state of mind. He was astute and perceptive. Casting his gaze in a particular direction, he spoke in a low voice. Come out. That was quite a heavy-handed approach. You should apologize. Tian Jinhu emerged from the shadows, a smile on his face as he regarded Fang Yan, who appeared as if he had just been fished out of water. So you are Fang Yan? He stated nonchalantly. The voice was unmistakably familiar. It was the same one that had contacted him earlier using Tian's device. He had hung up on the call and promptly blocked the number. To his astonishment, the individual had indeed come to the school. Accompanied by the three principals, they had staged quite a performance. Fang Yan did not believe that this person possessed the ability to force the three principals of Kyoto Martial University into a position of powerlessness. Thus, the truth was evident. The three principals had not intervened, eager to understand Fang Yan's true strength in the real world. How outrageous! Three elderly figures allowed an outsider to bully a student of their institution. In that moment, Fang Yan's thoughts shifted. Competitions were acceptable, as were tests. But any such endeavors should be clearly communicated beforehand and require his consent. Otherwise, why should he be subjected to their whims? He was young and brash. As the saying goes, if youth is not accompanied by recklessness, then what purpose does youth serve? Should one wait until old age to act with impudence? Or perhaps wait until they were frail and incontinent to express such boldness? Absurd to the extreme, Fang Yan fixed his gaze upon the individual, offering no verbal response. Principal Zhang Lingua interjected, seeking to smooth over the situation. This is Fang Yan, our strongest freshman at Kyoto Martial University this year, who has just achieved the extraordinary feat of defeating 1,000 opponents single-handedly, and he did so with complete victory. Zhang Lingua paused momentarily, contemplating before continuing. I fear that few second-year students could match his prowess. Even among the third-year students, based on what he has demonstrated today, he would secure a commendable ranking. The assessment was remarkably objective. After all, Fang Yan had concluded the competition with pure melee tactics, which were among the least advanced forms of attack in a technological civilization. Yet, even with such limitations, he remained invincible among his peers. Should they learn that Fang Yan had achieved 20 consecutive victories in the Tower of 10,000 Races, directly entering the inner sanctum of the arena, it would be intriguing to see their reactions. Of course, Fang Yan had no intention of revealing such information. Following this incident, perceptions of Kyoto Martial University had rapidly deteriorated. Poor was poor. There was no need to wear a facade of friendliness, regardless of who the individual was or their reasons. It was utterly unacceptable to assault a student on campus. Fang Yan glanced at the four individuals before stating impassively, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest." Wait, Principal Zhang Lingua called out, glancing at Tian Jinhu. We were in the wrong. Do not take it to heart. We merely sought to assess your true capabilities, as we may require your cooperation for an upcoming matter. Without allowing Fang Yan to respond, he continued, this is Tian Jinhu, a captain in the military, just returned from the front lines for a period of recuperation. Unexpectedly, his nephew was ambushed by an external tribe. Though he was unharmed, the incident has had a profoundly negative impact on their family. Thus, we have initiated this mission to eliminate the foreign spies. Fang Yan nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the man calmly. Yes, I understand. May I return now? He held no interest in such trivial matters. You handle your mission. How you complete it is your concern, as long as it does not involve me. Tian Jinhu then spoke. What I mean is we would like to enlist you, the genius of Marshall University, as bait. With our strategic promotion, you would go to a designated location, allowing us to lure out larger enemies. Are you asking me to repeat myself? Fang Yan fixed his gaze on him, offering no quarter. His lack of interest was apparent. Did they think they could coerce him with such tactics? You. Tian Jinhu's fury turned to a mocking smile as he realized this young man was utterly impervious to persuasion. Do you understand that this is a contribution to the nation? By exposing a significant number of spies, whether on the front lines or within the human realm, it would greatly benefit the entire country. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this honor? The extensive resources invested in nurturing us are solely intended for the service of our motherland. Well, the opposing party stands firmly atop their moral high ground. I understand, yet I am even more aware of the manner in which I can contribute to humanity. Moreover, I am merely a student at present, primarily focused on my studies. I shall guard the borders, and when I reach my senior year, I will make my decision to venture forth. Chapter 73, Sodi Zinii. Fang Yan replied with remarkable clarity and unwavering resolve, leaving no room for negotiation. Not going means not going. The task of serving as bait carries significant peril. Surviving would merely earn one the title of a benevolent citizen, along with a small plaque as a reward. If worst comes to worst, perhaps some monetary compensation. But what if one were to inadvertently perish? They would simply become another faceless casualty. A dead genius is no longer a genius, but rather a mere jest, and one can only imagine how their story would be distorted in the future. Thus, Fang Yan chose to survive, to thrive. Only by living can he enhance his strength. He knew when to engage and when to exercise caution. As the two parties stood at odds, neither willing to yield, an associate principal intervened, attempting to mediate. Fang Yan, since the military has taken charge of this matter, they will undoubtedly ensure meticulous preparations, guaranteeing personal safety with no risk whatsoever. Assisting the military is a civic duty and a contribution to our nation. I have heard that the military has allocated 500 points of essence as remuneration for this task. Clearly, this individual sided with Tian Jinhu, attempting to persuade Fang Yan. They even resorted to a moral appeal, standing atop the ethical summit to persuade and attempt to coerce him. If it were any ordinary university student, they would likely agree with excitement, eager to contribute to their country, a sentiment shared by many young individuals. Alas, Fang Yan chose to disregard it entirely. Attempting to engage in moral coercion, as long as I possess no morals, they cannot bind me with them. 500 points of essence as a reward. Is that all? How profoundly they underestimate me. To utter such a statement, hoping to stir my interest or prompt me to volunteer, is nothing short of delusional. With my substantial wealth, exceeding 100,000 points of essence, it is utterly unworthy to risk my life for such a paltry sum. Fang Yan surveyed the principals once more and stated, it is getting late. I shall return to rest. Without waiting for anyone to intervene, he chose to depart, paying no heed to Tian Jinhu beside him. What could a military bigwig do? What does a Lieutenant S rank amount to? Unless he were to strike me down now, he would only await the day I send him flying. Although Fang Yan was reluctant to cultivate enmity, he harbored a remarkable memory for grievances. Everything endured today would be repaid tenfold, 100-fold in the future. Furthermore, from the outset, he sensed a lethal intent from Tian Jinhu. Had Fang Yan not possessed sufficient strength, he might have already met his demise, becoming a lifeless corpse. Any ordinary freshman would have succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of that blow. Even Fang Yan felt lingering pain. Fortunately, the support of divine power allowed him to appear as an ordinary individual, without any discernible flaws. As Fang Yan departed, Principal Zhang Lingua turned to Tian Jinhu and remarked, "You were rather heavy-handed just now. Had he not been protected by divine power, that blow could have cost him his life." Tian Jinhu smiled faintly, gazing at the already vanished figure. "Rest assured, I know my limits. I had already gathered relevant information from my nephew. although that strike was somewhat forceful. If he reacted promptly, it would only leave him bedridden for 10 to 15 days. Indeed, the opponent's reaction was far from slow. No wonder he is a rare genius emerging once in decades. His strength is indisputable, and his combat awareness is commendable. How could such a promising talent be made to serve as bait? If it were up to me, I could not bear to do so. He then inclined his body slightly towards the principals, expressing gratitude for their cooperation, which illuminated the true nature of this young man. He clearly understands what actions are appropriate and which are not, a crucial indicator of potential growth. Many geniuses are blinded by arrogance, failing to recognize their own limitations, believing they can charge into enemy lines and return unscathed. Little do they know, the grass on their graves has grown taller than themselves. Principal Zhang Liangua nodded in agreement. Had the three of them not tacitly approved, Tian Jinhu would not have dared to launch any attack. The goal was to deliver a sound lesson, reminding him that there are always greater heights and deeper depths, preventing him from becoming complacent. After all, Fang Yan's performance today was exceptionally radiant, so much so that it overshadowed all other freshmen, rendering them nearly invisible. Possessing such prowess, he must not lose sight of himself. One could say the principals had noble intentions, yet they remained unaware that he had already been marked for death. When the time comes for his demise, a mere apology would suffice. Fang Yan, a gem in need of careful polishing, indeed requires patience, but not this manner of refinement. Principal Zhang Liangua jested. This will be quite a trial for you, Jinhu. Fang Yan may hold a grudge against you, and should he surpass you in strength one day, he will surely leave you unrecognizable. Upon hearing this, Tian Jinhu merely smiled, his eyes brimming with confidence. His achievements today were not the result of others' benevolence, but rather a testament to his own strength. If he could defeat me, I would be delighted. Thus, humanity would gain another formidable warrior. Meanwhile, Fang Yan remained unaware of these machinations. He firmly believed, if others respect me a foot, I shall return a yard. If they wrong me a grain, I shall reclaim 3 bushels. Everything is reciprocal, not a servile offering. Upon returning to his dormitory, Fang Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. Assessing his injuries, though there was still a faint ache, it was nothing serious. Since he was unharmed, he could not afford to relax in the development of the divine realm. Sitting cross-legged, he officially entered the divine domain. In the year 2077 of the human era, humanity embraced the biological engine technology of the angelic race, alongside 3 affiliated civilizations that had successfully implemented this technology. Following preliminary research, the scientific community was swept up in an unprecedented wave of excitement. Who could have imagined it could be achieved in such a manner? Simultaneously, the minds of scientists were opened, leading to an explosion of innovative ideas reflected in laboratory blueprints. Through the biological engine, one after another, unimaginable experiments were conducted. Although many ended in failure, numerous successes also emerged. Throughout this process, as time progressed, humanity's understanding of the technology deepened. At this moment, it became all the more astonishing. To think that the angelic race had possessed this technology for ages past was truly unfathomable. Even with 3 complete experimental subjects, the complexity of the biological engine reached an astonishing level. Humanity had only begun to grasp a fraction of it, utterly incapable of replicating it in any living organism. As for humans, to even consider it would be tantamount to courting death. The rudimentary understanding of technology still renders it unsuitable for clinical validation. Chapter 74. The Transformation of Biological Engines. In the year 2088 of the human era, there were no significant breakthroughs in biological engine technology. The complexity of the field was such that, within a mere 11 years, groundbreaking achievements were utterly unattainable. As the saying goes, when the east is dim, the west shines bright. While biological engines failed to yield substantial results, the antimatter engine system achieved resounding experimental success, capable of harnessing antimatter energy with absolute efficiency, unleashing an unprecedented level of power that can only be described as revolutionary. Concurrently, the first Xian new cosmic fighter jet was successfully unveiled. This craft differed significantly from those developed within planetary confines, as its design and construction were wholly dedicated to the exigencies of cosmic warfare. The Xian new fighter measures 246 meters in length, 141 meters in width, and weighs 2,390 tons under standard conditions. In a state of war, however, it can bear a staggering payload of 7,170 tons, reaching astonishing levels of capability. Its arsenal includes both electromagnetic laser cannons and antimatter cannons, primarily employing energy-based attacks. Given the vast distances involved in cosmic warfare, Traditional projectile weapons are rendered ineffective, as they would take hours to reach enemy positions. In such scenarios, one might find that a battle could conclude while the attack is still en route. Only the rapidity of energy weapons can achieve the desired effect. Notably, the electromagnetic laser cannon has now attained speeds approaching sublight velocity, achieving an astounding 270,000 km per second within a mere second. Such velocity, however, may prove inadequate in future interstellar conflicts, particularly when defending territories measured in light years. In such contexts, the speed of the electromagnetic laser cannon appears less impressive, if not outright sluggish. Nevertheless, it suffices for present needs. As various parameters continue to be refined, the Yin new fighter approaches in ever greater state of perfection. The expanding domain of the divine realm now fully accommodates the rapid maneuvers of the Yin new fighter. Its maximum speed has reached 1/10 the speed of light, representing the pinnacle of what the antimatter engine can achieve. While normal flight poses no concerns, maintaining this maximum velocity for extended periods reveals numerous technological vulnerabilities, rendering prolonged operations infeasible. If speed is not reduced after 3 minutes, irreversible damage could be inflicted upon the antimatter engine, potentially leading to its complete destruction. What can one accomplish in 3 minutes? For some, it is ample time to conclude their tasks, equating to the distance light can traverse in 30 seconds. If one were to travel from Blue Star to the Moon, it would allow for approximately 12 round trips. 12 times in 3 minutes is hardly slow. Even escaping the solar system would require just over 3 days, an unhurried pace in the vastness of the cosmos. The Apollo lunar landing mission, by contrast, consumed 8 days to achieve its objective, while the Yin new fighter could make 12 round trips in the same duration. The two speeds are incommensurable, residing in entirely different realms. Of course, this 1/10 speed of light represents the maximum operational capacity, sustainable only for 3 minutes. Under normal conditions, the aircraft could maintain a velocity at light speed for a century without issue. The exact duration before obsolescence remains unknown. Only through continuous use will such data emerge. After all, practice reveals truth. While this speed may be tenfold slower, its longevity is its virtue. Moreover, humanity continues to advance its research, striving to sustain the fastest speeds or even surpass them. Only then will we possess a truly competent antimatter propulsion engine. In addition to the cosmic warships, research into miniaturizing antimatter propulsion systems is underway. If cold nuclear fusion provides power for personal mechs, the antimatter propulsion engine is intended to prepare for the future of cosmic battle armor. Unlike miniaturized mechs, cosmic battle armor boasts an immensely large structure. Without sufficient energy, it cannot function effectively. While cold nuclear fusion can supply considerable energy, it falls short when tasked with powering armors spanning tens or even hundreds of meters. The development of cosmic battle armor has long been underway, with awareness of certain inherent flaws. In combat, there are moments when an immediate and sustained energy burst is necessary. Although cold nuclear fusion can provide energy, it may suffer from intermittent disruptions, potentially leaving the cosmic battle armor in a state of dysfunction. A brief pause could result in catastrophic failure. While cold nuclear fusion operates flawlessly under normal conditions, it is insufficient during emergencies requiring extraordinary bursts of power. At such times, the antimatter propulsion engine, with its output exceeding several hundred times that of cold nuclear fusion, becomes essential. As for the precise dimensions of cosmic battle armor, there is no standardized measurement. Sizes can range from a mere 10 meters to several hundred meters, as they are war machines designed to adapt to diverse battlegrounds, necessitating varied dimensions. Naturally, a standard size will be established, but the specifics remain undecided. As dialogues with various races continue, humanity will integrate the feedback to determine the most suitable dimensions. However, it remains premature to dwell on this. The immediate priority is to advance the development of biological engines. Without an extraordinary physique, how can one effectively control such colossal cosmic battle armor? Thus, we return to the starting point. In the year 2102 of the human era, humanity embarked on its inaugural experiments with biological engines. However, this was not a true biological engine in the conventional sense, as the angelic race's biological engines were ill-suited to human biology or indeed to the vast majority of living organisms. Through 3 experimental subjects, it became evident that the human body differed fundamentally from that of the angelic race, rendering the fulfillment of specific conditions to develop a biological engine unfeasible. The primary obstacle lay in the inherent frailty of the human form, devoid of robust supporting elements akin to the extraordinary particles necessary for such endeavors. Even without additional factors, one might wonder if a human could perish from mere bladder pressure. Ultimately, humanity opted for a more pragmatic approach, drawing inspiration from the angelic biological engines to forge an alternative path, leading to the development of a nuclear fusion biological engine. This bears some resemblance to the alchemical process of refining nuclear weapons to generate divine power. However, the disparities between the two are profound. As the experimental subject, a gorilla of similar size to a human was secured, countless intricate machines sprang into action. An array of meticulous tasks proceeded swiftly according to predetermined protocols. The gorilla's body underwent a gradual transformation, affecting both cellular structure and genetic fragments. With each passing moment, the effects became increasingly astonishing, as the gorilla's overall physicality exhibited geometric growth. This transformation was not merely mechanical, altering limbs or organs into metallic structures, but rather a profound biological metamorphosis. Starting from the most superficial layers of skin, subtle alterations were meticulously implemented. Furthermore, nearly every cell within the body required specialized treatment, delving deep into the very quarks that constitute life itself. Chapter 75: The Arrival of the Raindrop. The transformation of biological engines is an exceptionally protracted endeavor, with an indefinite timeline that cannot be completed in merely a day or two. The complete metamorphosis of a living organism, from its innermost core to its outermost shell, requires an extraordinary alteration of nearly every cell and even every molecule. To draw an analogy, it resembles the legendary Godzilla from the world of television, capable of absorbing and digesting nuclear energy through its very flesh, ultimately becoming a terrifying entity impervious to the might of nuclear weapons. At that point, it could truly evolve into a colossal humanoid beast endowed with unimaginable destructive power, should it then be combined with technological weaponry and encounter other races. The result would be nothing short of a massacre. However, this technology remains in its experimental phase, and its viability requires further validation. As seasons change, year after year, the biological engine transformation persists, with advancements in technology steadily maturing. Yet, the first transformed gorilla has long since vanished, having only endured a month in a laboratory before succumbing to genetic decay and losing its life. Nevertheless, humanity gleaned invaluable experimental data from this loss, a sacrifice deemed worthy, propelling the entire race forward in a significant leap. Remarkably, a month after the gorilla's demise, the modified cells astonishingly retained considerable energy akin to living entities. Especially when these cells encountered nuclear energy, they inexplicably began to absorb it, allowing each cell to store an unfathomable amount of power. Alas, their host had perished, and without the original organism support, how long could they endure? Despite their strength, these cells could not escape the ultimate fate of extinction. After a year and a half, all the modified cells finally perished. Yet, this ignited a glimmer of hope for humanity, a promise of extraordinary achievements and infinite possibilities. Subsequently, humanity conducted countless experiments, characterized by a cycle of repeated failures and resilient attempts involving diverse organisms, from mice to gorillas. Several major laboratories within the empire engaged in frenzied experimentation for this initiative. Provided that the technology could break through, its success would undoubtedly herald an era of revolutionary advancements. No, it should be said that it would completely redefine the characteristics of human existence, transforming them into a formidable and extraordinary presence. While the ideals were grand, the reality proved starkly challenging. With each deeper exploration, new dilemmas emerged, nearly obstructing their path forward. Yet, humanity remained undeterred, for within the divine realm, experimental subjects from angelic civilizations awaited. Even if it meant meticulously replicating samples, they were committed to pursuing this path. The absence of significant breakthroughs in biological engine technology does not imply that humanity has stagnated in other scientific fields. Across the divine realm, the number of researchers has reached an astonishing 100 million. These individuals are distributed across the most elite scientific domains, akin to sparks that continuously radiate light and heat, ultimately catalyzing a qualitative transformation that propels the entire civilization forward. Conventional reconnaissance satellites have begun to lag behind the times, unable to keep pace with the previously overlooked zombie and insect races. These units, equipped with long-range attack capabilities, would swiftly target aerial objects. Even the simplest minds could deduce the purpose of such technologies, especially in a realm filled with geniuses. Thus, to enhance reconnaissance during combat and ensure formidable defensive capabilities, Fang Yan directly harnessed primal energy to manifest all data related to the droplets. This scientific advancement transcends all existing technologies within the divine realm. Naturally, It incites an unseen and intangible rule, necessitating the consumption of vast amounts of primal energy to achieve a perfect replication. Not only must Fang Yan bear the exorbitant costs, but others within the divine realm must do so as well. The creation of a high-level technique, depending on its quality, naturally entails varying primal energy expenditures. It can be asserted that none can escape the constraints of these rules. As primal energy was expended, a wealth of data materialized on the desk of the human emperor, stacking neatly in a series of documents. The so-called droplets were not mere drops of water, but rather sophisticated interstellar reconnaissance devices. Their appearance resembled droplets, with an oval head and a pointed tail, measuring 35 meters in length. The surface was exceptionally smooth, akin to a perfectly reflective mirror, allowing for a clear view of everything surrounding it. This unique design is attributed to the orderly arrangement of atoms in its shell, achieving an absolute smoothness and an indestructible hardness. Under intense, strong interaction forces, the movement of all molecules, both on the surface and internally, was completely immobilized, resulting in a surface temperature reaching absolute zero. Internally, it possessed astonishing reconnaissance and communication technologies, complemented by a unique artificial intelligence computer. At this stage, it stands as the pinnacle of reconnaissance equipment. Not only does it serve reconnaissance purposes, but also provides immediate feedback to humanity. Its impervious exterior can instantaneously transform into a lethal weapon, delivering a devastating strike to adversaries through kinetic energy. At high speeds, it can reach nearly 1/10 the speed of light. This velocity is not the limit of the droplets, but rather the current technological threshold of humanity. Should technological advancements continue, the droplets will inevitably evolve alongside them. This time, the acquisition of the complete scientific technology for the droplets cost Fang Yan a staggering 80,000 points of primal energy. The resources were scarcely warm in his hands before a substantial portion dissipated within this brief span. The reason for such expenditure lies in the comprehensive details of the droplets technology, with no aspect omitted. It encompasses not only molecular arrangement techniques, achieving remarkable hardness under strong interaction forces, but also the violation of momentum and angular momentum conservation laws, allowing for angular redirection in attacking foes, a truly extraordinary capability. This technology is not limited to droplets. It will also be applicable to future cosmic warships. Regarding the reordering of molecules, this is an extraordinary feat in material science, whether in mechs, cosmic battle armor, or spacecraft. This technology will enable the shell to attain an astonishing level of hardness, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Although the costs are high, the boost in combat efficacy is equally pronounced. With ongoing in-depth research, the first achievable breakthrough remains the reordering of molecular structures. Previously, humanity had merely scratched the surface of this technology, applying it to cold weapons with notable efficacy, dispatching foes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Presently, while not yet fully comprehended, substantial progress has been made. Particularly in its application to the Xian new fighter jets, it has elevated their overall defensive capabilities to an unprecedented level. Even without activating electromagnetic shields, they can momentarily withstand the power of ordinary electromagnetic laser cannons. Remarkably, they can endure considerable punishment even from antimatter cannons, thanks to this breakthrough in material science. Chapter 76, The Star Destroyer emerges. During the exchange for the droplet technology, Fang Yan initially contemplated directly acquiring the two-dimensional foil, a dimensional weapon capable of collapsing the three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional plane. Do not speak of life. Even planets and galaxies can be transformed into mere canvases. This technology serves not only as a means of offense, but also as a formidable defense. The dimensional defense barrier. When an enemy's assault draws near, it collapses into a two-dimensional existence, becoming nothing more than a painting. Regardless of how powerful or terrifying one was before, their might dissipates in an instant. Such a defensive measure surpasses an electromagnetic shield by leaps and bounds. However, the scientific and technological resources required for dimensional manipulation are exceedingly vast, and in the short term, hope appears dim. Observing the dwindling reserve of over 20,000 units of primordial energy, Fang Yan fell into a contemplative silence. Presently, the divine domain possesses several technologies awaiting development, and the gradual assimilation of these advancements is an ongoing endeavor. There is no immediate need to invest in new technologies. Whether in close combat or ranged attacks, a comprehensive enhancement will be attained once these technologies are fully mastered. Since the plan for the Southern Heaven Gate has commenced, it is time to prioritize the annihilation cannon. The terrifying capability of this weapon, capable of obliterating an entire planet with a single shot, is beyond dispute. Regardless of the biological entity in question, one shot would lead to the utter destruction of your world. Previously, the concept of implicating entire clans was already of vast reach. Now, not only would your lineage be eradicated, but an entire planet would accompany you to the grave. Would you not be filled with dread? The annihilation cannon, in essence, is an enhanced version of the electromagnetic laser cannon, its power magnified and its penetrative capability unparalleled. Ordinary planets become mere toys before it. A single shot can leave them shattered into countless fragments or reduce them to cosmic dust. In summary, it is formidable. It serves as the main artillery for the Phoenix Mother ship, instilling a profound sense of deterrence, with its primary function being to instill fear in adversaries. With this thought in mind, action was taken without hesitation. Fortunately, the human race had already grasped the fundamentals of electromagnetic laser cannon technology, and the advanced electromagnetic pulse laser technology had also been successfully manifested. This venture did not require excessive expenditure. Merely 15,000 units of primordial energy were needed to harness such formidable power. Fang Yan felt a sense of elation, almost dismissive of the 15,000 units, a sum that many students would not accumulate even over 4 years of university. In mere days, Fang Yan had expended nearly 100,000 units of primordial energy. Should this be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Even those from slightly less privileged, noble families would struggle to amass such a quantity of primordial energy. Of course, given time, they might easily gather it, but typically, there is no necessity to keep such vast resources at hand. As time passed, Fang Yan observed the development of the divine domain while refining nuclear bombs to enhance his divine power. What was once nearly depleted divine energy had, through days of relentless accumulation, restored itself to approximately 30 strands, although still significantly less than before. The overall power of his divine energy saw a marked increase when the anchoring material was changed to the more potent three-phase bomb. The destructive capability was likely elevated by several magnitudes, particularly in terms of devastation. However, Fang Yan did not allow himself to become complacent. For his point of comparison was Tianjinhu, whose basic information could be easily accessed online. It was surprising to learn that he too graduated from Kyoto Martial University. Once a prodigious talent, now wielding strength at the level of a true god. This surpassed even the deities by 2 realms, possessing an immensely terrifying combat capability. Above the deities lies the God King, and above the God King is the true god. Though the difference between 2 realms may seem slight, it represents an insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth. Just how terrifying his strength truly is remains a mystery to Fang Yan, as he had never witnessed such an entity in combat. Currently, in the presence of Tianjinhu, Fang Yan could only be certain that he was, at most, a minor nuisance easily suppressed. The time in the divine domain had reached the year 2107 of the human era. In the blink of an eye, 30 days had elapsed. Simultaneously, 30 years had passed within the divine domain. The various technologies of humanity were advancing at an astonishing pace, yielding significant achievements. Among these, the annihilation cannon developed the fastest. Perhaps due to prior mastery of the electromagnetic laser cannon technology, many scientific advancements were quickly assimilated and applied. Through continuous experimentation and research, they could now create a miniaturized version of the annihilation cannon. However, this could not yet be classified as an annihilation cannon, as its power fell far short of being able to destroy a planet with a single shot. It likely could not even obliterate larger satellites. The only targets it could effectively destroy were sizable meteors. Specifically, those with diameters exceeding 100 kilometers could be effortlessly shattered and annihilated. In its optimal form, the power could be even greater, though practical application was currently lacking. One could hardly test it on inhabited planets. Nevertheless, it was certainly not far from that capability. Consider the meteor that once doomed the dinosaurs. It measured a mere 15 kilometers in size. Before the annihilation cannon, it would be as trivial as a chick easily grasped. Had the dinosaurs possessed such a weapon, their extinction could have been averted, a lamentable thought. Perhaps, had they developed for several million years, they might have attained intelligence. At this moment, Fang Yan slowly opened his eyes. 30 days had passed, and a new round of tasks in the Tower of Multitude competitions was about to commence. Fang Yan was eager not to miss this event. The rewards included resource stars, or 100,000 units of primordial energy. These prizes would make anyone envious, certainly. Fang Yan could not treat them with indifference. Should he continue to acquire substantial rewards, it would undoubtedly provide tremendous assistance to the development of the divine domain. At the very least, the previous 100,000 units of primordial energy had greatly aided Fang Yan. After a quick wash and tidying his attire, he stepped out of his room. This past month had been spent entirely indoors, and seeing the bustling students around him gave him a sense of detachment from the crowd. Perhaps, the path of the strong is one of solitude. Noticing that time was still on his side, Fang Yan made his way to the school cafeteria for a hearty meal. He could not help but praise the delightful sour fish dish, which was tender, smooth, and tantalizingly spicy. Most importantly, the portions were generous. Fang Yan, a bright, clear voice abruptly pulled him from his culinary reverie. Turning towards the sound, he was pleasantly surprised to see Bai Shui, a familiar face. Bai Shui approached with her long legs, trotting over with a smile, saying, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you out for a meal, Fang Dalao." Fang Yan glanced at her and politely returned the greeting. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. Would you care to join me?" "Sure," Bai Shui replied without hesitation, plopping down across from him. She then waved to someone not far behind her, signaling for them to come over. It was then that Fang Yan realized Bai Shui was not alone. Approaching was a stunning beauty whose face, however, was unfamiliar to him. Given her striking appearance, Fang Yan felt certain he would have recognized her had they met before, leading him to conclude that this was their first encounter. Chapter 77, Devourer of Masters. Noticing Fang Yan engrossed in his meal, Bai Shui rolled her eyes and took the initiative to introduce her companion. "This is my dear friend, Su Gesin." A month ago, after the class reshuffle, she is now in the same class as us. Upon hearing this, Fang Yan paused slightly, casting a glance at her. Given that she had managed to enter Class 1, her prowess among the freshman cohort must be formidable. What else could justify it? Was it merely her beauty? Of course, this does not include Fang Yan, as he does not belong within such a realm. Their levels are world apart, one in the depths of the earth, the other soaring in the skies, a stark contrast. Fang Yan himself was not significantly stronger than the two present, merely a fraction more capable. He offered a cursory glance and muttered a perfunctory congratulations. Bai Shui shook her head, having witnessed insincerity before, but never to such an extent. After all, two stunning beauties stood before him. Wouldn't it be delightful to steal a few more glances? Such exquisite beauty, yet he seemed oblivious. Fool! Fang Yan was hardly foolish. He knew instinctively that these two were not the type to be trifled with, and it was wise to keep his distance as far as possible. This was a matter of urgent self-preservation. Who does not appreciate the sight of beauty? Fang Yan could gaze at the exotic allure of foreign races of the Tower of 10,000 Races without so much as a blink. These two appeared to wear gentle smiles, exuding warmth and kindness. Yet if one were to truly engage with them, they were undoubtedly akin to thorny roses, untouchable. Su Kursen, noticing Fang Yan's dismissive gesture, slightly furrowed her brow, but managed to mask it perfectly, revealing nothing. She then offered a serene smile, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Su Kursen. It is a pleasure to meet someone of your stature." Hearing this, Fang Yan, without a moment's thought, retorted, "You are too eager to be pleased. Apologies, just a jest." He quickly reined himself in, offering an awkward yet courteous smile. He then generously declared, "Order whatever you desire. Today, all expenses are on me, Master Fang." In an effort to ease the atmosphere, Bai Shui clapped her hands. "Well then, we shall not hold back. Today, we must make sure that Master Fang goes bankrupt." Just as they prepared to order, an intense wind suddenly swept through the entire restaurant. Initially mild, it grew increasingly fierce over time, akin to a devastating typhoon, hurling tables and chairs towards the ceiling. The once bright restaurant dimmed ominously. Within mere seconds, visibility plummeted. What was happening? Many patrons wore puzzled expressions, instinctively gathering together, adopting defensive stances. Even without understanding the cause, a sense of vigilance was paramount. Not far away, a moderately sized divine portal materialized, swiftly engulfing an individual. This is bad. Wang Ziheo's divine realm is turning against him. How could this be? How could the denizens of a divine realm turn against their deity? Did they not realize that even if they succeeded in their coup, their very existence would be shattered, for they rise and fall together? There was no time for contemplation. They must dispatch their own citizens to aid Wang Ziheo in quelling this rebellion. In the instant they spoke, several divine portals appeared rapidly, surrounding Wang Ziheo's realm, and numerous citizens emerged from their respective realms, intent on utilizing the portals to teleport over. Fang Yan observed this unfolding chaos with incredulity. Under normal circumstances, such an event would be unthinkable. Subjects do not turn against their sovereign. Something was amiss. We must flee, with senior students already embroiled in the fray. Fang Yan deemed it unnecessary to involve himself further. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. One should take cover as far as they can. He grabbed the two women and hurried towards the exit, eager to escape this perilous place. Alas, it was too late. Just as they took a few steps, the reinforcements sent by several senior students were hurled back from the divine portal. Bodies lay shattered, no longer whole, and the very essence of life was but a distant memory. The faint aura lingering on their dismembered limbs was all too familiar to humanity. Demonic energy, the essence of the demon race. Wasn't Wang Zheo's divine realm supposed to be infused with elemental power? How had it devolved into demonic energy? This was dire. The enemy had likely infiltrated long before they had ever sensed it. What utter foolishness! Such sheer stupidity. At this moment, no amount of cursing would suffice. The priority was to confront the immediate crisis. In mere seconds, both instructors and school officials would surely sense the commotion and rush to their aid. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from Wang Zheo's divine realm. Having revealed itself, the demon race had no intention of remaining concealed. Its aura surged to a peak, overwhelming the entire restaurant with a suffocating pressure. Without uttering a single word, it commenced a slaughter, charging directly at the nearest individuals. There was no warning. The speed was unfathomable. The few senior students barely had time to react before they were obliterated into a mist of blood. Beast! How dare you! Almost simultaneously, everyone reacted, unleashing their divine powers in a desperate attempt to delay the demon. Yet, the disparity between them was insurmountable. The meager power they wielded could hardly impede the advance of the demon race. In less than a second, perhaps even a fraction thereof, at least 10 individuals were rendered utterly silent. Sensing the impending doom, Fang Yan unleashed a fraction of his divine power, detonating it at the demon's location. A fireball nearly 100 meters in diameter engulfed the demon completely. However, such a display, while grand in appearance, failed to inflict any harm. Without further ado, Fang Yan propelled the two women away from him. Simultaneously, his protective armor surged forth, enveloping his entire being. Having completed these actions, he maxed out his cold nuclear fusion, generating an imperceptible electromagnetic shield just as the demon's attack arrived. Boom! A tremendous impact shattered the freshly formed shield, yet it absorbed the entirety of the demon's force. Facing the demon now looming before him, Fang Yan exhibited neither fear nor trepidation. All his divine power converged into a singular point, exuding an overwhelming pressure that compelled deeper breaths. As his divine energy reached its zenith, Fang Yan lightly pointed his finger at the demon. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, an eerie calm enveloped the scene, as if the preceding actions were mere trifles devoid of any real potency. The demon, too, bore a perplexed expression, its lips curling into a sneer. Boom! Chapter 78, A Turbulent Season. Before the demon could commence its mockery, a surge of explosive force thrust the demon into the air. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that none could comprehend it. Not only the onlookers, but even the demon itself was taken aback, finding itself crashing against the restaurant's ceiling, ascending to heights of over 1,000 meters. In swift succession, a brilliant light appeared. A fireball surpassing 100 million degrees Celsius engulfed the demon, leaving it no chance to resist, ultimately leading to its obliteration. The demon's demise, however, did not signify the end of the turmoil. The fireball surged forth at an unimaginable speed, expanding relentlessly. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, its diameter had reached a kilometer, and it showed no signs of abating. If this expansion continued, those nearby would surely meet with misfortune, embarking on the road to the underworld and tasting the essence of death. At that very moment, a radiant beam of light enveloped the colossal fireball, halting its relentless growth and confining it within a defined perimeter. Despite this intervention, the fireball erupted with fierce resistance, its brilliant glow akin to a miniature sun, blinding the onlookers. Fortunately, no destructive force escaped its confines, allowing them to navigate this perilous situation relatively unscathed. As time progressed, the fireball's intensity gradually diminished. It was then that Principal Zhang Lianghua, channeling his divine power, initiated a process of continuous compression, squeezing it relentlessly until it ultimately shrank to a mere point, vanishing into the heavens without a trace. Nevertheless, the residual heat lingering in the air was still intolerably oppressive. Particularly in the vicinity of the cafeteria, temperatures soared into the hundreds, and even from a distance, many suffered minor burns. The principal, aware of the anomalous heat, swiftly employed his divine abilities to restore the temperature to a normal level. As the heat receded, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, their expressions shifting to one of calmness. Remaining in such sweltering conditions could have left them thoroughly scorched. Soon, even strangers would have become acquaintances in shared suffering. Principal Zhang was no stranger to such explosive fireball attacks. Just a month prior, Fang Yan had unleashed a nearly identical assault. Yet, the sheer potency of this fireball was dramatically different, easily several hundred times more powerful. He recalled that with a mere exertion of his strength, he had compressed the previous fireball into nothingness. This time, however, the imprisoned fireball nearly breached the threshold of his divine energy. Fortunately, through timely and sustained amplification of his power, he managed to avert a catastrophe. Had it not been for this swift response, the fireball's explosive force could have obliterated the entire school. The students of today were indeed reckless. Were it not for his prompt arrival to halt the unfolding disaster, the school would have faced utter annihilation, and he, as the principal, would have been condemned throughout history as a villain. Descending from the sky, he quickly spotted Fang Yan, who had shed his mech armor. Zhang Lianguo refrained from immediate reprimand, taking a moment to scan the surroundings, particularly pausing upon seeing severed limbs and scattered blood. With a grave tone, he inquired, "What transpired here?" One student, trembling with emotion, replied, "It was Wang Ziheo. There are demons within his divine realm." Demons? Zhang Lianguo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could demons possibly be concealed within a divine realm? The students continued. Initially, the upperclassmen believed it to be a case of his subjects turning against him and prepared to intervene. To our shock, a formidable demon emerged, slaughtering indiscriminately. In less than a second, at least 10 lives were claimed. It was horrific, utterly horrific. Were it not for someone stepping in, we might all have been corpses. Many still trembled at the memory. Had Fang Yan not acted so swiftly, few in the cafeteria would have escaped. No, it was the demons who instigated the attack. They clarified. This was clearly an act of self-defense. Otherwise, Fang Yan would have fled the scene. The demons were alarmingly swift, capable of annihilating everything in mere seconds. At that point, resistance would have been futile. Merely collecting the bodies would have sufficed. As Zhang Lianguo listened to the students recount their harrowing experience, his brow furrowed deeply. It was evident that the demons were now retaliating with ferocity. The prospect of a large-scale conflict loomed ominously. What a tumultuous time! Zhang Lianguo sighed inwardly. He offered a few words of comfort to soothe the students' frayed nerves before instructing the arriving instructor to manage the aftermath. He then approached Fang Yan, offering words of encouragement before taking his leave. At that moment, he felt no inclination to linger. The demons had breached the highest sanctum of academia in Huaxia, a first in decades. Such a significant upheaval was beyond his capacity to resolve alone. He must report to higher authorities. Amidst the praise of his peers and the concern of 2 young women, Fang Yan resolutely bid farewell and made his way towards the Tower of All Races. This world was fraught with peril, with even the esteemed Wuda in Kyoto facing attacks. Even the most oblivious could sense an unusual atmosphere. Significant changes were likely on the horizon. Only through the cultivation of power could one secure their future, navigating the familiar route to the Tower of All Races. He was well versed in the necessary procedures. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. In an instant, Fang Yan found himself within the interior of the Tower of All Races. Upon entering, he took his designated seat, observing that the venue was already filled with individuals from various races, all clearly eager for the monthly task. Naturally, with such substantial rewards on offer, who wouldn't be motivated? Any race with a modicum of strength sought to participate, hoping to secure a bountiful outcome and alleviate future resource concerns. As time elapsed, a crisp announcement resonated within the minds of the gathered assembly. Ding! The monthly competition at the Tower of All Races is about to commence. All participants are advised to prepare. The countdown began, with 10 minutes remaining. 9:59. As each second ticked away, the numbers swelled, likely multiplying several times over. Some individuals were still en route, and even those not participating found themselves drawn to the spectacle. In a moment of ennui, Fang Yan glanced at the developments within his divine realm. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he began to silently refine the 3-phase bomb. Alas, the 30 points of divine power he had painstakingly accumulated had vanished in an instant, while others could steadily amass divine power throughout their university years. He found himself depleting his reserves time and again. The countdown concluded. Ding! The Tower of All Races announces the task, Ultimate Challenge. As the name suggests, this task required each race's divine realm to unleash a final blow. The participant inflicting the highest damage would emerge victorious. This challenge promised no casualties. All races could participate, and everyone had an equal chance to claim the ultimate reward. The first-place winner would receive an ordinary planet, suitable for placement within their divine realm, boasting an equatorial circumference of 20,000 kilometers. The second-place reward was 50,000 points of primordial power. The third place would receive 10,000 points of primordial power. The entry fee was a mere 100 points of primordial power, an investment that promised substantial returns. With 959 remaining, the system then launched into a promotional spiel, leaving Fang Yan somewhat bewildered. Is this truly a legitimate system? The task released this time not only carries no risk of casualties, but also offers reward for the top 3 contenders. Had Fang Yan not perused relevant materials and gained some understanding of this task's rarity, how would he have recognized its exceptional nature? Both the no-casualty missions and those with reward for the top 3 are exceedingly rare. Within the Wanzhou arena, such opportunities occur only a few times in a decade. Some individuals may not encounter even a single one over the span of 1,000 days. Today, however, fortune has favored all races present, making this a chance that no genius would readily forsake. Moreover, with an entry fee of merely 100 source points, while ordinary individuals might struggle to afford it. Who are these participants? Those capable of securing 20 consecutive victories are undoubtedly prodigious within their respective races. Such individuals crave abundant resources, not a mere 100 source points. As registration for the task commenced, nearly everyone, without a second thought, submitted their 100 source points with eyes closed. With no casualties to fear, who would hesitate? The rewards, while enticing, were secondary. The primary allure lay in experiencing the atmosphere of the challenge. Fang Yan, too, exhibited no hesitation in joining this mission, brimming with confidence. While he might not excel in physical prowess, he held an undeniable advantage in offensive power, for the technological civilization has its own formidable standing. Clifas missile, cobalt bombs, and antimatter projectiles. Each of these is a harbinger of cataclysmic destruction. Furthermore, the newly developed Star Annihilation Cannon, albeit in a smaller variant, possesses formidable might, especially in terms of its unparalleled penetrating power. Should all these weapons be unleashed, even the Buddha would shake his head and Yama would struggle to find souls. Obliterated in an instant. In mere moments, the number of registrants surged towards 100,000, a figure that continued to climb, showing no signs of abating. For this task, the participant count would likely reach into the millions, as the absence of casualties incited a collective desire to test their mettle and discern their standing among the genius ranks. As for winning, many harbored a realistic self-awareness, never truly considering it. Witnessing a genuine genius in action, however, was a stroke of fortune in itself. As time slipped away, the 10-minute mark felt fleeting, dwindling down to the final seconds of the countdown. Those eager to participate had nearly all registered, and the pace of enrollment visibly slowed. Ultimately, the figure settled at 1,230,000. Over 1 million individuals, each having achieved 20 consecutive victories, were among the elite of their races. At that moment, it was a matter of which race would claim the title of Ultimate Challenger and emerge as the foremost powerhouse of the new cosmic generation. Attention, all challengers. All registered participants for the Ultimate Challenge will be transported to a shared independent space, which will feature a colossal arena designed to measure the strength of your offensive capabilities. Worry not about the speed of assessment. This arena employs multidimensional spatial seals that can accommodate simultaneous evaluations for hundreds of thousands. If desired, all data can be presented before you within a minute. The duration of the task is set for 1 hour. Prepare yourselves as we approach the final countdown. 10, 9, 8, 0. As the countdown concluded, all participants were transported to a vast plaza. Yet, each individual remained shrouded in a veil of black mist, obscuring their race and appearance, thus safeguarding their privacy. Interactions between races were facilitated through special means, allowing all to comprehend one another. This enabled those who gathered nearby to engage in discussions about the upcoming contest, speculating on which race would ultimately seize first place. Such is the remarkable strength of the Wanzhou arena. The arena itself exceeded expectations, resembling a phantasmal projection suspended in midair, easily connectable with a mere thought. To test one's might, participants could directly enter the multidimensional space. The design was exceptionally ingenious. The time frame for this task was relatively relaxed, permitting ample time for testing within the hour, which led many races to refrain from rushing onto the arena, opting instead to observe and ascertain who would be the first to claim leaderboard status. And then it happened. The Beast race was the first to surpass 1,000 in combat power, claiming the top spot. Merely 1,000 in power, and they dared to present themselves. In less than a second, the Beast Race S score was surpassed and left far behind. On the first page of the rankings, their position was virtually untraceable. It is noteworthy that the first page could accommodate over 100 entries. These rankings not only showcased the combat power of each race, but also allowed participants to spend a small amount of source points to view live demonstrations of their opponent's attacks. The Wanzhou Arena did not monopolize this benefit. Rather, it adopted a fair distribution of 3 to 7, allowing for shared gains. After all, leveraging another's platform warranted such an arrangement, or so Fang Yan believed. Having previously reaped some benefits, he wholeheartedly supported all of the Wanzhou Arena's initiatives, valuing sincerity above all. As time progressed, combat powers surged to staggering heights. First place, Angel Race, Combat Power 5, 38 million. Second place, Insect Race, Combat Power 4, 21 million. Third place, Demon Race, Combat Power 4, 16 million. Fourth place, Human Race, Combat Power 3 million. Observing the displayed rankings on the arena, many were astonished to see the Human Race listed. However, in comparison to the dominating Angel Race, their standing appeared lackluster. The Angel Race led the second place by a staggering 110,000 in combat power, and the gap between them and the Human Race exceeded 200,000, revealing a monumental disparity. This was merely the preliminary ranking. Many formidable contenders lay hidden in the background, rendering the current data of little reference value. Boom! With combat powers exceeding 1 million, a race unleashed a strike that surpassed the million mark. In an instant, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. To everyone's surprise, a race had achieved such a feat so swiftly. First place, Asgardian Race, Combat Power 10, 59 million. Upon seeing this figure, a realization dawned upon the crowd. Any race with God in their name is no ordinary contender. The Asgardian Race, while not the most powerful among divine races, remains an unattainable entity for the vast majority of ordinary races. Many may be unfamiliar with this race, but mention one name, and countless would recognize it. Thor. He is indeed a member of the Asgardian race. Chapitre 80, Instant Ascendancy. Thor, a name known far and wide. His reputation is undeniably resounding. Most significantly, it is his overwhelming strength that instills trepidation in countless races, his destructive lightning power serving as a testament to his might. Such an individual, born of the Asgardian race, is destined for greatness, and inflicting damage exceeding 1 million is hardly surprising. Many individuals expend a modicum of primordial essence to ascertain the methods employed by others. Dialects are no exception. With just a slight investment, one can witness the ultimate strike of this race, undoubtedly a worthy endeavor. It must be acknowledged that the opposing force is indeed formidable. Harnessing the power of the heavens and the earth, they can unleash cataclysmic assaults in an instant. A feat that is truly remarkable. Yet, before a mere 10 seconds had elapsed, the records of the Asar deity race were shattered. The first place was claimed by the ancient clan, boasting a combat power of 95 million. As the records were re-established, all once more invested a small amount of primordial essence to observe. Any race capable of possessing combat power exceeding 1 million is certainly not to be trifled with. At this juncture, neglecting to watch would mean the loss of an opportunity that may never return. Moreover, is a modicum of primordial essence truly excessive? Alas, the might of the Battle Emperors is indeed terrifying. This ancient clan possesses remarkable capabilities, cackling with pride. Regrettably, the ancient clan's potential appears somewhat limited in the later stages. They may lack the requisite endurance, yet they undeniably occupy a position among the elite at present. Observers from various races expressed their keen interest in the prowess displayed by the ancient clan. Through mutual comparison, there was a unanimous consensus regarding the perceived lack of potential in the ancient clan, deeming them not a significant threat. However, discussions about their own combat power, which only reached the 5th rank, were notably absent. The record was broken once more. Following the astonished gasps, the crowd redirected their gaze to the rankings, witnessing yet another shift at the pinnacle. It resembled a celestial clash, with neither side able to dominate the other. Just as one record was shattered, another race emerged to establish a new benchmark. Each race showcased their strengths for mere seconds. As of now, no race has managed to maintain the first position for more than a minute. In a matter of seconds, or at most a dozen, the top position was swiftly claimed by another. The current combat power surged to nearly 1.5 million, yet none could sustain it. Indeed, the abundance of prodigies among the various races is astounding. The strongest strikes exhibited by each race are sufficient to assert dominance over their contemporaries. It is truly overwhelming. Even the dialect observers felt a sense of trepidation. Facing such an assault, his electromagnetic shield would likely falter under even a single blow. Evidently, in a gathering of myriad races, talent abounds. The time has come. After half an hour had elapsed without the human race re-establishing their rank, it was time for the dialect to showcase true skill, ensuring the name of the human race would once again grace the forefront. The human race is not inferior to any other. Entering, the dialect stepped into an isolated space. Observing the surroundings felt akin to entering a multidimensional realm, yet with subtle distinctions. System: how does one launch an attack? You need only to unfold the door of divine domain, allowing your subjects within to unleash their strongest strike in any direction. This attack will be spatially folded, manifesting in another temporal dimension, without affecting yourself or the denizens of the divine domain. Subsequently, the Tower of Multiracial Competition will compute the corresponding combat power. So that is how it works? The dialect's expression reflected understanding as he continued. Might I inquire how many times each participant can attack? As long as it is within the stipulated time frame. All attacks will be counted, and we will only record the strongest values, with no restrictions on the number of attacks. Then, boom, in an instant, a door of divine domain appeared in the alternate space. Following closely, numerous mechanical entities emerged. The dialect promptly issued the command, launch a hydrogen bomb for starters. As you command, the human race acted with astonishing swiftness. In less than 10 seconds, a hydrogen bomb was activated, soaring into the sky. 3 seconds later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the alternate space. This had no impact on the dialect, nor did it affect his subjects. The technology of multiple spatial dimensions is indeed remarkable. If applied to defense, it would be challenging for the dialect to strike the enemy. Within mere seconds, the Tower of Multiracial Competition calculated the relevant data, and a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the human race, dialect, for achieving a combat power of 510,000. The dialect was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a seemingly ordinary hydrogen bomb would yield a combat power of 510,000, which was quite commendable. Given this, a triphase bomb might make the rankings, yet would not sufficiently widen the gap with the other races. If we are to play, let's play grandly. We shall deploy a cobalt bomb. Upon hearing the dialect's decree, the human race commenced their actions without hesitation. Moments later, the second attack was launched. Boom! A brilliant flash of light erupted in the alternate space, the ensuing force obliterating several layers of the multidimensional realm before finally subsiding. This time, the calculation took significantly longer, stretching well over 10 seconds before the corresponding data was determined. Ding! Congratulations to the human race, dialect, for achieving a combat power of 33 million. Ding! Congratulations. You have ascended to the top position. In an instant, the dialect's name appeared at the pinnacle of the rankings. The previous holder of 1.6 million combat power was swiftly displaced. How is this possible? The first place has been seized by the human race. On what grounds do they claim this position? Other powerful races were incensed, incredulous that such a modest race could surpass them. This won't do. I must also take part. If a mere human race can wield such formidable combat power, I cannot be far behind. Almost instantaneously, all races, upon witnessing the astonishing combat power, displayed expressions of disbelief. Just moments ago, the first place had seen a modest increase of a few thousand. Now, it had surged into the millions. What kind of divine combat power is this? Over 3 million? How did they achieve such a feat? Faced with the ascent of the human race, many races were far from convinced. I must see for myself just how strong you truly are. With 3 million combat power, it seemed likely that the Tower of Multiracial Competition had erred. Countless individuals expended a modicum of primordial essence to witness the nature of the attack that could yield such extraordinary combat power. As members of various races reviewed the records, it was as if they were transported to the very epicenter of the attack. Following this, a fireball formed instantaneously, enveloped by a blinding whiteness, obscuring all visibility. The temperature soared to billions of degrees Celsius, a tangible force washing over every cell and molecule within their bodies. It felt as if they could not endure even a second before being obliterated. The terrifying might surged forth like a tsunami, rendering everyone utterly incapable of resistance. As the final second elapsed, all races returned to the plaza, their minds still unable to find tranquility. What manner of attack was that? Powerful, terrifying, Unbeholden. Chapter 81. I have surpassed myself. On my eyes. Am I to be blinded? No, it seems my vision is sharpening. Fortunately, the crowd reacted swiftly, averting their gaze from the blinding radiance. Every individual who viewed the playback recorded expressions of shock, though they were not subjected to a tangible assault. The visuals were rendered with such finesse that it felt as if they had truly experienced the impact. Faced with such an onslaught, they were utterly at a loss. It was astonishingly powerful, truly beyond comprehension. Whether from the Tsar deity race or the ancient clan, the potency of their attacks was undeniable. Although their attacks are undeniably powerful, they lack a certain finesse when compared to this form of assault. In terms of attack range, there is simply no comparison. This is what true combat for the human race entails, depriving the enemy of any chance of survival. Particularly, the vast scope of their offensive capabilities evokes a sense of despair. Faced with such an onslaught, there is no opportunity for escape. The only option is to await the inevitable arrival of death. The various races, who had been stubbornly defiant moments ago, now fall silent, no longer able to boast. A peerless genius has indeed emerged from the human ranks. Such combat prowess, especially in the early stages, allows one to stride confidently, unburdened by concern. This is the privilege that strength affords. Or perhaps one could say that strength is the very backbone of an individual. In the face of a staggering combat power of 33 million, all races display visible shock. For many, this figure is utterly unattainable. Some prodigies, who had previously lurked in the shadows, had planned to make a stunning revelation at the last moment, but now they dare not remain hidden. Such power is beyond their reach. Instead of dropping jaws, they will be fortunate to even make it onto the leaderboard. Who could have imagined that such a monstrous entity would emerge in such a short span of time? Talented individuals flock to the arena, eager to surpass the top score. Yet no matter how hard they try, they merely elevate the second-place score incrementally. The gap between them and the first remains a staggering million. At this moment, the various races can truly comprehend the terror that lies within the 33 million combat power. As for the happenings beyond, the nuances remain unknown to Fang Yan. A cobalt bomb, achieving over 3 million in combat power, is already a source of great satisfaction. After all, the primary destructive force of a cobalt bomb does not stem from the extreme temperatures produced upon detonation, but rather from its nuclear radiation, which can persist for years without waning, leading to genetic degradation and ultimately exterminating all life on a planet. As for the notion of destroying an entire planet, that is beyond the realm of possibility for cobalt bombs. However, antimatter bombs pose no such limitations. Given an appropriate yield, they can achieve the desired effects without fail. Yet, Fang Yan refrains from immediate testing and instead examines the leaderboard data. After a little over 10 minutes, his score remains firmly at the top, as steadfast as if it were welded in place, with no one able to threaten his position. The second place now boasts a combat power of 82 million, a figure that feels astronomically distant in comparison. Given this context, there is no need to deploy the ultimate weapon just yet. It would be more prudent to assess the capabilities of the planet-destroying cannon. Though merely a smaller model, its power is assuredly formidable. Especially intriguing is its penetrative strength. Does it truly possess such might? A simulation of 1,000 or 10,000 iterations pales in comparison to a single instance of real combat. Now, a free platform exists to test this power. So why not take advantage of it? Subsequently, the human populace becomes industrious, as a massive machine is drawn forth from the gateway to the divine realm. One must admit, even this smaller version of the planet-destroying cannon measures 50 meters in length. Such a sight, though merely a toy, is not even in the same league as the true weapon. A single shot from his cannon is nothing short of astounding. All units, take your positions. Begin charging. A resonant hum fills the air as the cannon emits a series of shrill cries, as though all energy is being compressed into a singular point, awaiting the final moment. Once normal capacity is reached, the command is given. Fire. A brilliant beam of light shoots skyward, racing forward at a speed approaching that of light itself. An astonishing velocity that vanishes from sight in an instant. The energy projectile dances joyfully through multiple dimensions, encountering no barriers capable of hindering its mesmerizing advance. In mere moments, it penetrates one spatial barrier after another, reaching the next dimension. These seemingly indestructible barriers now resemble mere paper, providing no real protection. Before the planet-destroying cannon, they fall as easily as a child would. However, it is continuously consuming energy, gradually accumulating it. Ultimately, The energy projectile composed of electromagnetic pulses dissolves into specks of light, dissipating into the air. This time, an unusually long interval passes without any statistical data being produced. It appears that the magnitude of this attack may have been so immense that it confounded the back-end system. After a half-minute wait, the anticipated data finally reaches Fang Yan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the human race, and to Fang Yan, for achieving a combat power of 67.89 million. Congratulations on setting a new record and claiming the top spot. Such a figure. Upon seeing this value, Fang Yan is momentarily taken aback. After all, in his estimation, the smaller model of the planet-destroying cannon could hardly rival the Cobalt Bomb. The Cobalt Bomb is capable of annihilating all life on a planet, while this smaller device might only extinguish a meteorite several hundred kilometers in size. In comparison, it is clear that the Cobalt Bomb possesses greater power, and the disparity is undeniable. Yet, the results seem to contradict expectations. A moment of contemplation reveals the truth. The multi-race competition tower measures the maximum output of your strongest strike, rather than the lethality or range of destruction. This realization makes sense. In terms of singular power, the planet-destroying cannon could outclass the Cobalt Bomb by several hundred times. Even if scaled down significantly, it remains unmatched. To achieve a combat power of over 7 million feels somewhat embarrassing to disclose. Boom! At this moment, the entire square erupts in fervor. A combat power exceeding 3 million was already beyond their grasp, and now a figure nearing 7 million has emerged. What on earth is happening? Countless races display expressions of bewilderment, seeking answers to this perplexing situation. Just moments ago, the human race demonstrated a combat power of 33 million, and now they have surpassed themselves with 67.89 million. Is this truly how things are meant to unfold? If this continues, will other races find themselves relegated to irrelevance? My goodness, 67.89 million combat power. This is an unfathomable level of strength for this era. Brothers, if you cannot handle it, allow me to step in. I have long yearned for such power. Who is this individual? When did the human race become so formidable? A true powerhouse indeed. As long as they do not fall midway, the human race may soon gain another supreme deity. Chapter 82. The Record Broken. In the face of a human race once again shattering the current record, the expressions of various races are complex, some filled with envy, some with jealousy, some offering congratulations, and others displaying indifference. There are even those harboring hidden malice. Fortunately, all are shrouded in a veil of black mist, rendering their true intentions invisible to one another. Yet, the predominant sentiment remains envy. In the vastness of the cosmos, many races have never even laid eyes on the human race, let alone interacted with them. All they can do is envy. To generate such high damage, their strength is undoubtedly beyond what they can contend with. All that remains is to offer praise. As for those harboring malevolent intentions, it is clear they are enemies with a vendetta against the human race. However, they remain oblivious to the identity of the human who currently occupies the top position. Since there is no knowledge to be had, it is unnecessary to continue squandering time in futile speculation. Moreover, with such formidable combat prowess, who wouldn't yearn to uncover the truth? Without a moment's hesitation, individuals from various races expended a modicum of their essence to enter the live projection. Upon entry, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal beam of light surged through their bodies. They scarcely registered the sensation before the system, in a rather congenial manner, notified them that they had perished. What the hell? I didn't even see anything before I died. They exclaimed, "This won't do. I must try again." Even before the endeavor had commenced, they were already intensely focused, eager to discern the nature of the phenomenon that had led to their demise in less than a second. This time they were resolute, keenly observing from all directions with heightened vigilance. Alas, they once again received the grim notification of their demise. No amount of caution could stave off the inevitability of death within a mere second. They were rendered non-existent. Some astute races began to decelerate their approach, seeking to uncover the essence of the enigma. They slowed down, continuing to temper their pace until they finally discerned the truth. The force that vanquished them was, in fact, a beam of energy so swift that they had no opportunity to react. This was the reason why, even before the engagement began, they had already met their end. Yet, could this energy beam truly possess such immense power? Many expressed skepticism. After all, speed does not inherently equate to destructive force. Light may travel at great velocity, yet it often bears no tangible impact. Why then did this energy beam inflict such devastating damage? Fortunately, the multiracial arena was remarkably user-friendly, presenting a more intuitive depiction of the recent data. Suddenly, a meteorite, no less than 100 kilometers in diameter, appeared on the horizon, followed closely by the flash of the energy beam. In less than a second, the two made intimate contact. Boom! Instantly, the vast meteorite was obliterated, disintegrating into countless fragments smaller than 10 meters, radiating outward from the point of impact. This grotesque display of destruction left all races speechless. With wide eyes, they beheld the transformation, disbelief etched across their faces. How is this possible? A meteorite of such magnitude, plummeting from the sky, could have pierced their divine realms and annihilated all their denizens. Even if they managed to endure, their fate would not be any better. Yet here they were, reduced to mere remnants by a single strike from the energy beam. The absurdity of all was staggering. However, the reputation of the multiracial arena stood unassailable. It would not fabricate such phenomena. Thus, it could only be concluded that this attack indeed wielded such formidable power. There was no comparison. They simply could not measure up. Countless races shook their heads in resignation, acknowledging their own impotence. Such an attack, such combat prowess, was beyond their capacity to challenge. Acceptance of defeat was inevitable. Many races had relinquished their fantasies, not to mention claiming the top position. Even the first 100 spots were now deemed unattainable. They began to earnestly assess their own strengths, determining their respective standings. After all, having expended 100 essence points, they could not remain stagnant in the plaza like fools. While some surrendered, others remained defiant. What was a mere 6 million combat power? What was it to shatter a 100-kilometer meteorite? If the human race could achieve it, why could they not? Perhaps spurred by the challenge, the once reserved prodigies from various races could no longer contain their ambitions. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed their mightiest strikes, continuously updating the second highest combat power figures. Every few seconds, the numbers fluctuated, some increasing by tens of thousands, while others soared past the 100,000 mark. In a brief span, their combat power approached 3 million, nearing the record set by the human race on their initial ranking. Yet, even this was futile. The chasm between them and the first place remained insurmountable. As time progressed, the human race maintained its lead without even deploying their ultimate strike, while the other races began to falter. A combat power of 6 million loomed like an insurmountable mountain for prodigies who had only developed their divine realms for less than 1,000 days. Perhaps in the future, they could effortlessly reach such heights. Perhaps even a casual blow could surpass this. Yet in the present, they had only awakened their divine realms for a matter of days, and no one had made significant breakthroughs in power. Upon glancing at the rankings, the second-place new divine race boasted a combat power of 4 million. This was a species steeped in invasion and bloodshed. Had their numbers not been exceedingly scarce and their reproductive capacity low, they could have easily claimed dominion over half the universe. Even so, they still possessed several dozen star systems. Their race was powerful, and their combat prowess was extraordinarily high. But what of it? In comparison to the human race's staggering 6 million combat power, their position was akin to a chasm that could not be crossed. As for the third place, it belonged to the angelic race, with a combat power of 3,300,000. Their most potent strike could rival the explosive force of a cobalt bomb, whether through their innate abilities or external assistance. Each of them could achieve such remarkable combat power in a single strike. None were to be underestimated. With only a few minutes remaining, the rankings had nearly solidified. Devoid of the initial fervor of competition, it was not that they lacked desire. Rather, they were simply powerless. The higher they ranked, the more insurmountable the challenge became, representing the zenith of those who had awakened their divine realms during this time frame. Just as everyone believed the rankings were set in stone, an unexpected twist occurred. The first position was quietly claimed by another race, a powerful and enigmatic one. What the hell, it's broken? What do you mean broken? Is it your hemorrhoids that have ruptured? No, it's not that. It's the first rank that has been shattered. At this moment, all races realized that the human race, which had previously dominated the leaderboard, had now been relegated to second place. The new first place was held by a race they had never heard of before, making their debut before all. Unexpectedly, as the conclusion approached, a dramatic reversal transpired. This journey had not been in vain. It was indeed worth it. The 100 essence points spent on registration were justified. Chapter 83. Stand back, for I am about to display my prowess. The first place, the celestial spirit race, boasts a staggering combat power of 88 million. Astonishingly, the human race had been ousted from the top position, with a combat power reaching 8,800,000. Countless spectators were left in awe. How could each one surpass the last in such an extraordinary fashion? The human race, as prior combat power of 6,789,000 had already seemed unattainable. And now, a figure of 8,800,000 emerged. Who were these individuals consistently setting new records? Many races found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. It was simply too incredible. They too had tested their utmost combat abilities, and even their best efforts yielded merely tens of thousands. Do not underestimate these figures. Possessing such combat power places them among the pinnacle of their respective races. Yet now, when juxtaposed with the top talents of another race, they were brutally outmatched. The disparity was immense. 88 million in combat power, let alone now, even in a few years, some may not reach such heights. Some ordinary races may never transcend such existence. How powerful! Yet, what manner of race is this celestial spirit clan? I have never heard of it before. It is not merely one or two races that are unaware. Rather, entire groups are oblivious to its existence. This race is utterly unfamiliar to them, seemingly absent from any literature. Many individuals exhibited expressions of curiosity, yet were left in the dark. Could the celestial spirit clan be them? An uncertain voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Instantly, those around held their breath, each one drawing closer, eager to glean the pertinent information. Fortunately, the speaker did not keep them in suspense, gradually revealing the details. According to the records of the Angelic Clan, the Celestial Spirit Clan has not appeared for over 10,000 years. The last sighting was 13,000 years ago, after which they vanished without a trace. It was evident that the speaker belonged to the Angelic Clan, which commanded respect and reverence from those present. After all, the deeds of this clan earned the acknowledgement of the vast majority of races. Even those who did not acknowledge them held a profound respect. For the Angelic Clan was formidable, possessing the strength to annihilate an entire race. This was no mere exaggeration, as they truly wielded such power. A person, unwilling to disclose their race, spoke up, noting that their own historical texts seemed to mention this clan as well, and as an exceedingly powerful race. It was perplexing how they could have suddenly faded into obscurity. The specific reasons were not meticulously recorded within the Angelic Clan, possibly due to insufficient access to information. Historical accounts indeed affirmed the formidable prowess of the Celestial Spirit Clan. During their last emergence over 10 millennia ago, they obliterated an expansive star system, transforming thousands of life-bearing planets into cosmic dust. Such power, to annihilate an entire star system. Upon hearing such explosive news, countless races exhibited disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. What does it mean to obliterate a star system? In the vast universe, few races possess the capability to achieve this. Even the most powerful beings, the supreme deities, cannot accomplish such a feat. This is not merely a planet or a star, but an entire star system. The smallest star systems span at least 100,000 light years, while larger ones can extend to millions or even tens of millions of light years. The sheer magnitude is terrifying. To think it could be destroyed so effortlessly. What manner of existence is the Celestial Spirit Clan? The re-emergence of a race that has been absent for over 10,000 years signifies what? Presently, even races with a modicum of strength displayed contemplative expressions. Some even relayed this news back to their respective clans. This matter was no longer one for individual consideration. It necessitated deliberation by the clan's council of intellects to devise strategies. Originally, it seemed a certainty that the human clan would secure first place. Yet unexpectedly, an unforeseen competitor had emerged, which was truly unfortunate. Who could deny it? A race that has remained hidden for millennia participating in this endeavor. One must ponder whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune for us. Alas, in light of the Celestial Spirit Clan's appearance, no one harbored any optimism for the human clan. Their staggering battle power of 88,880,000 rendered all others inconsequential. How could they possibly compete? With what, their own heads? As the time for the competition drew near its conclusion, the outcome seemed increasingly inevitable. All races once more expended a modicum of their essence to observe the attacks of this enigmatic race. However, amidst the arena, the individual known as Fang Yan was taken aback to discover that his battle power had been surpassed. The Celestial Spirit Clan? What kind of race is this? In his mind, he could not recall ever hearing of such a race, and even his high school education had failed to provide any insights into the various races. Clearly, this was yet another extraordinary race. A battle power of 88,880,000 is indeed impressive, yet merely that, impressive. Fang Yan had his own contingencies. Initially reluctant to reveal his ultimate weapon to the world, he now found himself compelled to do so. No more pretense. I shall lay my cards on the table. Stand back, for I am about to showcase my prowess. Attention, human clan. I shall deploy a 100-ton antimatter bomb for demonstration, allowing them to witness true terror. The human clan had long since prepared for this moment, awaiting the divine decree from their deity. This bomb, weighing over 100 tons, was a rarity in their technological civilization, with only 3 ever constructed. Moreover, since its creation, it had never been utilized in actual combat, primarily due to its immense power, leaving no feasible setting for its deployment. One detonation could obliterate an entire planet. Where could the human clan test such a device? Unless they were willing to forego their home and unleash it directly. As the antimatter bomb was launched, Fang Yan focused intently on it, eager to ascertain the extent of its capabilities. This time, the human clan held little confidence in their multidimensional defenses, even fearing it might backfire upon them. After a full minute of flight, it finally detonated. Boom! Instantly, a brilliant light engulfed the entire space. The annihilating antimatter expanded to thousands of kilometers, erasing one space after another. Even Fang Yan, situated in a different dimension, felt the vibrations coursing through the fabric of space. But this was not the end. The once blinding light of the extreme day abruptly dimmed, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of darkness, devoid of any illumination. It was as if everything in the vicinity had been devoured, leaving no trace behind. Boom! Following closely, another thunderous explosion reverberated throughout all dimensions. Even those races still engaged in their tests heard this resounding sound, growing increasingly clear as it approached. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were summarily expelled from the arena. Chapter 84. Who else? Those ejected were not solely members of various races. Even Fang Yan, still in the midst of testing, was swept out. This maneuver left Fang Yan utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was he thrown out when the task had not yet concluded? Surely they were not attempting to cheat him out of his earnings. Such a tactic was all too common in this arena. It was akin to a planet, comparable in size to Mars, the human clan's second home. Look, the arena in the sky has illuminated. Wait, now it has darkened again. The platform connecting multiple dimensions underwent an unfathomable transformation, resembling the changes witnessed during the antimatter bomb's detonation. Not identical, but almost so. This caused the entire platform to be significantly affected. To prevent unnecessary complications or fatalities, those few remaining individuals were swiftly expelled. Hence, Fang Yan found himself in the square. What is happening? The arena appears to be collapsing. Are we witnessing a performance? Who knows? Only a few minutes remain. Perhaps they are merely setting off fireworks. It seems we can no longer connect to the arena for power testing, and the task time has not yet elapsed. Indeed, some had already identified this issue, raising their voices in protest. Truly, I too cannot gain entry. The foremost contender boasts an astonishing battle power of 88,680,000. However, entering the arena may prove futile, as the multiracial combat tower might already discern our capabilities and has likely sealed off the connection. Such a scenario seems implausible. As long as the final second has not elapsed, this situation should not arise. While skepticism lingers, it remains relatively subdued. For many, the fleeting moments left are inconsequential, as they harbor little hope of making it onto the leaderboard. Why question it? It would be wiser to attentively observe the changes on the arena. It must be said, the transformation is indeed remarkable. The once static arena now appears increasingly nebulous, as if engaged in a struggle with some unseen force, resulting in a massive output of energy. After a full 3 minutes, the opposing force finally coalesces, reverting to its original form. And at that moment, ding! Congratulations to the human race, Fang Yan, for achieving a battle power of 88,688,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have claimed the top spot. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Fang Yan finally exhaled with relief. After all the arduous effort, he feared his hard-earned money might vanish. This was all blood, sweat, and tears. Gazing at the colossal figure, he felt assured of his position. Simultaneously, the previously boisterous square fell into a hushed silence, each individual incredulously staring at the displayed battle power of the first place. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, million, 10 million. An astounding 88,688,000. This. All races felt parched, continuously swallowing their own saliva in disbelief. How could this be possible? A battle power of 8 million was already outrageous, and now an even more absurd figure emerges. Truly, it is as if absurdity itself has been invited through the door, reaching an unprecedented level. What kind of assault yields such terrifying power? It is safe to say that they could not even dare to fathom it. Even in their wildest dreams, they would not have ventured to this realm. 88 million is a concept beyond comprehension. To speak frankly, such power could obliterate a planet of standard size. This is simply too outrageous. Most of them could only awaken to 1,000 days. How could someone develop such formidable power? The human race possesses an unnerving strength. Initially, it seemed the celestial spirit race would undoubtedly secure the first position. But the reversal occurred with startling swiftness, leaving them reeling. Indeed, it has been a tumultuous journey. At this moment, even the most prestigious races were taken aback. Without decades of development, achieving such a formidable blow would be improbable. How has this seemingly weak race, the humans, accomplished this? Could it be that they have awakened an extraordinarily potent divine domain? If so, it would indeed make sense. Only the humans can awaken diverse divine domains across the universe. However, the humans are also the least likely to develop. No matter how powerful the divine domain, without a comprehensive training regimen, is futile. Relying solely on slow, self-guided exploration would take ages to yield results. This explains why other races, despite their singular focus, excel with remarkable proficiency, far outpacing the humans in development. Good heavens! 80 million battle power. Quickly tell me, has my vision faltered? Perhaps I need some eye drops to regain clarity. How can this be? This is utterly impossible. Still, disbelief persists, unwavering disbelief. In the face of such a terrifying number, how many can truly believe? Were it not for Fang Yan being in the position he is, he too would struggle to accept it. Why should others surpass him so drastically? It is simply inconceivable. Oh, it turns out he possesses such formidable strength. Well, that alleviates concerns. The sheer impact of over 80 million battle power is overwhelming, so much so that some races find it hard to process. They have encountered strong individuals before, but never such youthful strength. Are they even from the same era? How can the disparity be so vast? It truly validates the saying that the gap between individuals can be greater than that between humans and dogs. Moreover, they're not even from the same race. A certain degree of disparity is entirely natural. At this moment, no race dares to challenge for the first position any longer. It is an impossible feat. So why even attempt it? Such a figure of over 80 million battle power is enough to instill despair in all races present. This is not aimed at a single race, but encompasses all present. Just moments ago, the celestial spirit race was jubilant. Now, where are they? Perhaps they should leap again. Who knows, they might surpass their previous heights. Fang Yan contentedly observed the countdown, knowing that once time expired, a standard planet would be within his grasp. Although it is not a resource-rich planet, its value pales in comparison to the one acquired by the insect race. Yet, a direct conversion from the origin would require no less than 500,000 origin power. The diameter and area provide strict reference points, not merely spoken whims. At last, the countdown concluded. First place goes to the humans with a battle power of 88,688,000, earning a reward of a planet with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. Second place, the celestial spirit race, with a battle power of 888,000, earning 50,000 origin points. Third place, the new divine race, with a battle power of 4,044,000, earning 10,000 origin points. This time, the multiracial combat tower invested hundreds of thousands of origin points as rewards. Those who received rewards may have gained a modest profit, but the tower itself incurs no loss, instead reaping substantial benefits. With over 1 million participants, each paying 100 points in registration fees, nearly 100 million origin points were amassed. Moreover, it was not just 1 million, but 123,000, amassing a total of 123 million origin points. Achieving such rich returns for such a minimal cost is astounding. Chapter 85, Striving to Live. As the task concluded, various races successively exited the task space. They could not help but sigh, feeling that the journey was worthwhile. The twists and turns of the competition elevated the atmosphere to a climax, and the final outcome was beyond anyone's guess. This event would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation over meals. Especially the final battle power of 80 million allowed all races to experience firsthand what it means to be the pinnacle of talent. Fang Yan emerged alongside the crowd, delighting in the rewards displayed before him. There lay a planet ready for exchange, which he could readily incorporate into his divine domain. With this, the human race would possess a second habitable planet. However, there is no rush. He would wait until all tasks were completed. Shortly thereafter, a system notification interrupted Fang Yan's thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the human race, Fang Yan, for earning an additional 6,880,000 origin points during this task. Goodness! Upon hearing this figure, Fang Yan leaped with joy. After toiling to secure first place and earning a planet with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, worth approximately 50,000 origin points, he now found himself with an additional bounty of 6,880,000 origin points from a single task. Each race incurs a cost to view, and Fang Yan receives a share of 0.3 points. Calculating this, it implies at least 23 million views. This is understandable, as Fang Yan had dominated the leaderboard for the longest duration, even breaking his own record during that time. Culminating in such unprecedented battle power, the viewership has already dwindled to a mere fraction. Dialect sighed inwardly, realizing that had he known this would be the outcome, he would have incessantly refreshed his records from the very beginning. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly attract more races to repeatedly view, thereby accruing greater source power. Alas, he had been a step too slow, akin to missing out on a fortune of 1 billion. Immediately, the source power before him lost its allure. Yet, upon glimpsing the 6.88 million source power once more, his eyes sparkled with an almost ethereal brightness, reminiscent of a radiant gemstone. Truly delightful. In days gone by, he had fought battles of such affluence. The Tower of Multitudes competition was indeed a fateful place for him. It either bestowed source power or gifted planets. Such a venue must be cherished wholeheartedly. Dare anyone utter a single disparaging word, and they would find themselves facing retribution so severe that their parents would barely recognize them. Should misfortune befall him one day, he would care for your wife and daughter. Ding! The Tower of Multitudes competition has issued a task. Survive. Life is fraught with difficulties, and we all strive to endure. This is a survival mission. Each competing deity may dispatch a single team, comprising no more than 5 members, which will converge upon a singular continent. Once assembled, no further intervention is permitted until the task concludes. Surviving for a month grants a reward, with specifics drawn at random. For each additional month of survival, another opportunity for reward extraction is afforded, while those who endure for a year shall achieve the ultimate prize. If one desires to defy fate and ascend beyond mediocrity, what are you waiting for? The registration fee is merely 1,000 points of source power. You shall restart your life and ascend to the pinnacle. The countdown is about to commence. Remaining time, 9:59, as he beheld the system's announcement. Dialect's heart raced with fervor. This particular task had appeared countless times before, often dubbed a task of certain death. Not only surviving for a year seemed implausible, even enduring for a month had seen few successes recorded over nearly a century among the races. In fact, only a handful had managed to survive a month in the annals of history over the past 100 years. As for those who reached the second month, that had not happened since the last occurrence, which was a staggering 130 years ago. To this day, no successful completers had emerged. It could be said that not a single citizen entering this task had returned alive, despite the daunting odds of a 100% mortality rate every time this task appeared. Countless races flocked to participate. As the system's slogan asserted, defying fate was no exaggeration. There once was a race that, after surviving a month, earned the chance for a reward. That occasion transformed their destiny. Within a year, they evolved from obscurity to the status of a legendary supreme deity. Although they were among the lowest tier of supreme deities, forever unable to ascend further, they nonetheless wielded unparalleled power and authority. This singular event drew the attention of numerous races towards the task. Death, while terrifying, was a necessary sacrifice for those yearning to achieve greatness. Subsequently, other races managed to survive a month and received corresponding rewards. While they may not have acquired items of extraordinary power to become supreme deities, the enhancements to their abilities or divine realms proved crucial, often multiplying their strength exponentially within a short span. In essence, every reward from this task was valuable, none trivial or inconsequential. Faced with such an opportunity, all races, without hesitation, opted to enroll. The potential loss of 5 divine citizens paled in comparison to the possibility of monumental gains in power. Of course, such enhancements were not guaranteed. They could stem from individual prowess or the evolution of their divine realms. Nevertheless, the outcomes were unfathomable. Though 1,000 points of source power was considerable, the allure of the rewards was overwhelming. Where they once believed previous tasks had attracted sufficient participants, they were astonished to find even greater numbers for this task. Within mere moments, participation soared to 1 million, barely reaching a minute since the announcement. After a mere 3 seconds of contemplation, Dialect ultimately chose to partake. Given the nature of the task, opting out would be indefensible. defying fate. Who among the youth is without dreams? Simultaneously, dialect commenced preparations for survival supplies. Since an extended period of existence was anticipated, adequate provisions were indispensable. Meanwhile, the think tank began deliberating strategies to minimize risks. As the countdown concluded, participation reached a staggering 5 million, more than double that of the previous task. Perhaps the rewards of the last task had failed to captivate this assembly of prodigies, leading them to overlook it entirely. Established races, with lineages spanning tens or even hundreds of millions of years, possessed resources beyond reckoning. Their commitment to nurturing talent left no room for scarcity. It was only emerging races like humanity that faced such dire resource limitations. The allure of this task's rewards must have caught the attention of these prodigies, hence their decision to enroll. As the countdown elapsed, a message echoed. Attention participants, prepare your chosen candidates, release your divine realms, and proceed with the teleportation. Duration of the task, 12 months. Death is irrevocable. Prepare yourself. You are about to enter the mission site. The final countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 0. All participating races promptly followed the system's directives. In the blink of an eye, the designated citizens vanished from their divine realms, transported to an unknown continent. Chapter 86, Touch and Perish. With the countdown's conclusion, within Dialect's divine realm, the 5 designated citizens and their belongings vanished from sight. They reappeared on an immensely vast continent, spanning at least 1 million kilometers, almost rivaling the diameter of the sun. As participants, although severed from their divine citizens, they could survey the entirety of this colossal land from above. Without such a vantage point, the expenditure of 1,000 points of source power would have been in vain. Soon enough, Dialect located his citizens. The unmistakable presence of advanced technological civilization was glaringly evident. A cursory glance revealed their location. All 5 donned armored suits, forming a defensive formation while deploying small reconnaissance drones. Although the Tower of Multitude survival task had been presented countless times, the dangers faced were always unique. As for this instance, no race possessed any foreknowledge of the impending threats. Since all were starting from the same baseline, the first to acquire pertinent intelligence would naturally hold an advantage. The human race adopted this strategy, promptly releasing numerous drones the size of fingernails to survey their surroundings, ensuring their safety. Such diminutive devices typically went unnoticed by the unobservant, often mistaken for mere insects or biological entities. Little did they realize these were reconnaissance devices. As the citizens of various races arrived on this continent, the once dormant land began to stir, awakening the hidden perils within. What dangers lay ahead remained a mystery. However, some races, having entered the continent and found themselves in proximity, had already engaged in skirmishes. Upon first contact, without any provocation, they instinctively launched attacks. For they could not ascertain the intentions of the other. Better to eliminate the potential threat than to dwell in suspicion. Just as the dark forest theory posits, one must either conceal oneself and transform into a hunter or gather beneath the light and become prey. No race can escape this reality, nor can any alter this fundamental law of survival. To endure or to thrive, one must first master the art of self-concealment. Only then can one persist through the annals of time, transcending oneself and ultimately becoming a figure of dread for others. On the side of humanity, they too have detected the presence of other races. In an effort to remain clandestine, they refrained from initiating any attacks that might produce sounds capable of attracting the attention of other factions, thereby exposing themselves entirely. They chose to create a distance, ensuring a measure of safety between themselves and their adversaries. Though this mission is ostensibly set for 12 months, it is implausible that it mirrors the 12 months of the real world. Otherwise, all races would be compelled to constantly monitor the fluctuations among their respective peoples. Clearly, such a scenario is not feasible. Thus, at the onset of the mission, the entire continent had already entered a state of temporal acceleration, a day equating to a year. In a reality outside, 2 hours would approximate 1 month. Despite the brevity of those 2 hours, how many races could endure for such an extended period? In a mere moment, the continent below has witnessed countless instances of conflict. In reality, within just a couple of minutes, thousands of races have lost their eligibility to compete. It is but the beginning, yet so many of their denizens have perished. To consider facing formidable entities later on and managing to survive for a few more days would likely prove to be a daunting challenge. As time progresses, the frequency of battles amongst the various races intensifies, resulting in numerous factions losing their right to continue. Yet, the true peril has yet to manifest. On the third day, The entire continent seemed to awaken, as if it were alive, preparing to confront these sudden invaders. Creatures that had long concealed themselves began to emerge slowly from their hidden depths. Their appearances were grotesque in the extreme, not particularly large, roughly the size of hyenas. They bore resemblance to ordinary canids, yet were encased in a thick layer of scaled armor, enveloping their forms. These beings radiated a frenzied, murderous intent. Devoid of any semblance of rationality, their crimson irises gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow. They appeared to possess no intelligence whatsoever, their every action driven entirely by instinct. What manner of creature is this? Their sudden emergence sparked speculation among all races. Although they walked on four legs and were comparable in size to many animals, no species shared any resemblance with them. It was as if they were an entirely new existence. With each step they took, the ground emitted a hissing sound, and beneath their feet, the earth turned a deep crimson. Particularly remarkable was the distortion of the surrounding air, an effect clearly attributable to the intense heat waves that warped the very fabric of space. Such heat emanating from them must have reached thousands of degrees Celsius. Otherwise, the atmosphere could not react so dramatically. It was utterly astonishing that these diminutive beings could emit such extreme temperatures. Could they be powered by a nuclear engine? The thought sent a shiver through Fang Yan's entire being. He had been studying such technologies within his divine realm, yet had not made significant breakthroughs to date. Through mere observation, it became evident that this was not the case. As these creatures began to flood the continent, the temperature surged at an alarming rate. In a short span, it escalated from around 10 degrees to over 50. There was no sign of this upward trend abating. Before long, the entire continent risked becoming a searing furnace, a perilous environment for aquatic races or those inhabiting colder climates. If this continued, many races would likely lose their eligibility before any battles even commenced. When the first race made contact with these entities, it signified the official commencement of the mission. It was the orc race. To their astonishment, they found themselves fortuitously in the vanguard. However, upon contact, the orcs immediately collapsed, succumbing to the unbearable heat. Perishing on the spot, it was apparent that even before the adversaries unleashed their full might, one race had already exited the stage. How could this be? How could the task remain so merciless? Many had prepared mentally, yet they still underestimated their opponents. The beings on this continent had merely begun to awaken. But even this solitary creature was enough to deter countless races. Few could withstand such scorching temperatures in direct combat. Faced with insurmountable odds, the only option was retreat. This is precisely why this mission was dubbed survival.